Complete Martial Arts Attributes Chapter 1765 to Chapter 1789. Humiliation. This was a blatant humiliation, using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Were they not even qualified for him to use the Bloodmaster token? That was too much. Can you fight me now? Xianxia took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He stared coldly at the Blood God clone. No hurry, the Blood God clone said indifferently. You don't dare? Xianxia sneered. I said no hurry, not that I won't fight you. The Blood God avatar smiled and looked at the elder from the Dark Gnome clan. He asked, Is this Saint Yale? That's right. Saint Yale nodded and said, You came to me for the Blood Demon Dance? Yes. Before the Blood God clone could speak, Euphoria immediately nodded and said. Xianxia's eyes flashed and he chuckled. You're late. We've already reserved it, and there's only one set of ingredients left to make the Blood Demon Dance. If we want to collect another set of ingredients, we'll have to wait a few days. Euphoria's pretty face changed slightly and looked at Saint Yale. He's right. There's only one set of ingredients left. You're late, Saint Yale said calmly. How could this be? Euphoria's face was immediately filled with disappointment. If you want to taste the Blood Demon Dance, you can come with us. Xianxia smiled with a hint of pride. No need. Euphoria glanced at the Blood God clone and calmed down. She coldly shook her head at Xianxia. Xianxia's face darkened and he was a little angry. This woman didn't give him any face at all. Could it be that she took a fancy to Xueju? Bitch, Xueju was just a member of the blood tribe from the lower realm. How lowly was his bloodline? She was actually willing to submit to him for the identity of a blood master. If this wasn't a bitch, then what was? Xue Nuar's face also didn't look good. This blood which actually chose to stand on Xueju's side. She was a famous genius beauty of the 13 families. How could she let Xueju take advantage of her? This feeling was like a pig taking a piece of cabbage that he couldn't get. It was really disgusting. How about we make a bet? The Blood God clone had no idea what these two dark apparitions of the blood kindred were thinking about. Without any self-awareness, he revealed a smile that deserved a beating. What do you want to bet? Xiuefa was in a bad mood and asked impatiently with a frown. Why was this fellow so troublesome? If he wanted to fight, he would fight. If he didn't want to fight, he wouldn't fight. Every now and then, he would change his attitude. How annoying. Let's bet on this dance of the blood demon, the Blood God doppelganger said. If you lose, you have to let me have this dance of the blood demon, and you have to pay for it. The corners of Xianxia's mouth twitched, and he became even more displeased. How could he dare to think about it? For the blood demon flurry, it had paid a hefty price. An ordinary middle demon emperor would never be able to afford it. This fellow actually wanted to snatch it away and even wanted it to pay for it. How could this fellow be so shameless? In my life, I like to gamble with others. If there is no one to gamble with, I won't be able to use 30% of my strength. Even if you win, it will be an unfair victory, the Blood God doppelganger said. Xianxia was speechless. This person was a little shameless. If he won, it would be his, but if he lost, it would be an unfair victory. F***ck, this bastard was simply shameless. Euphoria also glanced at the Blood God doppelganger, speechless. What the F***ck do you mean by the best bet in your life? Are you serious about this excuse? But why was she getting a little excited? If she really won, would she be able to use the dance of the blood demon for nothing? Or, do you not dare? The Blood God doppelganger asked again after seeing that the other party was silent. Giving him a taste of his own medicine. This was what Xiuefa had said to him before, and now he was returning it to him. Humph, what if you lose? Xiuefa's face darkened as he snorted coldly. This Bloodmaster token is yours. Do you dare to take it? The Blood God doppelganger chuckled. Xiuefa. F***ck. This bastard must be doing this on purpose. He really didn't dare to take it. Without enough strength, there was no way he could control this Bloodmaster token. Otherwise, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. If they could snatch it, the geniuses of the 13 clans would have done so long ago. Why would they wait until now and let it be snatched by a blood kindred from the lower realm? Forget it. If I lose, I'll return you the dance of the blood demon in a few days, the blood god doppelganger sneered. All right. Shuefa looked at his disdainful expression, and the muscles on his face twitched violently. His face darkened even more, and he nodded immediately. He didn't want to waste any more words with him. It's settled then. One round of the dance of the blood demon was enough. Besides, compared to the price, he wanted to defeat this bloodmaster in front of him more. Defeating a bloodmaster should be very satisfying. His reputation in the clans would also skyrocket in an instant, reaching a terrifying level and surpassing the other geniuses. The geniuses of the 13 clans had been waiting for this opportunity. He didn't expect that the other party would deliver it to him. It was too easy for him. Ha ha ha, at the thought of this, he couldn't help but laugh loudly in his heart. Saint Yale wouldn't mind using this dance of the blood demon as a wager, right? The blood god doppelganger asked the dark gnome elder. It doesn't matter. To me, as long as the price is enough, it doesn't matter who I cook the dance of the blood demon, Saint Yale said with a faint smile. The blood god doppelganger. This saint-level spirit chef seemed to be a little realistic. He was different from the few saint-level spirit chefs he had seen at the sub-profession union headquarters. However, this was also good. Problems that could be solved with money were not problems. On the contrary, those saint-level spirit chefs who valued reputation were more difficult to deal with. In that case, let's go. Lead the way, the blood god doppelganger said to Xianxia Saint Yale, you can start cooking the dance of the blood demon. After I defeat him, I can taste the spirit food, Xianxia said as he bowed slightly to Saint Yale. Go ahead. No matter who wins in the end, the dance of the blood demon will be ready. Saint Yale nodded. Old fox. Xianxia's face stiffened, and his complacent mood disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had been forced to swallow a mouthful of feces. Seeing this scene, Euphoria suddenly wanted to laugh. This Saint Yale seemed to be a little fun. Humph. With a soft snort, Xianxia turned and left. He couldn't stay any longer. This place was full of malice toward him. The blood god doppelganger smiled and followed him out of the kitchen. Prepare the arena for us. At the door, Xianxia ordered a maid. Yes. The maid was shocked. She immediately responded and left in a hurry. After a while, an arena was lifted by the phantom of an array and rose above the Blood Moon Castle. With a rumbling sound, it attracted many people's attention. What's going on? Someone used the arena of the Blood Moon Castle. Interesting. Looks like there's a good show to watch. Silhouettes appeared on the platform of the Blood Moon Castle. Their silhouettes flashed and they immediately soared into the sky. In the midst of the blood mist, seats condensed from the mist appeared around the arena. Beside the seats, a long table appeared. Beautiful maids carried fruits and wine, swaying their bodies as they walked into the sky. Those who wanted to watch the battle took their seats. This was the specialty of the Blood Moon Castle. Once someone activated the arena, all the guests of the Blood Moon Castle could watch. No matter who it was the same. To be able to do this, the force behind the Blood Moon Castle was obviously not to be underestimated. The blood god doppelganger was a little surprised. Standing on a platform of the Blood Moon Castle, he looked up. In the blood mist, figures with powerful auras were faintly discernible. There was no lack of middle-level demon emperors and even upper-level demon emperors among them. There were no demon emperors. However, just those devil emperor-level beings were enough to strike fear into one's heart. There were so many middle-level and upper-level demon emperors in the Blood Moon Castle. The strength of the 13 clans of the Blood Kindred was not to be underestimated. It's too late to back down now. Xianxia sneered. The blood god doppelganger glanced at her and asked faintly, which eye of yours saw that I wanted to back down? I hope your strength is as tough as your mouth, Xianxia said. Usually, only women know whether I'm tough or not. I won't let men know. The blood god doppelganger looked at her with a strange expression. Xianxia's face turned green. The corner of Euphoria's mouth twitched. She took a deep look at the blood god doppelganger. Rogue shameless. Cut the crap. Get on the arena and fight with me. Xianxia snorted coldly. She did not want to talk to him anymore. Otherwise, she would be angered to death. She directly turned into a bloody light and soared into the sky, landing on the arena with a loud bang. Xianxia. It's actually the genius of the Vanite clan, Xianxia. Who is she going to fight with? It's getting more and more interesting. Since Xianxia is willing to fight, it seems that the opponent is not weak. The surrounding dark apparitions who were ready to watch the battle saw Xianxia suddenly appear on the arena. Immediately, there was a burst of discussion. They were full of curiosity about Xianxia's opponent. On the platform of the Blood Moon Castle, Euphoria looked at the blood god doppelganger and frowned. She could not help but say, Xianxia is very strong. Are you sure you'll be fine? No problem. The blood god doppelganger took a step forward. His figure disappeared on the spot and instantly appeared on the arena. This guy. Euphoria shook her head and immediately followed. She appeared on a seat high in the sky and sat down. She could do nothing now. She could only watch the battle. As the blood god doppelganger appeared on the arena, there was an uproar. This is? Blood Master. That's the Blood Master, right? Am I seeing this right? He's wearing a blood-colored mask. He's indeed a Blood Master. F***ck, Xianxia's opponent is actually a Blood Master. Xianxia, this bastard, actually made the first move. Among these spectating dark apparitions, there was no lack of geniuses from various clans. Now that they saw Xianxia taking the initiative to fight with a Blood Master, they could not help but curse. This kind of opportunity was too rare. Whoever came out on top would be the winner. People from various clans had actually analyzed that this Blood Master's true strength would not be too strong if he did not use the Blood God Altar. After all, he was a peak Lesser Demon Emperor. No matter how strong his talent was, it was still just talent. It would be good if he could become the top Lesser Demon Emperor. There was definitely a big gap between him and a Lesser Demon Emperor. As for the blood-colored lotus used by the Blood God Array when he faced Demon Lord Xianxia that day, it was probably unleashed with the help of the power of the Blood God Array. Otherwise, it was hard for them to imagine that a Lesser Demon Emperor could actually injure a Demon Lord. This was not martial arts at all. Therefore, the Lesser Demon Emperor geniuses from various clans led by the Vanite clan came out of seclusion one after another for the Blood Master. They wanted to crush the Blood Master with their Lesser Demon Emperor geniuses and make him lose face. Could a Blood Master who could not make the geniuses of various clans submit still be a Blood Master? It was obviously impossible. It could be said that this was an open conspiracy of the Vanite clan and several other clans. A Blood Master could not refuse a challenge. Even if he knew that the other party's realm was higher than his, he could not refuse. This was the challenge brought by the identity of a Blood Master. It was unavoidable. Of course, it was only limited to Lesser Demon Emperors. It was impossible for an Upper Demon Emperor to appear. No Upper Demon Emperor genius of the same generation could advance to Upper Demon Emperor. It definitely took a long time to advance to Upper Demon Emperor. It could no longer be said that they were of the same generation. The Blood God Doppelganger frowned slightly when he heard the unscrupulous discussions around him. He was a little unhappy. These Blood Clan members were actually targeting him. They were treating him as a pushover. He could not help but sneer and look at Xianxia in front of him. Since they wanted to use him to make a name for themselves, they could not blame him for not being polite. I am a Lesser Demon Emperor. I can let you have 3 moves first. Don't say that I bullied you. Xianxia's eyes fell on the Blood God Doppelganger. A trace of ferocity gradually appeared on his indifferent face. A blood-red battle sword appeared in his hand, faintly exuding an extraordinary aura. An Upper Demon Emperor weapon. It was equivalent to a weapon of the upper 3rd grade of the Grandmaster realm. It was very rare. Let me have 3 moves first? The Blood God Doppelganger glanced at the battle sword and could not help but laugh. He said meaningfully, "Are you sure?" "Of course. It's only 3 moves. I'm afraid you won't even be able to touch me." Xianxia smiled disdainfully. Then I won't stand on ceremony. The blood god doppelganger's lips curled into a smile as he slowly uttered these words. Buzz, the blood master token flew out. A blood-red light shone brightly, revealing a blood-red battle armor. It was fierce, bloody, exquisite, and luxurious. This blood-red battle armor was like a dazzling work of art. Blood master armor. There were exclamations all around, as if they had seen something incredible. He can already use the blood master armor. Xianxia's eyes widened slightly as if he had seen a ghost. The blood god doppelganger looked at the blood master armor in front of him and his eyes flickered slightly. It was also his first time using the blood master armor. When he had just obtained the blood master token, he had already understood its various functions. The biggest function of the blood master token was that it could be transformed into the blood master armor. It seemed magical, but in fact, it was just the use of a kind of metal. Not to mention the dark world, even in the human universe, there were all kinds of magical metals that could be extended and shrunk into a small token. It was not a problem. Moreover, through the function of runes, it could also be transformed. It was similar to the ring armor in the human world. What really surprised Wang Ting was that the blood master armor's level was not low. It was at the peak of the upper third grade of the Grandmaster realm. It could even be said that it was a half-step divine tool. It contained a trace of spirituality, which was not comparable to ordinary Grandmaster realm items. Boom, the blood master armor emitted a blood-red light and instantly attached to the blood god doppelganger's body. It fit perfectly with his body without any discomfort. You can also wear the armor. A faint voice came from the blood master armor. Boom, as soon as the voice fell, a powerful aura burst out from his body. Blood god's rank 2 body, activate. The blood god doppelganger directly activated the rank 2 body of the blood god. His entire body was filled with a strong bloody aura, as if there were blood-red pythons coiling around his body. He reached out a hand, and the blood master armor squirmed and turned into a blood-red battle sword in his hand. This was a weapon that came with the blood master armor, and it was also a half-step divine tool. Humph. So what if you wear the blood master armor? Do you really think you can compete with me? Xianxia snorted with an unpleasant look on his face. Hee hee. The blood god doppelganger chuckled. Without saying anything else, he stomped his foot, and with a loud boom in the ring, he instantly rushed out. First move. Crimson Demon Fist, the blood god doppelganger punched out, and blood-red light gathered to form a huge blood-red fist that smashed down on Xianxia. Boom. With the support of the blood beast domain, the blood god doppelganger could only display the strength of a rank 2 realm melder's domain to rank 7 realm. With a roar, the fist seemed to contain the stampede of 10,000 beasts as countless blood-red beasts rushed out. Roar. How is this possible? Xianxia's expression changed slightly in disbelief. A realm corporeal domain, and it was definitely a realm advanced corporeal domain. How could a mere peak lesser demon emperor control a domain to such an extent? Even the blood god doppelganger's domain was only at rank 7 realm. He wanted to retaliate, but he immediately remembered what he had said before. Let him have 3 moves first. If he retaliated now, wouldn't he be slapping himself in the face? In that instant, the fist landed heavily on Xianxia's body under the attack of the blood-red beasts. He couldn't dodge because the area covered by the fist was too wide, and it had already covered the entire ring. He couldn't dodge, so he could only take it head-on. Boom, the terrifying fist imprint smashed into its body, and a terrifying power gushed out from the fist imprint, causing its body to shrink by half in an instant. Pfft! How can it be so strong? Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale and his heart filled with shock. This is only the beginning. The blood god's doppelganger's cold laughter slowly rang out from under the blood master armor. Second move. He raised the battle sword in his hand, and a blood-red sword ray condensed and burst out. It turned into a sword ray that was dozens of meters long and slashed down from the sky. Blood Shadow Sword Technique, Demon Sovereign Sword Technique, boom, a huge blood-red sword shadow fell from the sky, growing larger and larger in front of Xianxia's horrified eyes. Armor. A roar of shock and anger burst out from its mouth, and a ferocious scarlet armor instantly appeared on its body. Boom, in the next moment, the blood-red sword ray had already slashed down and landed on his body. Crack crack crack, the ground shattered and spread out in all directions like a spider web. Xianxia's body sank uncontrollably, and half of his body smashed into the hard arena. Runes constantly flashed on the arena, forming a protective shield to resist the impact of the origin power. At the same time, a hideous sword mark appeared from Xianxia's left shoulder to his chest, tearing open his armor and causing blood to spurt out. Silence, the surroundings fell into silence, and the spectators were completely unable to react. One punch, with just one punch, Xianxia was smashed to the point where he could not fight back. One sword, with just one sword, Xianxia's armor was cut open. The armor was at least at the Grandmaster level, and its hardness was definitely not low. Even a peak Grandmaster level weapon might not be able to cut it open if it was protected. Was this Bloodmaster really at the peak of the lower Demon Emperor level? Everyone even suspected that they were hallucinating. Something was not right. Euphoria opened her red lips. She was stunned and shocked. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't say a word. Roar. At this moment, a furious roar suddenly came out of Xianxia's mouth, echoing in the arena like the roar of an injured beast. Boom, he struggled to get up from under the arena, supporting himself with both hands, and suddenly exerted force, shattering the boulders around the arena. There's still the third move. A chuckle came from the sky. Xianxia suddenly raised his head, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw that the blood god's doppelganger's sword had unknowingly turned into a saber. The saber was emitting a blood-red sword ray that kept expanding until it was 100 feet long. Countless tiny blood-red sword rays bloomed around the huge saber ray, cutting the void and causing pitch-black spatial cracks to appear around it. Roar. Xianxia was completely terrified. He exerted force with both hands, pulling himself out from under the arena, and leaped up. The sword in his hand burst out a powerful sword ray and soared into the sky. In the face of the blood god's doppelganger's saber, he did not dare to have the slightest bit of luck. That saber would kill him. What 3 moves? He couldn't give it a damn. 2 moves had almost taken his life. If he hadn't summoned his armor in time, that slash would have cut him in half. Although he wouldn't necessarily die, he would definitely be seriously injured. But this saber was completely different. He could already feel the terrifying power contained in it, and a strong sense of death emanated from it. Xianxia didn't dare to hold back at all. The power of a 7th-rank reality realm domain burst out, and the 2nd-rank blood precept merged with the sword ray. A contemptuous chuckle came from the sky. Xianxia looked up at the blood god's doppelganger. In the blood-red light that filled the sky, he seemed to see the other party's mocking smile. As if saying, "Didn't you say 3 moves, why are you attacking now?" An extreme sense of humiliation surged in Xianxia's heart, causing his pale face to turn red as if it was filled with blood. Die. A furious roar burst out from his mouth. Xianxia could no longer suppress the anger and humiliation in his heart. The sword in his hand was charged to the extreme, and he slashed out. He didn't believe it. He didn't believe that a lower-ranked demon emperor could defeat him. Boom, the sword ray rose into the sky, traversing the void, and slashed at the blood god's doppelganger. Useless struggle. The blood god's doppelganger's eyes were calm and indifferent. He slashed out with the saber in his hand, and a blood-red saber ray of 100 feet long slashed down. Boom, in just an instant, the sword ray and saber ray collided with each other. Countless tiny sword rays and saber rays collided in the void, annihilating each other. Crack, at this moment, a cracking sound was suddenly heard. Cracks began to appear on the sword light, and they were spreading at an extremely fast speed. Crackling sounds could be heard from the sword light. Boom, in the next moment, the entire sword ray exploded, turning into countless blood-red light spots that drifted in the air. No. Xianxia's face was completely pale. He was extremely shocked, and his heart was filled with disbelief. But there was no time to react. Boom, the blood-red saber ray didn't lose its momentum. It fell from the sky, magnified in Xianxia's eyes, and then landed on his body. This slash completely pressed its body onto the arena. Crack crack crack, a series of cracking sounds were constantly heard. The boulders on the arena were completely shattered, and countless gravel floated up from the arena. Boom, a huge deep pit appeared, and Xianxia was in the center. At this moment, the armor on his body had been shattered. Although it was healing, it couldn't resist the saber ray that was constantly eroding his body. His body was covered in wounds, and a large amount of blood flowed out, dyeing the surroundings completely red. It was extremely miserable. Hiss, in an instant of silence, there were sounds of people inhaling cold air. This result was too unexpected. No one thought that Xianxia would be defeated, let alone be defeated so miserably. Everyone's gaze converged on the figure in the sky, and they suddenly fell into a long silence. They were afraid that the atmosphere would suddenly become quiet. Everyone found it unbelievable that Blood Master had pressed Xianxia to the ground in 3 moves. A doubt popped up in their minds. Was this Blood Master really so strong? It wasn't that they didn't want to believe it, but it was a little magical. A peak lower demon emperor pressed a middle demon emperor prodigy to the ground. How long had it been since such a prodigy appeared in the vampires, even among the dark races? Such a prodigy was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. For a moment, the vampires and dark apparitions watching the battle looked at each other. They didn't know how to describe their feelings at this moment. On the other side, Euphoria's beautiful eyes were completely wide open. Thinking of how she doubted this Blood Master's strength, she suddenly felt a little hot. The person she should be worried about seemed to have been wrong from the beginning. To think that she was worried that this Blood Master couldn't beat Xianxia wasn't that nonsense. There was indeed a big difference in strength between the two, but it was Xianxia who was much weaker than the Blood Master, not the other way around. It was the opposite. It was the complete opposite. Euphoria looked at the figure in the sky with a complicated expression. No wonder he could become a Blood Master. This kind of strength was simply monstrous to the extreme. Even if she participated in the fight for the inheritance, she would definitely be pressed to the ground without any chance at all. But, did this guy really come from the lower realm? How could such a prodigy be born in the lower realm? According to the past records, there were indeed some prodigies in the lower realm, but due to the gap in foundation, even prodigies couldn't reach this level. Compared to the prodigies of the 13 clans, the gap was huge. Not to mention the top prodigies of the 13 clans. They couldn't be easily surpassed. But now, this Blood Master did it. He proved with facts that his strength completely surpassed the top prodigies of the 13 clans. What kind of talent was this? What kind of elegance was this? Don't worry, Xianxia hasn't been completely defeated yet. Suddenly, a hesitant whisper came from the surrounding blood mist. It was unknown who spoke. Euphoria's expression shook. She immediately looked at Xianxia in the arena and became somewhat serious. Right, there was still that move. Xianxia was definitely unwilling to be suppressed like this. He wouldn't admit defeat so easily. As a top prodigy of the 13 clans, how could he lose to a peak lower demon emperor? With Xianxia's pride, he definitely couldn't accept such an outcome. In the sky, the blood god clone looked down at Xianxia and stroked his chin. Wasn't it a little too harsh? We didn't even harvest much wool. Just as this thought popped up in his mind, he noticed that Xianxia suddenly moved. Looks like he still has some energy left. The vitality of dark apparitions is indeed strong. A thought flashed through the blood god clone's mind. He stared at Xianxia's figure with interest, wanting to see what other tricks he had up his sleeve. 3 moves were enough to intimidate the opponent. Next, it was time to harvest some wool. Roar, a deep roar suddenly sounded from the arena. Boom, originally, the shattered rocks had already fallen back to the ground after the origin power fluctuations subsided. But at this moment, they were once again stirred up by an invisible force and floated into the air. Strands of scarlet aura suddenly emerged from Xianxia's body. They were like blood-red threads that wrapped around his body. What is this? The blood god avatar's eyes flickered as if he had sensed a familiar aura. Devil change, a familiar word suddenly appeared in his mind. The dark apparition's last resort was none other than devil change. If they were brothers, they would use devil change. No. If they couldn't beat them, they would use devil change. This method was indeed very powerful. It was also very strange and mysterious. It was indescribable and impossible to grasp. Once the devil change was too deep, even the dark apparition might not know what would happen. But, it was just a competition. Was there a need for this? Was he a sore loser? The blood god clone looked at Xianxia, who was slowly floating up below. A glimmer of light flashed through his eyes. After all, he was the top genius of the 13 clans, which represented the highest bloodline of the blood breeds. How different would his devil change be? For some reason, Wang Ting was actually looking forward to it. After all, now that he had a blood god clone, he could create whatever he wanted. Using the blood god clone to perform devil change shouldn't affect his main body. After obtaining devil change for so long, he had yet to try the so-called devil change. He didn't dare to try it before. But now, what did the clone's devil change have to do with his main body? It had nothing to do with him. Ugh, an extremely suppressed low roar came out of Xianxia's mouth. The blood-red threads wrapped around his body became denser and denser. It was like a human-shaped blood cocoon. It really is devil change. Euphoria took a deep breath, and her gaze became grave. The devil change of a top genius of the blood breeds was even more terrifying. With different bloodline purity, the devil change that occurred couldn't be simply compared. For a genius like Xianxia, once he underwent devil change, there would definitely be a terrifying change. His power would definitely increase by several times. Can he block it? Euphemia's gaze landed on the blood god clone. Her gaze was a little complicated, but there was also a hint of anticipation. However, she realized that this blood master's gaze seemed to be extremely calm. He wasn't moved at all. She couldn't help but be moved. Could it be that he was still very confident? The blood breeds and dark apparitions watching the battle also stared at the changes in the arena with burning eyes. Some of the blood breeds and dark apparitions even rejoiced. Fortunately, they didn't challenge the blood master immediately. Otherwise, one of them might have been the one being pressed to the ground. Now that Xianxia was performing devil change at all costs, could the blood master still deal with it? This was a good opportunity to gather information. However, this blood master should also be able to undergo devil change. It was just unknown to what extent his mastery of devil change had reached. Devil change was an extremely important technique for dark apparitions. Normally, they wouldn't reveal it. Now, it all depended on whether the blood master would use it or not. The blood god clone wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He watched everything calmly and even secretly observed Xianxia's changes. Activate Child of Truth. A golden light flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. He observed Xianxia's changes through the blood god clone. He had never observed this so-called devil change so carefully before. In the past, he felt that he wouldn't use devil change. Therefore, every time he encountered devil change, he only treated it as an enemy to deal with. He only looked for the opponent's weakness and never thought of exploring the deeper changes of devil change. Now that he could use devil change, he was even more curious about it. Moreover, the devil change basics that he saw in the library of Black Armor City previously also made him more interested in devil change. Now, he naturally wanted to seize this opportunity to understand it clearly. The first minister of the Great Ming Dynasty. As the Child of Truth was activated, Wang Ting seemed to see something. Through the layers of blood vessels, he saw an extremely dense mass of black gas in the depths of Xianxia's body. It was like a whirlpool. It was deep, strange, and emitted an evil, disorderly, and chaotic feeling. However, when he wanted to examine the deeper changes, he couldn't continue. He was only able to see the surface of the black gas. This again. Wang Ting felt deeply helpless. Why was it always like this at the most crucial moment? He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. It was as if a beautiful woman was standing in front of him. She had already taken off most of her clothes and was only missing the last bit of fabric, but in the end, she woke up from her dream. Xian Guangming Child. Wang Ting's gaze swept across the attribute panel and finally landed on the Xian Guangming Child attribute. Before, when he was training in this technique, he could feel that as long as he continued training in it, his eyes would evolve, allowing his Child of Truth to level up. Right now, whether it was his spirit level or his soul source, they had both reached the Domain Lord level. The evolution of his eyes should happen naturally. The only problem was the limitations of his body. If his body wasn't strong enough, using too much eye-child energy would definitely cause a huge burden on his eyeballs. However, this was the same as using too much energy. As long as he didn't use it often, with his ability to pick up stats, he could definitely make up for it. He didn't have to worry about irreparable injuries. And he had the undying substance, he could slowly recover. This was because the undying substance had far exceeded what a universe level could control. To a universe level warrior, it was like lowering the dimension, healing. Simply put, the effects were incredible. Hence, he decided to forcefully raise the proficiency of the Xianxia child, and see if he could break through on the spot. Blank stat, add points. Wang Ting looked at the stats of the Xianxia child on his attribute panel and couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Last time, he had taken advantage of Sang Yi and raised the Xianxia child to the proficient level. Now that he added points to the blank stat, it immediately went from proficient to proficient. He immediately opened the Xianxia child. The originally glowing golden eye suddenly had a white circle of light, pure and holy. If anyone else was there, they would probably think that he was wearing a pretty boy. Wang Ting felt a slight movement in the air. His eyes felt itchy. The force of the light stars flowed in his eyes through the dark light child, giving him a warm feeling. This feeling was much stronger than when he trained the Xianxia child. Not enough. Wang Ting gritted his teeth and continued to use the blank stat points to raise the stats of the Xianxia child. In an instant, the Xianxia child went from proficient to small success. A majestic feeling appeared in his mind, giving him an unprecedented understanding of the Xianxia child. Xianxia child, immortal level 1/30,000, small success. From proficient to proficient, he spent 60,000 blank stat points. From proficient to small success, he spent another 150,000 blank stat points, which added up to 210,000 blank stat points. In an instant, the blank stat points decreased by a lot. Wang Ting's heart ached. These were all the points that he had painstakingly saved up. It seemed like he had to find time to replenish them. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel safe at all. Wang Ting collected his thoughts and immediately activated the Xianxia child. At the same time, he activated the Holy Light Constitution. An extremely pure light power surged out of his body and entered his eyes. Fortunately, he was hiding in the devouring space. Otherwise, such a dense light aura would probably cause the surrounding dark apparitions to go crazy. Boom, as the extremely pure light power entered his eyes, Wang Ting immediately felt a strange energy explode in the depths of his eyes. The transformation began. It's done. Wang Ting couldn't help but feel happy. However, he didn't have the time to think about it and instantly closed his eyes. The extremely pure light power and mental strength intertwined, causing his eyeballs to transform. It was like a process of destruction and reconstruction. Streams of blood flowed down from his eyes. The majestic energy kept destroying his eyes, but the light power was repairing them. Wang Ting entered a strange state. At this moment, in the depths of Wang Ting's body, a strange substance suddenly emerged. It was like specks of light that also entered his eyeballs. Wang Ting was slightly stunned. He was a little surprised. Immortal substance. The transformation of his eyes actually triggered the immortal substance. What was going on? He was a little confused. However, he was quickly attracted by the changes in his eyes. The immortal substance merged with his eyeballs and actually gave them an additional immortal characteristic. Wang Ting was surprised and happy. He had just said that he had the immortal substance and wasn't afraid of certain injuries. He didn't expect the transformation of the true level to require the immortal substance. No wonder he couldn't break through. If it was any other fighter, don't talk about breaking through, they wouldn't even need to think about it. Because of the immortal substance, they could only wait until they reached the immortal level to be able to control it. The universe level couldn't control it at all. Wang Ting's situation was simply too special. There was no way to replicate it. There was only one, and he was honest. The transformation in his eyes was extremely fast. As the immortal substance was injected, it seemed to have completed the final transformation. In just a moment, the piercing pain in his eyes disappeared and no more blood flowed out. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. A deep light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Moreover, there was even a purplish gold light circulating within the depths. It was like a shooting star that streaked across the sky, and it was extremely magnificent. Immortal level. Wang Ting understood and looked at his status panel. True Vision Child, 100/100000, Immortal level. As expected, the level behind the True Vision Child changed from the True Vision Child to the Immortal level, the same as the martial path. Wang Ting was extremely satisfied. The joy in his heart couldn't be suppressed. He couldn't help but smile crazily. Now that the True Vision Child had reached the Immortal level, he should be able to see through the devil transformation. Just as he was about to retract his gaze, he suddenly saw the stats behind the True Vision Child. His eyes widened and the joy that had just risen instantly disappeared without a trace. 100,000 points. Wang Ting instantly felt a headache coming on. Advancing to the Immortal level required 100,000 points. This was simply too much. Difficulty +1 +1 +1 +1, he seemed to feel a mechanical voice ring out in his head. It was filled with malice. Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time. Now that the mysterious light child has reached the level of small mastery, I should be able to improve the True Vision Child by quite a bit in the future. Wang Ting shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He immediately looked at Xianxia through the Blood God Avatar. In the eyes of outsiders, the Blood God Avatar's gaze never left. It seemed like a long time, but in reality, it only took a moment. Wang Ting's eyes had already completed the transformation and could see through the deeper mysteries. Boom, as if the clouds had cleared, the purple gold light in Wang Ting's eyes pierced through the black ball of air in Xianxia's body and saw an indescribable change. The black ball of air was rooted in the depths of the dark apparition's body. Countless extremely thin black threads extended to all parts of the dark apparition's body and were tightly connected to it, causing unimaginable changes. These black threads were the source of the devil transformation. Wang Ting saw that during the devil transformation, these black threads were undergoing some kind of mutation, as if they were alive. There were even tiny eyeballs and tiny mouths on the threads that spat out dark matter, affecting the changes in Xianxia's bloodline. Originally, Wang Ting was unable to see these, but now that his True Vision Child had reached the immortal rank, he could see even more minute and deeper things. Hiss! He suddenly felt his hair stand on end, and a layer of goosebumps appeared all over his body. Just the thought of having such a thing in his body affecting his bloodline and causing a mutation made him feel uncomfortable all over, and his hair stood on end. Too evil, too eerie, Wang Ting couldn't describe this feeling. He only felt that it was evil and eerie. He couldn't imagine if this transformation had any side effects. However, if he guessed correctly, the devil transformation should completely end when he severed the black threads. Since he could see things at such a level, it shouldn't be difficult for him to sever it with his spiritual power. At most, he could use the power of light to forcefully sever it and purify it. However, he still had to see how Xianxia would end the devil transformation. Winter. 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 Suddenly, the sound of a heart beating violently came from the human-shaped blood cocoon. A blood-red light constantly bloomed, sometimes bright and sometimes dark, as if it was beating with the heart. This Xianxia's devil transformation didn't increase in size. Within the devouring space, Wang Ting's eyes narrowed slightly. Crack! In the next moment, before he could think further, a cracking sound came from the human-shaped blood cocoon. Cracks appeared on the blood cocoon, spreading continuously. And within those cracks, an even more glaring blood-red light bloomed. It's done. Euphoria's gaze focused, solemnly staring at the human-shaped blood cocoon that was about to shatter, and her heart jumped slightly. Boom! The human-shaped blood cocoon finally exploded, and a glaring blood-red light burst out, as if a blood-red star was suspended above the arena, slowly rising. Blood. Absolute. A cold voice slowly sounded from the blood-red light, as if it was filled with endless resentment. The blood god clone looked at the other party, and when the light dissipated, Tong Kong couldn't help but shrink slightly. At this moment, Xianxia had undergone some strange changes. His pale and handsome face had completely changed. It had become somewhat sharp and malevolent, as if it had been elongated. The corners of his mouth had cracked to the back of his ears, and his mouth was filled with saw-like teeth, gleaming with a cold light. At the same time, on his face, eyes constantly opened and closed as he spoke, revealing a cold and evil gaze that made people feel uncomfortable. Hua! An uproar immediately broke out in the surroundings. Xianxia's devil transformation has already reached such a level. The results of his cultivation in the undying blood sea are not bad. Unbelievable, I didn't expect his grasp of devil transformation to be so profound. Xianxia's bloodline is very pure, and the devil transformation he triggered must be even more terrifying, but he still managed to suppress that indescribable change, limiting it to a small area. As expected of the top genius of the Vanite clan, he really can't be underestimated. That blood disciple is in danger. This. Euphoria's pupils shrank, and she was also extremely shocked. She didn't expect Xianxia's devil transformation to be able to reach such a level. She immediately looked at the blood god clone, and a trace of worry flashed in the depths of her eyes. This is troublesome, I wonder if he can still deal with it. The more devil transformation was restrained, the stronger it was. On the contrary, devil transformation that expanded the body infinitely wasn't that terrifying. Restrained? Restrained? The blood god clone's ears twitched, as if he had heard something incredible. So devil transformation wasn't expanding at will, but restraining and restraining. The reason was very simple. Restraining and restraining one's power was naturally more powerful than expanding it. However, he had always thought that dark apparitions wouldn't restrain such changes. It seemed that he had been wrong. Interesting. The blood god clone stroked his chin and looked at Xianxia in front of him, his eyes flashing slightly. I underestimated you before. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Xianxia opened his saw-like mouth, and his voice became sharp and hoarse as he slowly said, "Now, I will use my strongest power. I hope you can still let me enjoy." Eh? You're still conscious? In the devouring space, Wang Ting seemed to have discovered something shocking and couldn't help but exclaim softly. The dark apparitions that he had encountered in the past had all entered a state of madness and chaos. This Xianxia was actually still conscious. This was indeed somewhat different. However, the evil and chaotic aura on his body continued to rise. It couldn't be underestimated. Is devil transformation your greatest reliance? Wang Ting decided to tease him. Through the blood god clone, he said, it's a pity that it's only SOSO. Only SOSO? Xianxia suddenly laughed softly. Then I'll let you see the power of my devil transformation. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, a pair of flesh wings suddenly spread out behind him. With a flap, he instantly disappeared, leaving only an afterimage on the spot. The blood god clone's eyes narrowed, but he didn't dare to be careless. After all, this wasn't his main body, so he couldn't use many techniques. Otherwise, he would have just used flash and the other party definitely wouldn't be able to catch up. I'm here. Suddenly, a low voice sounded behind the blood god clone. Boom, a gust of evil wind instantly blew toward the blood god clone's back. Xianxia suddenly appeared, and a pair of bloody claws burst out with bloody light as he ruthlessly clawed at the blood god clone's body. Die. A ferocious voice came from his mouth. A terrifying force burst forth and directly penetrated the bloodmaster armor. With a boom, the blood god clone's body was torn apart. The spectating blood clan dark apparitions were all stunned. This bloodmaster died just like that. This isn't right, he was clearly very strong just now. Even if Xianxia used devil transformation, he shouldn't have been unable to fight back, right? Euphoria widened her eyes in disbelief. Her face was a little pale. Kikik, Xianxia let out a low laugh as if he was a little proud. No, he's not dead. Euphoria suddenly reacted. Looking at the situation in the sky, she was shocked. Your laugh is very unpleasant. At this moment, a voice sounded in the sky. Xianxia's laughter stopped abruptly. The muscles on his face stiffened slightly. He turned around abruptly with a cold gaze. Jie. GA. GA, a series of crow cries suddenly sounded. A group of blood-red crows suddenly appeared in the sky. They gathered from their scattered state and transformed into a human figure. Who else could it be other than the blood god clone? This is, a blood crow? The spectating blood clan dark apparitions were suddenly stunned. Their faces were filled with shock as they stood up from their seats and discussed fervently. Isn't this the blood crow progenitor's technique? Is this blood master related to the blood crow progenitor in some way? Does he have the bloodline of the Brooke clan? Euphoria was stunned. Her beautiful face was filled with confusion. This was really too shocking. She originally thought that he was a blood clan from the lower realm, but now it seemed that he had the same bloodline as the blood crow progenitor, and the blood crow progenitor was a powerful being from the Brooke clan. She was completely dumbfounded by this relationship. To be continued, click to download the app on this site. Massive, free reading. The blood god doppelganger was originally formed by the blood crow doppelganger. However, Wang Ting had injected too much origin energy into it. Later on, it was transformed by the blood god altar. Now, the blood god doppelganger had become an independent entity. It was no longer a doppelganger formed by the doppelganger battle technique. Instead, it was more like a doppelganger that had taken over someone else's body. However, there was no change in essence. The blood god doppelganger was still formed by the blood crow doppelganger. It was easy to use the blood crow doppelganger's abilities. However, Wang Ting did not expect to cause such an uproar just by using the blood crow doppelganger. At this moment, he heard all the sounds coming from all around him. Blood crow progenitor. Tisk. Wang Ting's expression was a little strange. The blood breed progenitor he met on Defense Planet No. 9 was actually a blood breed progenitor dark apparition. At that time, he only had a drop of essence blood, so he did not know his identity. Now, it seemed that he had a very high status in the blood breed. He was actually a blood breed elder. Thinking about it, this blood crow doppelganger was obtained from one of his descendants. However, he had already killed that blood breed prodigy. What was his name again? Toby. Yes, that seemed to be his name. He wondered what kind of status that blood breed prodigy had in the 13 clans. And that blood crow progenitor, did he still remember him? Speaking of which, it shouldn't affect my doppelganger, right? Wang Ting suddenly touched his chin and thought to himself. Then, he shook his head. There was no problem with the blood god doppelganger. Now that he had become a blood disciple, no one would associate it with him. Who would have thought that a martial artist from the light faction could have such a pure and powerful blood breed doppelganger? This was not martial arts at all. The only thing that would make people suspicious would be the origin of the blood crow doppelganger battle technique. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. Forget it. At most, I'll just find an excuse and say that I got it from an inheritance. They probably won't suspect anything. Also, since it was mastered by the blood crow progenitor, it means that the blood crow doppelganger battle technique is not that secretive. At least, it can be obtained through other channels. Blood crow. In the sky, Xianxia stared coldly at the blood god clone. I didn't expect you to have such an ability. How is it? Are you surprised? The blood god doppelganger laughed. Xianxia, the other blood clan dark apparitions who were watching the battle also looked at the blood god clone in shock. They were caught off guard by this sudden mischievous act. This blood disciple seemed to have a bad personality. Many dark apparitions from the blood race secretly defined him in their hearts. Euphoria was also a little speechless. She glared at the blood god clone, but for some reason, after this interruption, she didn't have much worry left in her heart. From the looks of it, the other party seemed to be quite confident. Xianxia didn't say anything unnecessary, but the glint in his eyes grew colder and filled with killing intent. Boom, the wings on its back flapped, and it disappeared from the spot once again. One had to admit that when the blood clan dark apparitions spread their wings, their speed would indeed increase exponentially to an extremely shocking level. The blood god clone didn't have any speed-type battle techniques, which was its shortcoming. Fortunately, it still had the blood crow doppelganger battle technique, which was extremely useful for escaping and dodging. However, with the main body around, it could still use some battle techniques. Found you. Wang Ting's eyes glinted, and he immediately locked onto Shui Sda's position. Then, the blood god clone raised one hand. Blood crow shadow Qilin shield, a flock of crows began to caw. The blood god avatar's body flashed, and a flock of blood-red crows appeared. The blood-red crows gathered on the left side of the avatar and quickly transformed into a shield that looked like blood-red wings. Pairs of crow eyes appeared on the shield. They were blood-red in color and looked extremely sinister and strange. Demonic Emperor-level defensive battle technique, it was also obtained from Toby. Wang Ting had never used it in the light faction, but now it was perfect for the blood god clone to use. Boom, just as the blood crow Yu Qilin's shield was condensed, Shui Sda's figure also appeared, and a sharp claw slammed onto the shield. His expression immediately changed. He didn't expect the opponent to react so quickly. It was obviously too late to retract his claw, and under the inertia, he could only attack the blood crow Yu Qilin's shield. The blood god clone had Wang Ting's battle consciousness, and his reaction was extremely fast. Just as Shui Sda's first attack hit the shield, the blood god clone didn't have time to launch a second attack. Rest, 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 the sound of the air being pierced rang out. The blood god clone waved his hand, and a dense number of black vines instantly shot out from the blood mist around his body and swept towards Shui Sda demonic venomous vine. This was another dark battle technique. It was a combination of the demonic venomous vine and the demonic venomous vine. Not only did it have the strange power of darkness, but it also had the terrifying power of poison. If one was entangled, one would definitely be severely injured. Shui Sda's eyes narrowed. He wanted to retreat, but he found that the black vines were not much slower than him. The main reason was that the distance was too close, and the opponent's attack was too fast. The timing was just right, and he couldn't react in time. Scram! An angry roar burst out from his mouth. Shui Sda's sharp claws exploded with a strong scarlet light, and bloody claw after claw shot out. Boom! 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 The bloody claw and the black vines instantly collided, causing a loud explosion. Eat my fist! At this moment, a cold shout suddenly rang out. The blood god clone actually appeared behind Shui Sda in an instant, and punched out fiercely. Boom! A fist mark condensed on the blood god clone's fist, shrinking to the limit, and the faint roar of a beast could be heard. Blood Beast Domain, Rank 9 Reality Realm. This punch had already brought the Blood Beast Domain to the Rank 9 Reality Realm. It was enough to take Shui Sda seriously. Since the opponent had already used the demonic transformation, he had to do something. Rank 9 Reality Realm. Shui Sda's eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. At such a close distance, he could naturally feel the tyrannical power of this domain, and he was somewhat shocked. He originally thought that Rank 7 Reality Realm was the opponent's limit. As long as he used the demonic transformation, he would definitely be able to win. Who knew that this wasn't the opponent's full strength? Damn it! At this moment, he still had to deal with the black vines that were sweeping towards him from all directions. There was no way for him to dodge this punch, and he immediately fell into a predicament. He only had one choice. He could either endure the attack of the black vines, or endure the punch from behind. Boom! With just a moment of hesitation, the fist mark had already fiercely bombarded Shui Sda's back, and a terrifying force instantly erupted. Crack! The sound of bones shattering suddenly rang out from Shui Sda's body. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned pale. His entire body flew out uncontrollably. Rest, 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 black vines pierced through the air, and instantly wrapped around him. The surface of the vines had countless sharp barbs. As the vines suddenly tightened, they ruthlessly pierced into Shui Sda's body. Roar! Shui Sda felt intense pain and instantly let out an angry roar. The power in his body surged wildly as he tried to break free. Still trying to struggle? My darkness domain and poison domain aren't to be trifled with. The blood god clone coldly watched this scene, and a trace of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. Regardless of whether it was the darkness domain or poison domain, Wang Ting had already mastered them to the Melder realm. At this moment, he was also only using Rank 9 Reality Realm strength, but it was enough to make Shui Sda suffer greatly. The terrifying power of darkness and poison flowed through the barbs on the vines and entered Xianxia's body. They continuously corroded and destroyed his body, causing his strength to be rapidly whittled away. The surrounding vampires and dark apparitions were all shocked when they saw this scene. They felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. After the demonic transformation, Xianxia was still being suppressed in the end. The expressions of the vampires and dark apparitions became somewhat strange. Xianxia said miserably. However, their expressions soon turned serious. This blood disciple's strength was truly a little outrageous. How exactly did it cultivate? How did the lower realm nurture such a monster? There was no lack of geniuses from the 13 clans present. At this moment, they were all somewhat unable to accept this. Roar! Xianxia continued to roar angrily. The bloody light in his body erupted, causing his body to mutate. Blood-red tentacles grew out of his body, forming blood-red claws. They drilled out from the gaps of the black vines and grabbed onto the vines, trying to break them apart. Pung pung pung, under the immense force, the dozen or so black vines were actually broken. Trying to run? The blood god clone's gaze turned cold as he slashed out with the war blade in his hand. Pft! 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 The bloody tentacles on Xianxia's body were instantly cut off, causing him to involuntarily roar in pain. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. It was incomparably miserable. The blood god clone was unmoved. His gaze was indifferent as he waved his hand. Countless black vines swept out again and once again wrapped around Xianxia, who had yet to completely break free. This time, there were even more black vines. They were densely packed and wrapped around Xianxia like a dumpling. Roar! Xianxia was enraged and frantically struggled. However, this time, the vines were even tighter. He could not extend his bloody tentacles at all. I'll finish you off with one last strike. The blood god clone slowly raised the war blade in his hand. A blood-red blade ray quickly condensed. Boom! In an instant, a blood-red blade ray shot into the sky. It instantly reached a length of 100 feet and pierced through the heavens. Savage blood blade, the terrifying blade ray swept across the heavens and earth. A sea of blood suddenly appeared behind the blood god clone. The sea of blood roiled violently, setting off monstrous waves and surging with a terrifying aura. Blood Sea Realm, complete corporeal realm. This is the Blood Sea Realm. Suddenly, there was an uproar all around. This Blood Master had actually comprehended the extremely powerful Blood Sea Realm. Moreover, it was obvious that he had comprehended it to an extremely profound level. It looked even more powerful than the Blood Beast Realm from before. Two different realms, one was such a powerful Blood Sea Realm. Moreover, both realms had reached the high level of the corporeal realm. Even middle-level demon emperor geniuses like them would find it difficult to achieve this. A thick sense of disbelief welled up in their hearts. The blood god doppelganger had shocked them so much that they couldn't react at all. Slash! At this moment, a soft shout came from the blood god clone's mouth. All the blood clan dark apparitions watching the battle widened their eyes and looked in the direction of the blood god clone. They saw that the 100-foot-long blood-red blade ray had already slashed down fiercely toward Xianxia. Xianxia was already wrapped up like a dumpling. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Only a pair of eyes could be seen through the vines. His eyes were filled with fear. A sense of chaos crept up at a speed visible to the naked eye, causing his eyes to be filled with blood vessels. Roar! A low roar came from the vines. Suddenly, Xianxia's face began to swell. It was as if sarcomas were rapidly emerging on his face. Boom! A terrifying evil aura erupted from his body. A blood-red pillar of light shot into the sky and broke through the black vines that wrapped around his body. Pft! 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 Xianxia's body expanded at an extremely terrifying speed. In an instant, it had reached several times its original size. Xianxia has gone crazy. He can't control his devil change. No, that's not right. He let go of it himself. I didn't expect him to be forced to such a state. That blood disciple is really terrifying. Boom! At this moment, the 100-foot-long blood-red blade ray slashed onto Xianxia's body. No matter how fast he was, the blood god clone had already slashed out with his blade. There was no way to dodge. A loud boom resounded. The terrifying blood-red blade ray slashed onto the light pillar that erupted from Xianxia's body. With a bang, the blood-red light pillar instantly shattered and turned into light spots that filled the sky. Then, the blade ray completely landed on Xianxia's body. A terrifying sea of blood drowned him. The blade directly slashed into Xianxia's bloated body. A large amount of blood instantly sprayed out like a scarlet rain. Roar! Xianxia let out a shrill roar that penetrated everyone's eardrums. It was deafening and had a trace of hysteria. The blood god clone's gaze was cold as he coldly spat out a word, explode. In an instant, a terrifying power gushed out from the 100-foot-long blood-red blade ray and madly surged into Xianxia's bloated body. Blood origin, rank 2. Boom! A violent boom resounded and reverberated through the sky. From an outsider's point of view, it was as if countless blood-red rays had shot out from Xianxia's body and pierced him into a hornet's nest. This scene was undoubtedly extremely shocking. Roar! Xianxia let out an indignant roar like a trapped beast's final struggle. However, it was quickly drowned out by the booming sound. Rumble, boom. 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 The entire arena was left with the reverberating booms and chaotic origin power fluctuations that swept out in all directions. It impacted the protective barrier outside the arena, causing it to ripple continuously. After a while, the chaotic origin power fluctuations in the arena gradually calmed down. However, the entire arena had been destroyed into a mess. There was not a single spot that was intact. There was a large pit in the middle that was much deeper than before. Xianxia was lying in it, his entire body in tatters. Fresh blood splattered everywhere and dyed the entire arena red. The amount of blood he had lost was shocking. It was only because he was a vampire dark apparition. If it were any other life form, it would definitely be impossible for him to lose so much blood. At this moment, Xianxia was lying there without moving at all. It was as if he was completely dead. The spectating vampire dark apparitions fell into a dead silence. They were somewhat unable to accept this result. Xianxia had lost too miserably. He was a top genius of the 13 clans after all. He had even used devil change. In the end, he even stopped controlling devil change and let it go completely. However, in the end, he was still defeated. He was defeated so directly and cleanly. Didn't this mean that they would have the same result if they were in his place? All the vampire dark apparitions looked up and focused their gazes on the figure standing in the air with a blood-red blade in his hand. Their expressions were extremely complicated. Shock, horror, or even horror. At this moment, none of the vampire dark apparitions dared to say that they were confident in defeating this blood master. Too strong, he was ridiculously strong. They suddenly realized that this blood master seemed to be surrounded by a cloud of fog, making it impossible for them to see him clearly. On the other side, Euphoria's expression was complicated as she looked at that figure. At this moment, she didn't know what to feel in her heart and couldn't calm down for a long time. The other party's strength had completely exceeded her expectations. Was this a blood master? No wonder the ancestor appointed him as a blood master. Perhaps only such a monstrous genius was qualified to be a blood master. On the other hand, they were far too lacking. There was no comparison at all. In the arena, the blood god clone looked down at Xianxia, who was like a dead dog. He shook his head and muttered, "I was wondering how strong he would be after devil change. It turns out that he's just SOSO. All the vampire dark apparitions were instantly speechless. What the F***ck do you mean by that? Xianxia was already strong enough, okay, even they might not be able to compare to his state after devil change. If Xianxia was just SOSO, then what were they? Trash. A deep sense of helplessness emerged in the hearts of these vampire geniuses, making them so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. This blood master was too despicable. The blood god clone ignored them and scanned the arena below. He picked up the few attribute bubbles that were scattered around the arena. Dark Star Origin Power *5000, Devil Change, True, *1500, that's all. In the Devour space, Wang Ting couldn't help but shake his head. However, it was normal when he thought about it. The domains and origin powers that he had mastered were too high, and these geniuses couldn't compare to them at all. Naturally, they wouldn't drop any attribute bubbles that were useful to him. Fortunately, there was still a more special attribute, devil change. True, there was even a true added, true devil change, JPG. Wang Ting's expression was strange. He didn't think much about it and immediately absorbed the attribute bubbles. The corresponding comprehension instantly appeared in his mind. This comprehension was completely different from the devil change that Wang Ting had obtained previously. If the previous method was an extremely violent eruption of the dark bloodline, then the comprehension he obtained now was a controllable eruption. That indescribable power of darkness was compressed within a certain range. Not only was it more powerful, but it also wouldn't easily fall into chaos. In battle, this was undoubtedly the best state. After all, once he lost control, his life and death wouldn't be under his control. From Shui Sda's previous state, that devil change wasn't much weaker than devil change when he lost control. It was even more powerful. It was a pity that he had encountered the current Wang Ting. Ever since the battle at the Subprofession Alliance headquarters, Wang Ting's realm hadn't increased much, but his strength had increased by a large margin. How could his opponent be his opponent? Of course, if it reached a point of no return, completely releasing devil change wasn't necessarily a bad idea. Just like how Shui Sta had been forced to break free from the devil's venomous vines restraints, the effects were naturally not bad. If it were any other fighter facing that devil change state, they would probably be crushed miserably in the end. Wang Ting collected his thoughts and looked at his status panel. True devil change, 500/0000, level 2, level 2? Wang Ting couldn't help but be taken aback. He hadn't expected true devil change to be divided into levels. The original devil change had already reached perfection, and now it was completely converted. But wasn't level 2 a bit low? It seemed Shui Sta's control wasn't that great. If Shui Sta knew what Wang Ting was thinking, he would probably crawl out of the arena in anger. As a middle-level demon emperor, to be able to master the true devil change to the second level, it was already considered an extreme genius, but this guy actually despised it. One had to know that the power of devil change was extremely difficult to control. Even many demon sovereign-level existences found it hard to say that they could perfectly control devil change. So, for Shui Sta to be able to reach level 2, he really could be considered a genius. With this brand new devil change, I should be able to try devil change, right? Wang Ting thought to himself as he stroked his chin. Ever since he had the Blood God clone, he was somewhat restless. So, the Blood God clone scanned the surroundings and suddenly said, "Is there any other genius from the clan who wants to challenge me? Today is a rare opportunity. Why don't we do it together?" Silence, the surroundings were silent. No one responded to him at all. The Blood Clan and Dark Apparitions were all silent. No one was willing to step forward, and no one dared to. The battle just now had already made these Blood Clan geniuses somewhat timid. Their strength was similar to Shui Sta's, and they definitely had no chance of winning. They had to let a stronger genius fight to have a chance of defeating this Blood Master. Euphoria looked around and suddenly felt that this scene was a little shocking. He asked who would fight, but no one dared to answer. What kind of elegance was this? A strange glint flashed across her eyes. This Blood Disciple's level of freakishness was even higher than before. In the entire 13 clans of the Blood Clan, there shouldn't be many who could defeat him. Seeing that no one answered, the Blood God clone couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. This action made the surrounding Blood Clan and Dark Apparitions feel as though they were insulted, and their expressions were extremely ugly. Shuiju, don't be arrogant. There are stronger geniuses in our clans. Do you really think you're invincible? A loud shout came from the blood mist. Please come out and talk. Don't hide in the mist, the Blood God clone said as he looked at the mist around them. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The blood mist rolled, and a Blood Clan Dark Apparition appeared in front of the Blood God clone, staring back at him without showing any signs of weakness. That's right. Although you defeated Shui Sta, it doesn't mean that you're invincible in the Blood Clan. It's just that some people haven't come out of seclusion yet. They'll find you sooner or later. Another Blood Clan Dark Apparition also stepped out of the blood mist and shouted loudly. Then I'll wait. I hope you don't make me wait too long. The blood god clone smiled and didn't care. If they don't come, I'll be very disappointed. Arrogant. Those blood clan dark apparitions were instantly enraged. This Xueju was even more arrogant than them. I haven't had enough fun just now. Why don't you come up and play with me for a while first? The blood god clone said calmly. Those blood clan dark apparitions who had been clamoring suddenly stopped as though someone had grabbed their destiny by the throat. Pfft. The blood god clone couldn't help but snort. Euphoria shook her head. Why didn't she realize that these blood clan geniuses were so embarrassing before? If they didn't dare to fight, then they shouldn't be so arrogant. If they weren't convinced, then just go up. This was too shameful. The pale and handsome faces of the geniuses from the blood clan and the dark apparitions instantly turned ashen. Their expressions were as ugly as they could be, but no one dared to refute him. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Why don't all of you come up together? The blood god clone suddenly said. What did you say? The surrounding blood clan dark apparitions were stunned. They seemed to be doubting if they had heard wrongly. Euphoria widened her eyes and looked at the blood god clone. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. What did this fellow just say? I said all of you come up together. The blood god clone grinned. If I win, you'll have to submit obediently. When you see me in the future, you'll have to bow obediently and call me blood disciple. Do you dare? Click to download the app on this site and read it for free. The geniuses of the blood kindred and dark apparitions outside the arena fell into a strange silence. Together, is this guy crazy? Even if they thought that they were no match for Xueju in a one-on-one fight, there were quite a number of geniuses present. Together, they were definitely a powerful force. This Xueju actually asked them to fight together. If this wasn't crazy, then what was? But soon, an indescribable anger surged into the hearts of the blood kindred and dark apparitions. Their eyes instantly glowed red, and their pale faces flushed red. Arrogant. Too arrogant. You're courting death. How dare you challenge all of us? They were extremely angry. Their eyes glowed red as they stared at the blood god clone, as if they wanted to tear him apart. Come on, don't be so incompetent. That will only make me look down on you. I'm right here, waiting for you to step into the arena. The blood god clone made a pleased gesture to the surroundings. He was extremely elegant, as if he was a real member of the blood kindred. Then, he laughed calmly. Damn it. Bastard. Too arrogant. The blood kindred and dark apparitions were all furious. They wanted to rush over and fight him to the death, but no one dared to make the first move. Xueju, you're crazy. Euphoria had already stood up from her seat and sent a telepathic message urgently. Don't worry. I don't do things that I'm not confident in. The blood god clone was a little surprised. Why would Blood Demon G care about him? However, he didn't take it to heart. He thought that she didn't want his reputation to be damaged because she chose a side. Thus, he replied calmly. You. Euphoria was furious. She wanted to say something but couldn't. What right did she have to control him? What status did she have to control him? After all, they didn't have much of a relationship. Furthermore, he was a blood disciple. Did he need the permission of a low-level demon emperor like her to do anything? For a moment, Euphoria felt that she was being a busybody. She couldn't help but grind her teeth, revealing her canine teeth that were sharper than ordinary people. True blood kindred, JPG. Sigh. The blood god clone shook his head and sighed, looking extremely disappointed. Forget it. Since you don't dare, I won't force you. It seems that I've overestimated the geniuses of the 13 families. All right. We accept your challenge. A teeth-gnashing voice sounded among the blood clan dark apparitions. The few blood clan dark apparitions seemed to have communicated with each other in secret. In the end, they nodded in agreement. The anger in their hearts could no longer be suppressed. If they didn't make a move now, they were afraid that they would explode on the spot from their own anger. That's right. The blood god clone smiled and said, Come on, all of you. I look forward to the pleasure you can bring me. All the dark apparitions were trembling in anger. Chi. Tremble. Cold, they really couldn't take it anymore. Each of them unleashed a terrifying aura. They took a step forward and rushed into the arena. Boom. Boom. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the arena was completely enveloped by a terrifying aura. It permeated every corner and was almost everywhere. That was the aura of all the dark apparitions of the blood kindred. It was so terrifying that it was comparable to the aura of an upper-level demon emperor. The bodies of the dark apparitions from the blood clan floated in midair and surrounded the blood god clone. 9 heads, a total of 9 middle-level demon emperor blood clan geniuses. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire arena froze as if it had been frozen. The 9 dark apparitions from the blood clan stared coldly at the blood god clone, and a sneer gradually appeared at the corner of their mouths. With our aura, I'm afraid we don't even need to make a move to crush him. A mocking low laugh came from the mouth of one of the dark apparitions. That's right. You want to challenge us alone? You're really digging your own grave. I'd like to see what a blood disciple like you can do. It's best if you can hold on for a while. Otherwise, it will be too boring. The other dark apparitions from the blood clan chimed in one after another, looking as if victory was in their hands. With so many people around, they regained their confidence. Euphoria's gaze was fixed on the arena, and her expression was tense. 9 blood clan geniuses, they were really ruthless. Just a moment ago, they looked furious as if they were powerless to retaliate. In the blink of an eye, they sent out 9 blood clan geniuses. This was simply pushing Xueju to his death. Most importantly, they only sent out 4 or 5 geniuses from the beginning, which gave people the illusion that only these 4 or 5 blood clan geniuses were present today. Now, it seemed that this was not the case. There were a total of 9 of them. Including Xianxia, who was lying there were 10 blood clan geniuses. Euphoria glanced over and found that these 9 blood clan geniuses were all from the 5 major clans, the Vansite clan, the Toledo clan, the Listen clan, the Akama clan, and the Giovanni clan. Obviously, they had long been prepared to challenge the blood disciple. However, Xueju just happened to provide them with an excellent opportunity. There were a total of 10 geniuses, and each clan provided 2 geniuses. It was a big deal. This is really, the more Euphoria thought about it, the more solemn her heart became. She was angry and helpless with the blood god clone. From her point of view, Xueju had obviously defeated Xianxia and was full of confidence. Then, he challenged all the geniuses present at once. Now that the other party had sent out 9 geniuses, if she said too much, wouldn't she be slapping herself in the face? It was completely impossible to get off the tiger. Aren't you laughing too early? The blood god clone stood with his hands behind his back, looked around, and sneered. I'm afraid no one remembers that I'm not even afraid of demon venerable bloody ruins aura, let alone you middle-rank demon emperors. Primordial will, activate. In the devouring space, Wang Ting directly used the primordial will. It was a level 4 primordial will that could easily deal with a middle-rank demon emperor's aura. Under the influence of this aura, the blood god clone was not affected at all. The 9 blood clan geniuses were stunned for a moment, and then their faces stiffened. Not affected. They fixed their eyes on the blood god clone as if they wanted to see if he was pretending to be calm. If you don't make a move, then I won't be polite. As soon as the blood god clone's voice fell, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body, filling the sky and sweeping in all directions. Damn it. At this moment, the 9 blood clan dark apparitions realized that the blood sun in front of them was really not affected by their aura. They were very proud of themselves just now, and each of them looked like they were flirting with a blind man. They were so embarrassed that they almost fell out of 3 rooms. They naturally knew that the blood sun could resist demon venerable bloody ruin's aura, but they thought that the blood sun could resist because demon venerable bloody ruin did not use his full strength at that time. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. It was just that their thinking was too simple. Attack together. Kill him. His strength is not to be underestimated. Attack together. Kill. A low roar came from the 9 blood clan dark apparitions. Boom. Boom. Boom, in the next moment, a tyrannical fluctuation of force erupted from the 9 blood clan dark apparitions. They each held a weapon and charged toward the blood god clone. Blood-red light suddenly filled the entire arena, and all kinds of force attacks were thrown out as if they were free. The scene was chaotic and terrifying. The blood god clone narrowed his eyes and looked at the attacks coming from all directions without any change in his expression. Come on. Come on. Let the attacks be more ferocious. Devil's poison vine, boom, countless black vines swept out and viciously lashed out at the force attacks. Roar. Roar. Roar, a terrifying roar suddenly erupted from the black vines. The 9 blood tribe dark apparitions were shocked to discover that there was a dark green mist within the black vines. Then, it condensed into giant poisonous beasts that were charging toward them. Is this some kind of poison domain? The 9 blood clan dark apparitions' expressions changed. They did not expect Xueju to have such a tyrannical poison domain in addition to the blood beast domain and the blood sea domain. Moreover, from the aura that was emitted, it was definitely a reality domain. Poison Tide Domain, Rank 5 Reality Realm. Wang Ting's Poison Domain had already reached Rank 1 Melder, and many of his advanced insights could be used to upgrade the Poison Tide Domain. The Poison Tide Domain was originally at Rank 3 Corporeal Realm, but after Wang Ting's deduction, it finally reached Rank 5 Corporeal Realm. Compared to the Blood Sea Domain, this Rank 5 Reality Realm Poison Tide Domain seemed a little weak, but it was actually comparable to a Rank 8 Reality Realm Poison Domain and could not be underestimated. At this moment, the expressions of the 9 Blood Clan Dark Apparitions had already explained everything. But it was not over yet. Boom, as the vines swept out, another domain spread out. Darkness Domain, Rank 9 Reality Realm. Wang Ting's Darkness Domain had already reached the Rank 3 Melder level, but a Rank 9 Reality Realm domain was enough to deal with these mid-level Demon Emperor Dark Apparitions. Boom. Boom, at this moment, the 2 domains were activated at the same time as if they had overlapped. Darkness and Poison Tide covered the entire arena. All the attacks from the 9 Blood Clan Dark Apparitions were shattered, and the terrifying force aftershock spread out in all directions. Boom. Boom. Boom, the Blood Clan Dark Apparitions could not react in time and were all sent flying backward, crashing into the arena's defensive barrier. Damn it! How can he be so strong? The 9 Blood Clan Dark Apparitions' expressions were extremely ugly. They knew that Xueju was strong, but they did not expect him to be this strong. He could fight the 9 of them alone and still send them flying. This strength was even stronger than when he fought against Xuesta 2 domains again. How many reality realms has this guy mastered? One of the Blood Clan Dark Apparitions said in disbelief. Why the other Blood Clan Dark Apparitions all fell silent. They realized that they had underestimated their opponent. When they saw him use these black vines, they only felt that it was extremely difficult to deal with. They did not expect it to be so powerful in a direct confrontation. Is this all you have? The blood god doppelganger looked around with a look of disdain on his face. He slowly spoke. You really disappoint me. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the blood god avatar suddenly disappeared on the spot and completely merged into the surrounding darkness domain. The darkness domain and poison tide domain overlapped, causing the entire arena to fall into darkness. It was impossible to see anything clearly. Be careful. The Blood Clan Dark Apparitions had no time to care about the Blood God Avatar's mockery. At this moment, their expressions changed drastically as they looked around vigilantly. I'm here. The Blood God Avatar suddenly appeared in front of a Blood Clan Dark Apparition. A scarlet fist print exploded and blasted toward the Dark Apparition. He's here, that Blood Clan Dark Apparition suddenly shouted and put up a defense. However, before it could finish speaking, the fist print had already arrived in front of it and blasted directly onto its body. Poochie, this Blood Clan Dark Apparition spat out a mouthful of blood. Its eyes bulged, and all the bones in its body shattered. Too fast, by the time it reacted, it had already been hit. The force in its body did not even have time to form a defense. Bloodback. The other Blood Clan Dark Apparitions rushed toward the source of the violent force fluctuations, but they only saw the heavily injured Blood Clan Dark Apparition. You want to dance with this little strength? A low laugh sounded in the darkness and echoed in all directions. No one could find the source. All the Blood Clan dark apparitions were like headless flies. They could not find the Blood God avatar at all. Their faces were incomparably pale. If it was just the darkness domain, they would not have been forced into such a state. After all, the Blood Clan was also an extremely powerful dark race. Even if this was just the Blood God avatar's domain, they would still be able to somewhat sense it. However, this domain overlapped with the Poison Tide domain. The power of this domain not only hindered their movements but also blocked their dark senses. Use the power of the domain. If this continues, we will be defeated one by one, a Blood Clan dark apparition shouted. Boom! 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 The other dark apparitions did not waste any time. They immediately activated their own domains and spread them out in all directions. On the small arena, domains instantly appeared one after another. They were like blood-red balls of light that enveloped all the Blood Clan dark apparitions. Rumble, the Poison Tide domain and Darkness domain that the Blood God avatar had activated were immediately impacted and shook uncontrollably. Humph. His expression was solemn as he let out a cold snort. Did they think that they could defeat him with numbers? What a fool's dream. Melder domain, activate, Rumble, Poison domain. First rank Melder, Darkness domain. First rank Melder. In an instant, the two domains erupted at the same time, directly reaching the level of a first rank Melder. Even the Poison Tide domain was instantly converted into a Poison domain. The Poison domain was indeed inferior to the Poison Tide domain, but the Poison domain had reached the level of a first rank Melder. The two domains erupted with powerful energy at the same time and swept across the entire arena. They collided with the 8 Blood Clan dark apparitions domains with a loud bang and were not at a disadvantage at all. Rumble, the two domains collided continuously and reached a stalemate in the arena. How is this possible? The 8 Blood Clan dark apparitions' pupils shrank as their hearts were filled with disbelief. Their opponent's domain could be even stronger. Melder. This is a Melder domain. One of the Blood Clan dark apparitions seemed to have seen something and could not help but exclaim. What, a Melder domain? How is this possible? He's just a lesser demon emperor. How can he control a Melder domain? Xueferue, did you see wrongly? I can't see wrongly. This is a Melder domain. Feel it carefully. It seems like he really is a Melder. Damn it, we seriously underestimated him. Roar, the vampire dark apparition that had been heavily injured by the Blood God clone growled and crawled up from the ground. Suddenly, a glaring blood-red light erupted from its body. Devil Change. Bloodbeck is about to use Devil Change. The 8 Blood Clan dark apparitions could not help but look down and their expressions changed slightly. It was truly unexpected that Bloodbeck had used Devil Change so quickly. Roar. Bloody Beck continued to let out low growls as the blood-red light on its body became more and more intense, forming countless blood-red threads that spread out and quickly gathered together, wrapping around it. Traces of evil and terrifying aura filled the air. Devil Change, huh? Good. Only by using Devil Change can I gain more benefits. Within the domain, the Blood God clone's eyes flickered slightly as if he had sensed something. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. He had challenged these Blood Clan geniuses to gain benefits. Don't hold back. Just use your strongest moves. One of the Blood Clan dark apparitions took a deep breath and said solemnly. At this point, they no longer had the slightest bit of hope. They had to use their strongest moves to defeat the Blood Master. Bloodbeck alone was definitely not enough. Devil Change. The remaining 8 Blood Clan dark apparitions glanced at each other before activating Devil Change. Boom. 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 Terrifying auras erupted from the 9 Blood Clan dark apparitions at the same time. When they gathered together, the aura formed was absolutely terrifying. The entire arena seemed to have fallen into an incomparably evil and terrifying forbidden area. Even the people outside the arena could feel it clearly. What's happening inside? They seemed to have used Devil Change. Euphoria's expression was solemn as she stared intently at the arena. However, it was completely dark inside, and she could not see anything at all. The only thing she could see was the bursting scarlet light and the evil and chaotic aura that was emitted. For the dark apparitions, they were very familiar with the aura of devil change. However, to use devil change so quickly was really shocking. Winter. 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 Chaotic and dull sounds kept coming from the arena. The 9 dark apparitions used devil change at the same time, but the sounds they made were not uniform. After they gathered together, it was as if someone was beating a drum. It was disorderly and incomparably dull, as if it was bombarding the heart, causing the heartbeats of the people present to become chaotic. Many of the weaker dark apparitions' expressions suddenly changed slightly, and they immediately mobilized their force to resist this sound. Even some dark apparitions whose strength had reached the upper-level Demon Emperor level had a solemn expression at this moment. They looked at the arena with flickering eyes, as if they wanted to see the situation inside. Boom. 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 At a certain moment, blood-red light pillars full of evil and chaotic aura burst out from the arena and rushed into the sky, emitting an astonishing aura. The blood god avatar looked up, and his expression became somewhat solemn. He had already experienced Xianxia's devil change before, and it was indeed extremely powerful. If the devil change of these blood clan geniuses could reach that level, then the threat to him was indeed not small. He had to be cautious. No, in fact, they did not need to reach Xianxia's level. Even if they were slightly weaker, the threat was extremely powerful. Boom. At this moment, in the darkness, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. The blood god avatar's eyes narrowed slightly, and his figure suddenly flashed to the left. A blood shadow then appeared on his left side, and a terrifying gale swept past. If he had been a little slower, this gale would have completely fallen on him. He immediately looked over, only to see the blood shadow flash and disappear on the spot again. It actually did not follow up with another attack. Boom. At the same time, the blood god avatar heard another roar, but this time it came from behind him. Just as he was about to dodge, his figure suddenly stopped. Not only behind him, but also to his left, right, and even in front of him, there were sounds of something breaking through the air. This is troublesome. A ticking sound rang in his heart. Boom, 4 attacks came at the same time, bombarding his body fiercely. Caw. 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 The sound of crows suddenly rang out, and the blood god avatar exploded, turning into countless blood-red crows that scattered in all directions, and then condensed again. I've long been prepared for this move of yours. In the darkness, a sneer suddenly came from behind the blood god avatar, and at the same time, there was a roar of force. Boom, a tyrannical fist mark then exploded. However, the blood god avatar's expression did not change at all, and he was still as calm as ever. Swoosh, 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 black vines suddenly swept out from behind him, binding the figure that had ambushed him from behind. How is this possible? The blood clan dark apparition's expression changed slightly. Nothing is impossible. You think you predicted my movements, but in reality, I predicted your predictions, blood god doppelganger Tantan said. Then, he spat out a word, explode. Boom, the black vines that bound the blood clan dark apparition suddenly exploded, and countless amounts of force of darkness gushed out. The blood clan dark apparition was directly blasted into tatters, and it spat out blood continuously as it flew backward. However, it did not die. After the devil transformation, its vitality was even more tenacious, and its wounds were actually healing rapidly. The surrounding blood also flowed backward, which was extremely strange. Previously, Xianxia was mainly injured by his force of origin, and he was severely injured without any chance to recover. However, this blood clan dark apparition was different. It was already prepared. Moreover, the blood god avatar was currently dealing with 9 devil transformation blood clan dark apparitions at the same time. It did not have enough time to use powerful combat techniques, so it was unable to completely eliminate the other party. What an unkillable cockroach! The blood god avatar sighed and could not help but shake his head. Looks like I still have to use this move. Originally, he wanted to see if he could use his current techniques to deal with 9 blood clan dark apparitions at the same time. Now, it seemed that under the premise of not using his strongest technique, he was still lacking a little. He did not think too much. His spiritual force instantly swept out, and he picked up all the attribute bubbles that were scattered on the arena. He did not have time to pick up the attribute bubbles that these dark apparitions had dropped when they underwent the devil transformation. Devil transformation, true, *000, devil transformation, true, *000, devil transformation, true, *00, devil transformation, true, *500, in just an instant. A series of mysterious and eerie realizations appeared in Wanting's mind. His understanding of the truth, devil change, increased in an instant. However, this time it did not break through to the next level. True devil transformation, 17500/0000, stage 2, F*CK. A bunch of trash. They can't even help me break through to the second level. Wanting looked at the attribute changes on the attribute interface and was speechless. He thought that with the attributes of these 9 Blood Clan dark apparitions, it would be enough to allow his understanding of the true devil transformation to reach the third level. This way, it would be safer to use the devil transformation. Who knew that they only had this much ability? None of them had a grasp of the devil transformation beyond the second level. Trash, they were really too trash. Forget it. I'll just force myself to use it. Wanting shook his head and was about to let the blood god avatar use the devil transformation. The first devil transformation should be a little ritualistic. Boom. 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 Before he finished his sentence, a roar swept out from all directions again. The 9 Blood Clan dark apparitions attacked at the same time, wanting to kill him. Blood extinction, today is the day you die. You still want to be a blood disciple of the Blood Clan? Dream on. Ha ha ha, one person challenging all 9 of us. You will probably be the first blood disciple in the history of the Blood Clan to die because of stupidity. The attacks came very suddenly, and the blood god avatar was surrounded from all directions. Fist prints, palm prints, claw prints, and even sword rays, blade rays, and so on. The terrifying and powerful attacks instantly drowned the blood god avatar. To be continued, click to download the app on this site. Massive amounts of free reading. Rumble, there was a violent roar in the arena, echoing continuously. The force fluctuations hit the protective shield, causing it to make cracking sounds as if it was about to shatter. The Blood Clan dark apparitions who were watching the battle all had a change of expression as they looked at the arena in shock. Would the blood disciple be able to withstand such a powerful attack? It was a little too hasty and arrogant for him to challenge 9 genius-level middle-rank Demon Emperor powerhouses alone. The Blood Clan dark apparitions present were not optimistic about the Blood God's doppelganger. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but shake their heads, thinking that he would definitely lose to the 9 geniuses. What a pity, said an upper-rank Demon Emperor Blood Clan dark apparition. What's there to pity? He brought this upon himself. Another upper-rank Demon Emperor Blood Clan dark apparition sneered. This blood disciple is indeed too arrogant and conceited. It's reasonable for him to have such an outcome. But he will probably become the biggest joke in the history of our Blood Clan. He is a blood disciple, but he lost to other geniuses in just one day. Haha, he is the first blood disciple to lose in just one day. Euphoria listened to the discussions around her and couldn't help but bite her lips. She fixed her eyes on the arena, feeling inexplicably nervous. To be honest, she didn't really want to see this blood disciple lose to the 9 geniuses. In her opinion, she was obviously more willing to stand on Xueju's side. She didn't think highly of the 9 geniuses. The only bad thing was that Xueju was too conceited. Didn't he know that too much strength was easy to break, in the arena? A sneer appeared on the faces of the 9 Blood Clan dark apparitions. They stared coldly at the center of the force explosion, waiting for the final result. 9 attacks hit at the same time. They didn't believe that a low-ranked Demon Emperor could withstand it. The gap between their realms was obvious. Xueju's strength might be strong enough to be comparable to a middle-ranked Demon Emperor, but his physical body was still at the low-ranked Demon Emperor level. To them, he was just a piece of cake. As long as they hit him, they would definitely win. It's time for this competition to end. A Blood Clan dark apparition smiled faintly. He is courting death. There is no need for more powerhouses from our clan to take action. We are enough. Isn't it? I've never heard of such an outrageous request. He actually wants to challenge all of us. Shui Beck, who had been seriously injured by the blood god doppelganger before, sneered, when it's over, hand him over to me. I'll make him regret ever coming to this world. Ha ha ha. Alright, let's wait for a good show. The other Blood Clan dark apparitions couldn't help but laugh. After a victory, torturing their enemies had always been one of their greatest pleasures. They were like lions that had caught their prey. They would play with it for a while before eating it. While they were talking, the origin power that continuously swept through the arena gradually dissipated, and the rock fragments and dust that had been stirred up also slowly fell to the ground. Dong. 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 At this moment, a dull sound suddenly came from the center of the arena. In a blur, a blood-red human-shaped cocoon of light appeared in front of the 9 Blood Clan dark apparitions. Devil change. The expressions of the 9 Blood Clan dark apparitions changed slightly. Their faces turned green and white, and their smugness disappeared instantly. Damn it, he can actually use devil transformation. In that situation, where did he get the time to use devil transformation? What a dense aura. Xueju's devil transformation actually made my heart palpitate. How is this possible? Could it be that his devil transformation is stronger than ours? They felt the evil and dark aura emitted from the human-shaped cocoon of light, and their expressions became even more unsightly. They felt that it was inconceivable. But considering the opponent's strength and talent, it was possible that his devil transformation was stronger than theirs. And the possibility of this was very high. Damn it. The 9 Blood Clan dark apparitions suddenly had an ominous premonition in their hearts. They looked at the human-shaped cocoon of light and wanted to attack, but they couldn't. They also knew that during devil transformation, it was very difficult to interrupt. Rather than wasting their origin power to do something useless, it was better to wait for the opponent to complete devil transformation. Devil change. Euphoria's beautiful eyes widened slightly. While she was relieved, she was also surprised. He's actually using devil transformation. And this aura. She couldn't help but be secretly shocked. The aura was too dense and too pure. It was hard to imagine that a low-ranked demon emperor's devil transformation could reach such a level. She herself was a low-ranked demon emperor. It was already good enough for her to have half the aura of devil transformation. The gap between them made her feel a sense of defeat. The gap was really too big. I don't believe that his devil transformation can compare to the 9 of us, Bloodbaker said with a gloomy expression. It was already prepared to properly deal with Xueju, but in the end, the opponent was still alive and had even used devil transformation. This gave it an ominous premonition. This was just like, I've already taken off my pants, and you're showing me this? Yes, so what if he's using devil transformation? Why should we be afraid of him? The other Blood Clan dark apparitions immediately echoed. He didn't have the strength to fight back just now. Even if he's using devil transformation now, he's still not our match. Dong dong dong, the heartbeat sound became more and more rapid and dense, as if it was going to break the blood-colored cocoon of light. Wisps of blood-colored aura suddenly drifted out from the human-shaped cocoon of light and floated above its head, condensing into a blood-colored shadow. Shadow of the Blood God. The pupils of the 9 Blood Clan dark apparitions shrank. Their hearts trembled, and their faces were aghast. They had long heard that Xueju had activated the shadow of the Blood God when he tested his talent on the blood-colored stone platform. But that was just hearsay. It was not as shocking as this. What was even more unbelievable was that Xueju could activate the shadow of the Blood God while using devil transformation. This talent was really too terrifying. The 9 Blood Clan dark apparitions' faces were extremely solemn. They stared at the blood-colored cocoon of light below and stared at the shadow of the Blood God that was constantly condensing. They couldn't help but feel a sense of jealousy. Body of the Blood God, this kind of bloodline talent was really too powerful. Even in the immortal Blood Sea, only a handful of geniuses had obtained this kind of tyrannical physique since ancient times. Xueju hadn't entered the immortal Blood Sea, but he had already obtained this kind of heaven-defying physique. How could they not be envious? How could they not be jealous? What kind of talent would he obtain in the future when he entered the Blood God Sea? It was simply unimaginable. Crack crack crack, suddenly, a series of cracking sounds rang out abruptly. Cracks appeared on the human-shaped cocoon of light, and they quickly spread throughout the entire cocoon. The shadow of the blood god was already extremely condensed. It was like a living creature, but it was too mysterious and strange. It was constantly surrounded by a bloody mist, and no one could see its specific appearance clearly. The only thing that could be seen was its majestic body and the many closed eyes on its body. They were faintly discernible in the bloody mist, and it was exceptionally horrifying. Boom, a terrifying aura suddenly filled the air. Evil, chaos, disorder, indescribable. Even though they were all dark apparitions of the Blood Clan, the 9 Blood Clan dark apparitions couldn't help but want to submit in the face of such terrifying power. For a moment, their faces were extremely unsightly. Xueju hadn't even made a move, but his aura alone had already caused them to fall into such a state. How strong would he be after using devil transformation? Boom, as if confirming their thoughts, the human-shaped cocoon of light finally exploded completely. It turned into blood-red light spots that filled the sky as if it was raining blood. A figure slowly stepped out from the blood-red light spots. His blood-red hair fluttered behind his head, and an indescribable aura spread out from his body. When the 9 Blood Clan dark apparitions saw the blood god clone's current appearance, their pupils couldn't help but shrink. The mask on the other party's face seemed to have fused with his face, and it looked like a blood-red bone face. An eye grew on each side of his face, appearing on the bone face and closing slightly. There was also a pair of dark red horns on his forehead that extended out from his bones. They were like 2 dark red sickles, sharp and sharp, flashing with a cold light. On his back was a pair of dark red wings that stretched out slowly. They weren't like the ordinary flesh wings of the Blood Clan dark apparitions. They were covered with dark red feathers that looked as if they were made of gold and iron. Other than that, there were no changes to his body at all. He had completely retained his original appearance. However, this was precisely what shocked the 9 Blood Clan dark apparitions. How is this possible? All the Blood Clan dark apparitions stared at him blankly, as if trying to find out what was different about him. It should be known that even the devil change of an upper-level demon emperor powerhouse would be affected to a certain extent, and there would be a certain degree of distortion. However, he, a lower-level demon emperor, could actually maintain his original appearance. This was too incredible, it was completely beyond their understanding. Boom, at this moment, the blood god's shadow above the blood god clones had slowly descended and overlapped with his body. This made the 9 Blood Clan dark apparitions tremble all over, and their eyes slowly widened. What's going on? How could there be such a change in the devil change? Wait, why does Xueju look so similar to the blood god's shadow? Similar, too similar. The more they looked, the more similar they were. Just now, they felt a sense of familiarity. Now that the blood god's shadow overlapped with his body, they realized that the other party's appearance after the devil change was actually similar to the blood god's shadow. As the shadows overlapped, Xueju was like a real blood god descending to the world, making it impossible for them to look directly at him. Boom, the void trembled. Suddenly, blood-red tentacles rushed out of the blood god's shadow and wrapped around the body of the blood god's shadow, turning into living blood pythons that roared toward the sky. This devil change, the Blood Clan dark apparitions watching the battle outside the arena all changed their expressions, as if they had seen an incredible scene. No, this seems to be the legendary divine devil change. An upper-level demon emperor seemed to have thought of something completely and completely lost his composure, exclaiming in surprise. Divine devil change? Impossible, how can it be the divine devil change? It can't be the divine devil change. It must be the influence of his blood god's body, so the overlapping state of the blood god's shadow appeared. It must be so. No, this is the divine devil change. Although it is indeed because of the pure bloodline power of the blood god's body, that ancient feeling can't be faked. This is definitely the divine devil change. Those upper-level demon emperors actually started to argue. Some were shocked, some were speechless, and some didn't believe it at all. It is indeed the divine devil change, but it is only the most basic form. It can't be compared to the real divine devil change. Suddenly, a tyrannical aura appeared in the sky, and a huge eyeball slowly opened. Lord Demon Emperor. The surrounding Blood Clan dark apparitions' expressions changed slightly, and they hurriedly bowed respectfully. No matter which clan the dark apparition was from, as long as they saw a demon emperor, they had to bow to show respect. This was the special treatment of the strong. At this moment, all the Blood Clan dark apparitions were secretly shocked. Even a demon emperor was alarmed. It was really unbelievable. Even so, this Xueju's talent is extremely demonic. He can actually perform the divine devil change. That eyeball slowly turned, and a slightly surprised voice slowly came out. After receiving the confirmation of a demon emperor, the Blood Clan dark apparitions no longer had any doubts. They were all shocked. It was really the divine devil change. The divine devil change was the ultimate form of the devil change. Even a demon emperor might not be able to master it. Only a demon god could activate the divine devil change and reach a state that was close to that of a god, unleashing terrifying power. After all, from the name, it could be seen that this was a power that only a god-level existence could master. Divine devil change. Euphilia's face was full of shock. She stared blankly at the blood god's shadow in the arena in front of her. She had a strong feeling of disbelief. What exactly was this guy made of? How could he be so demonic? At this moment, she really wanted to cut open Xueju's body to see what kind of structure he had and how he was different from others. He was simply a monster. The 9 Blood Clan dark apparitions also heard the discussion outside the arena. At the same time, they also saw the arrival of a demon emperor. Their faces instantly turned pale. Divine devil change. How could this Xueju perform the divine devil change? What exactly did he do? They had never seen the so-called divine devil change, but they had heard of it. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, how could they not be shocked? For a moment, their confidence was greatly impacted, and they began to waver. Facing a monster who could perform the divine devil change, could they really defeat him? Who just said that the competition is over? I'll give you all a chance to reorganize your words. At this moment, a calm voice slowly came out from the blood god's shadow. The 9 Blood Clan dark apparitions' faces changed, and anger rose in their hearts as if they had been insulted. So what if we said it? Xuebeck couldn't stand such contemptuous words. He let out a low roar and immediately rushed out, heading straight for the blood god's doppelganger. Then, I'll show you what the end is. The blood god's doppelganger's voice came out from the blood god's shadow. It had a sense of majesty, as if it was the judgment of a god. Boom, the next moment, he moved. With a wave of his hand, a blood-red palm print slammed toward Xuebeck, who was rushing over. As the palm fell, there was an explosion in the void, and pitch-black cracks spread out in all directions. Be careful. The other 8 Blood Clan dark apparitions' faces changed drastically, and they couldn't help but warn him. Roar. Xuebeck's pupils contracted, and his expression changed drastically. It was too late to dodge, so he could only brace himself and rush forward. At the same time, a roar came out of his mouth. Boom, he threw out a punch, and a dazzling blood-red light burst out from his body. As he waved his fist, it turned into a terrifying fist print and met the blood god's doppelganger head-on. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The blood god's doppelganger said faintly. His movements didn't change at all, and the huge palm print slammed down fiercely. Boom, the palm print collided with the fist print, and a violent roar resounded. The next moment, under Xuebeck's horrified gaze, the fist print collapsed with a loud bang, and then an incomparably tyrannical force came from the palm print opposite him. Pfft, he spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth, and the sound of bones breaking rang out in his body again. How familiar was this scene? Previously, all the bones in his body were shattered, and later, because of the demonic change, he recovered. Now, he was shattered again. Bitter tears almost fell from his eyes. But that was not all. Xuebeck's body flew out in midair, and the blood god's doppelganger pursued him. The wings on his back flapped, and he rushed out at an extremely fast speed. Scram! Bloody light burst out from Xuebeck's body, and he quickly recovered from his injuries. He condensed blood-red claws in his hands and wildly blasted them in all directions. He couldn't catch the blood god's doppelganger's location at all, and could only use this method to prevent him from approaching. You're scared. A low chuckle came from all directions. I can feel your fear. Boom, the blood god's doppelganger appeared on Xuebeck's right side, and a fist print erupted, smashing the opponent's claws with a loud bang. Pfft! Schwebeck spat out another mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with fear. He found that he didn't have the slightest ability to fight back in front of this blood god. The gap between them was too big, and the opponent's demonic change was really that powerful. "What are you all still standing there for?" Schwebeck roared. Everything happened so quickly that the other vampire dark apparitions didn't even have time to react. Boom! 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 At this moment, they finally reacted. Their expressions were ugly as they attacked the blood god's doppelganger, bombarding it with origin power attacks. Scram! A cold shout erupted from the blood god's doppelganger. With the support of the blood god's doppelganger, it was as deafening as the roar of a god. The faces of the vampire dark apparitions changed slightly as they felt a strong spiritual impact, and their bodies couldn't help but stagnate. Taking advantage of this gap, the blood god's doppelganger attacked, sweeping the battle sword in his hand. The blood shadow sword technique erupted. The power of the demon lord level combat technique was exerted to the extreme. Although Wang Ting had only mastered it to the proficient level, it was more than enough to deal with a middle-level demon emperor. As the blood-colored sword shadow erupted, the attacks were directly shattered. Then, the blood god's doppelganger charged into the group of vampire dark apparitions like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Chi, the sword slashed down, and a vampire dark apparition couldn't dodge in time. Its body split open, and it was almost cut in half. A large amount of blood spurted out. Ah! It let out a mournful scream, and a look of horror appeared in its eyes as it retreated rapidly. The blood god's doppelganger didn't chase after it. Instead, it faced another vampire dark apparition. A blood-colored battle sword appeared in its other hand, and it slashed out with a loud bang. This state was really too powerful. He only felt comfortable all over and had an urge to vent. At this moment, he felt that his strength seemed to have reached the middle-level demon emperor level. It was almost as powerful as his main body that had activated 3 constitutions at the same time. This was undoubtedly very terrifying. The constitutions that his main body possessed were all extremely powerful. Now, he was only using devil transformation, but he was actually comparable to his main body that had activated 3 constitutions at the same time. He didn't expect the devil transformation of a dark apparition to be so powerful. However, he didn't know that the devil transformation he was using was actually the legendary divine devil transformation, which couldn't be compared to ordinary devil transformation. Boom! He slashed out with the battle sword in his left hand. A vampire dark apparition couldn't avoid it and could only resist. It frantically waved the weapon in its hand to resist. Unfortunately, it was futile in the end. The attack was shattered, and the sword light fell on the dark apparition like a hot knife through butter. Poochie, this dark apparition was even more miserable. Its body was directly cut in half from the waist by the blood god's doppelganger. The lower half fell, and the upper half spat out blood crazily. Kill! The remaining 6 vampire dark apparitions that still had combat power went crazy. They were shocked and angry, and roars erupted from their mouths as they madly attacked. All kinds of origin power attacks were thrown at the blood god's doppelganger. Roar! 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 At this moment, the blood python on the blood god's doppelganger finally moved. It let out a roar and rushed out to meet the attacks. Boom! 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 The 2 sides collided in midair and exploded with a roar. The terrifying aftershock of origin power surged out in all directions. Boom! The blood god's doppelganger attacked again. The battle sword in his right hand and the battle sword in his left hand slashed out at the same time, forcing a vampire dark apparition. Chi, that vampire dark apparition couldn't resist at all. Both of its arms were cut off. It roared in pain and quickly retreated. At the same time, the devil's venomous vines attacked again. Black vines swept out, densely packed, and surrounded the few vampire geniuses. Kill! The blood god's doppelganger roared. He had also gone crazy from the killing. The power of his domain erupted. The darkness domain and poison domain were both at the melder level, enveloping the few vampire geniuses. Whoosh! Not only that, but the blood sea domain was also activated. A terrifying sea of blood appeared above his head. It was even more terrifying than before. Monstrous blood-colored waves rolled in the sea of blood, setting off huge waves that rushed out. A terrifying roar resounded in the sea of blood. It was as if a giant beast was faintly discernible, exuding a terrifying aura. The few blood-race dark apparitions were horrified. They unleashed their domains one after another and even used their origin power. Boom, the sea of blood rushed out, not giving them a chance to react at all. The three domains shrouded the sky above the arena, exuding a terrifying aura. Each domain was incomparably powerful, and the vampire geniuses couldn't withstand it. Boom, at a certain moment, one of the vampire genius's domains was the first to explode. It was seriously injured, and its entire body withered. Boom. 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 Next, a series of explosions rang out. The domains exploded one after another, instantly turning into nothingness. The few remaining vampire geniuses flew out at the same time. "You guys are too weak." A roar came from the blood god's avatar. He took a step forward and swung his sword and saber at the same time, turning into overwhelming saber aura and sword aura, drowning them. Roar. 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 The roar resounded in the torrent of swords and knives, as if it was struggling violently, but in the end, it was futile. Their voices gradually died down. Under the suppression of the domain and the crushing of the torrent of swords and blades, they were completely defeated. Rumble, the arena shook. That was the sound caused by the fall of these blood clan dark apparitions. The blood god doppelganger stood in the air, holding a sword in his right hand and a blade in his left. His blood-red hair danced wildly in the air, making him look like a blood-red god of war. Silence, there was dead silence all around. This scene completely shocked the surrounding dark apparitions. They were unable to recover from their shock for a long time, and their eyes were filled with shock and horror. Fierce, brutal, explode, the battle just now gave them such a feeling. It was indescribably ferocious and brutal, and it was so explosive that it made their hearts tremble. If the previous battle with Xianxia was said to be using combat skills to suppress others, then the battle just now was purely using strength to suppress others. Combat skills and techniques were only secondary. More importantly, one person fought against 9 blood clan dark apparitions alone, and he actually won. Everyone fell into a deep state of shock as they stared at the silhouette with complex expressions. This blood master was probably not the shortest blood master in history, nor was he the stupidest blood master. He was very likely to be the most unexpected blood master in history. Euphoria looked at the blood-red figure in the sky and fell into a daze. Her heart trembled violently, and her mind was shaken. Even her delicate body was trembling. That was not fear or shock. Instead, it was excitement. Only such a strong person was worthy of her, Blood Beauty G. Only such a strong person could make her submit to him. At this moment, she felt as if there was light on his body. Digression, there was a small bug in the description of devil change. Fortunately, my book friend reminded me, so I changed it. The blood god doppelganger had always been wearing a mask, so his appearance could not be seen. Therefore, I changed it slightly. I'm very sorry for the inconvenience. 7017K. The situation in the arena could only be described as tragic. 9 vampire dark apparitions were lying on the arena. Some were cut in half, and some had their bodies broken. None of them were intact. It was extremely miserable. A trace of amazement flashed in the eyes of the demon venerable. He stared at the figure above the arena as if he wanted to see something from him. Then, his gaze swept across the void, and a meaningful look appeared in his eyes. Haha. A chuckle echoed, and the eyeball slowly closed and disappeared into the void. In the arena, the blood god doppelganger glanced over, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, his figure flashed. Cough, cough. Bloody Baker coughed up blood. He had just climbed up from the ground when he suddenly saw the blood god doppelganger disappear. An ominous premonition arose in his heart. Boom, before it could think any further, a powerful pressure descended from the sky, crushing down on it with a loud bang. Crack, the bones in Bloody Baker's body that had just recovered cracked again. F***ck, he was about to swear when his voice stopped abruptly and turned into a scream. Bang, Bloody Baker was pressed to the ground, face down. He rubbed his face hard, and blood spurted out. The people outside the arena were stunned. They saw the blood god doppelganger descend from the sky and step on Bloody Baker's body. Moreover, one of his feet landed on Bloody Baker's head. Insult, this was the ultimate insult. Those upper-rank demon emperors who were watching the battle thought the battle was over. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but widen their eyes, and the muscles on their faces twitched crazily. The corners of Euphoria's mouth also twitched. She suddenly thought of what Bloody Baker had said before and suddenly understood why Bloody Despair did this. This guy was really petty. He would take revenge on the spot. Sure enough, the blood god doppelganger stepped on Bloody Baker's head with one foot and said, "Didn't you want to deal with me just now? Why are you lying on the ground like a dead dog now?" Roar, how could Bloody Baker endure such humiliation? He let out a low growl as he struggled frantically. The last bit of origin power in his body erupted in an attempt to break free from the blood god avatar's feet. Futile struggle. The blood god avatar sneered. He lifted one of his feet and stomped down. Boom, tyrannical origin power erupted abruptly and crushed Bloody Baker's final struggles. The sole of his foot landed fiercely on the creature's head once more. Bang, Bloody Baker was unable to resist at all, and his head was instantly smashed into the ground, buried in the rubble. Roar. Bloody Back let out a furious roar. It felt that it had never been humiliated as much in its entire life as it had today. With someone stepping on his head, he couldn't even raise his head. Thinking about what it had said before, it felt like a joke. Now, the one being stepped on and rubbed on the ground was him. On the other hand, his opponent was the final victor. As a genius of the blood race's 13 clans, how could he accept such a contrast? Death by society, this was probably the real social death. The spectators outside the arena couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Their eyes were full of pity. Bloody Baker would probably become a joke among the blood race in the future. What face would he have left after being stepped on like this? Euphoria, on the other hand, was somewhat excited and eager to give it a try. It must feel good to step on a genius, but unfortunately, it wasn't her. Blood extinction, you've gone too far. Yes, a warrior prefers death to humiliation. We're noble blood race geniuses. How dare you humiliate us like this? The blood race's dark apparitions all around shouted. Seeing Bloody Baker being humiliated like this, they actually felt sympathy for him. You want to try too? The blood god avatar didn't care about their incompetence and rage. He smiled faintly and swept his gaze over them. The blood race's dark apparitions all fell silent. Their faces alternated between green and white, but none of them dared to speak. At first, they thought that the strength of the 9 of them would be enough to suppress this blood master, but reality proved that they had thought too much. 9 of them working together, what was the use? The other party would still suppress them. This guy was too perverted. Moreover, they could also see that the other party's character was completely vengeful. He didn't care whether they were geniuses or not at all. Bloody Baker had stepped on them just like that. Did he mind adding a few more to the list? Looking at Bloody Baker's miserable appearance, these blood race's dark apparitions immediately cowered. They didn't want to become a joke. Die for me, not a friend. Bloody Baker had lost a lot of face now, and it might even overshadow their crushing defeat. At the thought of this, these blood race's dark apparitions didn't want to speak even more. Pfft. The blood god avatar couldn't help but sneer at their expressions. What blood race's geniuses? They were just a bunch of cowards. He lowered his head and looked at Bloody Baker with a trace of ridicule in his eyes. You see, no one can save you. Bloody Baker's body stiffened, and his heart was like dead ashes. What happened to being comrades? Now that I'm being humiliated like this, you're actually turning a blind eye to it. A bunch of bastards who won't save me. Boring. The blood god avatar said lightly, and the foot that was stepping on Bloody Baker's head slowly lifted up. Bloody Baker was slightly happy. Although it had been humiliated, it just wanted the blood god avatar to quickly remove his foot. However, boom, just as a trace of joy rose in its heart, it suddenly felt a sharp pain on its head, and then it was ruthlessly smashed into the ground. F***ck. The word F***ck was stuck in its throat, and it was so weak that it was almost imperceptible. Are you surprised? The blood god avatar chuckled. at #%. And %. Bloody Baker wanted to curse, but it couldn't make a sound at all. It could only faintly whimper. So cruel, so vile, so exciting. Euphoria's face couldn't help but blush. Her eyes were fixed on this situation in the arena, as if something had quietly poked her G-spot. Boom. 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 The blood god avatar didn't want to let his opponent go so easily. He stomped his foot again and again, forcefully pushing his opponent's head into the arena. Only his body was left twitching and struggling outside. He controlled the strength just enough not to make his opponent's head explode, but not to make him faint either. It was enough to keep him awake. This was very cruel. Under such circumstances, it was much better to be unconscious than to be awake. However, Wang Ting wanted him to suffer this humiliation and pain. Towards his enemies, he would never show mercy. The muscles on the faces of the 8 Blood Clan dark apparitions twitched crazily. They couldn't bear to look at it and quietly moved back, afraid that they would be implicated. Boom. In the end, the Blood God avatar finally stopped and looked at the other Blood Clan dark apparitions. You, what do you want to do? Those Blood Clan dark apparitions were really frightened. When they saw him looking over, their expressions changed drastically, and they trembled in fear. We have already lost. We will admit that you are the Blood Disciple, a Blood Clan dark apparition said hurriedly. But I haven't had my fill yet. The Blood God avatar grinned, revealing a row of white teeth under his blood-red bony face. Those Blood Clan dark apparitions were so frightened that their scalps went numb. What else did this bastard want? They were already in such a state. What else did he want? We admit defeat, one of the Blood Clan dark apparitions shouted. If admitting defeat is useful, what's the point of having an arena? The Blood God avatar sneered. He walked step by step toward the Blood Clan dark apparition that had admitted defeat. The aura from his body continued to crush the other party, causing his face to turn pale and cold sweat to appear on his forehead. Boom. The next moment, the Blood God avatar struck with his palm. Roar. You've gone too far. That Blood Clan dark apparition roared angrily. Naturally, he was unwilling to be humiliated and wanted to fight with his life. Unfortunately, in his current state, he was no match for the Blood God avatar. He was directly slapped to the ground and couldn't get up. Boom. The Blood God avatar stomped down and stomped his opponent's head into the ground. Another person was killed. He didn't need to show any mercy when dealing with the Blood Clan dark apparitions. He had endured too much during this period of time. Facing those demon lords, he was no match for them at all. He was very aggrieved. Now that these Blood Clan dark apparitions had delivered themselves to his doorstep, he naturally had to ruthlessly torture them. Even if he couldn't deal with the demon lords, he could still collect some interest from these middle-level demon emperors. Go. When the remaining 7 Blood Clan dark apparitions saw this scene, their faces turned green. They didn't dare to stay any longer and all fled in all directions. Want to run? The Blood God avatar squinted his eyes slightly. With a wave of his hand, blood-colored tentacles swept out and instantly entangled the 7 Blood Clan dark apparitions, pulling them back. Let us go. Shuiju, don't go too far. We've already admitted defeat. What right do you have to stop us from leaving? Shuiju, do you want to be enemies with all of us? The 7 Blood Clan dark apparitions were horrified and shouted angrily. If they were to be trampled like Blood Baker, they would rather die. When you challenged me, did you ever think of letting me go? The Blood God avatar said lightly. Boom. 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 As soon as his voice fell, the blood-colored tentacles suddenly swung, and the 7 Blood Clan dark apparitions were all ruthlessly smashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The Blood God avatar did the same, trampling these so-called Blood Clan geniuses into the ground one by one. Enough. Outside the arena, an upper-level demon emperor dark apparition of the Blood Clan finally couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up and shouted coldly. What, after beating up the young, the old one wants to come out again? The Blood God avatar was standing on the head of a Blood Clan dark apparition at this moment. He found that it was indeed very satisfying to step on the heads of these geniuses. He then looked up at the upper-level demon emperor dark apparition and said lightly. The gazes of the two sides seemed to collide in midair. The blood god avatar didn't show any weakness. He wasn't even afraid of demon lords, so how could he be afraid of an upper-level demon emperor? If he was really forced into a corner, he could still fight an upper-level demon emperor. The upper-level demon emperor Dark Apparition's face suddenly became extremely ugly, and his eyes narrowed slightly. It suddenly remembered that this blood master was not an existence that could be easily manipulated. Even Demon Lord Shuekin couldn't do anything to him. What could an upper-level demon emperor, do? If it really forced the other party to use the blood god altar, it would be the one who would be humiliated in the end. What do you want? The upper-level demon emperor Dark Apparition took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. What do I want? The blood god avatar looked down at the blood clan Dark Apparition under his feet, and then at the upper-level demon emperor Dark Apparition. He smiled faintly and said, shouldn't I be asking you this question? Let it go, and my clan will pay the corresponding price. The upper-level demon emperor Dark Apparition knew that it couldn't easily quell the anger of the blood god avatar. Oh? The blood god avatar showed a hint of interest. He touched his chin and said, tell me. If I am satisfied, I may let it go. The upper-level demon emperor Dark Apparition took a deep breath, feeling angry. The blood god avatar was obviously trying to extort them, but he was the one who proposed it. And this was the only way at present. If they let the blood god avatar continue to trample on them, all the clans would be humiliated. In the end, it was the blood god avatar's identity that made them hesitate to take action. With some scruples, they naturally didn't dare to act at will. 1,000 blood sea origin crystals per person. Its ears moved slightly, and it glanced at the void without leaving a trace. Then, it opened its mouth and said. Not enough, the blood god avatar said faintly without thinking. Don't go too far. Don't think that you can ask for an exorbitant price just because we have compromised. Quit while you are ahead, the upper-level demon emperor Dark Apparition said coldly. The blood god avatar shook his head and didn't respond. He just lifted his foot and stomped down. Boom, a shrill scream came from the blood clan Dark Apparition under his foot. Enough. The upper-level demon emperor Dark Apparition's face was livid. He shouted coldly, 1,200 blood sea origin crystals per person. The blood god avatar lifted his foot again, 500 blood sea origin crystals. The upper-level demon emperor Dark Apparition's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He stared at the blood god avatar and shouted. Deal. The blood god avatar stopped while he was ahead. He calmly withdrew his foot and said faintly. The upper-level demon emperor Dark Apparition's face stiffened. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. The blood god avatar agreed too quickly, which made him feel that he had increased the price too much. Give it to me. The blood god avatar stretched out his hand and said. Humph. The upper-level demon emperor Dark Apparition snorted coldly. With a casual flick of his hand, a space equipment was thrown out and flew to the blood god avatar. After the blood god avatar caught it, he glanced inside and scanned it with his mind power. He had already counted it clearly. 13500 blood sea origin crystals, no more, no less. This number was already quite a lot. Previously, the blood sea origin crystals given to him by the Refono clan were only slightly more than 10,000. This time, he had earned a sum of blood sea origin crystals for free. He had used the face of a few blood clan Dark Apparitions to exchange for a sum of blood sea origin crystals. It was a huge profit. Just thinking about it made him feel good. You are lucky that someone paid to buy your face. The blood god avatar glanced at the few blood clan Dark Apparitions around him. He walked out of the arena and waved his hand. You are welcome to come to me again next time. Come to you? The blood clan geniuses' faces were ugly. They still had lingering fears. Who the hell would come to you again? At this time, the blood god's shadow on the blood god avatar gradually dissipated. The devil transformation state also began to recover. The sickle-like dark red horn on the top of his head retracted. The dark red wings on his back flapped slightly, turning into countless feathers and dissipating in the air. The blood-red bone face on his face also returned to its original state. The eyes on both sides of his face closed and disappeared. When the blood god avatar walked out of the arena, his body had completely returned to its original state. The blood disciple armor on his body also turned back into the blood disciple token, floating in front of him. He grabbed it and put it away. The blood disciple armor was very special. It could change shape according to the warrior's body. When the blood god avatar grew wings, his back would naturally split open, allowing him to extend his wings. When a horn appeared on his forehead, and when a pair of strange eyes grew on his face, the armor on his head would also retract. In fact, any armor that was strong enough could do this. After all, the metal used to forge the armor was a memorizable metal. At the same time, the corresponding runes were engraved on it. Naturally, it could do whatever was convenient. At this moment, the blood god avatar was wearing a blood-red robe. It was not damaged at all. One would not be able to tell that he had just gone through a huge battle and even defeated 9 blood clan dark apparitions. In an instant, all the dark apparitions who were watching the battle fell into silence. Even that upper-level demon emperor dark apparition could not help but tremble slightly at this moment. His heart was a little heavy. This blood disciple was indeed a little demonic. A huge battle, but it was as if nothing had happened. It was really shocking. Even it had to admit that the other party was qualified to become a blood disciple. There were many blood disciples in the history of the blood clan, but there were probably not many who could be compared to him. Let's go. The blood god avatar did not know what the dark apparitions of the blood clan were thinking. His gaze swept across and fell on Euphoria. Oh, okay. Euphoria seemed to be thinking about something and seemed to be a little absent-minded. When she heard the voice, she suddenly came back to her senses and quickly responded. Blood Demon G. Some of the dark apparitions of the blood clan could not help but change their expressions when they saw this scene. Why was this Blood Demon G with a blood disciple? Blood Demon G was an extremely famous genius beauty of the blood clan. Many blood clan geniuses had designs on her. Now that they saw her walking together with the blood god avatar, their expressions naturally did not look good. Euphoria did not care about the opinions of others. Her extremely seductive body swayed, and she had already arrived beside the blood god avatar. She stared at him with a burning gaze. F***CK. The group of blood clan geniuses was furious on the spot. They were even angrier than when they saw the 9 blood clan geniuses being defeated. Was this seductive flower going to be plucked away? No, Blood Demon G belonged to all the blood clan. How could they let blood extinction take advantage of her? This was absolutely not allowed. In an instant, the blood god avatar simply became the public enemy of all the dark apparitions of the blood clan. Even the geniuses of the Gangrel clan and the Brute clan, who had already chosen to acknowledge his identity as a blood disciple, were now united against the blood god avatar and could not tolerate it. The blood god avatar suddenly felt uneasy. He could not help but look around, confused. What's wrong with them? Ignore them. They are just a group of weaklings. Euphoria looked back and covered her mouth as she chuckled. She was extremely seductive. Huh? The blood god avatar raised his eyebrows. Why did he feel that Blood Demon G's attitude was a bit different from before? Just a moment ago, he was clearly very cold and indifferent. Why was she so passionate towards him now? Also, he looked at Euphoria's face with some surprise and asked, "Why is your face so red?" Is it? Euphoria touched her face and giggled. Maybe I was too excited watching the competition just now. It was really exciting. The blood god avatar, did this woman have some special fetish? Stepping on those geniuses. I wanted to do that a long time ago. I didn't expect you to beat me to it, Euphoria said excitedly. The blood god avatar had a strange expression. So her face was red because she saw him stepping on people? Did this Blood Demon G have a queen-like fetish? An image suddenly appeared in his mind. Euphoria was wearing a blood-red leather jacket, holding a blood-red whip in her hand, and wearing blood-red high heels. She was stepping on a blood clan dark apparition genius, swinging the whip with one hand and laughing with the other hand on her waist. TSK, the image was too beautiful. He didn't dare to think about it. Are you thinking about something strange? Euphoria slowly recovered. She seemed to feel that his gaze was a bit strange. She looked at him suspiciously and asked, No, let's go. Saint Yale's blood demon dance should be done. I'm really looking forward to it. As the blood god avatar spoke, his figure flashed, and he rushed towards the blood moon castle below. Euphoria didn't think too much. Her attention was instantly attracted by the blood demon dance. Her beautiful eyes lit up, and she immediately followed. As the two of them left, the surrounding blood clan dark apparitions couldn't help but whisper and discuss the battle just now. They were all talking about the battle in the arena, and their words couldn't hide their amazement. The strength of the blood god avatar had indeed caused a huge impact on them. It was very obvious that today's battle in the arena would soon spread through these dark apparitions' mouths. The blood god avatar's identity as a blood disciple would only become more and more unshakable. The general trend was gradually forming. Within the blood moon castle, the blood god avatar and Euphoria returned to the 5th level. Lords, please follow me. Saint Yale has already prepared the spiritual food. A female servant saw the two of them and immediately bowed respectfully. The two of them nodded and followed behind her. They walked into a luxurious and elegant restaurant. There were no other guests in this restaurant. There were only 2 people. One of them was Saint Yale, and the other person, Blood-Eye Demon Master. Euphoria was slightly shocked. Her pretty face immediately became solemn, and she bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord Blood-Eye Demon Master. Blood-Eye Demon Master? The blood god avatar was slightly stunned. He looked at the other party, and his eyes flickered slightly. This was a female blood clan dark apparition. Her face was covered with a blood-red veil, and her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Only a pair of breathtaking eyes could be seen. Just from this pair of eyes, it could be seen that the other party's appearance should not be inferior to Euphoria's. It might even be above her. The main thing was that their temperaments were different. The other party was more mature, while Euphoria was relatively younger. Of course, this was only in comparison. Blood Demon G was already mature enough. Her figure was not something that an ordinary person could bear. But the most beautiful thing was still that pair of eyes. Too beautiful, that pair of eyes was really too beautiful. In the devouring space, even Wang Ting's main body was stunned when he saw that pair of eyes. He had never seen such beautiful eyes. He didn't expect it to appear on a blood clan dark apparition. It was shocking. But this was not the main point. The main point was, that pair of eyes actually had 2 pupils. It was very strange. Polychoria, the other party's eyes had polychoria. He stared at that pair of polychoria, and his mind felt as if it was about to be devoured. He hurriedly guarded his mind, and the 9 treasures pagoda emitted a faint golden light, preventing him from being affected by that pair of eyes. Hiss. Wang Ting couldn't help but be secretly shocked. He couldn't help but take in a deep breath. That pair of eyes is very scary. His expression was solemn as he observed the other party through the blood god clone. To be honest, even Demon Supremacy Shuekin didn't give him such a feeling. But this blood-eye Demon Supremacy was just standing there without emitting any aura at all, and yet it gave him such a feeling. It was really shocking. And that pair of eyes didn't emit any power. It was just an ordinary gaze, and his mind felt as if it was about to be devoured. If the other party used the ability of that pair of eyes, what would happen, Wang Ting didn't dare to imagine. The blood-eye Demon Supremacy's gaze also fell on the blood god clone, and he seemed a little surprised. Blood Master, interesting. He was actually not affected by her pair of eyes. She actually didn't activate her eye power, but this pair of eyes was really extraordinary. The effect on dark apparitions that were weaker than her was even more terrifying. In the past, even the top geniuses of various races would be dazed for a long time when they saw her eyes. However, the Blood Master recovered in an instant. He was almost unaffected. His mind power was definitely far beyond that of an ordinary low-level Demon Emperor. Even middle-level Demon Emperors might not be as strong as him. She had seen the battle just now, so she showed up to see this Blood Master with her own eyes. She didn't expect him to give her an even bigger surprise. Shueju, this is the master of the Blood Moon Castle. Blood-Eye Demon Supremacy. Just then, Euphoria transmitted a message to the Blood God clone. 7017K, the owner of the Blood Moon Castle. The Blood God clone was stunned and looked at the Blood Clan lady in front of him again. He did not expect her to be the owner of the Blood Moon Castle. I haven't seen a Blood Clan blood disciple for many years. The Blood-Eyed Demon Lord laughed faintly under the veil. I saw the battle just now. It was very shocking. No wonder you're a blood disciple. You're even more powerful than some of the blood disciples I've seen. Some of the blood disciples you've seen? The Blood God clone was speechless. These demon lords were indeed very old. Greetings, Blood-Eyed Demon Lord. He did not dare to delay and immediately bowed to the Blood-Eyed Demon Lord. He said, Demon Lord, you're flattering me. They're just too weak. Ha ha ha. The Blood-Eyed Demon Lord seemed to have heard something very funny and could not help but chuckle. Euphoria glanced at the Blood God clone and could not help but admire this guy. He dared to show off in front of the Demon Lord. He was really brave. However, when she thought about how he dared to attack the Blood Remnant Demon Lord, what was the point of showing off? I congratulate you, Blood Disciple. Saint Yale said, this is the Blood Demon dance that I've prepared. Please try it. He gestured for the Blood God clone to open the cover of the tray in front of him. I'll pay for the Blood Demon Mist today, the Blood-Eyed Demon Lord said. The Blood God clone blinked and said with a smile, there's no need for that. This is Xuexi's treat. There's no need for you to pay for it. The Blood-Eyed Demon Lord was stunned. He glanced at Saint Yale and smiled after seeing him nod. It seems like I didn't give the right gift. If so, she suddenly clapped her hands, and a maid immediately walked in from outside, holding a wine bottle in her hand. The Blood-Eyed Demon Lord took the wine bottle from the maid and said, this is the Blood Sea Original Brew. Take it as my gift. Blood Sea Original Brew. Someone exclaimed. Even Saint Yale's eyes were filled with shock. It was the Blood Sea Original Brew. The Blood-Eyed Demon Lord was really generous. What? Is this wine very precious? The Blood God's avatar noticed the change in everyone's expression. He couldn't help but look at Euphoria and ask. Since he became a blood disciple, he had seen many wines of the Blood Clan. Bloody Mary, Blood Enchantress, etc. They were all very precious wines. Even the 13 clans were shocked. Was this Blood Sea Original Brew even more precious than Bloody Mary and Blood Enchantress? However, he had discovered that the members of the Blood Clan seemed to like drinking a lot. They had all sorts of fine wines. More than precious. Euphoria took a deep breath and stared at the bottle of wine with her seductive eyes. Her eyes flickered as she transmitted her voice, this is a fine wine brewed in the undying sea of blood. You should know how precious it is. After all, not everyone can enter the undying sea of blood. Even some geniuses can only go there occasionally. To make wine in the immortal blood sea, not only do you need a special preservation method, you also need to use some special brewing materials. Otherwise, how can it withstand the corrosion of the blood force in the immortal blood sea? The Blood God clone nodded thoughtfully and said to the Blood-Eyed Demon Lord, thank you, Lord Demon Lord. Blood-Eyed Demon Supremacy smiled and opened the cork of the bottle. He personally poured a cup of scarlet wine for her. This action shocked both Euphoria and Saint Yale even more. For the Blood-Eyed Demon Supremacy to personally pour wine for him, this was quite an honor. They could brag about it for the rest of their lives. The Blood-Eyed Demon Lord had never valued a genius so much. Even the blood disciple in the past did not receive such treatment. Otherwise, the news would have spread. A look of surprise flashed across the Blood God clone's eyes. He felt that the Blood-Eyed Demon Lord was treating him a little too differently, pouring wine for him personally. The other party was a Demon Lord. Even if he was a blood disciple, there was no need to do this. However, the wine had already been poured. There was no point in saying anything else. He could only accept it. Blood-Eyed Demon Supremacy personally handed over the wine cup in his hand. Her fingers were snow-white and slender, sparkling and translucent. Every finger was like a piece of jade with distinct joints, extremely beautiful. In the devouring space, Wang Ting's original body was speechless. These dark apparitions from the Blood Clan were really devilishly good-looking. He felt that his 136 points of good looks were high enough. Even among the Blood Clan, he was the most good-looking. However, he had a premonition that the Blood-Eye Demon Lord was extremely good-looking. It might even be better than him. Although there was no comparison between men and women, this kind of good-looking face was really amazing. Wang Ting suddenly felt a sense of camaraderie. Handsome and beautiful people could always attract each other. It was a pity that the other party was a dark apparition from the Blood clan. Otherwise, he would admire her even more. Of course, the Blood clan was the Blood clan. If he had the chance, he really wanted to see the Blood-Eye Demon Lord's appearance. He could brag about it when he went out. After the Blood God clone received the wine glass, he shook it gently. There was even a hint of surprise in his eyes. This wine was a little unusual. Wisps of strange wine fragrance drifted into his nose. Then, it spread throughout his body instantly, causing all the cells in his body to tremble slightly. He entered a slightly tipsy state. What a strong wine. What a strange effect. In the devouring space, Wang Ting's original body widened his eyes slightly. He did not smell the wine fragrance personally, but he could feel it clearly through the Blood God clone. This Blood Sea original brew was really not simple. It was even more unique than Bloody Mary. Just by smelling the wine fragrance, he felt that the Blood God clone's spirit and physical body had improved slightly. This was a double effect. Also, Wang Ting did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the life force in the Blood God clone's body seemed to have been stimulated. The absorption speed increased slightly. When the first level of the Dark World had completed its transformation, there was still a large amount of life force in the Blood God clone's body that had not been absorbed. Also, he seemed to have reached a bottleneck and it was difficult to improve further. But now, under the stimulation of the wine fragrance of the Blood Sea original brew, there seemed to be signs of loosening. This was unbelievable. Just a wisp of wine fragrance had such a strange effect. Good wine. The Blood God clone exclaimed. The Blood-Eye Demon Master smiled slightly. As long as you like it. The Blood Sea original brew paired with the Blood Demon dance might be a different enjoyment, Xianxia said. The Blood God clone then remembered that he seemed to have forgotten about this holy-grade spiritual food. He could not be blamed. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame the Blood Sea original brew for being too tempting. Cough cough. The Blood God clone coughed dryly and walked in front of Saint Yale. He took a deep breath and opened the lid of the plate. A blood-red ray of light instantly bloomed. What kind of feeling was that? It was like a blooming blood-red flower. It was very strange. What followed was a wisp of extremely rich fragrance. It instantly drifted out from the plate and filled the entire restaurant. It smells so good. Euphoria took a deep breath. She looked a little excited and squinted her eyes. Saint Yale's spiritual food is a pleasure every time I smell it, the Blood-Eye Demon Master said with a smile. Sir Demon Master, you flatter me. Saint Yale's eyes revealed a trace of pride, but he still bowed humbly to the Blood-Eye Demon Master. The Blood God clone looked at the spiritual food in front of him with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Boom, at this moment, a ray of light suddenly floated up from the spiritual food and turned into a beautiful red flower in the dense fog, blooming. Then, blood-red petals drifted away. In the sky full of petals, many enchanting figures appeared and danced. The dance had a strange demonic nature. Everyone who saw it could not help but be immersed in it. Blood Demon Dance. So this is the Blood Demon Dance. The Blood God clone seemed to have understood the meaning of this name. It was not some dark cuisine, but the real Blood Demon Dance. Such a demonic dance could only be performed by dark apparitions. This was the difference in civilization. In the devouring space, Wang Ting was very emotional. He felt that he had really broadened his horizons. He did not expect it to be like this. Even a spiritual food could be played so beautifully. There were really all kinds of strange things. Real flowers played. JPG, however, this was a sage-level spiritual food after all. The ice god mist fish dragon dance that Wang Ting cooked previously was much more powerful than this. How is it? Saint Yale wanted to see the Blood God clone's reaction. Unfortunately, he was wearing a mask and could only see his eyes flashing slightly. It is indeed amazing. The Blood God clone smiled. Saint Yale, you live up to your reputation. Please try it, Saint Yale said. The blood god clone was not in a hurry to taste it. Instead, his gaze fell on the spiritual food. His eyes flashed slightly, and he was slightly happy. A few attribute bubbles were floating there. Pick them up. Without hesitation, he immediately swept out his spiritual power and picked them up. Blood Demon Dance * 1000, Blood Demon Dance * 1200, Blood Demon Dance * 1300. As the attribute bubbles were absorbed by Wang Ting's body, a piece of enlightenment appeared in his mind. At the same time, a light shadow appeared. It was the Blood Demon Dance. Then, the Blood Demon Dance suddenly exploded and turned into streaks of flowing light. It was as if it had broken down into various ingredients and started to cook again. The whole cooking process appeared in Wang Ting's mind. It was as if Wang Ting had cooked it himself. Even if Saint Yale cooked the Blood Demon Dance in front of him, it would not be so detailed. Blood Demon Dance, 3500/5000, entry. After absorbing the enlightenment, Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and then he glanced at the attribute panel. 3,500 attribute points had just reached the entry level. Even so, the enlightenment of the spiritual food was complete and not incomplete. The only regret was that the grade of the spiritual food was indeed not as good as the Ice God Mist Fish Dragon Dance in God Sai. It required 5,000 attribute points to reach the entry level, while the Ice God Mist Fish Dragon Dance required 10,000 attribute points. The difference was obvious. It could be seen that God Sai was indeed extraordinary. Wang Ting was very lucky to be able to get it. Of course, he also had to thank the two brothers of the Feng family. They were simply giving him a treasure. This process only took a moment. At this time, the blood god clone reached out and picked up the cutlery. He took a portion of the spiritual food from the plate and tasted it. Boom, a roar seemed to explode in his mind. No, at the same time, it also exploded in his taste buds. It was as if there was a kind of magic that made him want to dance. This time, he really wanted to dance. No, I don't want to. Wang Ting's expression was strange. He suppressed this impulse with his strong willpower. Otherwise, the blood god clone would have made a fool of himself. This spiritual food is poisonous. The blood god clone suddenly looked at Saint Yale and saw that his face was full of expectation. What was he expecting? Was he expecting him to make a fool of himself? Saint Yale must have cooked this kind of spiritual food often. It was incredible that he could live until now without being beaten to death. However, at this moment, as the magic feeling passed, a comfortable feeling spread from his stomach. It was as if there was a warm current that swept through his limbs and bones, causing slight changes in his body. Good stuff. The blood god clone's lips moved slightly. In the end, he swallowed his desire to complain and sighed. Who didn't know how to flatter each other? Putting aside the magic, this blood demon dance was indeed an extraordinary spiritual food. There was nothing wrong with it. Saint Yale was not happy because of the blood god clone's amazement. Instead, he was a little surprised because his expression, how to put it, was a little too calm. This was not the expression of someone who had tasted a saint-level spiritual food for the first time. Blood Master, have you tasted a saint-level spiritual food before? He asked without hesitation. No, I'm from the lower realm. How can I taste a saint-level spiritual food? The blood god clone shook his head. Saint Yale's face was full of suspicion. He did not believe it. This blood master's expression was too strange. A person who had tasted a saint-level spiritual food for the first time should not be like this. The blood god clone ignored him and looked at Euphoria, who had been waiting for a long time. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, "Try it too." "Then I won't hold back," Euphoria said excitedly. "Do as you wish," the blood god clone said. Euphoria immediately picked up a new set of cutlery and started tasting it. The blood god clone kept staring at her. The smile at the corner of his mouth became more and more strange. He was a little excited. Shake, shake, as expected, after swallowing the first mouthful of the blood demon dance, Euphoria's waist could not help but shake. Although she had tasted it once, she still could not help but taste it again. She could not resist the strange magic. The blood god clone tasted the delicious food and wine while admiring someone's dance for free. He was very happy. The blood-eyed demon master laughed and shook his head. This blood master had a bad taste. Euphoria finally recovered from that state. She glanced at the blood god clone and blushed slightly. She snorted softly. Since you treated me to the blood demon dance, I'll let you see my dance for free. The blood god clone made a gesture of invitation and let her continue. When he came out of the blood moon castle, the blood god clone was already full. He was in a very good mood. This trip was not in vain. Where else do you want to go? Euphoria was also very satisfied. She was in a very good mood. She looked at the blood god clone more pleasingly and asked softly. I need some materials, the blood god clone said after thinking for a while. Materials? Then go to the treasury. With your identity as a blood master, you can exchange for many things. Also, you just got so many blood sea origin crystals. You can use them to exchange. Euphoria's eyes flashed. But it's better to use the blood sea origin crystals for cultivation. If you don't have the dark source stone, I can lend it to you. I won't charge you interest. You'll charge me interest? The blood god clone looked at her with a strange expression. Ahem. Noticing that she seemed to have exposed something, Euphoria coughed dryly to cover it up and said, After all, I'm not very rich, and I can't just lend to everyone who comes to me, so I have to set a threshold. But considering your identity and the dance of the blood demon just now, I definitely won't charge you interest, so you can rest assured. Thank you. The blood god doppelganger laughed. You're welcome. It's what I should do, Euphoria said lightly. The blood god clone looked at her speechlessly and said helplessly, Lead the way. Follow me. Euphoria took a step forward and flew in a certain direction. The blood god clone immediately followed. The two didn't fly far. They returned to the central area of Blood City, which was not far from the Blood Master Palace. Obviously, the treasury was also a very important place in this city. Under Euphoria's lead, the two finally stopped in front of a huge castle. The blood god clone looked up and couldn't help but show a trace of surprise in his eyes. This castle wasn't small. Looking at it, it was much bigger than his blood master palace. There must be a lot of good stuff hidden inside. In the devouring space, Wang Ting couldn't help but touch his chin. He had an impulse to rob it. The treasury of a dark apparition, and it was in the ancestral land of the Blood clan. It was a little exciting just thinking about it. Let's go. Euphoria didn't know what the blood god clone was thinking. She walked toward the castle gate in front of her. She took out a token and waved it at the gate. A blood-red light shot out. With a boom, the gate opened. The blood god clone's eyes flashed. He also took out the blood master token and waved it at the gate. The blood-red light disappeared into the darkness of the gate. Suddenly, there was a change. A blood-red light suddenly sped out and landed at the gate. A figure appeared. It was a Blood Clan man. Judging from his aura, he had reached the level of an upper-level demon emperor. Blood Master. Your presence brings light to my humble abode. The other party actually recognized the blood god doppelganger and bowed slightly to him as if they were of the same generation, not bothering to show respect. You are? The blood god clone's eyes flashed. I am the manager of the treasury. My name is Xianxia. The blood clan dark apparition smiled. Blood Master, please come in. Thank you. The blood god clone was a little surprised. He glanced at Euphoria. Seeing her nod, he stepped inside. Blood Master, you really have a lot of face. Even the manager of the treasury came out to greet you. Euphoria's somewhat jealous voice sounded in his mind. It's just SOSO, the blood god clone replied calmly. Haha. Euphoria laughed coldly. That D*MN man, he's starting to show off again. The two of them walked into the treasury under Xianxia's lead. There seemed to be a layer of obstruction at the gate. The two of them seemed to have passed through a thin film before they really entered the treasury. Their eyes lit up instantly. The darkness from before disappeared completely. The treasury was emitting a faint scarlet glow. It was hazy and gorgeous. However, the blood god clone did not pay attention to this. His gaze was already attracted by the dazzling array of items in the treasury. Star bones, star cores, spiritual herbs, ores, everything was there. They were emitting an intense force glow. It almost blinded Wang Ting's eyes. F*CK, this blood clan dark apparition is too rich. Within the devour space, Wang Ting immediately cursed. His eyes were red. He did not feel this way even when he was in the treasury on planet Penta. However, for some reason, his heart was restless in front of this dark apparition's treasury. No, hold it in. I must hold it in. This is the dark apparition's base. I must plan carefully. Wang Ting took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He could not be impulsive. No matter how good the items were, he had to be alive to take them. Blood Master, what do you want to exchange for? Bloodna's voice pulled Wang Ting back from his thoughts. I'll see for myself, the blood god clone said with a glint in his eyes. Very well. Blood Master, if you need anything, just call my name. I will appear immediately. Bloodna then disappeared on the spot. The blood god clone raised an eyebrow. When Bloodna disappeared just now, he actually had a very strange feeling. It was as if it was right in front of him, but also as if it was not there in the first place. There's a spatial teleportation formation in this treasury? Or does Bloodna have a spatial talent? No, it shouldn't be a spatial talent. Even if it's an upper-rank demon emperor, if it has a spatial talent, there's no way I can't sense it. Then there's only one possibility. There's a spatial formation in this treasury. The blood god clone looked around but did not find anything. The interior of the treasury was huge, and he could not see the end. There were all kinds of shelves blocking his line of sight. More importantly, there seemed to be runes that blocked mental power detection. Even his mental power could not spread out, making him feel very helpless. It seems that the treasury's defenses are very tight. The blood god clone shook his head and walked in. He began to wander around. No matter what, he had to take a look at the situation first. He looked around while looking for what he needed. What are you looking for? Euphoria couldn't help but ask when she saw him looking around aimlessly. Blood-patterned mithril, the blood god clone said. This was an extremely rare material used to make blood puppets, but its effects were similar to soul illusionary flowing silver. The two of them were different methods of achieving the same result. However, there were some differences. Blood-patterned mithril was more compatible with the blood sea spirit and could be used to construct a formation to control blood puppets. Every secret method was the result of countless trials and tribulations. Illusionary flowing silver was the most suitable material for shadow puppets, while blood-patterned mithril was the most suitable material for blood puppets. If the materials were to be changed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Failure was foreseeable. Wang Ting wanted to fuse the characteristics of shadow puppets and blood puppets. He would have to work on formations, but before that, he had to try making blood puppets. Blood-patterned mithril. You're looking for such a rare material. Euphoria was a little surprised, but she did not ask. She took a deep look at the blood god clone and began to help him search. The blood god clone continued to wander around. Suddenly, his expression changed as if he had seen something. Attribute bubbles, there were indeed attribute bubbles here. Pick them up. He immediately walked closer, and with a sweep of his mental telekinesis, he picked up the attribute bubbles. Ancient Space Runes *10, Ancient Space Runes *8, Inverted Space Miniature Formation *200. The attribute bubbles immediately merged into Wang Ting's mind and turned into two completely different feelings. One of them was the Ancient Space Runes. However, it was different from the Ancient Space Runes that Wang Ting had before. These were brand new runes. They were even more complex and mysterious than the Ancient Space Runes that he had obtained before. For a moment, Wang Ting was even more curious about the formation in the Blood Kindred's treasury. He seemed to have guessed Wang Ting's thoughts. Another part of his realization spread out and turned into the image of a huge array. Runes lit up one after another, filling up a corner of the formation. However, most of them were still dark and could not be seen clearly. Inverted Space Miniature Formation. Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes. His gaze flickered, and the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. He finally knew what the formation in the Blood Kindred's treasury was. It was indeed a spatial formation, and it was an extremely unique spatial formation. Through the feeling he had just gained, Wang Ting already knew that this formation could reach the sacred level. Furthermore, it could allow the person controlling the formation to move freely within the range of the formation. It was very convenient. Its second function was to create an illusion that was identical to the original, so that the illusion could be passed off as the real thing. The Blood Kindred just now was just an illusion and not the real thing. Even Wang Ting almost did not notice its abnormality. Apart from that, this formation could also shift the enemy's position. If used in battle, it was impossible to guard against. One could easily fall into the trap if they were not careful. It was very difficult for people without spatial talent to resist this formation. Even demon venerables or immortals would find it difficult to resist the spatial power of this sacred level formation with their spatial ability. 7017K Wow! Wang Ting absorbed the knowledge of the inverted space miniature formation and was secretly shocked. He didn't expect the Blood Breed's treasury to have such a powerful formation protecting it. Could it be that there was something extremely precious in the treasury of the vampires? The treasures he saw now shouldn't be enough to activate such a rare space formation, right? It seemed that he had underestimated the Blood Breed's treasury. The Blood God clone scanned the surroundings. There were many treasures, including Sector Lord level treasures, which were demonic Emperor level treasures among the dark apparitions. However, he felt that there should be something even more precious here. It was just that it hadn't appeared yet. Perhaps it was hidden even deeper. The Blood Breed's foundation. No, the dark apparition's foundation is so deep that it's shocking. In the devouring space, Wang Ting sighed. Regardless of whether it was the great chaos formation of the Nine Realms or the great formation of the inverted space miniature, they were not simple formations. This type of space formation was very rare even in the human race. Even in the Secondary Profession Alliance headquarters, there weren't many formations that could compare to it. Especially the Nine Realms chaos formation. Wang Ting felt that this formation was much more magical than the Void Mustard formation. 9 layers of Dark World, 9 Realms chaos formation, it was really shocking. From this, it could be seen that the dark apparitions weren't just barbaric creatures that only knew how to kill. They had their own civilization and foundation. Even if these foundations were plundered, they were now being used by the dark apparitions. This was their foundation. Inverted space miniature formation, Saint level, incomplete 200/8000, beginner requires 8000 attribute points. Wang Ting looked at the attribute panel and was a little surprised. This inverted space miniature formation was a Saint level formation, but beginner required 8000 attribute points. Some of the Saint level formations he had obtained previously only required 5000 attribute points. There were differences even though they were all Saint level formations. Beginner, not enough. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He was tempted. Now that he had a preliminary understanding of this formation, if he could raise it to the proficient level, he might be able to use this formation to sneak into the Blood Breed's treasury. Who would have thought that he, a person who entered the treasury for the first time, would actually be able to master the inverting space miniature formation? No matter how hard the Blood Race tried, they wouldn't be able to figure it out. Originally, Wang Ting had planned to sneak into the treasury using other methods. However, a new method seemed to have appeared before his eyes. Moreover, this method was undoubtedly more stable. However, the attributes he had obtained were still incomplete, so the most important thing was to complete the formation. Wang Ting let the Blood God clone continue to wander around the treasury, looking for the materials he needed and picking up the attribute bubbles. Primordial Space Runes *10, Inverted Space Miniature Formation *500, Inverted Space Miniature Formation *300, Ancient Space Runes *5, Ancient Space Runes *6, Inverted Space Miniature Formation *250. It didn't take long for Wang Ting to absorb the attribute bubbles, completing his understanding of the inverted space miniature formation. At the same time, his mastery of the formation greatly increased. Inverted space miniature formation, sacred, incomplete 6500/8000, beginner, it's still incomplete? Wang Ting couldn't help but frown when he saw the stats. He had already explored most of the areas. Why was the formation still incomplete? At this moment, Euphoria walked over from afar and shook her head at him. She didn't find any blood-marked mithril. Bloodner. The blood god clone called out the name of the treasury's manager. What are your orders, Blood Master? Bloodner appeared before the clone with a smile. Is this all there is to the treasury? The clone asked with disdain. Of course not. Bloodner wasn't angry. It seems that what you're looking for isn't here. Since that's the case, please follow me. As a blood master, you have the right to enter the second floor of the treasury. The second floor? The clone raised an eyebrow, but didn't say anything else and followed behind Bloodner. Bloodner waved his hand and a shocking scene unfolded before the blood god clone. The light of a formation lit up above their heads and the image of a formation appeared. It was exactly the same as the inverted space miniature formation that Wang Ting had obtained. The light of Tantan's formation sprinkled down, and a vortex slowly emerged at the center of the formation. You'll have to wait here. Bloodner turned back to look at Euphoria. His attitude towards her was completely different from his attitude towards the blood god's clone. He took a step forward and entered the vortex. The eyes of the blood god clone flickered, and he nodded at Euphoria before stepping into the vortex. Euphoria bit her lips helplessly. It had been a long time since she had experienced such a feeling of helplessness and grievance. However, in front of this blood master, she had no advantage at all. She was completely outclassed. For example, it was already quite good that she could enter the first floor of the treasury, but as a blood master, she could enter the second floor. Wang Ting didn't know what Euphoria was thinking. As the clone followed Bloodner into the second floor, a strange feeling welled up in him. This is another space. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He had a guess. He had felt that the treasury was a little strange. When he stepped through the door, he seemed to have passed through a spatial barrier. Now that he thought about it, the so-called castle was just a cover. In reality, the treasury was in another space. The castle's door was the entrance. And the second floor of the treasury was in another space. This was a little too extravagant. The secrecy of the treasury once again exceeded Wang Ting's expectations. But soon, his attention was drawn to the attribute bubbles in front of him. After the formation disappeared, several attribute bubbles appeared on the ground. Pick them up, the blood god clone didn't hesitate. He swept out his psychic energy and immediately picked them up. These attribute bubbles were all near his feet. They were within the range of his psychic energy, so he could pick them up directly. If he were any further, he might not be able to reach them. Inverted space miniature formation *550, inverted space miniature formation *300, inverted space miniature formation *800. As the attribute bubbles entered Wang Ting's mind, the huge shadow of the array appeared once again. The glow lit up rapidly and spread across the entire array in an instant. Boom! In an instant, the formation shook slightly, and a strong light burst out. A silent understanding instantly entered Wang Ting's mind. It's complete. Wang Ting was shocked and elated. Inverted space miniature formation, Saint level 500/15,000, proficient. On the attribute panel, the word incomplete had disappeared. His mastery of the inverted space miniature formation had also increased from beginner to proficient. This was undoubtedly a huge surprise for Wang Ting. He had wandered around the first floor for most of the day without completing the inverted space miniature formation. Now, he had completed it just by entering the second floor, and it had even reached proficiency. 2 arrows had perished. If this wasn't a surprise, then what was? Actually, he understood that the reason he could complete the formation so quickly was because Bloodner had used the formation's power to transport them from the first floor to the second. Otherwise, if he had continued to wander around and only picked up a few scattered attributes, he might not have been able to complete the formation. It was like planting flowers with the intention to grow but not planting willows with the intention to grow. Now that Wang Ting's plan was in place, all he had to do was figure out the situation here. Blood Disciple, you should have sensed it, right? Bloodner looked at the clone's expression and turned back with a smile. This is another space. Yes. The clone nodded without batting an eyelid. Only a fool wouldn't be able to guess what had happened. There was no need to deny anything. Most people won't be able to make it to the second floor. Those who can make it here have to be at least a high-ranked demon emperor with a high status in the 13 demon clans. Their bloodline must be pure, and they must have made enough contributions, Bloodner said. So strict? The clone was taken aback. Naturally. Bloodner seemed satisfied with the clone's reaction and nodded with a smile. Blood disciple, your status is enough to enter here. This is a blood disciple. The blood god doppelganger nodded thoughtfully. He had a new understanding of the blood master's identity. Do you still have to find what you need yourself? Asked Bloodner. No need. Just tell me. The clone shook his head, not wanting to waste any more time. Please wait a moment. I'll go get it right away. Bloodner smiled. Before the blood god clone could even nod, it had already disappeared. When it reappeared, it was holding a silver ore that was covered with blood-red patterns. The ore wasn't too big, only about the size of an adult's head. Bloodner smiled. This should be enough for you, right? It's enough. The clone nodded. It seemed that Bloodner had already guessed what he needed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to guess the amount he needed so accurately. Bloodner was even more mysterious than he'd imagined. As expected, someone who could become the manager of the treasury was no ordinary person. Blood disciple, this is your first time here. You can exchange for this for free. Additionally, you can also exchange for some other things. The total value is around 2 high-rank demon emperor level treasures and 1 demon sovereign level treasure. Oh? The clone was a little surprised. He didn't think that a blood disciple could enjoy such a good deal. 2 high-rank demon emperors, a demon venerable level treasure, that was quite a generous sum. Then I won't stand on ceremony. The clone's eyes flashed and he smiled. Go ahead, blood disciple, said Bloodner. By the way, this blood-marked mithril should count as a high-rank demon emperor treasure, right? Asked the clone. Yes. Bloodner bowed slightly. Seeing that the clone had no further questions, he disappeared on the spot and didn't disturb him any further. The clone's eyes flashed and he began to wander around the second floor of the treasury. He'd obtained quite a lot of things from the clans. Some could be used to forge weapons and some could be used to refine pills. However, he didn't have the corresponding weapon forging methods or pill recipes, so he couldn't refine them for the time being. Needless to say, he didn't have a complete set of materials. He should be able to buy some ordinary materials outside, but he wasn't sure about the main materials. This time, he could enter the treasury and see if he could obtain some unique weapon forging methods or pill formulas. Truth be told, he hadn't come into contact with dark apparitions forging methods and pill refining methods. He was quite curious and wanted to give it a try if he had the chance. Now that he'd become a saint, he should be able to grasp some not-so-profound knowledge very quickly. It wouldn't take him much time. Learn the strengths of 100 schools of thought and form a school of thought. Even if it was a dark apparitions method, he would still learn it. To Wang Tang, light and darkness were just 2 different elements. They could be combined into one and weren't that different from other elements. He used to be very repulsed by the power of darkness, but as his knowledge increased, the repulsion gradually dissipated. The only drawback was that he couldn't display the power of darkness in front of others. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Of course, the dissipation of the repulsion didn't mean that he was no longer wary of the power of darkness. He still had to be cautious, but when it was time to use it, he would use it. He wouldn't deliberately avoid it anymore. This was Wang Ting's current attitude. He was actively accepting it. At this moment, the Blood God's clone was strolling around the second floor of the treasury. He looked around and saw many attribute bubbles on the ground. He picked them all up, increasing the inverted space miniature formation's attributes by quite a bit. As he went deeper and deeper into the second floor, the level of the treasures became higher and higher. Gradually, Demon Lord level treasures appeared. Even Wang Ting, who had seen many treasures in his life, was astonished by the dazzling light and the rich force aura. It's a pity that I can only choose one Demon Lord level treasure. Wang Ting shook his head, feeling a little regretful. However, being able to obtain one Demon Lord level treasure was already a great convenience brought by his identity as a blood disciple. The other blood breed geniuses would be extremely envious, so he couldn't ask for too much. Wang Ting's expression became serious. He observed the treasures through the blood god's clone. With his saint-level attainments in various sub-professions, it was just barely enough for him to identify these Demon Lord level treasures. Eh? Suddenly, Wang Ting couldn't help but exclaim softly. As if he had discovered something, his gaze fell on a treasure. It was a broken weapon of the Demon Lord level, which was a sacred weapon. Just by looking at it from afar, he could feel an extremely ancient mottled aura. The broken weapon was dark red with mottled bloodstains. It hovered in the display cabinet and was isolated by an energy shield. After the blood god's clone walked over, he could see its appearance clearly. There were dark red runes on its surface. It should be a fusion of the ancient dark runes and ancient blood runes. Even through the energy barrier, one could feel a powerful dark force and bloody force. This broken weapon was undoubtedly very suitable for the blood breed dark apparitions. The other dark races might not be able to use it. After all, only the blood breed could control the bloody energy. Unfortunately, it was already damaged and only fragments were left. He couldn't even tell what kind of weapon it was. However, what really surprised Wang Ting wasn't this broken weapon, but the few attribute bubbles scattered around it. Wang Ting wasn't surprised. He knew that some ancient artifacts would drop attribute bubbles. After all, he had encountered similar situations many times before. Obviously, this broken weapon was one of them. However, when he stood in front of the energy shield, a problem arose. The attribute bubbles were actually isolated within the energy shield. His spiritual power couldn't seem to enter. Must the vampires be so secretive? Wang Ting felt extremely helpless. He could only stare at the broken weapon in front of him. If you want to feel the power of this broken weapon, you can use the Blood Master token to activate the energy shield. Bloodner's voice suddenly echoed in the Blood God's clone's ears. The Blood God's clone immediately took out the Blood Master token. A beam of blood-red light shot out from it and entered the energy shield. With a hum, the energy shield opened in response. A copious amount of evil and bloody energy rushed out from within, accompanied by an incomparably tyrannical intent. It was as though an ancient dark existence had appeared before him and was awakening within this broken weapon. The blood god's clone's expression was solemn. He couldn't help but take a step back. He immediately activated his body of the blood god to resist this fierce aura. At the same time, the 9 treasures pagoda in Wang Ting's mind erupted with light and completely blocked that terrifying dark intent. He then looked at the broken weapon in shock. He felt a little incredulous. It was just a broken weapon, yet it possessed such a powerful intent. Just what was the origin of this broken weapon? He finally understood why the energy shield was used to seal it. If such a powerful force was allowed to sweep through the treasury without restraint, it would inevitably cause damage and affect the other treasures. The effects might not be noticeable in a short period of time, but over time, some treasures would lose their own characteristics. Wang Ting didn't hesitate at all. He immediately swept out his spiritual power and picked up the attribute bubbles. Primordial Darkness Intent * 1000 Primordial Darkness Intent * 1200 Primordial Darkness Intent * 1300, boom. The moment the attribute bubbles entered Wang Ting's mind, a terrifying scene instantly appeared, causing his mind to tremble violently. It was as though a huge wave had been set off in his mind. It was a battlefield, ancient, tragic, and bloody. Countless broken limbs were scattered all over the battlefield. Corpses and bones were piled up like mountains. Various weapons were inserted into the ground, and banners were fluttering in the wind. A huge existence whose appearance couldn't be seen clearly stood between heaven and earth like a towering giant. Its entire body exuded an extremely dense dark aura. Only a pair of scarlet eyes pierced through heaven and earth. It was like a beam of light that shot straight into the void of the universe. It was impossible to look directly at it. Roar, with a furious roar, the huge dark existence unleashed an extremely tyrannical aura that spread between heaven and earth. Under the pressure of this aura, the stars in the universe exploded one by one. The galaxy was broken, and countless stars turned into dust. It was like the scene of the end of the world. Under the sweep of this aura, everything ceased to exist. The world seemed to have sunk into darkness. The broken limbs, corpses, and weapons on the battlefield were all turned into scraps. Only a few lucky ones remained. Among them, there was a dark red broken weapon that was buried deep in the ground, emitting a faint light. It had witnessed the terrifying dark existence's aura and seemed to have recorded that moment. For countless years after that, the entire battlefield was still filled with that tyrannical aura. It seemed to be shrouded by the dark will and couldn't dissipate. Under the influence of the dark will, the broken weapons were also gradually infected by the dark will, making them even more mystical. The scene came to an abrupt end. Wang Ting took a deep breath. His eyes gradually regained focus, but his heart was still in shock. What kind of existence is that? How could it unleash such a terrifying aura? He took a deep breath and found it hard to believe. In that image, the terrifying existence of darkness made him think of an extremely terrifying dark powerhouse. Erebus. Yes, it was the dark powerhouse called Erebus that broke the seal under the Subprofession Alliance's headquarters. Wang Ting had seen many powerhouses, but only this one could be compared to the terrifying existence in the scene just now. Even some of the demon god-level existences that he had seen were much weaker in his opinion. The dark world is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Wang Ting's expression was extremely solemn. Just when he thought that Erebus was one of the strongest existences in the dark world, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be another existence that was on par with it. The impact was undoubtedly huge. Facing such a powerful dark race, did the light faction really have a chance of winning? For some reason, Wang Ting couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. It made him feel a little dejected. He had always been very confident. However, as he became stronger and came into contact with higher levels, he realized that this world was much more terrifying than he had imagined. The stronger he became, the more he feared. Phew. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled to calm himself down. There's nothing to be afraid of. The light faction definitely has an extremely powerful existence. It's just that they haven't appeared yet. Wang Ting's eyes flickered, and his heart gradually became firm. Nothing was impossible. Along the way, had he not experienced many difficulties? How could he be frightened by a mere scene from ancient times? Ancient Will of Darkness, 3500/10,000, Rank 1, Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel and felt happy again. So what if it was an ancient super expert from the dark world? He still took advantage of it. This Ancient Will of Darkness was undoubtedly extremely powerful. Its aura was much stronger than that of an ordinary dark apparition. From Wang Ting's perspective, this Will of Darkness was even comparable to his Ancient Will and the Unyielding Thunder Battle Will. This was because this Will of Darkness was not only the Will of Darkness, but also the Ancient Will of Darkness. It was similar to the Ancient Will of Darkness that Wang Ting had mastered. He looked at the remnant soldier in front of him with a burning gaze. He couldn't bear to leave, so he waited for a while and forcefully took advantage of it 3 more times. When there were no more attribute bubbles, he had no choice but to give up and leave. What a pity. Wang Ting shook his head and glanced at the attribute panel again. Ancient Will of Darkness, 6500/10,000, Rank 1. At this time, his Ancient Will of Darkness had reached 6,500 points. He would be able to break through to Rank 2 very soon. With this Ancient Will of Darkness, I can directly use this Will of Darkness to fight back when I face the aura of a strong dark apparition. Wang Ting touched his chin and thought to himself. Previously, when he faced the aura of those strong dark apparitions, he could only passively defend and couldn't fight back. It was really frustrating. Now, with this Ancient Will of Darkness, he wanted to see who could use their aura to suppress him. However, this Will of Darkness was still too weak. It had to be at least Rank 3 or Rank 4. Otherwise, it would be useless. Let's see if there are any other weapons that can drop this Ancient Will of Darkness. The Blood God clone looked around and searched for other ancient weapons. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find a second weapon with this Ancient Will of Darkness. Wang Ting couldn't help but sigh. Although he had already guessed that this kind of weapon with Ancient Will of Darkness was extremely rare, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Forget it. I was too greedy. Wang Ting shook his head. Attribute bubbles were completely dependent on one's luck. Just being able to comprehend them was already a blessing. One couldn't ask for too much. Although he had only grasped rank 1, the difference between him and those who hadn't was like heaven and earth. This ancient will of darkness wasn't something that just anyone could grasp. His luck was already very good. After the blood god clone left, Bloodner appeared in front of the broken weapon and stroked his chin. This blood master seems to be comprehending the will of darkness of this broken weapon. I wonder if he managed to comprehend it in the end. In the past, quite a few geniuses were attracted by the ancient will of darkness, but none of them were able to comprehend it. I'm curious if he managed to. The blood god avatar continued to wander around. Although he did not find any more ancient weapons, he found that the treasures here were very strange. They contained dark characteristics, which were completely different from the treasures of the light camp. However, these treasures did not make him want to sell them. When he saw a treasure, he stopped in his tracks. His blood god's body shook uncontrollably, and the blood in his body seemed to be agitated. What's going on? The blood god avatar was slightly stunned. He looked at the treasures in front of him in surprise, and his face was full of confusion. Could it be caused by this thing? But, what is this? A wine pot? Or a water pot? He could not help but look at the treasures in front of him, and he fell into deep thought. This wine pot, let's call it a wine pot for now. It was still filled with the characteristics of the blood tribe. It was dark red in color, and the pot was very tall. The bottom of the pot took up at least 1/3 of its height, and it looked a little strange. The pot was engraved with all kinds of patterns and pictures, and it gave off a strange and ancient aura. However, Wang Ting did not dare to compliment these pictures. They were all creatures like bats, crows, blood snakes, and so on. Their pairs of cold, blood-red eyes seemed to stare at everyone who looked at them, and they looked indecent. It was the first time the blood god avatar had seen such a treasure in the blood tribe's treasury. What could be so special about a wine pot? Moreover, this wine pot was placed very far in the back, and it looked like it was gathering dust. No one paid attention to it at all. This thing can trigger the blood god's body. In the devouring space, Wang Ting touched his chin, and there was a hint of interest in his eyes. After standing in front of the wine pot for a while, he could already confirm that it was this wine pot that triggered the blood god's body. Therefore, he asked the blood god avatar to take out the blood master token and open the energy shield in front of him. He wanted to see what was so special about this wine pot. As soon as the blood master token appeared, the energy barrier opened, and an evil, strange, and ancient aura spread out from it. This item is called the blood marrow pot. It was forged by a saint-grade blacksmith and can be considered a saint-grade artifact. However, its use, this wine pot, this blood marrow pot can be used to purify certain types of energy. It's quite effective. Of course, it can also be used to purify one's origin power. It's quite helpful for cultivation, especially for those with low cultivation. Bloodner's voice rang out in the blood god avatar's ears. Blood essence pot? The blood god clone's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, he felt that Bloodner's tone was rather odd. Was it an illusion, or was there something strange about the blood essence pot? He did not think that if the blood marrow pot was so good, it would be left here. The others were not fools. There should be a price for purifying energy, right? The blood god doppelganger suddenly thought of something and asked Dan. Bloodner paused for a moment before continuing with a hint of surprise in his voice, as expected of a blood master. You saw the problem at a glance. Although the blood marrow pot can purify energy, it also consumes a lot of energy. Oh? Explain in detail, the blood god doppelganger said without batting an eyelid. Let me give you an example. Bloodner pondered for a moment before continuing. For example, if you inject 10 strands of energy into the blood marrow pot, 5 of them will overflow, and the remaining 5 will be purified and absorbed by you. Furthermore, the amount of energy you want to purify will depend on the price you have to pay. The blood marrow pot needs to be nourished. Holy shit. Even though the blood god doppelganger already knew that there was something strange about the blood marrow pot, he still couldn't help but curse after hearing Bloodner's explanation. Crazy, Did it have to be so evil, inject 10 strands of energy, and 5 of them overflow? That's half of it. Even a demon sovereign wouldn't be able to withstand that, right? And what did that nourishment mean? Was this some kind of ancestor, and it needed to be nourished? What kind of nourishment? The blood god doppelganger asked, suppressing his strong urge to retort. All kinds of energy ores or spirit medicines. As long as they contain sufficient energy, they can be nourished, Bloodner said. Do you see the base of the pot? That's where the nourishment is. The blood god doppelganger took a deep breath, completely at a loss for words. This thing was definitely a scam, whoever took it would be scammed. At that moment, he really did have the urge to turn around and leave. Who forged this thing? The blood god doppelganger asked in a resigned manner. It was forged by an extremely renowned saint-grade blacksmith in the history of our blood tribe. His name is Bloodvark. If you look into it, you'll find that he was once known as the ghost genius saint. The items he forged were half legendary, and the other half strange. Bloodner paused for a long while, seemingly lost in his memories. Half legendary, and the other half strange? The blood god doppelganger was speechless. He really couldn't imagine what kind of blacksmith could do something like that, let alone a saint-grade blacksmith. As a saint-grade blacksmith himself, he naturally knew how difficult it was to forge saint-grade items. Being able to forge saint-grade items into strange shapes was also a kind of ability in and of itself. For example, the blood marrow pot in front of him, putting aside the side effects, its true function was still very impressive. Wang Ting was even more convinced of his own judgment. That so-called ghost genius saint was most likely a strange one. So, do you want the blood essence pot? Bludgeoner asked in a meaningful tone. The blood god doppelganger fell silent. He really wanted to say no, but his body was still faintly restless, making him feel very helpless. Just what was so special about this blood essence pot that the blood god doppelganger desired it so much? That's right, in his eyes, this restlessness was a kind of desire. He could feel the blood god doppelganger's desire for the blood essence pot, as if all the cells in his body were urging him to take the blood essence pot. I'm quite curious about that ghost genius saint. Since that's the case, I'll take this blood essence pot back and study it. The blood god doppelganger took a deep breath and suddenly smiled. Oh? Bloodner seemed a little surprised. You're really going to use your one and only chance to exchange for a demon sovereign level treasure on this? That's right. The other demon sovereign level treasures are useless to me right now, so I might as well exchange for this blood essence pot and have some fun, said the blood god doppelganger. Have some fun? Bloodner's mouth twitched. I hope you won't regret this decision. I've never regretted my decisions. The blood god avatar smiled and made a grabbing motion. It transformed into a hand of origin power and grabbed the blood essence pot. When he actually came into contact with the blood essence pot, the restlessness of the blood god doppelganger's body seemed to become even more intense. The blood in his body flowed faster and his heart beat faster. However, he didn't bat an eyelid and silently put the blood essence pot into his interspatial space. Only when the blood essence pot disappeared did the restlessness gradually calm down. Let's stop here for today. Please open the exit, the blood god doppelganger said to the void in front of him. Aren't you going to use your 2 chances to exchange for demon sovereign level treasures? Asked Bloodner as he appeared. I don't need them for now, said the blood god doppelganger. All right. Bloodner shrugged and waved his hand. The formation glowed and a door of light appeared. You can leave the treasury through here. As for your little girlfriend, I'll send her out. She's not my little girlfriend, said the blood god doppelganger with a twitch of his mouth. Look at her. Her attitude towards you is different. Bloodner chuckled. Even I haven't seen many women as beautiful as her. She's also quite talented and will be good for raising your offspring. Don't miss out on this opportunity. The blood god doppelganger was speechless. He didn't think the manager of the treasury would be so gossipy. And? What do you mean by good for raising offspring? Do these vampires have some sort of obsession with raising their offspring? Let's go. He couldn't be bothered to say anything else. He waved his hand and walked toward the door of light, picking up the scattered attribute bubbles. If you think the blood essence pot is useless, you can return it to the treasury and exchange it for other treasures. But you'll only be able to get treasures of equal value. Bloodner's voice sounded the moment the blood god doppelganger stepped into the door of light. He paused for a moment, nodded slightly, and then stepped into the door of light without hesitation. This blood master is rather interesting, Bloodner said with a smile as he watched the door of light slowly fade away. When the blood god doppelganger walked out of the door, he was already at the entrance of the castle. Euphoria also appeared at the entrance at almost the same time. She seemed to have been forcefully teleported out. She was still a little dazed and hadn't reacted yet. However, she didn't seem to be surprised and quickly recovered. "Are you done?" she asked the blood god doppelganger. "Yes." The blood god doppelganger nodded, still thinking about what Bloodner had said. It could be recycled. It seemed that quite a few people had obtained the blood essence pot in the past, but they all sent it back. They definitely didn't discover its secret. However, Bloodner was definitely an unscrupulous merchant. He could only exchange it for treasures of equal value to the blood essence pot. That would be a huge discount. Given the blood essence pot's unique properties, could it be comparable to a high demon emperor level treasure? In any case, he felt that it was unlikely. "Let's go." The blood god doppelganger shook his head and turned to leave. "Not shopping anymore?" Euphoria didn't ask what he had chosen on the second floor. She simply followed him. "Let's stop here for today." The blood god doppelganger looked back at her and smiled. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Euphoria smiled. She seemed to be in a good mood. Her smile was very unique. As long as she smiled, she would unconsciously reveal her charm. She said, "Next, you should be preparing to enter the immortal blood sea. I have been there before. If you have anything you want to know, you can ask me directly." The blood god doppelganger nodded. "This is my communication number. Remember it." Euphoria raised her hand and tapped on her wrist a few times as she spoke. The blood god doppelganger was slightly stunned. His eyes flickered. There was an intelligent wristwatch on her wrist. At this moment, under her operation, a communication account appeared. This is a technological product from the Light faction. Many of the dark races actually use it, especially the nobles. Speaking of which, these technological products are very convenient. Euphoria saw his strange expression and thought that he had never seen it before. After all, many of the technologies used in the lower realm were extremely backward. So, she explained. "Oh right, you probably don't have this thing. Here, I have an extra one here. I'll give you one." As she spoke, she suddenly reacted. The bracelet on her left wrist flashed slightly. She took out another intelligent wristwatch from her storage space and stuffed it into the blood god doppelganger's hand. "This." The blood god doppelganger had a strange expression. He felt that something was wrong. "You're welcome." Euphoria waved her hand and said, "It's yours." "It's just an intelligent wristwatch. What's there to be polite about?" The blood god doppelganger was speechless. However, when he saw her proud expression, he did not say anything. He just looked at her deeply. In the dark world, this intelligent wristwatch should be considered a rare item. Moreover, judging from the material of this intelligent wristwatch and the runes engraved on it, it was at least a master-level item. Its value was not low. Euphoria was very generous to give it to him as a gift. Indeed, ever since she returned from the Blood Moon Castle, something was wrong with her. "Wang Ting, she definitely likes you." In the devouring space, Yuan Gungun appeared beside him and teased him with a mocking expression. "There's no result between me and the dark apparition," Wang Ting said casually. "It's okay. Go and conquer the dark apparition and win glory for the human race," Yuan Gungun said nonchalantly. Wang Ting. He directly ignored Yuan Gungun's teasing. He was too lazy to bother with it. This guy always liked to watch a good show. After leaving Euphoria's communication number, the blood god doppelganger parted ways with her and returned to the blood hall. Then, he entered the training room and closed the door tightly. He let the blood puppet guard outside. Without his orders, no one could enter. In fact, there was an inscription of an array in the training room. Wang Ting activated the array with the blood token. Even the blood puppet could not enter. In the training room, Wang Ting looked at the intelligent wristwatch in front of him and said, "The light world uses the virtual universe. Yuan Gun, what do you think the dark world uses?" Yuan Gun touched his chin. His expression was a little solemn. He said thoughtfully, "The dark world has plundered too many civilizations. No one knows what they have obtained. However, since they can use intelligent wristwatches, they must have the virtual intelligence technology." Wang Ting nodded and asked, "Can you enter the virtual world of the dark world to take a look?" "As long as there is an entrance to the virtual world, I can enter." Yuan Gun raised his short neck and said, "Don't underestimate me. I am now a domain lord level artificial intelligence." "Yes. Yes. Yes. Respected domain lord level artificial intelligence." Wang Ting rolled his eyes and nodded. "I will open the entrance now. Please go in and take a look." "No problem. No problem." Yuan Gun was extremely pleased by his flattery and immediately agreed with a laugh. Wang Ting shook his head with a smile. This guy was really easy to coax. He immediately put on the intelligent wristwatch and opened the virtual network. He said to Yuan Gun, "Go." "Okay." Yuan Gun nodded. Without any nonsense, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. After that, Wang Ting no longer cared about this matter. He took out the blood marrow pot that he had just obtained from the treasury and looked at it closely. As soon as the blood marrow pot appeared, the restless feeling appeared in his body again. This discovery made him feel slightly relieved. At least he did not find the wrong thing. No matter what it was fine as long as it was useful to the body of the blood god. Even if he could not find its use, it would be better to let it rot in his hands than to leave it in the treasury and let other dark apparitions get it. "Let me see what secrets you have." Wang Ting opened the Child of Truth. A purple gold light flashed in his eyes, and the world in front of him suddenly changed. His gaze fell on the blood marrow pot and scanned it inch by inch from head to toe. Now that his Child of Truth had reached the immortal level, he could naturally peek into the inner workings of demon lord level treasures. Under this pair of eyes, the internal structure of the blood marrow pot was presented before him one by one. The runes engraved on it and even the forging materials could be analyzed. He scanned it from head to toe and did not find anything special. It seemed to be quite normal. Wang Ting frowned deeply. He looked at the blood marrow pot in front of him with a face full of suspicion. This blood marrow pot should be forged with a type of ore called blood marrow stone as the main material and with a few other ores that can absorb energy as supplementary materials. Everything looks normal. However, the runes here seem a bit strange. I keep feeling that they don't match the overall runes, as if they are superfluous. He scanned it back and forth several times and finally found a clue at the junction between the base and the pot body. Wait. Wang Ting's eyes suddenly widened. He opened the Child of Truth to the extreme. The purple gold light in his eyes became more intense, shooting out two rays of light that seemed to be able to penetrate everything. Boom, an extremely mysterious feeling surged in his heart. The blood marrow pot in front of him seemed to have been peeled off a layer of its outer layer, revealing its deepest secrets. However, there was still nothing wrong with the pot body. What really surprised him was the base of the blood marrow pot. Under the immortal level, Child of Truth, the base still could not be seen through. He could only see a scarlet ball of light emitting a bright light. Buzz, at the same time, the body of the blood god also began to tremble violently. It became more and more agitated, and the blood in its body seemed to be boiling. "This is?" Wang Ting looked surprised as he stared at the scarlet ball of light. He did not notice it just now. No, it's runes. The runes on the outside must have formed some kind of restrictive force. If he had not opened the Child of Truth to the extreme, he would not have discovered the secret inside at all. This secret was really well hidden. It seems that this scarlet ball of light is the reason why the body of the blood god is agitated. Wang Ting stroked his chin, a little eager to take action. If it was hidden so well, it must be something good. Moreover, it was a great fortune for him to be able to trigger the body of the blood god. However, if he wanted to know what was inside, he would have to remove the base and completely peel off the metal layer on the outside. This was a little difficult. Since the other party had hidden the inside so well, the protection on the outside must be very tight. If he were to remove it rashly, he might damage the inside. In addition, there was the restrictive runes. If he accidentally destroyed some of the runes, it would cause a chain reaction, which might cause an explosion. Wang Ting rubbed between his eyebrows, feeling a little headache. One must know that this was a demon venerable level treasure, which was a divine weapon. How could it be so easy to remove? However, this was not a problem for Wang Ting. The blood god doppelganger stood up and walked out of the training room. He asked the blood puppet guarding outside the door, "Is there a place to forge in the blood city?" "Yes." The blood puppet's answer was simple and straightforward, but a little rigid. "Take me there." The blood god doppelganger had a headache. He glanced at the blood puppet, whose figure and appearance were excellent. He sighed in his heart. Forget it, as long as it was pleasing to the eye, the rest was not important. The blood puppet immediately took the blood god doppelganger and left the blood hall. It transformed into a blood-red bird and flew in a direction with the blood god doppelganger on its back. This direction was relatively remote. It was located in the west of the blood city. There were fewer and fewer buildings around, and finally, it became completely empty. Dark red cracks appeared on the ground, and wisps of scorching heat were emitted from the ground. This place. The blood god doppelganger's eyes flickered. He felt a little strange. He had already felt the scorching power of fire. This must be the place to forge. However, he did not expect that the place to forge in the blood city would be such a place. After the blood-red bird transformed by the blood puppet flew for a distance, the dark red cracks on the ground became bigger and bigger. They gradually evolved into an abyss that emitted scorching heat. The surrounding space faintly showed signs of distortion. This was caused by the high temperature. At this time, the blood puppet swooped down and rushed into the cracks. The blood god doppelganger looked extremely calm. He stood on the blood puppet's back with his hands behind his back. His eyes flickered slightly. The high temperature around him had no effect on him at all. Even his blood-red hair could not be blown in the slightest. The blood puppet landed on a platform. The outside world could not see it, but after entering the cracks, they could see many buildings on the stone walls on both sides. This platform was undoubtedly a man-made place. At the same time, there were many figures of the blood clan and dark apparitions around. After seeing the blood god doppelganger, their expressions changed slightly. "Blood Master. Why is he here? Is he looking for someone to forge weapons?" These blood clan members recognized the blood god doppelganger at a glance and guessed his purpose for coming here. The blood puppet transformed into human form. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, he walked out of the stone platform with the blood god doppelganger and came to a stone room. A dark apparition of the blood clan at the level of a middle-level demon emperor was lying on a chair and drinking wine, looking extremely relaxed. The work here was really a cushy job. Those blacksmiths and alchemists who wanted better forging rooms and alchemy rooms would more or less give him some benefits. He did not have to do anything and would be able to reap benefits. It was much more comfortable than going out to fight to the death. He admired those who were willing to go out and fight. He did not know what they were thinking. It was so dangerous. If they were not careful, they would not be able to come back. Why bother? At this moment, he heard footsteps. Someone walked in. Who is it? He raised his eyes slowly, looking a little arrogant. However, when he saw the figure wearing a blood-red mask, he suddenly trembled and his expression changed greatly. He hurriedly got up from the chair and greeted him. With a flattering look on his face subconsciously. "Oh, it's the Blood Master. Welcome, Blood Master. What can I do for you?" He bowed and asked cautiously. Although the news here was limited, and he had not seen the deeds of this Blood Master with his own eyes, he had heard a lot about him. The appearance of the Blood Master was a big deal in the Blood clan. No matter how limited the news was, there would still be people discussing it enthusiastically. He had also heard of the story of the Blood Master angrily confronting Demon Venerable Shuekan with the strength of a lower demon emperor. At that time, he was shocked. A lower demon emperor fighting against a demon venerable. Did he want to die? That was not all. In the end, the Blood Master retreated unscathed and defeated Demon Venerable Shui Kan. It was simply unimaginable. Not only that, but he had also heard that the Blood Master fought with the Middle Demon Emperor geniuses of the major clans today. Moreover, he fought against 9 geniuses alone. In the end, the Blood Master beat the 9 geniuses until they could not fight back and almost killed several of them. Fiend, he was definitely a fiend, he was just an ordinary Middle Demon Emperor. Naturally, he did not dare to offend the Blood Master. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. Thinking of this, he became more cautious. As for the grudges between the clans and the Blood Master, it had nothing to do with him. I need a forging room. The Blood God Doppelganger did not know what the Blood Clan Dark Apparition was thinking. He only felt that the Dark Apparition was too respectful. However, he did not think much about it. Okay. I will open it for you. Do you have any requests? The Blood Clan Dark Apparition asked carefully. It must be quiet. I don't want anyone to disturb me, the Blood God Doppelganger said. No problem. I will arrange it for you now. The Blood Clan Dark Apparition agreed and immediately walked out of the stone room with the Blood God Doppelganger. Then, they walked along a long stone path toward the depths of the ground. The Blood God Doppelganger observed the surroundings while quietly spreading out his mind telekinesis. This place was connected in all directions. On both sides of the stone path were separated stone rooms. The stone doors were tightly shut. These should be the forging room and alchemy room. There are attribute bubbles as expected. In the devour space, Wang Ting's eyes lit up. The feedback from the mind telekinesis shocked him. Since there were forging rooms and alchemy rooms, there would naturally be corresponding attribute bubbles. He was too familiar with this path. Pick them up. Wang Ting did not hesitate and immediately picked up those attribute bubbles. Forging, Sacred Tier, *200, Forging, Sacred Tier, *150, Alchemy, Sacred Tier, *300, Alchemy, Sacred Tier, *250. Saint Tier. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. Both of his attributes were Saint Tier, and they were just right for him. Previously at the Secondary Profession Alliance's headquarters, both of his secondary professions had reached Saint Tier. Moreover, it was through Wang Ting's own efforts that he had advanced. He had forged a Saint Tier weapon, he had refined a Saint Tier second tribulation pill. These were all real experiences, which allowed him to smoothly advance to Saint Tier. After reaching Saint Tier, only Saint Tier attributes could continue to allow him to advance. Therefore, although there were many forging rooms and alchemy rooms here, there were very few that could provide Wang Ting with attribute bubbles. After all, there were not many Saint Tier existences. Now, as the attribute bubbles converged in Wang Ting's mind, they immediately turned into different insights. They were mysterious and magical, allowing his forging and alchemy attainments to sublimate. These insights came from different blacksmiths and alchemists. Naturally, each of them had different insights. Therefore, the benefits they brought to Wang Ting were also different. Although the insights were very mixed, they were just nourishment for Wang Ting. To Wang Ting, this was undoubtedly a great thing. If the insights were the same, he would not be able to advance at all. Along the way, only a few smithing workshops and alchemy workshops had attribute bubbles, while the rest were empty. Of course, it did not mean that there were no people inside. In fact, there were still many. Master-level secondary professions. It was just that they could no longer provide Wang Ting with attribute bubbles. Wang Ting was not disappointed. He glanced at the attribute panel and was quite satisfied. Blacksmith, 2500/30,000, Saint Tier, Alchemist, 3200/30,000, Saint Tier. Both of his attributes had increased by a lot, allowing him to have a deeper understanding of forging and alchemy. It was as if he had advanced to Saint Tier many years ago. Although it seemed like there were only 2,000 to 3,000 attribute points, these attribute points represented the accumulation of years of experience of a Saint Tier blacksmith or alchemist. In terms of alchemy, Wang Ting did not need it for the time being, but the improvement in smithing came at the right time. At this moment, Wang Ting could not help but feel a little more confident about dismantling the blood essence pot. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. The blood god avatar followed suit. The vampire dark apparition leading the way didn't know what he was thinking. However, it kept glancing at this legendary blood disciple from the corner of its eyes. When it saw him suddenly reveal a sinister smile, it couldn't help but shudder. This smile was too sudden, and in the current environment, it seemed a little strange. He didn't think he had offended such a blood disciple, did he? Did I do anything wrong just now? All sorts of questions surfaced in the Blood Clan dark apparition's mind. Cold sweat trickled down its forehead, and its heart couldn't help but skip a beat. The main reason was that this blood master was too famous. Otherwise, it wouldn't have thought so much. The more nervous it was, the more cautious it became. The blood god doppelganger was confused. What was wrong with this dark apparition? He didn't seem to have done anything. Why did he look so nervous? We're here. After walking for a while, there were fewer and fewer stone rooms around them. Finally, the vampire dark apparition leading the way suddenly stopped and said respectfully, "Blood Master, this is a relatively remote forging room. Usually, only saint-level blacksmiths can use it. However, as a blood disciple, you can also use it. No one will disturb you here." Is the blood disciple satisfied? The blood god doppelganger looked around, nodded, and said, "Let's do it here." Okay. Okay. The vampire dark apparition heaved a sigh of relief. It immediately took out a token and opened the door of the forging room. The blood god doppelganger looked inside and was even more satisfied. He could tell at a glance that this forging room was indeed specially made for saint-level sub-professionals to use. Regardless of whether it was the runes carved on the walls or some of the forging tools inside, they were all of a high level and could withstand the energy impact when a saint-level weapon was created. This vampire dark apparition didn't fool him. "Blood Master, do you have any other orders?" the vampire dark apparition asked. "There's nothing else. You can leave first." After the blood god doppelganger finished speaking, he stepped straight into the forging room. With a bang, the door closed. The vampire dark apparition wiped the sweat on its forehead and immediately turned to leave. After it had walked far away, it couldn't help but mutter, "This blood disciple is too scary. I don't know why, but just standing in front of him makes me feel a little scared. Is it my illusion? He's just a lower demon emperor. What the hell? It seems like the rumors are true." It shook its head and walked away, not daring to stay for even a moment. The blood god doppelganger didn't care about the vampire dark apparition at all. In his opinion, it was just a staff member here with average strength and wasn't worth paying attention to. At this moment, after entering the forging room, he glanced around and directly sat down cross-legged. At the same time, his psychic power swept out again to explore the surroundings. He had discovered that although there weren't many forging rooms here, there were still a few scattered around. The more it was like this, the more unusual this place was. Moreover, he could feel that the temperature here was obviously much higher than the places he had passed by before. Obviously, this place was specially designed for saint-level existences. Of course, the few stone rooms where he had picked up the attribute bubbles earlier were also for saint-level existences. The temperature in those stone rooms was higher than other places. It could be seen that the earth fire here was not evenly distributed and was very scattered. Ever since he entered this place, he had been observing the surrounding terrain and the distribution of the power of fire. Similar to most forging and pill refinement places, the earth fire was used for forging and pill refinement. After all, not everyone had the help of a heavenly flame. However, the earth fire here seemed to be a little different. It faintly carried a trace of dark power, which made Wang Ting even more curious. He only had one type of dark flame. He hadn't encountered other types of flames. The dark flame was obtained from a dark apparition when he was on Earth Star. Now that he thought about it, that dark apparition was indeed a little strange. It could actually control a dark heavenly flame. Moreover, it should be some kind of dark race with a special fire talent. So far, Wang Ting hadn't encountered a second dark apparition of the same race. The more he thought about it, the stranger he felt. Fortunately, the dark apparition named Demon King Qi Yan hadn't died yet. It was still trapped in Wang Ting's small universe. However, after such a long time, Wang Ting almost forgot about its existence. After all, it was only at the Demon King level. To him, it was simply a small fry. He really couldn't think of any other use for it. Fortunately, he didn't think of it. Otherwise, he would have destroyed it. Achoo! In Wang Ting's small universe, a dark apparition trapped in a flame prison in a corner suddenly sneezed and mumbled, "Who's scolding me? It's been so long. Could it be that someone still remembers me? How touching." It suddenly had the urge to cry. It had been trapped for so long, but someone still remembered it. Even if they were scolding it, it made it feel like it had found a trace of its existence. Currently, it was very weak. It was trapped in a prison made of holy fire and didn't even have the chance to struggle. Sigh, when will these days come to an end? Demon King Qi Yan looked at the void in front of him through the gap of the flame prison and couldn't help but sigh. His eyes were filled with despair. That guy seems to be getting stronger. This should be the small universe in his body. It means that he's at least at the human universe level. Demon King Qi Yan's expression kept changing. It was uncertain, and the young figure couldn't help but appear in its mind. When it first saw the other party, it was an existence that the other party had to look up to. If it wasn't for the fact that it was tortured by the sacred mountain for a long time and was very weak, it could easily crush that kid. But now, that kid was much stronger than it. The human universe level was the same as the lower demon emperor level of the dark races. That was the demon emperor level. If it wasn't trapped, with its talent, it wouldn't be difficult for it to advance to the demon emperor level. But who knew that the planet was so strange? It thought it was just an extremely backward planet, but the actual situation was far beyond its expectations. Whether it was the person who sealed it in the sacred mountain or the kid it met later, they were all extremely powerful. If it was in the past, it would never believe that such a backward planet could produce such a monster. However, the truth was that it had underestimated that planet and ended up in its current state. It was really sad. It seems that I have no hope of getting out of here, unless he dies. Demon King Qi Yan's eyes flashed with a cold light, like a dormant poisonous snake. There are still attribute bubbles. At this moment, a message came back from his spiritual power. It pulled Wang Ting's thoughts back to reality. Saint-level attribute bubbles, saint-level attribute bubbles again. He didn't hesitate and immediately picked up all the attribute bubbles that he sensed. Forging, saint-level, *800, forging, saint-level, *1000, forging, saint-level, *1200, blood tower forging method *2500. The attribute values this time are actually more than before. Wang Ting was slightly stunned, but he was pleasantly surprised. The total value of the forging attribute values that he just picked up was actually 3,000, which directly surpassed the attribute values that he just obtained. Forging, 5,500/30,000, saint level, very good. Now I'm more confident about dismantling the blood essence pot. Wang Ting's eyes flickered, but soon, a different feeling swept over him, which surprised him. Blood tower forging method. This is actually a special forging method. Wang Ting didn't expect to have such a harvest. The so-called forging method was not an ordinary forging method, but a method summarized by predecessors, which had become a brand new system. This forging method was an inheritance that blacksmiths could only come across by chance, and it was impossible for ordinary blacksmiths to master it. This was because only blacksmiths who had been immersed in the path of forging for a long time had a deep understanding of it and had their own unique understanding. Only then could they systematically summarize and create their own set of forging methods. This was the so-called forging method. Therefore, this forging method was actually extremely rare, and it was impossible for ordinary blacksmiths to obtain it. Blood tower forging method, saint level 2500/5000, basic. It's also a saint-level forging method. Wang Ting's eyes lit up, and he was unusually happy. This was really a surprise. He only wanted to pick up some ordinary saint-level forging method attributes, and he didn't even think about forging methods. Luck, it was all luck, as expected. Handsome people were lucky in everything they did. This blood tower forging method is very strange, and it's a unique forging method for dark apparitions. Wang Ting felt the feeling in his mind, and he became more and more curious. The forging methods of the dark world and the light faction were somewhat different. In some ways, the forging methods of the dark world were more unconventional, and it felt like they had opened up a new path. Moreover, they were more inclined towards the dark side. After all, the materials used by dark apparitions were all dark, and the runes inscribed on them were also dark runes. In this regard, there were many differences between the two. Alright, let's start dismantling the blood essence pot now. Wang Ting took a deep breath. With this blood tower forging method, he was more confident. He immediately controlled the blood god doppelganger to take out the blood essence pot and put it on the forging table. This time, he was going to use the blood god doppelganger to dismantle it. In a place like this where dark apparitions were everywhere, he would try his best not to appear. Boom, as the blood essence pot appeared, he didn't hesitate at all. His other hand suddenly emitted a dark fire, and he waved it forward, directly enveloping the blood essence pot. Intense heat suddenly exploded, and under his control, it concentrated at the joint between the bottom and the pot. At the same time, his spiritual telekinesis swept out with a loud rumble, turning into spiritual telekinesis carving knives and dissecting the joints. There were many extra runes there, and they were left behind by the previous forger. Now, Wang Ting was going to dismantle them. The dismantling of runes could be said to be the most difficult. If there was a problem with any runes, it would cause a chain explosion. Therefore, he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Wang Ting's expression was extremely stern. He controlled his spiritual power and unraveled the rune bit by bit. His actions were extremely gentle, as though he was a rapist who was undressing a beauty. He was afraid of waking her up. Buzz, one of the runes lit up, but it seemed to have withered. Immediately, it dimmed and finally slowly dissipated. Phew, Wang Ting gently exhaled, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. That was close. There was almost a problem with the first runes. The runes of a sacred artifact are too complicated. A slight change in one part could affect the whole situation. He became even more serious and began dismantling the second runes. Time slowly passed as he dismantled the runes, the second runes, the third runes. One by one, the runes were dismantled by Wang Ting and disappeared at the joint between the bottom of the flask and the body of the flask. After a long time, when the last runes dissipated, the bottom of the flask and the body of the flask automatically separated with a click. Eh? A strange light flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. He asked the blood god's clone to wrap the bottom of the flask in flames and take it into his hand. Why does the bottom look like a wineglass? The bottom of the flask was hollow. Looking at it now, it did look like a wineglass. However, he soon found a problem. This wineglass seemed to have been thickened by a thick layer of metal. That was why it looked a little big. Maybe there is a wineglass inside. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he secretly guessed. This made him even more curious. He never thought that there would be a wineglass inside the flask. What was the use of this thing? Continued dismantling. With curiosity, Wang Ting continued dismantling the runes on the base. The following work was even more complicated. The runes at the bottom had a certain ability to absorb energy, so they were not useless runes. Therefore, these runes could be said to be a whole, which was many times more complicated than the previous connected runes. For this structure, I should start dismantling the runes at the center. Wang Ting touched his chin. After studying for a while, he finally found the node of the runes. Spiritual power spread out from his forehead and condensed on his finger. It turned into an invisible knife and instantly cut into a point on the base. Boom, the base suddenly shook, and the runes on it lit up at the same time. Wang Ting's eyes were like lightning. He snorted and merged the dark fire with his spiritual power into the knife. The high temperature exploded and instantly pierced through the protective light of the runes. Boom, a soft sound was heard, as if something had broken. Soon after, the invisible mental energy carving knife directly pierced one of the runes. Before it could even react, it had completely dissected it. As long as the reaction was fast enough, the runes would not have time to explode. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with a purple-gold light. The true vision child had been activated to the extreme. He moved extremely fast and broke the runes one by one. Like dominoes, the runes were dismantled from the inside out, circle after circle. The light of the runes constantly lit up and then extinguished. It was like a blooming flower being extinguished in the darkness. It was only beautiful for a moment. After an unknown amount of time, the runes on the base were all dismantled by Wang Ting. None of them exploded. Crack, when Wang Ting's last knife fell, the runes on it had completely disappeared. A soft sound was heard. Then, crack, 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 cracking sounds were heard. Cracks appeared on the surface of the base, spreading from the top to the bottom and covering the entire bottom of the flask. It's done. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. The dark fire in his hand suddenly erupted and completely enveloped the bottom of the flask. Without the protection of the runes, the metal layer on the bottom of the flask began to soften under the high temperature of the dark fire. Wang Ting was very careful. He was afraid that the high temperature outside would hurt the things inside. However, his worry seemed to be unnecessary. Under the observation of the true vision child, the things inside did not seem to be affected at all. The softened metal layer on the outside gradually fell off, and the things inside finally revealed their true appearance. Buzz, however, at this moment, a dazzling golden red light suddenly erupted. F***CK. Wang Ting immediately closed his eyes. The light was so dazzling that it almost blinded him. What the hell is this? Even my true vision child, which has advanced to the immortal rank, can't resist it. He was shocked. He felt a slight stinging pain in his eyes and could not open them for a moment. If he hadn't leveled up, true vision child, to the immortal rank, his eyes would have been severely injured just now. Even if he had the immortal power, it would take some time for him to completely recover. It's too dangerous, Wang Ting thought. However, before he could recover, his body suddenly seemed to explode. The body of the blood god automatically opened. His heart beat violently, and his blood flowed like a river. What's going on? Wang Ting's expression changed. He immediately controlled the blood god doppelganger and tried his best to calm down the body of the blood god. Fortunately, his real body was in the devouring space at this time. Otherwise, his real body would be affected. However, no matter how he controlled it, the body of the blood god was still restless. An indescribable impulse exploded in his body. Boom, the next moment, before he could react, a bloody aura broke out of his body and condensed into a blood god statue above his head. However, this was not the end. After the blood god statue was condensed, it began to expand rapidly and expand toward the outside world. Rumble, the entire underground was shaking. Earth fire surged and spewed out from various fire outlets. Some even directly burst out from the cracks in the ground and rushed into the sky. Boom! 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 Sounds of explosions suddenly came from various forging rooms and alchemy rooms. The eruption of the earth fire caused some of the sub-professions who were refining pills and forging to waste their previous efforts. Their pills and equipment all exploded and turned into debris. What's going on? What happened? Why did the earth fire suddenly erupt? My medicinal pills. Exasperated voices rang out from the alchemy and smithing rooms one after another, and then figures charged out one after another. What? What is this? The blood god statue. When they saw the expanding blood shadow in the sky, they couldn't care less about their anger. They were all shocked and lost their voice. It was as if they had seen something unbelievable. The blood god's shadow. Why is the blood god's shadow here? At the same time, the blood clan dark apparition in charge of this place also flew out from the ground. When it saw the blood shadow in the sky, its eyes widened. Soon, it seemed to have thought of something and immediately looked down. Wait, it can't be that, right? The blood clan dark apparition's gaze instantly fell on a certain direction. That direction was the forging room that it had assigned to the blood master. Blood Parker, what's going on? Do you know something? A blood clan dark apparition at the side seemed to have heard its words and immediately asked in a stern voice. This. Cold sweat appeared on Blood Parker's forehead. It wanted to slap itself in the face. How could it say that out loud? Great. These sub-professions weren't to be trifled with. Usually, they were easy to talk to because they didn't provoke them. At this moment, looking at their expressions, it knew that they were in a bad mood. Blood Parker, you're in charge of this place. Now that something has happened, you have to give us an explanation, another Blood Clan dark apparition said coldly. Blood Parker wanted to cry but had no tears. It was just a small character. What responsibility did it have to bear? It couldn't bear this responsibility. What's going on? If you know something, just say it. If it's not because of you, we won't make things difficult for you, another Blood Clan dark apparition said. They knew Blood Parker very well. It was cunning. If they didn't give it some pressure, it wouldn't tell the truth. Okay, I'll tell you, but it's just my guess. Blood Parker finally couldn't withstand the pressure and said in a low voice, don't you think this blood god's shadow looks very familiar? Familiar? Everyone was slightly stunned. Then, they reacted. Blood Master. A name suddenly appeared in their minds. After all, they had just seen this blood god's shadow not long ago. How could they forget it? It's inside right now, and it doesn't seem to have come out yet, Blood Parker said telepathically. I didn't say anything. Don't say that I said it. No one paid any attention to it as they were all secretly shocked in their hearts. Blood Master, could it really be that Blood Master who caused the commotion? At this moment, the blood god's shadow was still expanding. It had already reached a height of several hundred meters, as if it had grown out of the ground. Half of its body was under the ground, while the other half was rising into the sky. It was like a giant that could hold up the sky. It was a breathtaking sight. Logically speaking, it should be very difficult to see where such a huge body came from. However, for some reason, Blood Parker was more and more certain that the source was the Blood Master's forging room. At the same time, inside the forging room, Wang Ting finally saw the object in front of him clearly. A wine cup. It was indeed a wine cup. The wine cup was blood gold in color and emitted a dazzling blood gold light. The surface of the wine cup was covered with mysterious and strange blood red patterns. They were like living creatures, twisting and wriggling as if they were going to extend out of the wine cup. Boom, an ancient, boundless, and bloody aura with a hint of nobility spread out from the wine cup. This wine goblet? Wang Ting stared at the blood gold wine goblet in front of him. His eyes fluctuated violently, and he was secretly shocked. The things in the blood essence pot had an extraordinary effect on his body of the blood god. However, he did not expect the effect to be so intense and overbearing. He did not even have a chance to react before his body of the blood god was detonated, catching him off guard. At this moment, Wang Ting felt that the body of the blood god doppelganger had been completely activated. Although there was no harm in this effect, he still felt like he was being forced to do something beyond himself, which made him a little unhappy. What is this wine goblet? He was full of doubts. It was unbelievable that a mere wine goblet could cause such a change in the body of the blood god. Moreover, even his immortal rank, True Vision Child, couldn't see through the details of this wine cup. That kind of hazy feeling, no matter how he activated True Vision Child, was of no use. It was still hazy and he couldn't see anything clearly. More importantly, his eyes were almost blinded by the light. He did not dare to continue investigating. If there was another flash, he would not be able to bear it. Wang Ting took a deep breath and could only give up for now. He would wait until his eyes were more powerful in the future to see what this wine goblet was. However, it could be seen that this wine goblet was definitely beyond the divine level. Could it be the divine level? Wang Ting could not help but feel a little excited. Divine level, this was not some common item. It was a true divine level item. Just thinking about it made one realize how awesome it was. When he saw those powerhouses fighting with divine level weapons at the Secondary Profession Alliance headquarters, his eyes were very red. However, at that time, he also knew that at his current level, divine level items were too far away. They were out of his reach. In fact, it was already a great fortune for him to be able to obtain a demigod-level weapon, the Shadow Sword. Outsiders would never imagine that he would have such a high-level weapon. If some divine-level existences knew about it, they might covet it. This was the attraction of a demigod-level weapon. After all, a demigod-level weapon had a chance of advancing to god level. As long as the corresponding materials could be found and refined by a god-level blacksmith, There was a possibility that the weapon could successfully advance to god level and undergo earth-shattering changes. Moreover, the cost was much lower than the cost of forging a god-grade weapon. Some divine-rank blacksmiths had a very low success rate when forging divine-rank weapons. It was already considered very good if they could forge a few divine-rank weapons in their lifetime. From this, it could be seen how rare and precious divine weapons were. How could Wang Ting not be excited when a suspected divine-grade artifact appeared in front of him? It was as if he had picked up this wine cup from the ground. Just thinking about it made him feel good. I wonder what it does. Wang Ting thought to himself as he stared at the wine glass with a burning gaze. Buzz, as if sensing his thoughts, the blood-gold wine cup in front of him suddenly let out a buzzing sound. The runes on it actually floated out and condensed into mysterious and strange patterns in the air. They were blood-gold in color. Faintly, an even larger shadow of a blood-gold wine cup slowly appeared. It was formed by those complicated patterns and looked extremely strange. When Wang Ting saw this scene, a strange expression appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, before he could think further, the blood-gold wine cup suddenly turned into a ray of light and appeared above the blood god clone's head. Boom! Almost at the same time, there was a roar, and the huge blood god clone suddenly moved. What's going on? The blood god clone moved? Look, the blood god clone's hands seem to be forming a seal? In the outside world, the blood clan dark apparitions widened their eyes when they saw this scene. Exclamations came from their mouths. Under the horrified gazes of all the blood clan dark apparitions, the blood god clone suddenly stretched out two huge hands and closed them in the center as if forming a strange seal. Buzz, a loud buzzing sound suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. In an instant, a strange scene appeared. The moment the shadow of the blood god clasped his hands together and formed a seal, a huge blood-gold wine cup appeared between his hands. Silence, the entire world was silent. All the blood clan dark apparitions fell into a strange atmosphere. They looked at the huge blood-gold wine cup, and their eyes almost popped out. They were extremely shocked. That is, some of the blood clan dark apparitions were completely incoherent. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They could not believe what they were seeing. Blood god cup. Immediately after, an exclamation finally sounded from the crowd. Some of the blood clan dark apparitions recognized the blood gold wine cup. No, it should be said that they had recognized it long ago. It was just that someone only said the name of the wine cup now. Blood god cup, a legendary divine artifact, had appeared in front of all the blood clan dark apparitions in such an unbelievable manner. How could they not be shocked? What made them even more incredulous was that this artifact had disappeared a long time ago. The blood clan spent a lot of manpower and resources to search for this artifact for a long time but could not find it. Later on, they had no choice but to give up because they could not find any clues. But now, it had appeared right in front of everyone's eyes. No matter how they looked at it, it felt like an extremely dreamy dream. It's fake, right? Many of the blood clan dark apparitions could not believe what they were seeing and could not help but hesitate. It's just a shadow. It doesn't mean anything. I heard that the blood god clone can activate the corresponding artifact shadows. As long as the blood god clone continues to increase its level, it will be able to activate more blood god artifacts. That's right. There is indeed such a rumor. The blood god clone is the projection of the blood god. Naturally, the blood god clone has all the artifacts of the blood clan. The blood god cup is just one of them. In that case, the blood master upgraded his blood god clone again? That should be it. Otherwise, I really can't think of any other reason. After all, that's the blood god cup that has been lost for countless years. How could it appear here? That's right. If the blood god cup had always been in Blood City, we would have found it long ago. Discussions reverberated in the sky. The blacksmiths and alchemists among the blood clan dark apparitions analyzed logically. They felt that they seemed to have found the most credible explanation. Wang Ting did not know about the discussions of the people outside, nor did he know that this wine cup was the legendary blood god cup. At this moment, he could not help but look up. That blood gold wine cup was floating above his head. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. That blood gold wine cup actually slowly tipped over. The originally empty wine cup was now filled with a blood-gold liquid that slowly dripped down like silver lava. What is this thing? Wang Ting's eyes focused. He felt an extremely rich bloody energy that seemed to be of the same origin as the blood god clone. He wanted to dodge, but he felt that there was nothing wrong with that energy. Thus, he forcibly stopped the blood god clone from dodging. It's just a clone anyway. Even if there's a problem, it won't affect the main body, Wang Ting muttered in his heart. Otherwise, he would not have taken the risk to absorb this unknown energy. Blood god clone, that blood gold liquid slowly dripped down and finally landed on the blood god clone's head. Winter, a sound like water dripping into a calm lake suddenly rang out. It was especially abrupt. That blood gold liquid immediately seeped into the blood god clone's head and disappeared. At this moment, Wang Ting's senses were synchronized with the blood god clone's. He only felt his mind shake as if a strange energy had invaded his body. Boom, in an instant, that power had already erupted, filling his mind and body in an instant, turning into an incomparably pure and strange energy that swept through his limbs and bones. The blood god clone's expression changed. He did not have time to think. He could not help but close his eyes and frantically absorb the energy. All the liquid in the wine cup had been poured out. It was empty again, as if there had never been any liquid in it. Then, it slowly returned to its upright position and floated above the blood god doppelganger's head, emitting a faint blood gold light. But this time, the blood gold light was not so dazzling. Instead, it was extremely gentle. It sprinkled down light and enveloped the blood god clone. What a strange feeling. This energy seems to be specially used on the blood god clone. Wang Ting sat cross-legged in the devouring space. He felt the effects of the energy through the blood god clone and was secretly shocked. The effect was too good. He even felt that this transformation was even more miraculous and perfect than the transformation brought about by the blood god altar. It was as if this energy was of a higher level than the energy formed by the blood god altar gathering all the origin blood. So what is the liquid in the wine cup? Some kind of blood? Or something else? Wang Ting kept guessing in his heart, but he had no clue. The blood gold liquid did have a strong smell of blood, but most of the F*King blood clan's energy had the smell of blood. How could he judge? There was no way to judge at all. The only thing that made him feel at ease was that this energy should not be harmful. At this moment, it was causing the blood god clone's blood god clone to undergo some kind of transformation. The blood god clone seems to be evolving. Wang Ting's eyes flickered as he felt the effects of the energy. I didn't expect that the blood god clone would have such an opportunity not long after it was upgraded to rank 2. He was slightly happy. It was not easy to upgrade the blood god clone. Previously, he had used up a lot of blank attributes to upgrade it to rank 2. Now, a huge opportunity had unexpectedly appeared. Through the transformation of this energy, the blood god clone might be able to break through to rank 3. At that time, his clone's strength would be even more powerful. Thinking of this, Wang Ting could not help but be overjoyed. Rumble, the blood god clone's body trembled as if there were waves of bloody waves washing over his body, causing every cell, every inch of flesh, and even every bone and meridian in his body to change and become more powerful and mysterious. A strong smell of blood spread out from his body and gradually merged with the blood god's shadow outside his body, causing the blood god's shadow to continue expanding. Boom, the blood god's shadow, which had already reached a height of a few hundred feet, continued to climb higher. Its huge body seemed to break through the sky and break free from the shackles of heaven and earth. A terrifying aura was constantly emitted from its body and spread between heaven and earth. Gulp. How can this aura be so terrifying? All the blood clan dark apparitions looked at the blood god's shadow in horror and could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Their hearts were filled with shock. Most of these blood clan dark apparitions were grandmaster-level existences. At this moment, facing the huge blood god's shadow, they could not help but have the urge to submit. Even some saint-level existences looked at the blood god's shadow with a solemn expression. The bloodline in their bodies seemed to be suppressed, producing an inexplicable sense of oppression. The blood god's shadow is indeed becoming stronger. If it's really that blood master, his blood god's body might really be transforming. What's going on? This is a place for refining pills. Why is the Blood Master transforming here? That's right. There shouldn't be anything here that can make the Blood God's body transform. It can't be the Earth Fire, right? The group of Blood Clan dark apparitions were all confused. They could not figure out what was going on at all. They were forging in the forging room and refining pills in the alchemy room. How could they encounter such an unexpected disaster? They were really unlucky. At this moment, the Blood God's shadow was still expanding. The Blood God goblet in its hands was also enlarging, as if it was synchronized with the Blood God's shadow. Gradually, the sky became completely silent. The surrounding Blood Clan dark apparitions gradually lost their voices. Their eyes were filled with shock. The aura emanating from the Blood God's shadow made all the Blood Clan dark apparitions feel suffocated. This was bloodline suppression. Some Blood Clan dark apparitions did indeed possess extraordinary bloodline power. However, they were still at a disadvantage in front of the Blood God's shadow. That ancient, boundless, bloody, and incomparably noble aura made many Blood Clan dark apparitions lower their heads and bow slightly. In front of the Blood God's shadow, they could no longer maintain their pride and arrogance. This was not respect for Wanting's Blood God clone, but reverence for the Blood God's shadow. The Blood God's shadow was the projection of the Blood God, it was also the Blood God's representative in the human world. Every Blood Clan member had to maintain sufficient reverence for it. Suddenly, a dozen powerful auras appeared in the sky. They appeared very abruptly and hid in the void. At first, no one even noticed their existence. Demon Lord. However, some saint-level Blood Clan dark apparitions immediately sensed something and looked toward the void. The space fluctuated slightly, and figures wrapped in blood mist appeared in the sky. They nodded at the saint-level existences. To a certain extent, saint-level existences were on equal footing with demon lords. Therefore, even demon lords had to show them a certain level of respect. However, these demon lords' gazes quickly landed on the Blood God's shadow. They did not care about anything else. Their eyes were extremely serious. They swept their gazes across the Blood God's shadow and finally landed on the Blood God goblet. Their eyes flickered. It really is the Blood God goblet. Why would the Blood God goblet appear on the Blood Master's Blood God's shadow? It didn't appear when he activated the Blood God's shadow last time. Could it be because of the transformation of the Blood God's body? But why would the Blood God's body transform? Don't forget that he just obtained the Blood God's body not long ago. Now, it has transformed again. All the demon lords fell into silence. Their eyes flickered continuously. Clearly, they had sensed something fishy. The Blood God's clone had just obtained the Blood God's body. How long had it been since the last transformation? Now, it had transformed again. This talent was a little too monstrous. It already defied common sense. Even the demon lords present felt that it was a little unbelievable. That was why they were overthinking. This Blood Master is really restless. A demon lord dark apparition could not help but shake its head. Doesn't this prove that he is not a mediocre person? Another demon lord dark apparition glanced at it and laughed. Ha ha ha, the Blood Shadow is right. Our Blood Master is naturally not a mediocre person. Another demon lord dark apparition laughed loudly. The more this is the case, the more it proves that he is qualified to become our Blood Master. I am more and more curious about what kind of reputation he will create among the other races. Now that the war is about to begin, the various races will definitely send their prodigies to that world. Our blood race should also have a prodigy as the leader. Isn't the Blood Master the leader of our race's prodigies? That's right. Our blood race finally has a shocking prodigy. This time, we must shine in front of the other dark races. The Demon Lord level dark apparition that said the Blood God doppelganger was restless suddenly had a gloomy expression. He was a Demon Lord level dark apparition of the Vansite clan. After the Blood God doppelganger was punished, he replaced the Blood God doppelganger and became the Demon Lord level dark apparition of the Vansite clan. Therefore, he naturally did not have a good impression of the Blood God's clone. However, he really did not expect that so many demon lords would jump out to refute him just because he said something bad about blood extinction. Although their voices were calm, anyone could tell that these demon venerables had chosen to support Shuiju. Only the few clans that were not on good terms with the blood god were in an extremely awkward situation. In particular, the prodigies they sent out today were all defeated by blood extinction. This made the few clans, led by the Vansite clan, extremely passive. Blood Extinction's talent and strength had once again exceeded their expectations. 9 prodigies joined forces, and all of them were middle-rank demon emperors who were one rank higher than Blood Extinction, but they were still no match for him. Blood Extinction was only a peak low-rank demon emperor, but he actually had such strength. Even they had to admit that he was qualified to become the Blood Master. Humph, if you want to become the leader of our blood race's prodigies, you must suppress all the prodigies of the current generation. The Vansite clan's demon lord Dark Apparition snorted coldly. Blood Fiend, you really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Seeing that the other party was no longer hiding, Blood Shadow Demon Lord's eyes became cold as he laughed. Blood Shadow, how about we make another bet? Blood Fiend Demon Lord said. Bet? What are we betting? The Blood Shadow Demon Supremacy raised his eyebrows. His interest was piqued as he asked. Of course, we bet on the Blood God altar. Our prodigy will fight with the Blood Master again. If our prodigy wins, you will have to hand over the Blood God altar. Blood Fiend Demon Lord was interrupted before he could finish his words. You have a good plan. Blood Shadow Demon Lord sneered. But unfortunately, I won't agree to it. The Blood God altar will be controlled by the Blood Master, so it will be controlled by the Blood Master. It has nothing to do with us. Blood Fiend Demon Lord did not expect Blood Fiend Demon Lord to be so merciless, and his face turned ugly. Don't look at me like that. If you want to challenge, go ahead and challenge the Blood Master. I really want to see if you can defeat the Blood Master. Blood Shadow Demon Venerable suddenly laughed out loud. Don't lose too badly when the time comes. You'll embarrass the entire 13 clans. The other demon lords could not help but chuckle when they heard this. They did not take Blood Fiend Demon Lord seriously at all. You. Blood Fiend Demon Lord trembled with anger. As a demon lord, this was the first time he had been angered to such an extent. The unbridled laughter was simply a great insult to him. But in the face of so many demon lords, he was helpless. He could not really fight with them. He could not defeat them alone. Rumble, just as these demon lords were talking, the blood god's shadow seemed to have reached its limit. It grew to a height of several thousand feet, which was even bigger than the blood god's shadow that was activated on the blood red stone platform. It has reached 3,000 feet. Blood Shadow Demon Lord's eyes seemed to be a little surprised. Looking at the huge blood god's shadow, he was speechless. The other demon sovereigns felt the same way. They were all shocked. Who would have thought that a dark apparition at the peak of the lower demon emperor could activate the blood god's shadow to 3,000 feet, even an upper demon emperor would find it difficult to activate the blood god's shadow at this level. But a peak lower demon emperor did it. This was talent, it was an extremely powerful talent. Blood Fiend Demon Lord's face turned ugly. Xueju had such talent. He was becoming more and more of a threat. Xueju had only been in the ancestral land of the Blood Clan for 2 days, but he had already reached such a level. If he was allowed to continue growing, Blood Fiend Demon Lord could not imagine what level he would reach. This speed of growth reminded Blood Fiend Demon Lord of the past generations. But in his memory, there was no Blood Fiend Demon Lord who could compare with him. Of course, Blood Fiend Demon Lord also knew that this kind of growth might be due to some kind of coincidence. In particular, the growth of the Blood God's shadow was strange and mysterious. Blood Fiend Demon Lord must have obtained some kind of fortune to be able to improve so much. Blood Fiend Demon Lord had to investigate this carefully. Blood Fiend Demon Lord's eyes flickered, but he quickly regained his calm. He stared at the Blood God's shadow indifferently as if he could see the figure of the Blood God doppelganger in it. But in fact, he could not see anything. Have I reached the limit? In the forging room, the Blood God doppelganger slowly opened his eyes and sensed the situation in his body. The corners of his mouth gradually curled into a smile. It has indeed reached the 3rd level. Wang Ting's highest constitution was the 5th level of the space body, which was equivalent to the limit of a sector lord's constitution. The 3rd level of the Blood God's body was only equivalent to the limit of a universal constitution. It could not be compared to a 5th-level constitution. However, this constitution was also very powerful. It could activate the Blood God's shadow and had unpredictable power among the Blood clan. Previously, he had relied on the Blood God statue to activate the power of the Blood God altar. There was also the demonic change. The reason the Blood God doppelganger was able to activate the demonic change was also due to the Blood God's body. It could be said that some of the techniques of the Blood clan were undoubtedly more suitable if they were activated by the Blood God statue. The power would also be greater. Now that the Blood God's body had reached the 3rd level, the strength of the Blood God doppelganger would definitely increase by another level. This was great news. In fact, if Wang Ting had some special space techniques, even if he only had the 3rd level of the space body, he would still be able to unleash terrifying power. It's a pity that the blood gold liquid seems to be gone. The Blood God doppelganger looked up at the wine cup and shook his head regretfully. The next moment, he reached out and grabbed the wine cup from above his head. He examined it carefully in his hand. The appearance of the blood gold liquid previously still made him feel strange. He did not know what was going on. If only it could be reborn. Click to download the website's app. Massive amount of free reading. If the blood gold liquid could be regenerated, the body of the blood god could be upgraded infinitely. Rank 9 would not be a dream. Just thinking about it made him happy. Unfortunately, it was just a thought. Wang Ting turned the wine cup back and forth a few times, but there was not a single drop of the blood gold liquid. The bottom of the wine cup was as clean as if it had been wiped with a cloth. There was not a single trace left. He tried to activate the patterns on the wine cup, but there was no other effect other than emitting the same blood gold light as before. Do I have to use it together with the body of the blood god? Wang Ting looked at the wine cup in front of him suspiciously, then looked at the enormous blood god's shadow above the blood god's doppelganger. Eh? Suddenly, he let out a soft sound of surprise. There were a few attribute bubbles floating in the blood god's shadow. Their color was exactly the same as the blood god's shadow, so he did not notice them at all. Pick them up. Wang Ting did not hesitate at all. Mental telekinesis swept out from between his eyebrows and picked up all the attribute bubbles. Blood God's Godly Cup * 2000, Blood God's Godly Cup * 1500, Blood God's Godly Cup * 1800, Blood God's Godly Cup? Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he could not help but feel strange. When he was absorbing the attribute bubbles, a strange realization suddenly appeared in his mind. At the same time, an image appeared. It was a vast blood-red sea with no end in sight. This sea was extremely strange, as if it was born in the void. Above it, there were even stars of different shapes floating and orbiting the sea of blood. Stars, planets, supergiants, nebulas, and even galaxies, every celestial body existed, as if it was a small universe. However, these stars all had a bloody color, which was different from the normal stars in the universe. It was as if everything here was condensed from blood. It was extremely strange. Within the sea of blood, there was nothing but endless scarlet blood, as well as the strange creatures that were nurtured within the blood. These creatures were in the form of beasts, but they were condensed from blood. They could merge into the sea of blood and play happily in the sea of blood. In this image, the stars above the sea of blood revolved day after day. It was as if the sea had changed into mulberry fields, and the sun and moon had set. A very, very long time had passed. One day, the blood sea suddenly exploded. Blood-colored waves rose tens of thousands of feet into the sky. A terrifying blood mist appeared above the blood sea and gathered. Finally, it slowly condensed into a huge blood-colored vortex. Countless creatures in the blood sea were alarmed and fled. However, some of the creatures in the blood sea were unable to escape in time. They were instantly sucked into the blood-red whirlpool. They did not even have the time to scream before they disappeared. They were completely absorbed into the blood-red whirlpool. All of a sudden, a huge hand reached out from the blood-red vortex and went straight into the sea of blood without stopping. It was just a glimpse, but it was amazing. What kind of giant hand was that? It was like the hand of a god, strange yet divine. One could see many eyeballs embedded on the arm, emitting a strange light, making it hard for one to look directly at them. If it wasn't for the image, Wang Ting wouldn't even be able to see the arm. No, even in the image, when Wang Ting saw the giant hand, his mind was greatly shocked. At the same time, there were mystical patterns on the eyeballs. They were like the patterns of heaven and earth, emitting unimaginable power. The hand was too terrifying and mystical. Wang Ting had never seen such an existence in his entire life. Even Erebus, who had broken out of his seal at the headquarters of the Secondary Profession Alliance, it seemed that he couldn't be compared to the owner of the hand. It was like a god born by heaven and earth. It was one with the universe and heaven and earth. It was a part of the universe and heaven and earth. It was a feeling that he had never felt before. Boom, at that moment, as the giant hand reached into the blood sea, the entire blood sea seemed to be tumbling. Countless bubbles appeared and the temperature of the blood sea seemed to be rising. No one knew what was happening. When the giant hand reached out from the blood sea, there was a wine cup in its hand, a blood gold wine cup. The wine cup quietly floated above the palm of the giant hand, emitting a faint blood gold light. A large amount of blood from the blood sea slid down from the gaps of the palm like a waterfall from the ninth heaven. Boom, Wang Ting felt a huge tremor in his mind. He broke free from the image in an instant. He felt as though someone had slapped him on the head. His entire head was trembling violently, and a dull pain started spreading through his head. F***CK. It hurts. Wang Ting covered his head. He didn't expect that the image of comprehension would have such a huge impact on him. This was something that had never happened before. Wang Ting calmed down for a long time. He circulated his mind power, and the pain in his head gradually subsided. After all, it was just an image. The impact on him was very limited. If he had seen it in real life, it wouldn't have been like this. That giant hand can't be the so-called blood god, right? And that blood sea, could it be the undying blood sea? Wang Ting rubbed his temples. His eyes flickered slightly, and he was secretly guessing. The image just now had brought him too much shock and confusion. Whether it was the strange blood sea or the giant, terrifying palm, they were all shocking. He had gained many insights in the past, and all of them were blood seas. However, there had never been a blood sea that was so magnificent and magical. In the past, whether it was the insight of the blood sea realm or the blood sea stimulated by the shadow of the blood god, they couldn't be compared to this. Those blood seas were just blood seas. However, the blood sea that he had just comprehended was like a vast universe. It made Wang Ting feel small when facing the void of the universe. However, he couldn't make any guesses now. He could only suppress the shock in his heart. It wouldn't be too late to verify it when he really set foot in the undying blood sea. Then he looked at the attribute panel. Blood God Godly Cup, unknown 5300/50,000, basic, unknown? Wang Ting was a little surprised. The Blood God Godly Cup's level was unknown. It was the same as the Sky Imprisoning Lock, Dark Altar, and other items that he had previously obtained. It seemed that its level was a little high. Otherwise, the attribute panel wouldn't show that it was unknown. He didn't think too much about it. He glanced at the attribute points required for basic. It was a total of 50,000 points. He knew that the Blood God Godly Cup was an incredible divine item. There was no need to guess. He just needed to know that it was of a higher level than a divine item. Moreover, Wang Ting also understood the function of the Blood God Godly Cup after comprehending it. The blood gold liquid from before was the condensation of the Blood God Cup. It was called the Blood God Liquid. This was the greatest function of the Blood God Godly Cup. It could absorb the origin power of heaven and earth, various strange energies, and the origin blood of powerful creatures. It could then be transformed into the Blood God Liquid. The Blood God Liquid was of great help to the Blood God's physique and could help it advance. At the same time, to the blood race, the Blood Gold Liquid could also sublimate their bloodline and make their talents more powerful. The Blood God Liquid could even be used against Demon Lord level existences. Compared to the Blood God Altar, the Blood God Godly Cup's function was more domineering and miraculous. What the Blood God Altar couldn't do, the Blood God Godly Cup could. If one had to distinguish between them, the Blood God Godly Cup was high-end, while the Blood God Altar was more common. Both had their own merits. Good stuff. Wang Ting was very happy because he knew how to obtain the Blood God Liquid. Now that he had the blood god godly cup, his blood god's physique could continuously improve. He was originally worried that there wouldn't be any other blood god's physique that he could take advantage of. Now, he didn't have to worry at all. When he thought about how he had obtained such a treasure that surpassed a divine item, Wang Ting couldn't help but feel a little excited. After all, the way he had obtained it was really too simple. Luck. This was simply a huge stroke of luck. It must have been his luck attribute that had taken effect. It seemed that increasing his luck attribute was really necessary. But then again, this cup is called the blood god godly cup. Could it be a divine item of the blood race? Wang Ting thought to himself as he stroked his chin. He didn't know if the giant palm had scooped it out of the blood sea or if it had refined it in some way. Although there was a corresponding understanding of refining the blood god godly cup in the enlightenment he had obtained, there was no specific explanation of its origin. There was only that image. This was very strange because in the enlightenment of many divine items in the past, there was an explanation of the divine item's origin. However, there wasn't one this time. Wang Ting couldn't help but think of the blood god altar, the sky imprisoning lock, and other treasures. There didn't seem to be any corresponding explanation of their origin. It seemed that these treasures had a certain degree of mystery. Wang Ting's eyes flickered slightly, and he collected his thoughts. Now, there was a problem in front of him. He had already sensed the situation in the outside world through the blood god's shadow. This time, the improvement of the blood god's physique seemed to have caused quite a commotion, so much so that many blood race dark apparitions were attracted over. There were even demon lords among them. I can't let them know about the blood god godly cup's existence. Wang Ting's mind spun quickly. He didn't need to think to know what the blood god godly cup meant to the blood race. These demon lords would definitely ask about it, so he had to find a reasonable reason. Got it. His gaze suddenly fell on the blood essence pot, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He had only dismantled the base of the blood essence pot previously, so the upper half was still intact. He also knew how to restore the base, so it wouldn't be difficult to restore it to its original state. Wang Ting's eyes flickered, and he immediately came up with a plan. He couldn't help but chuckle. He immediately waved his hand and hammered the metal that had been peeled off from the base. Clanging sounds immediately rang out in the forging room. In the outside world, the blood god's shadow still existed and hadn't dissipated. Wang Ting had specially left this for the blood race dark apparitions to see. Why hasn't it come out yet? The blood fiend demon venerable couldn't help but frown. He looked at the blood god's shadow that had stopped growing and was a little impatient. The blood shadow demon venerable glanced at him and said, "How can it be so easy to upgrade the blood god's body? Although the blood god's shadow has stopped growing, the blood master will definitely need a lot of time to absorb this change." The other demon venerable blood race dark apparitions couldn't help but nod in agreement. After all, that was the blood god's body. If it was so easy to upgrade, they would find it strange instead. Thus, these demon venerable existences stopped talking and waited quietly. Seeing that no one had any objections, a hint of gloominess flashed across the blood fiend demon venerable's eyes, and he didn't say anything else. Time passed slowly, and Wang Ting's movements attracted more and more blood race dark apparitions. Even Euphoria, Blood Sta, Blood Noir, Blood Baker, and the other blood race geniuses had come. They stood in the sky far away and looked at the huge blood god's shadow with different expressions. Euphoria was naturally amazed, and the blood master's appearance couldn't help but appear in her mind. Was this caused by him again? The two of them seemed to have just separated not long ago. In the blink of an eye, that guy had caused such a commotion again. She didn't know how to describe her feelings anymore. Although Blood Sta, Blood Baker, and the other geniuses who were almost killed by Wang Ting had recovered a lot, their faces were extremely pale, and they felt weak. Their eyes were full of resentment, but when they looked at the huge blood god's shadow, they couldn't help but feel a trace of fear. Did that bastard become stronger again? They could feel a suffocating aura from the huge blood god's shadow, and they were shocked. They had just been defeated, and they were extremely unconvinced. They were trying their best to get back at him and take revenge for being abused this time. In the end, the other party didn't give them a chance at all. They hadn't even used their strength or improved, but the other party had already gone further. He didn't give them a chance at all. How were they going to take revenge? They might as well go home and sleep. Blood Baker, and the other geniuses gritted their teeth. They were extremely resentful, but there was nothing they could do. They were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Euphoria glanced at them, and suddenly felt sad for these formerly arrogant geniuses. Was it the fortune or misfortune of all the blood tribe geniuses to encounter such a blood disciple? In her opinion, it was fortune, but it might not be so in the eyes of the other geniuses. Euphoria shook her head and looked at the blood god's shadow again, waiting for the blood disciple to appear. She was looking forward to seeing how powerful the other party had become. In the forging room, Wang Ting was unaware of the situation outside. At this moment, he had already completely disintegrated the metal that had fallen off and was about to reforge and fuse it. With the help of the heavenly fire, the disintegration of the metal became less difficult. Especially now that Wang Ting had reached the saint rank, his spiritual power was powerful enough, so he could naturally accurately separate the various metals without leaving any impurities behind. This was a test of a blacksmith's ability to control the temperature of the flame. Every metal had a different melting point. If he wanted to melt them, he had to find the corresponding melting point of each metal. Only then could he disintegrate them one by one. At this moment, every metal had been disintegrated. Wang Ting controlled a dozen or so forging hammers and instantly hammered down on the metals. Clang, 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 a series of crisp and pleasant sounds reverberated in the forging room. It lasted for half a day before it gradually subsided. At this moment, the few metals had fused together again and turned back into the original shape of the base. Originally, the base was empty, and the blood god goblet was hidden inside. Now, Wang Ting had stuffed another unaffected metal into it, causing it to become completely solid. This way, no one would notice the problem. Otherwise, if there was a hollow in the shape of a wine goblet in the middle, it would inevitably be noticed. Afterward, Wang Ting's mental power swept out and turned into carving knives. He closed his eyes, and the runes on the base from before appeared in his mind. With his current mental power, he only needed to look at them once and intentionally memorize them to be able to memorize the runes without leaving anything out. Not to mention that he had previously cracked them, so his memory was even more profound. Whoosh! At the next moment, Wang Ting suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a flash of light in them. The carving knives condensed from mental power instantly moved and began to carve on the base. At the same time, he also controlled the base and the body of the pot to be connected again. Under the effect of the power of the runes and the heavenly flame, there was no longer any flaw in the two. After another half a day, the runes that originally existed on the base completely reappeared. If someone were to compare them, they would find that the blood essence pot was exactly the same as it was before it was disassembled. There was no difference at all. Even if the runemaster had some small habits of carving runes, Wang Ting carved them according to their original appearance. Buzz, as the last runes fell, the entire blood essence pot lit up. The runes on it were completely connected, and the blood essence pot's function was completely restored. Very good. The blood god clone let out a sigh of relief and looked at the blood essence pot in front of him. He could not help but smile. I'll let you take the blame for this. He chuckled and reached out his hand. The blood essence pot fell into his hand. Then, the blood god clone stood up and waved his hand. The blood god shadow outside his body immediately shrank from its size of 3,000 feet. It instantly turned into a blood-red ray of light and entered his body, completely disappearing. It's over. The blood fiend demon master, the blood shadow demon master, and the other existences were shocked. In just one day, the blood god had completely absorbed the changes in the blood god's body. This speed was extremely fast. They all looked down. It's time to go out and meet them. The blood god clone's eyes flashed. He waved his hand again, and the door of the forging room suddenly opened. The next moment, he had already turned into an afterimage and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky outside. He's out. The Blood Clan dark apparitions present all looked at the blood god clone with complicated expressions. Their eyes were filled with curiosity, doubt, envy, jealousy, and even resentment and shock. There were many more. Every Blood Clan dark apparition had a different feeling toward the blood god clone. It was extremely complicated. Everyone is sunbathing here. Where's the moon? The blood god doppelganger looked around and then looked up at the sky with a smile. Everyone, what the F asterisk CK? Sunbathing the moon, do you think we don't know the joke of the light faction? Cough cough. The blood shadow demon master's expression was a little strange. He coughed dryly and asked, Blood disciple, your blood god's body has improved again? Why did he say again, even he felt that it was a little strange? That's right. The blood god clone knew that he had caused too much of a commotion previously. There was no way he could hide it at all, so he might as well admit it. The blood fiend demon master glanced at him and asked, Then how did you improve your blood god's body? The blood god clone felt that the blood fiend demon master's gaze was extremely cold and could not help but ask, Lord demon master, you look unfamiliar. This is the blood fiend demon master of the Fanmount clan, the blood shadow demon master introduced. Oh, so it's the demon master of the Fanmount clan. I wonder if Lord Blood Remnant Demon Master is doing well. The blood god clone had already guessed it. At this moment, he pretended to be surprised and asked with a concerned look. Presumptuous. Even if Blood Remnant Demon Master is punished, he is still a demon master. How can a lower demon emperor like you make fun of him? The blood fiend demon master shouted coldly. When did I make fun of Lord Blood Remnant Demon Master? The blood god clone asked innocently. Lord Demon Master, please don't slander me. Although I am only a lower demon emperor, I will not be slandered so easily. The blood fiend demon master stared at him coldly and suddenly sneered. You are indeed sharp-tongued. However, are you trying to divert my attention by talking nonsense here? Could it be that you have something that cannot be seen and are unwilling to take out? Something that cannot be seen? The blood god clone seemed to be extremely surprised. He was stunned for a moment before he said, Lord, are you talking about this? He stretched out his hand and a dark red wine flask appeared in his palm. It was emitting an extraordinary aura. Divine weapon. The demon masters, including the blood fiend demon master, were slightly stunned when they saw the dark red wine flask. They seemed to be a little surprised. Why? Are all of you interested in this? The blood god clone said. If you are really interested, I can make an exchange with all of you. I will not let all of you suffer a loss. I only need a divine weapon of the same level. Exchange? The demon masters present had not come to their senses yet. When they heard the blood god clone's words, they were all dumbfounded. You want to make an exchange with us? The blood shadow demon master asked with a strange expression. Yes. This thing is really a bottomless pit for me. I can't afford to keep it, the blood god clone said with a distressed look. Wait. What is this thing? Explain it clearly first. A demon master did not understand and asked directly. Since this lord has asked, I will tell all of you the truth. The blood god clone said honestly, this treasure of mine is called the blood essence flask. It can absorb all kinds of energy and, he explained the function of the blood essence flask. Of course, he hid the side effects and did not tell these demon masters. So, your blood god body improved only because you absorbed the origin blood purified by the blood essence flask? The blood fiend demon master asked. That's right. That is the origin blood of a powerful star beast. After I purified it with the blood essence flask, there was an unexpected change. I was just trying it out. Who would have thought that it would succeed? Luck. It's all luck, the blood god clone said. Suddenly, the eyes of these demon masters lit up. If the blood essence flask really had such an effect, it would be of great help to them. As demon masters, how could they not get their hands on the origin blood of a powerful star beast? Click to download the app on this site and read it for free. All the demon lords present couldn't help but have a burning look in their eyes. They didn't expect that apart from the blood god altar, there would be such a treasure that could enhance their bloodline power. At their level, it was extremely difficult for them to increase their bloodline power. Therefore, such a treasure was really something that could only be found by chance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone through so much trouble for the blood god altar. However, the blood god altar wasn't very useful to them. It was more useful to low-level blood kinder dark apparitions. However, the blood marrow pot was different. If it was purified directly with the blood of a powerful star beast, it might really be useful to them. They didn't doubt the blood god clone's words. After all, they didn't believe that Xueju would dare to lie to them. As for the so-called support mentioned by the blood god clone, they didn't take it to heart at all. With their demon lord's wealth, how could they not be able to support a divine weapon? If it was a divine weapon, they might not be so confident. However, a divine weapon was really nothing to them. If Wang Ting knew that they were so confident, he would be very happy. It was good to be confident. If they were confident enough, he would give away the blood marrow pot. Otherwise, who would take it? As for whether he was lying or not, he didn't. If they couldn't purify the blood of origin they needed, it could only mean that they didn't provide enough support. Otherwise, their blood of origin wasn't of a high enough level. They couldn't blame anyone else. Even if he were to take a step back, even if he was lying, the one who lied was Xueju. It had nothing to do with Wang Ting. Are you really going to exchange the blood marrow pot? The blood fiend demon master asked. Yes. After all, I only used it once and went bankrupt. I'm afraid I can't afford to use it again in the future. The blood god clone shook his head and sighed. The blood fiend demon master couldn't help but sneer. An inferior demon emperor was indeed an inferior demon emperor. With such a treasure in hand, he couldn't unleash its power. What a joke. However, he didn't show any extra expression at this time. If he wanted to get the blood marrow pot, he naturally couldn't be rude to this kid. Blood disciple, you need to think this through. Saint artifacts with special effects are extremely rare. If you trade them away, it won't be so easy to find another one in the future. The blood shadow demon Exalt's eyes flickered as he spoke in the end. To it, since it had already chosen to support this blood master, it naturally hoped that he could become stronger, and this blood essence pot was the best thing to increase his strength. The transformation of the body of the blood god was the best proof. Moreover, this item was in the blood disciples' hands, and it seemed to be very easy for them to borrow it. There was no need to exchange it at all. Based on his understanding of Xueju, he was someone who was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Since they had chosen to support him, he probably wouldn't make things difficult for them. One had to admit that Blood Shadow Demon Venerable's conciliation strategy was more effective than Blood Ruin Demon Venerable's oppression. Blood Shadow, you're wrong. Since the Blood Disciple wants to trade, we naturally won't let him suffer a loss. We'll pay the corresponding price. This is also a good thing for him. After all, he needs a lot of resources now. A cold look flashed in Blood Fury Demon Venerable's eyes as he spoke indifferently. I'm just reminding him. The Blood Disciple will naturally make the decision. Why are you in such a hurry? Blood Shadow Demon Venerable said similarly calmly. The Blood God clone's eyes flickered slightly. He was rather surprised by Blood Shadow Demon Venerable's attitude. He was actually willing to give up the blood essence pot and even reminded him. This was really interesting. He was almost touched. Demon Venerables, please don't argue over this. Exchanging the blood essence pot is actually a decision I made after careful consideration. After all, I already have the blood god altar, and I feel that the blood god altar is more useful to me. However, the blood god altar also needs a lot of resources, so I made this decision. The blood god clone said sincerely. Although he was wearing a mask, the sincerity in his eyes could be seen by all the demon venerables present. They suddenly felt that this blood disciple was indeed a person who made choices. It wasn't without reason that he could climb all the way to the position of blood disciple from the lower realm. Many demon venerables looked at the blood god clone with admiration in their eyes. However, there's something I'd like to say first, the blood god clone suddenly said. Speak. The blood demon venerable couldn't hide his joy. He couldn't wait to get the blood essence pot. Hearing the blood god clone's nonsense, he had to suppress his impatience and spit out a word. The blood essence pot needs a lot of nourishment, and it seems to have a certain degree of randomness. I don't know if I can purify the origin blood that I need every time. Hence, I dare not guarantee anything to the demon venerables, the blood god clone said. You don't have to worry about that. The blood demon venerable waved his hand disdainfully. We're demon venerables. Can't we afford that bit of nourishment? Ah, yes, yes. This is my fault. I shouldn't have doubted the demon Venerable's wealth, the blood god clone hurriedly said. The blood demon Venerable's eyes revealed a hint of satisfaction. This kid is quite sensible, isn't he? He doesn't seem to be as bad as Xianxia made him out to be. At this moment, the blood demon Venerable's perception of the blood god clone changed. He didn't feel that the blood god clone was that annoying. Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? If he had known, he would have let him interact with the blood god clone. Xianxia was quite powerful, but he didn't know how to do things properly. Look, what a sensible blood disciple. How could he be pushed to the Gangrel clan's side? No, he had to pull this blood disciple back to his side. Don't worry. If you exchange the blood essence pot with me, I won't let you suffer a loss, the blood demon Venerable said pleasantly. The blood shadow demon Venerable was about to say something. Since the blood god clone didn't want the blood essence pot, he could also join the fight. However, at this moment, the blood god clone asked the blood demon Venerable directly, "What are you going to exchange for the blood essence pot, Lord Blood Demon Venerable?" The blood essence pot is quite useful. The blood demon Venerable was about to pull the blood god clone over to his side to prove that he was more capable than the blood god clone. When he heard the blood god clone asking for a price, he thought of something and said, "How about this? I have a sacred class weapon here. It's a battle bow. It's quite powerful. I can use it to exchange with you." Sacred class battle bow. 300,000 blood sea origin crystals. The demon Venerables who were about to compete were shocked when they heard this. They didn't expect the blood demon Venerable to be so generous. Even if the blood essence pot was useful, it was still a sacred class treasure. A sacred class battle bow was enough to make up for it. However, the blood demon Venerable added another 300,000 blood sea origin crystals. This price had exceeded their expectations. Those were blood sea origin crystals, they weren't darkness source stones or blood demon crystals. The blood sea origin crystals were worth as much as the chaos coins in the light faction universe among the blood breeds. Even an existence on the level of a demon lord would feel the pinch. The group of demon Venerable dark apparitions looked at the blood demon Venerable as if they were looking at a fool. Especially when this fool was from the Vansite clan. Weren't they against the blood disciples? Why were they willing to pay such a high price to exchange for the blood essence pot? This didn't make sense. Even the blood shadow demon Venerable couldn't understand, let alone the other demon Venerables. He looked at the blood demon Venerable in confusion. He felt that something was wrong. How is it? Who can afford my price? The blood demon Venerable said proudly. This. The group of demon Venerable dark apparitions was confused. Some hesitated as if they were hesitating whether to make a move. Some gave up immediately. The price was too high. It was far beyond what they could afford. They didn't think it was worth it. The blood shadow demon Venerable looked at the blood god clone and hesitated. He said, "I'll add another 50,000 blood sea origin crystals." The other demon Venerable dark apparitions looked at the blood shadow demon Venerable in shock. They didn't expect the blood shadow demon Venerable to increase the price after he made such a high offer. "Humph, I'll pay 400,000 blood sea origin crystals." The blood shadow demon Venerable said coldly. 450,000. The blood shadow demon Venerable said. 500,000. The blood shadow demon Venerable didn't plan to give up. He looked at the blood shadow demon Venerable coldly and increased the price decisively. "Alright, you win. This blood essence pot is yours." The blood shadow demon Venerable frowned, but chose to give up as he spoke indifferently. The blood shadow demon Venerable couldn't help but laugh. "Looks like your so-called support is nothing more than this. How do you know that this isn't my support?" The blood shadow demon Venerable laughed. The blood shadow demon Venerable, the blood god clone looked at the blood shadow demon Venerable gratefully. What a good person. Their roles in the bidding were too well coordinated. "You won't go back on your word, right?" The blood shadow demon Venerable asked. "Humph." The blood shadow demon Venerable stared at him fiercely and said, "It's just 500,000 blood sea origin crystals. I won't go back on my word. Please." The blood shadow demon Venerable made an inviting gesture. The blood shadow demon Venerable was very unhappy. He had wanted to do a favor, but the blood shadow demon Venerable had taken advantage of him. He had gotten a favor for free. Anyone would be unhappy if they were in his shoes. However, he didn't say much at this moment. He took out a blood-red battle bow from his spatial equipment and a pile of translucent blood-red crystals. They emitted a strong smell of blood. Saint-grade battle bow. The blood god clone's eyes lit up. Apart from the shadow sword, this could be said to be the first saint-grade weapon he had obtained. Although it was only saint-grade first tribulation, it was still very extraordinary. In the next moment, he reached out and grabbed. The battle bow fell into his hand. A strong wave of energy vaguely came from the battle bow. He could even feel a strong spirituality. This was a characteristic unique to saint-grade weapons. Every saint-grade weapon would faintly give birth to an immortal soul, which was the so-called spirituality. It could communicate with its owner's mind and unleash a stronger power. However, compared to a master-grade weapon, a saint-grade weapon that wasn't refined by oneself would require more time to refine and subdue. Otherwise, it would be impossible to gain the recognition of the immortal soul within the weapon. The time required to refine a saint-grade weapon could be years. It could even take more than 10 years or decades. Therefore, many warriors wouldn't refine and subdue a saint-grade weapon if it wasn't necessary. They didn't have the time or energy to do so. However, it was different for a weapon like the shadow sword that had already nurtured a demigod grade. Weapon soul. The shadow sword's weapon soul was already very intelligent. If it could gain its recognition, the time required might be even shorter. However, if it couldn't gain its recognition, it would take more time to refine it by force. However, Wang Ting wasn't worried about this. He had plenty of ways to deal with this so-called weapon soul. He could even deal with the shadow sword's weapon soul. How could he not deal with a mere saint-grade weapon soul? If I have the chance, I have to get an archery dark combat skill, Wang Ting thought to himself. He was now consciously increasing the strength of this clone. As the blood god clone had a very special status, it might be of great use in the future. He had to increase the abilities of the blood god clone so that it could deal with all kinds of unexpected situations. It could even give the blood god clone a higher status among the blood breeds. This battle bow is called the Crow Emperor's blood feather bow. I got it by chance. When you use it, you can directly condense blood feather arrows. It can transform into thousands of blood feathers. It's extremely powerful. I heard that Blood Sun has the blood of the blood crow. This battle bow seems to be suitable for you. The blood god clone seemed to like the battle bow, so he explained with a faint smile. The Crow Emperor's blood feather bow. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. He was pleasantly surprised. The power of this battle bow seemed to be extraordinary. It wasn't an ordinary saint-grade weapon at all. Even if it was a first tribulation saint-grade weapon, it was definitely one of the best among first tribulation saint-grade weapons. Thank you, Lord Blood God Clone. The Blood God Clone immediately cupped his fists at the other party. A good person, what a good person, he actually used such a good item to exchange for a useless saint-grade weapon like the blood marrow pot. If this blood god clone wasn't a good person, then what was he? In the future, if anyone dared to say that the Fanster clan was full of bad people, he would definitely get angry. As long as you like it, the blood god clone said with a faint smile. I lack everything, but I don't lack treasures. The blood shadow demon clone and the other dark apparitions couldn't help but glance at him. They felt that he was just pretending. To be honest, if they were to take out 500,000 blood sea origin crystals, it would indeed be a little painful. However, this blood god clone took it out just like that. He was really rich. F*CK, rich bastard. Don't let some people affect your view of the Fanster clan. At least, I won't make things difficult for a junior like you, the blood god clone said. The blood shadow demon clone's expression suddenly turned serious. This guy is F*King trying to take advantage of me. The blood god clone couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He suddenly understood. It turned out that the blood god clone was willing to pay such a huge price to rope him in. In the devouring space, Wang Ting touched his chin. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If the blood god clone knew that he had been scammed, what kind of expression would he have? He would probably want to tear him into pieces, Wang Ting couldn't help but shake his head. Then, his gaze landed on the huge pile of Blood Sea origin crystals. His eyes lit up slightly. Previously, he had extorted more than 10,000 Blood Sea origin crystals from those few geniuses. He thought that was already enough. Only now did he know, it turned out that poverty had limited his imagination. So many, this pile of Blood Sea origin crystals had reached a total of 500,000. It could be said to be quite terrifying. One had to know that even the average demon clone wouldn't have such a wealth. It was only because the blood god clone was rich that he could take out so many Blood Sea origin crystals. What did he do? He was actually so rich. At this moment, Wang Ting was a little regretful. He suddenly wanted to accept the blood god clone's invitation. It was for no other reason than to make friends with rich people. Lord Demon Clone, this is your blood essence pot. Take it. It's yours now. The blood god clone immediately handed over the blood essence pot with both hands. His attitude was completely different from before. The blood god clone nodded satisfactorily. He could feel that the blood master's attitude had undergone a 180-degree change. As expected, there was nothing in this world that money couldn't solve. If it couldn't be solved with money, then it meant that there wasn't enough money. He took the blood essence pot from the blood god clone, and a trace of excitement flashed across his eyes. This divine artifact was finally in his hands. If there weren't so many people here, he would have tried it out immediately. The other demon clans looked at the blood essence pot. Their eyes flickered slightly as if they were planning something. Now that the blood essence pot was in the blood god clone's hands, his strength might increase because of it. The blood clan dark apparitions had to treat him seriously. At their level, every bit of improvement was extremely rare. Now that they had obtained the blood essence pot, it could be considered a great fortune. Unfortunately, they didn't know that this was a trap. Alright, that's all for today. I'll go back first. The blood god clone couldn't wait any longer. He waved his hand and disappeared on the spot. Seeing this, the other demon clans naturally didn't stay any longer and left one after another. The blood god clone looked in the direction where the blood god clone left, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What are you smiling at? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from afar. As soon as the voice fell, a figure also appeared beside Wang Ting. It was Euphilia. Why are you here? The blood god clone immediately stopped smiling and asked lightly. You've caused such a big commotion. How can I not come? Not only me, but the geniuses of the other clans are also here. Euphilia motioned for him to look into the distance. The blood god clone swept his gaze and looked at Xianxia, and the others. However, he only took a glance and immediately looked away. To him, these were just a group of defeated opponents. They weren't worth his attention. Bastard! Damn it! Xianxia, and the other blood clan geniuses trembled with anger when they saw his contemptuous look. As geniuses, when had they ever been looked down upon like this? That look of disregard was more insulting than any words. It was really infuriating. Unfortunately, the other party was qualified to do so. They couldn't do anything about it and could only endure this humiliation. However, it was useless. The blood god clone didn't even look at them from beginning to end. Humph. Xianxia, and the other geniuses' faces were ashen. They wanted nothing more than to rush up and fight the blood god clone, but in the end, they could only snort coldly and leave dejectedly. Pfft. Euphilia couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. You're too mean. How could you humiliate them like this? I didn't deliberately humiliate them. If they think it's an insult, it's because their hearts are too weak. Only the weak would do that, the blood god clone said lightly. Euphilia was slightly taken aback. Although she felt that this guy must be bragging, she somehow felt that it made sense. Only the weak would feel insulted. The strong had a strong heart and wouldn't be affected by the outside world. You've become stronger, right? She took a deep breath, took a deep look at the blood god clone, and said. It's okay. It's just a little bit. It's not worth mentioning, the blood god clone said. Euphilia rolled her eyes. If she hadn't seen the power of the blood god clone with her own eyes, she wouldn't have guessed how much a little bit this guy was talking about. Every word from this guy's mouth was probably true. Suddenly, she felt a sense of powerlessness. Facing a genius beauty like her, he didn't even give her the slightest preferential treatment. Was this guy's heart made of steel? The blood god clone glanced at her and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll go back to the forging room. There are still some things to take care of." The word "well" appeared on Euphilia's forehead. That was because she was angry. She had only said a few words, and this guy couldn't wait to run away. Did she really not have any charm in front of him? "There's nothing else." The smile on Euphilia's face disappeared instantly. She waved her hand lightly and turned to leave. The blood god clone's face was full of suspicion. He always felt that this woman was strange. One moment she was warm, the next she was cold. She was really unpredictable. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to her. In a flash, he disappeared. The surrounding dark apparitions from the Blood clan wanted to come up and get to know him. After all, he was not only a blood disciple, but he was also valued by those demon lords. His future was definitely limitless. Unfortunately, he didn't give them a chance at all. He ran away directly. They could only leave helplessly. Amazing. This blood disciple is really amazing. Blood Parker looked in the direction where the blood god clone left with a face full of amazement. He couldn't help but shake his head and mutter to himself. Even if he was a blood disciple, it was enough to shock a lower demon emperor to be able to talk and laugh among a group of demon lords. It suddenly felt very lucky. Fortunately, it was extremely polite to this blood disciple. Maybe it could leave a good impression with him. Maybe it would be a great opportunity in the future. The blood god clone had already returned to the forging room at this moment. He didn't know what the people outside were thinking. He closed the door of the forging room tightly, and then his body turned into a cloud of blood mist. Caw, caw, caw. A group of blood crows rushed out of the blood mist and instantly rushed to the fire vent in the forging room. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. The reason why the blood god clone returned here was because of the flames below the forging room. He had previously discovered that the flames here contained the power of darkness. It might be a special kind of dark flame. Even if it wasn't a heavenly flame, it was definitely a special kind of flame. For Wang Ting, naturally, he wouldn't let it go. At this moment, the blood god clone turned into blood crows and rushed into the fire vent, flying quickly underground. The blood god clone could turn into blood crows at will. It was very useful in certain aspects, such as now. The flame circulation pipes underground could be described as intricate. Each main pipe could be divided into dozens or even hundreds of branch pipes. If Wang Ting didn't have psychic power and could accurately find the path to the bottom, he might really get lost. He flew for a full 10 minutes and felt that the surrounding temperature was getting higher and higher. Waves of heat rushed out from under the pipes. Sometimes, there was a dark red flame that directly spurted out from the pipes. If Wang Ting didn't have the heavenly flame to protect him, it would be difficult for him to survive in such an environment. Even if he wasn't burned to death by the flames, he would still suffer from the burning pain. The black flames wrapped around the blood crows, allowing him to pass through the pipes unimpeded. Even if the flames appeared, they would directly rush through. At a certain moment, a dazzling light finally appeared in the pipes in front of him. It was as if he had suddenly become enlightened. "We're here." Wang Ting couldn't help but be shocked. The blood crows instantly rushed out. After taking a closer look, he realized that this was a huge underground space with dark red lava flowing through it. The blood crows gathered and turned into the blood god clone again. It floated above the dark red lava and looked down. The dark red lava flowed quietly. From time to time, bubbles would pop up and burst, sputtering out scorching lava flames. These flames were dark red in color and had a rich fire attribute power. At the same time, they also contained dark and bloody energy. This made Wang Ting feel a little strange. Originally, he only felt that the flames here seemed to contain dark energy. Now that he was here, he realized that not only did these flames contain dark energy, but there was also bloody energy in the center of the flames. It was as if blood had merged into it. These flames are a little strange. In the devouring space, Wang Ting's eyes flashed slightly and he couldn't help but mumble. After that, he didn't think too much and scanned the lava inch by inch through the vision of the blood god clone. There are attribute bubbles indeed. Suddenly his gaze paused and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. In some places where the power of fire was stronger, there were dark red flames burning quietly, like flowers blooming in the lava. And beside these flames, there were attribute bubbles floating. Pick them up. He immediately swept out his psychic power and picked up all the attribute bubbles floating on the magma below. Earth Dark Blood Heart Flame *100, Earth Dark Blood Heart Flame *150, Earth Dark Blood Heart Flame *200, one by one. The attribute bubbles flowed into Wang Ting's body and condensed into a dark red flame in his small universe. This flame was different from the other special flames that Wang Ting had obtained. It didn't revolve around the green jade glazed flame, 10,000 beasts true spirit flame and other lightside flames. Instead, it revolved around the dark flame, like a loyal fan of the dark flame. Earth Dark Blood Heart Flame, it is indeed a dark flame. Wang Ting's eyes flashed and he was a little happy. Obtaining a dark flame could fill the gap in this aspect. After all, compared to his original body, the blood god clone's skills were too simple. Now that he had obtained this flame, even if he didn't use the dark flame in the future, he wouldn't lack flames. Wang Ting didn't hesitate and continued to pick up the attribute bubbles in the lava, making the Earth Dark Blood Heart Flame in his body grow stronger. Buzz, suddenly, a strange sound came from under the magma, reverberating throughout the entire underground space. The magma below also began to churn violently. Click to download the app on this site. Massive, free to read. What's going on? Wang Ting was slightly surprised. Looking at the changes in the magma below, he couldn't help but have an idea. He immediately opened the Eye of Truth and looked down at the magma. At first, he thought that there were just some special flames here and didn't think in other directions. Now, seeing this scene, he realized that he seemed to have thought too simply. As the Eye of Truth was opened, the magma below seemed to be peeled off layer by layer. At this moment, in his field of vision, the magma below seemed to have turned into a mass of dark red energy, and in this mass of energy, there was a more dazzling and burning dark red light, which was extremely abrupt. This is? Wang Ting's gaze immediately fell on the light mass. He immediately activated the Eye of Truth to a deeper level. The dense energy ball of light seemed to have lifted a layer of veil, revealing what was inside. It was a small dark red snake. It was not big, only as thick as 2 fingers and about half a meter long. Its body was coiled up and curled up in the flames of the magma. Fire spirit. Wang Ting was astounded. Then, he couldn't help but feel elated. It was a fire spirit. What was a fire spirit? It was the same as the thunder spirit that Wang Ting had before. The thunder spirit was a kind of thunder spirit produced by the gathering of thunder and lightning, while the fire spirit was a kind of fire spirit produced by the gathering of the power of flames. It was also a kind of strange life form that was born from the creation of heaven and earth. This kind of life form was undoubtedly very rare. The conditions for its birth were extremely harsh, and the difficulty was no less than the process of the birth of the heavenly fire. Wang Ting never thought that there would be a fire spirit here. I've made a fortune. I've made a fortune. I'm really going to make a fortune this time. The more Wang Ting thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't help but rub his hands. His mind was spinning rapidly, thinking about how to subdue this fire spirit. Since he had seen this thing, there was no reason to let it go. Then there was a problem. Should he subdue it by violence? Or should he subdue it by seduction? Forget it. I'll just lure them out. If I use violence to subdue them, it will probably cause a huge commotion. Wang Ting shook his head. He did not want to attract the attention of the demon masters. Moreover, if they were to discover the existence of the fire spirit, they might also have the intention to steal it. Not to mention dark apparitions, even human ancient martial art practitioners would be tempted when they saw such treasures. They wouldn't care so much. Wait, could this fire spirit have been nurtured by the blood breed's dark apparition? Wang Ting suddenly thought of a problem. After all, this was a place where the blood clan used to forge and refine pills. With so many saints around, How could they not have noticed the fire spirit? Wang Ting rubbed his chin, feeling that something was amiss. Gritting his teeth, Wang Ting narrowed his eyes and made his decision. So what if he's been groomed? Now that I've seen it, he's mine. Since he had already seen it, it was impossible for him to give up. He could only take the risk and try. Boom, at the next moment, he no longer hesitated. A ball of black flames emerged from his body and enveloped him. Then, he plunged into the magma below. Buzz buzz buzz, the buzzing continued. The fire spirit seemed to have been attracted by the dark flames outside the blood god clone's body and showed signs of awakening. After all, the dark flames were a type of heavenly flame. It was extremely mystical. Even a little bit of its power was enough to make the fire spirit drool. As the blood god clone approached the spirit of the flame became more and more agitated. It stretched its snake body and slowly raised its head. Hiss hiss, the snake's tongue flickered like flames, burning at a scorching temperature. Its eyes were like dark red gems, cold yet hot. What was even more surprising was that there was a third eye on top of its head. The cold vertical pupil flashed with darkness, making it look like a real fire spirit. Boom, the moment it woke up, the magma around it exploded and churned violently. Countless dark red flames gathered and flowed into its mouth. It was like a baby that had just woken up and was eating a snack first. After swallowing a mouthful of flames, it couldn't help but smack its lips, as if it hadn't had enough. When Wang Ting saw this, he couldn't help but laugh. However, he felt a little more confident. Compared to the flames here, his power of darkness was obviously more tempting. Otherwise, the fire spirit wouldn't have woken up, as if it knew that Wang Ting was coming over. The fire spirit's eyes flashed slightly. There was a hint of humanness in its eyes. Then, it coiled up on the spot in an extremely lazy posture, as if it was waiting for its prey to come knocking on its door. This little thing is treating me like a delicious meal. Wang Ting didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Good fellow, no one had ever treated him like a delicious meal. This was the first. If he didn't subdue this little thing, it would tarnish his reputation as a stingy person. Wang Ting immediately made the blood god clone speed up and travel through the magma. As the fire spirit was hidden deep in the magma, it was relatively far away. Moreover, there were undercurrents of magma below, so it wasn't easy to get close. Even he had to spend a lot of effort. To be honest, if he didn't have the eye of truth, he wouldn't have been able to discover the fire spirit in such a place where the power of flames was extremely rich. It was hidden too deep. If it didn't come out from the magma below, it would be difficult for even a demon master or a saint-level existence to discover it. Wang Ting was slightly shaken by his previous guess. Avoiding the undercurrents of magma, the blood god clone's speed became faster and faster. Not long after, it finally arrived in front of the fire spirit. At this time, he had almost reached the bottom of the magma. Buzz, however, at this moment, before Wang Ting could take a closer look, there was a sudden buzzing sound all around. Then, rays of light emerged from the magma. Formation. Wang Ting was stunned and looked around. He saw that there was a circular formation looming around the fire spirit. The power of flames, darkness, and blood around it were all absorbed by the formation to nourish the fire spirit. Formation in the void, and the level of this formation. This is at least the work of a saint-level existence. Wang Ting looked at the formation in front of him and various thoughts flashed through his mind. However, whether this is a naturally formed formation or a formation set up by a runemaster remains to be seen. Based on his experience and insight, the formation in front of him was completely integrated with the magma around it. It seemed to be formed naturally. If this was a formation inscribed by a runemaster, then the runemaster's attainments must be extremely high. Attribute bubbles. Suddenly, Wang Ting's eyes flashed slightly. He looked at the attribute bubbles that appeared in the formation and wasn't too surprised. Generally, when a formation was activated, attribute bubbles would appear. He was very familiar with this. Pick them up. Wang Ting immediately swept out his mind power and picked up the attribute bubbles. Blood Fire Spirit Gathering Formation, Saint Level, *1000, Blood Fire Spirit Gathering Formation, Saint Level, *1500, Blood Fire Spirit Gathering Formation, Saint Level, *1200, it's really a saint level formation. Wang Ting closed his eyes. At this moment, a huge dark red formation appeared in his mind. Runes lit up and filled the entire formation in an instant. This was a complete formation comprehension. Wang Ting was delighted. He didn't expect to directly obtain a complete formation comprehension. Moreover, this formation was a saint-level formation. Another saint-level formation. Wang Ting hadn't been in the world of darkness for long, but he had obtained saint-level formations one after another. Now, he already had 3 saint-level formations. Not to mention the god-level formations. The world of darkness is really a good place. Wang Ting once again sighed from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, a wave of enlightenment appeared in his mind, allowing Wang Ting to understand the function of this formation. It gathered the power of flames, darkness, and blood and gathered them in the formation. Through the power of the formation, a spirit of life was born. This flame spirit was indeed created by the formation. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He had completely understood. Then, he looked at the attribute panel. Blood Fire Spirit Gathering Formation, Saint Level 3700/5000, Entry, Just Entry. Wang Ting wasn't disappointed. He had only picked up a wave of attribute bubbles. It was normal for him to just enter the entry level. Now that the formation was in front of him, he could take advantage of it. Advancing to the proficiency level was just a matter of time. He wasn't in a hurry to take advantage of it. Instead, he looked at the flame spirit with a strange gaze. 3 eyes, this flame spirit seemed to be a little strange. From its body, Wang Ting could even feel a trace of threat. It felt as if he was facing a heavenly flame. Interesting. Wang Ting became cautious. A flame spirit cultivated by a saint-level formation wasn't simple. Hiss, at this moment, the flame spirit was also looking at the delicacy in front of it. The black flame made its cold eyes reveal a trace of passion and desire. It wanted to eat. Wang Ting's mouth curved into a smile. The black flame appeared in his hand, and his voice was full of temptation. Little darling, do you want to eat? Hiss, the flame spirit's serpent tongue flicked even faster. It seemed to be in a hurry. Its third eye was slightly closed, but the other 2 eyes were filled with desire. Come on. Come on. Come on. Wang Ting flicked his finger and shot a wisp of black flame into the formation. Hiss, the flame spirit hesitated for a moment and looked at Wang Ting cautiously. In the end, it couldn't resist the temptation and its body moved slightly. However, it didn't seem to be in a hurry. It moved its body lazily and swam toward the wisp of black flame. She looked like a starving noble lady. It was anxious in its heart, but it had to be elegant on the surface. Wang Ting's eyes moved and the smile on his face became wider. He was like a grandmother wolf waiting for Little Red Riding Hood to take the bait. After a while, the flame spirit came to the front of the black flame. It stretched its head forward and sniffed it, as if it wanted to smell the smell of the black flame. Wang Ting's expression was strange. What smell could a flame have? Forget it, he didn't understand the world of flames. He stared at the flame spirit in front of him with a burning gaze. Eat it, eat it, eat it quickly, it's delicious. The flame spirit couldn't resist. After confirming that there was no danger, it swallowed the black flame. Didi Pavilion swoosh, in an instant, its 2 eyes suddenly lit up. Even its third eye opened at the same time, emitting a dark red flame. It was like a flame mark that was engraved on its forehead. It looked very strange. Oh. Wang Ting's expression was strange. This flame spirit was indeed special. The third eye definitely had some powerful ability. Hiss, the flame spirit raised its head at Wang Ting. Its snake tongue flicked and there was a trace of human-like desire in its eyes. It was like a dog. A strong sense of déjà vu suddenly hit him. Wang Ting's expression became strange. No matter how it maintained its elegance and laziness, it couldn't change its desire for the flame. Again. Wang Ting smiled like a fox. Then, he flicked his finger again. The black flame flew out and landed in the formation. This time, the flame spirit swallowed it without hesitation. Wang Ting repeated the same trick. Black flame shot out from his fingers. Every time, there was no more and no less. The fire spirit could taste the sweetness, but it couldn't enjoy itself fully. It was so anxious that it felt a little irritated. The flame in the third eye was obviously jumping violently. Wang Ting didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the flame seemed to have grown a little. After a while, Wang Ting stopped feeding it. A more intense black flame appeared on his palm. He tempted the flame spirit. Do you still want to eat? If you want to eat, come out of the formation and follow me home. I'll take care of you in the future. The flame spirit tilted its head. He didn't know if it understood his words, but it didn't move at all. Instead, it coiled up in the formation and looked lazy to move. Wang Ting suddenly felt like he was flirting with a blind man. The flame spirit didn't care about him at all. This was a little awkward. You're quite principled. Wang Ting narrowed his eyes. Then, the blood god doppelganger stepped out and appeared outside the formation. He sat down cross-legged. Flames continued to burn in his hands, allowing even more of the power of fire to enter the formation. This method seemed to activate the formation once more, causing it to shine faintly once more. A few attribute bubbles appeared. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He picked them up and raised the attribute values of the blood fire spirit gathering formation. Hiss, feeling the power of the dark flame at close range, the flame spirit couldn't help it. It flicked its tongue and came to the edge of the formation. Its eyes stared at the dark flame in the blood god doppelganger's hand. If the flame spirit had an expression, it would be like this, *omega, eat. Little thing. Wang Ting chuckled. He let the blood god doppelganger extend the flame in his hand into the formation. He had already mastered the blood fire spirit gathering formation. It was easy for him to find the nodes of the formation and enter the formation. Seeing this, the flame spirit's eyes lit up. It rushed over quickly, wanting to swallow the flame. Whoosh, in the next moment, the blood god doppelganger withdrew his hand before the flame spirit arrived. The flame spirit? It didn't expect that the keeper in front of it was so despicable. The blood god doppelganger was not in a hurry. He just looked at the flame spirit quietly, waiting to see how it would react. Omega? The flame spirit also stared at the blood god doppelganger with wide eyes. It wanted to see what kind of person could do such a despicable thing. Thus, the man and the spirit stared at each other. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. The blood god doppelganger was expressionless. He extended his hand again and extended the black flame into the formation. The flame spirit looked at him suspiciously. Then, it looked at the black flame. It hesitantly stuck its head out, ready to swallow the flame. But it was not stupid. At first, it was just testing the waters. It was not in a hurry to swallow the flame. After 2 or 3 tests, it was sure that the keeper in front of it did not withdraw his hand. Then, it suddenly opened its mouth and pounced toward the black flame. Whoosh, the blood god doppelganger withdrew his hand again, causing the flame spirit to pounce on empty air. A trace of anger finally appeared in the flame spirit's eyes. It hissed at the blood god doppelganger. The flame in its third eye was dancing violently. Roar. In the next moment, a low roar came from its mouth. Then, a ray of flame shot out from its third eye and rushed toward the blood god doppelganger. It's angry already? The blood god doppelganger was shocked. He did not expect the flame spirit to attack. In a flash, he used the flash and disappeared on the spot. Whoosh, the flame spirit's attack instantly shuttled through the position where the blood god doppelganger had been. It penetrated a long hole in the surrounding magma, extending to the end of the line of sight. The magma around the long hole even made a sizzling sound, as if ice had encountered fire. It burned directly. Tisk. Wang Ting looked at this scene with great surprise. He did not expect the flame spirit's attack to be so terrifying. No wonder he felt a trace of threat from the flame spirit at the beginning. Judging from the attack just now, it was enough to threaten the existence of an upper demon emperor. But he did not know if its attack could be stronger. The blood god doppelganger's figure appeared on the side. He looked at the flame spirit and shook his head in disappointment. Little sweetheart, this is not right. I just fed you so much dark flame. How could you attack me? Hiss, the flame spirit spat out flames at him. Its eyes were full of anger. It opened its mouth, revealing its hideous fangs. It seems that you don't want to eat this flame. The blood god doppelganger shook the dark flame in his hand and extinguished it. Then, another kind of green flame appeared. Unfortunately, I have other flames here. Do you want the green one or the red one? As his voice fell, the flame in his hand changed from the green jade glazed flame to the 10,000 beasts true spirit flame. Then, there were many special flames. Star sparrow flame, sea whale flame, raging bestial flame, wood flame, grey stone flame. Although these special flames were not as powerful as the heavenly flames, the aura they emitted was not weak either. Especially when so many flames appeared at the same time, the impact on the flame spirit could be imagined. If the green jade glazed flame, the 10,000 beasts true spirit flame and other heavenly flames were the staple food, these special flames were the dessert. In the eyes of the flame spirit, they were all extremely delicious food. In an instant, the flame spirit's eyes changed. It completely ignored its anger and stared at the flames with its 3 eyes. Unfortunately, Wang Ting directly extinguished all the flames after showing them. After all, this was the territory of the dark apparitions. He did not dare to show too much. Hiss, the flame spirit did not know this. It immediately hissed and slammed hard toward the outside of the formation. Dong dong dong, the formation lit up instantly and formed a semicircular light shield. The flame spirit could not break free from it. It slammed against the shield formed by the formation and kept making dull sounds. Can't get out? Wang Ting was happy. Seeing this, he could not help but be surprised. It turned out that the formation was binding it. No wonder the flame spirit was so obedient and did not make too much noise. He originally thought that the flame spirit was like this, but now he realized that was not the case. This formation was a saint-level formation. Even with the flame spirit's power, it was difficult to break it. Wang Ting touched his chin. His mental power immediately surged out and opened a hole in the blood fire spirit gathering formation in front of him. Blood fire spirit gathering formation, Saint level 5200/10,000, proficient. Through the attribute bubbles that he had just picked up, his mastery of the blood fire spirit gathering formation had reached the proficient level. It was a piece of cake for him to open a hole. The flame spirit was also very familiar with this formation. It immediately sensed the appearance of the hole and instantly rushed over. Then, it pounced toward Wang Ting. Whoosh, its third eye directly shot out a dark red flame light and attacked Wang Ting. Damn. Ingrate. Although Wang Ting guessed that the flame spirit would not be obedient, he really did not expect that the first thing it would do when it came out was to attack him. What kind of hatred, he had at least fed it before. It really did not remember his kindness at all. What an ingrate. Since you are so dishonest, then don't blame me for not showing mercy. A cold light flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. He immediately had the blood god doppelganger dodge. Then, he reached out and an ice blue bead appeared in his palm. It was activated. It's you, Brindisi. Roar, a low roar was heard. Then, a crystal blue mini dragon appeared in the ice blue bead. Human, what do you want from me? A cold and majestic voice came from the ice blue bead. Are you a main soul or a sub-soul? The blood god doppelganger asked. Is there a difference? Brindisi said coldly. Wait, you are not Wang Ting. No. You have Wang Ting's aura, but it is also filled with a dark and bloody aura. Who are you? A god-level existence looked at the blood god doppelganger in front of it and fell into confusion. I am Wang Ting. This is just a doppelganger of mine. The blood god doppelganger said, don't talk nonsense. Help me deal with this fire spirit first. Fire spirit. Brindisi's eyes were immediately attracted. Hiss, the fire spirit's body was very agile in the lava. Seeing that its attack had missed, it immediately changed directions and charged at it again. Interesting. Brindisi did not talk nonsense. It had not come out for a long time. Now that Wang Ting needed its help, it wanted to use this opportunity to come out and exercise. Roar, with a low roar, the ice dragon that Brindisi had turned into immediately rushed out and spat out ice energy toward the fire spirit. Roar, the fire spirit was clearly stunned for a moment. However, it immediately sensed a threat from the icy cold strength. It also emitted a roar. The flame in its third eye suddenly soared, transforming into a monstrous dark red flame that collided with the icy cold strength. Boom, the two collided in the lava. Wherever they passed, the lava was either completely melted or completely frozen. It was a strange scene. I can't let this spread. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly. He immediately mobilized his spatial energy and drew ancient spatial runes around him to stabilize the surrounding space and seal the attacks of the two sides within a certain range. Not enough. His eyes moved. Spatial energy condensed in his hand and turned into a blade light that slashed out. Whoosh, a long and narrow crack appeared at the bottom of the lava. Spatial energy erupted from it. Under the guidance of Wang Ting, the origin power fluctuations caused by the two sides were all sucked in. Click to download the app of this site. Massive, free. As the space crack appeared, Wang Ting immediately sent a message to Brindisi, telling her to lure the spirit of fire into the space crack. Boom, Brindisi didn't respond. Instead, she rushed toward the space crack. Roar. The spirit of fire hesitated, but it still chased after her. This was its territory, and the guy in front of it was obviously its natural enemy. It couldn't allow him to exist. Roar. Brindisi let out a low roar, and a terrifying aura spread out, provoking the spirit of fire. At the same time, icicles appeared around her, breaking through the lava and shooting toward the spirit of fire. Wherever they passed, the lava was frozen. Brindisi's coldness wasn't something ordinary flames could melt. Although the lava was hot, it was nothing in front of the spirit of fire's power. The spirit of fire was very agile in the lava. It moved quickly, dodging the icicles, and rushed toward the ice ribbon. Meow. But at this moment, Brindisi's eyes flashed, and she let out a soft cry. A roar suddenly sounded, and the icicles exploded, turning into waves of cold energy that spread out and froze the area. The spirit of fire was the first to be hit, and it was frozen by the power of cold energy, turning into an ice sculpture. The blood god avatar's eyes flashed, but he didn't do anything. Now wasn't the time to act. Roar. As expected, the spirit of fire wasn't trapped. It roared, and the runes started to crack. Boom, then, the runes that covered the spirit of fire's surface broke apart. Roar. The spirit of fire seemed to be enraged, and its speed suddenly increased as it chased after the ice ribbon. Eh? In the devouring space, the eyes of the spirit of fire flashed with a purple-gold light, and it looked surprised. A pair of wings as thin as a cicada's extended from the spirit of fire's side. With a slight flap, its speed reached an extremely terrifying level. This speed? Even Xianxia was a little surprised. But it was still a god-level existence. Although it could only use the power of an upper-level emperor, it was still very impressive. It wasn't something that a star beast could compare to. Moreover, with the support of the Ice Drake Orb, he didn't have to worry about running out of origin power. The Ice Dragon Bead was originally a part of Frigid Ice Thread's body. Now that the two had been refined into one, from a certain point of view, they were inseparable. Whoosh, the speed of the ice threads also increased sharply in an instant, once again widening the distance between them and the flame spirit. A mere little snake dares to be impudent in front of me. A disdainful voice came from its mouth. Listen, the spirit of the flame was furious. Flames continuously shot out from its third eye toward the ice threads. Boom. Boom. Boom, the surrounding magma was constantly stirred up, causing it to churn violently. Fortunately, Xianxia had already set up Wang Ting's ancient era space around the area. Otherwise, such a commotion would definitely spread outside. Xianxia and the flame spirit chased each other as they approached the space fissure. The space fissure kept emitting a suction force, as if it wanted to suck everything that got close to it. Lingji, are you sure you can come back later? Just as they were about to enter the space fissure, Xianxia's expression changed slightly, and she could not help but ask through voice transmission. You misunderstand, I will leave behind the space coordinates. I can come back at any time, Xianxia replied through voice transmission. That's good. The ice threads were no longer firm. If it were not for the fact that it could only exert the strength of an upper-level emperor, it would not have to worry about this. Whoosh, in a flash, it entered the space fissure and disappeared in an instant. When the flame spirit saw this, a trace of hesitation appeared in its heart, which was originally filled with anger. It could feel that the pitch-black space fissure in front of it was very safe. If it entered it, it would be equivalent to leaving its unfamiliar territory. It was not stupid. How could it give up the terrain that was advantageous to it and enter a familiar place that was not unfamiliar to it? Unfortunately, you're quite stupid. Lingji had already expected this. He immediately shouted softly, "Explode." Wisps of space power spread out from his body. The ancient era space Wangting that had been set up around them were triggered and exploded. These ancient era spaces Wangting had explosive power. Xianxia had set them up around the space fissure specifically for this moment. Rumble, space power suddenly swept out and tore the space apart. Pitch-black space fissure appeared. Then, as if a chain reaction had occurred, it connected with the previous space fissure and turned into an even larger space fissure. A terrifying suction force instantly erupted. Roar, the flame spirit sensed that something was wrong. It let out a low roar and flapped its wings, trying to escape the range of the space fissure. Unfortunately, it was too late. The powerful suction force pulled it into the void behind the space fissure. "Let's see where you can run to this time." Xianxia smiled coldly. With a wave of his hand, he closed the space fissure. At the last moment, he turned into an afterimage and entered the space fissure. The surging magma in the surroundings gradually calmed down. Due to the existence of the space confinement, the movement here did not spread too far. No one noticed it at all. The movement just now was like the natural churning of magma at the bottom. However, it caused more dark blood heart flame to be produced. At the same time, Wangting's power at the fire vent was regulating it. Naturally, it would not spread to the outside world. In the void, when Lingji appeared, he saw the flame spirit and Xianxia already engaged in a fierce battle. Nya! Nya! Rumble, the force that erupted from the two of them, one red and one blue, kept colliding in the void. The power of fire and ice swept out. Without the restraint of the space force, their power spread out and swept in all directions. The flame spirit was obviously enraged. Looking at the unfamiliar environment in front of it, the flames in its eyes surged even more violently. Roar, in the next moment, it suddenly let out a furious roar. The flames on its body surged. As it surged, it condensed outside its body, causing its body to expand rapidly. In less than a moment, the half-meter-long snake grew into a huge flame python. It was hundreds of feet long, with 3 eyes on its head and a pair of wings on its back. Rumble, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out and filled the void. Rumble, then, it opened its huge mouth and spat out a ball of extremely dense dark red flames. It swept toward Brindisi and engulfed her in an instant. Wangting's expression turned serious as he looked at the flames. An earth-shattering dragon roar came from the flames. It was several times more terrifying than the flame spirit's roar, causing the flame spirit's eyes to become dazed. This flame spirit was in the form of a snake, while Brindisi was a true ice dragon. In terms of life form, there was a great difference between the two. Even though the flame spirit was a spirit born from heaven and earth, it was at a disadvantage in front of Brindisi's roar. Rumble, following the roar, a ball of coldness swept out from the dark red flames and froze the flame spirit's dark blood heart flame. Wangting was not surprised at this scene. He had already experienced Brindisi's power of ice. Back then, it could even freeze his heavenly flame. No matter how powerful the flame spirit's flames were, it could not be more powerful than a heavenly flame. Ka, a fierce cold wind swept through the void. The coldness spread across a large area and completely froze the terrifying sea of flames. It did not even slow down as it quickly spread toward the flame spirit. The light in the spirit of the fire's eyes fluctuated violently. It already felt an extremely strong threat, and a trace of retreating appeared in its heart. The rune's power was its natural enemy. At this moment, when it saw the flame spirit release an even more terrifying power, it knew it had been tricked. If it was at the bottom of the magma sea, it would have the absolute advantage and could borrow the power of the magma sea to release the most powerful power. But here, it had lost its advantage and could only rely on its own strength to fight against the flame spirit. Unfortunately, it had underestimated the ice thread's power from the beginning. The flame spirit's strength was also at the upper-level Emperor realm, which was equivalent to the Domain Lord realm. It was comparable to the ice thread's power, but because of its attribute, it was clearly suppressed. Roar, within the runes, a cloud of mist rose. A huge body was faintly discernible within it, releasing a terrifying aura. Even though Xianxia had seen the ice thread's main body before, she was still shocked to see it in such a state. Its body was many times larger than the flame spirit's body after it was enlarged. Lingji knew that this was not the ice thread's main body. Its current state was probably not even 1/10 of its main body. As expected of Xianxia's Duan dragon, Lingji exclaimed. On the other side, when the flame spirit saw this, the flames in its eyes fluctuated even more violently. It seemed to show a trace of fear. The ice thread stretched out a huge dragon head from the mist. It was majestic, lofty, and had an ancient and mysterious aura. It was like a creature that had walked out of a legend. A pair of icy blue eyes with traces of gold coldly stared at the flame spirit. It was like an adult looking down at a child. Roar, the flame spirit's body was still too big for it. Feeling the pressure, it could not help but roar in shock and anger. A trace of mockery flashed in the ice thread's eyes. It suddenly opened its huge mouth and a ball of icy blue light suddenly bloomed. Whoosh, in the next moment, an icy blue light beam shot out from the ice thread's mouth and rushed toward the flame spirit. Roar, the flame spirit let out a roar as flames erupted from its body. It opened its third eye and similarly shot out a beam of flame, fiercely bombarding the air. Boom, in just an instant, the two light beams, one ice and one fire, one blue and one red, collided with each other and burst out with a terrible roar. The power of flames and the power of runes spread out in all directions. Spatial cracks appeared and spatial turbulence was created, circling around the area. The two attacks were in a deadlock for a moment. The balance seemed to be broken. The flame spirit's attack was not as strong as the ice thread's. Under the suppression of the ice thread's attack, the flame light beam kept retreating. Inch by inch, it was forcibly pushed back. The flame spirit's eyes were filled with fear. The power of flames in its body kept erupting, trying to resist the ice thread's attack. Unfortunately, it was futile. Boom, after holding on for a moment, the flame light beam finally collapsed and turned into flames that scattered in all directions. The rune's light beam was like a hot knife through butter, fiercely attacking the flame spirit. Roar. The spirit of fire only had time to let out a roar before it was bombarded by the icy light beam. The flame spirit's huge flaming body was directly blown up. Its body was covered with wounds and almost broke into two. At the same time, the rich power of the runes swept out and froze its body. Swoosh, when the ice curtain was about to reach the flame spirit's head, a small snake rushed out from the third eye on its head and ran away. Want to run? Lingji's eyes flashed. His body came out of the devouring space and immediately used flash to appear in the direction where the small snake escaped. He stretched out one hand. Boom, a ball of dark blue water instantly condensed and turned into a large net, directly enveloping the front. Yellow spring weak water. New runes, the flame spirit let out a hurried hiss. It was escaping at an extremely fast speed, but it didn't expect Lingji's speed to be faster than it and directly appeared in front of it. At this moment, it had no time to dodge and crashed into the big net formed by the yellow spring weak water. Runes restrained flames, just like water restrained flames. Moreover, Lingji's water was not abnormal water. It was the extremely strange yellow spring weak water in the universe, and it had an extremely weak power. But it was not enough. He attacked again. A ball of black runes appeared in his left hand and directly pressed on the big net formed by the yellow spring weak water. Netherworld runes, ka. A series of freezing sounds came out, but the yellow spring weak water was not completely frozen. It only emitted waves of cold power, and some ice appeared in the blue water. The two powers superimposed, making the big net even more tenacious. All of this happened in a flash. When the flame spirit came back to its senses, it had no way to escape. It was completely enveloped by the big net and turned into a cage. It kept hissing and hitting the big net. It wanted to break free, but it was a pity that it could not do so. It had already been hit by the cold ice threads, and it had already become extremely healthy. Now, it was trapped in the cage formed by the yellow spring weak water and the netherworld runes. How could it escape? Bang, but it did not give up. Its body suddenly spread out and turned into a small dark red flame. It then condensed into a small dark red snake, trying to escape from the gap of the cage. Quite cunning. Lingji laughed. With a wave of his hand, the cage in front of him was sealed tightly. It completely turned into a square without any gaps. The flame spirit let out a cry and condensed again. A pair of human-like eyes revealed a delicate and pitiful look. It looked at Xianxia and nodded its head as if it was begging. Phew, this little thing's ice stem is not low. The cold ice thread landed on Lingji's shoulder. It had already returned to its normal size, like a small ice blue snake. At this moment, it was sizing up the flame spirit in front of it with interest. Its tone was no longer as majestic as before. Instead, it had a trace of casualness. Xianxia knew that this split soul patient was done. Now, it should be the split soul that was taking charge. Previously, it was probably the main soul that came out to take a breather. If it can be nurtured by a saint-level array, the ice stem of this flame spirit naturally will not let it go, Lingji said. You're quite lucky to be able to find a flame spirit. But it looks like it was raised by someone else. Are you sure it's okay for you to take it away? The cold ice thread asked calmly. What problem can there be? Who knows that I was the one who took it away? Xianxia smiled faintly. You're really cunning. The cold ice thread glanced at him. This guy really did not leave empty-handed. He was like this to him before. He did not even care about a god-level existence like him. If he wanted it to recognize him as its master, then he would. There was no room for negotiation, let alone this flame spirit in front of him. It's special. Xianxia smiled faintly. He did not care. Then, he looked at the flame spirit in front of him and said, Don't struggle. You're in my hands. There's no reason for me to let you escape. Xianxia, the flame spirit looked at the cold ice thread and was a little frightened. Then, it seemed to know that it could not escape. The light in its eyes gradually dimmed. Suddenly, it curled up and buried its head in its body. It's useless to pretend to be dead. Xianxia could not help but laugh. He did not expect that the flame spirit, who had a fierce look just now, was now acting like a child and was acting like a cowardly tortoise. Lingji shook his head and did not waste any more words. He directly kept the flame spirit in his small universe. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. When the flame spirit appeared in his small universe, the light fire at the side suddenly became restless. It actually took the initiative to sweep out and rush toward the flame spirit. Break, the spirit of fire was instantly enraged. It was fine that it was bullied by that bad guy and that cute iceberg, but now, even this delicacy was bullying it. It was simply bullying. No, it was bullying the fire too much. Its head suddenly lifted up from its body, and it kept emitting snapping sounds at the fire of light. In its eyes, the light fire was a delicacy. Now, this delicacy actually dared to provoke it. How could it tolerate this? What's going on? Lingji's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect that just by putting the flame spirit into his small universe, it would actually trigger the light fire's ferocious nature. Could it be that both of them were incompatible? He glanced at the other flames. It did not seem to be the case. The green jade glazed flame and the 10,000 beasts true spirit flame were floating quietly at the side. They seemed to have backed off just now, as if they were unwilling to come closer. On the other hand, the darkness sacred flame was a little restless. It showed the most obvious emotion, but it did not act rashly. This was strange. The darkness sacred flame did not move. Instead, the light sacred flame was fighting with the flame spirit, which was also of the light sacred flame. The spiritual intelligence wanted to suppress the fire of light, but it suddenly felt an extremely longing fluctuation in its emotions. What, you want to swallow this flame spirit? Lingji was a little stunned. He did not expect the light fire to want to swallow the flame spirit. What was this, food's counterattack, he pondered in his mind. No, he seemed to understand. Among the few heavenly sacred flames, the green jade glazed flame and the 10,000 beasts true spirit flame were obtained through subduing. They had a certain degree of ice core. The darkness sacred flame and the light fire were obtained through picking up attributes. However, the original darkness sacred flame had given birth to a broken ice belt. It already possessed the heavenly sacred flame spirit. The wool that came from its body also possessed a certain degree of Xianxia. On the contrary, the light fire was the weakest. It only had some instincts. After all, when it first obtained the light fire, it had only fallen from a demon lord level light seed. It did not have any ice core. It only had instincts. Now, driven by its instincts, the light fire wanted to swallow the flame spirit. Xianxia seemed to understand its intention. It wanted to swallow the flame spirit and make it its own spirit. The flame spirit also wanted to swallow the light fire to make itself more powerful. This was probably the most instinctive drive of these creatures born from heaven and earth. The way they strengthened themselves was by swallowing all kinds of spiritual items. Don't rush. Ling Ji's eyes flickered slightly. He calmed the light fire. Now was not the time to swallow each other. After all, he had not settled the flame spirit. If the flame spirit swallowed the light fire in the end, wouldn't that be a trap? By then, it would definitely backfire. Moreover, he now had a preliminary idea. He did not want the two to swallow each other. It would be best if they merged. This was undoubtedly the best result. Under Xianxia's calming, the light fire finally calmed down. Seeing this, the flame spirit's eyes flickered slightly. It could only go into hibernation again. What's wrong? Asked the ice silk. Nothing. Ling Ji shook his head. He did not explain further. The ice silk did not ask further. However, its eyes suddenly revealed a trace of dignity. It glanced at the blood god clone and said calmly, "Now, you should tell me what's going on. Do you know where this is?" Ling Ji knew that the ice silk had turned into the main soul again. He did not mind. Where? The ice silk naturally did not know. It frowned slightly and asked. This is the world of light. Ling Ji glanced at it and said. The world of light. Even with the ice silk's temperament, it was slightly shocked when it heard this. Ling Ji looked at it with a half-smile. It was very boring to be able to see this incomparably proud divine beast's beast soul lose its composure. Seeing that he dared to laugh at it, the ice silk finally reacted and glared at him fiercely. You're not lying to me? Why would I lie to you? This is really the world of light, said Ling Ji. What's going on? Asked the ice silk with a serious expression. It was really a little confused. Even with its knowledge, it had never been to the world of light. What kind of monster was this kid? He had entered the world of light and was still alive and well. It's nothing. I probably accidentally entered this world and then accidentally obtained a blood-kindred light seed clone. So, I decided to cause trouble here, said Ling Ji faintly. Xianxia's head was full of question marks. She looked at him speechlessly. What did he mean by accidentally entering this world? What did he mean by accidentally obtaining a blood-kindred light seed clone? It was such a small matter. Could he not say it so casually and nervously? It was as if drinking water and eating was the most important thing. There is also, how daring was this guy? He accidentally entered the world of light and decided to cause trouble. How many lives did he have? Xianxia looked at Ling Ji in front of her. She did not know what to say. That's about it. Do you have any other questions? Asked Ling Ji. No, said the ice silk blankly. Then I'll go back. My main body is very safe outside. Ling Ji nodded and decided to return to the swallow space. Wait. The ice silk came back to its senses and hurriedly called out to him. Is there anything else? Ling Ji stopped and turned to ask. No, I haven't finished asking. How can you have a light seed clone? This is not martial arts, said the ice silk anxiously. Why is it not possible? It's just a clone. I'll just possess it. After Ling Ji finished speaking, he waved his hand and disappeared on the spot. The ice silk felt that its brain was not enough. It racked its brains but could not find anything similar in its long years of memories. What the hell? Are you not going back? Asked the blood god clone as he flew over with the ice dragon pearl in his hand. The ice silk hesitated and said, I want to see what the world of light looks like. Go back to the ice dragon pearl first. I'll carry it with me. You can observe it carefully. The blood god clone nodded. The ice silk did not say anything else. It turned into a ray of icy blue light and entered the ice dragon pearl. It turned into an illusory image of an ice dragon, as if it was secretly observing the outside world. The blood god clone took out a bag and put it inside. Then, it hung up in the bedroom. Then, he used one hand as a knife and slashed forward. A spatial crack appeared. He stepped into it and disappeared. The blood god doppelganger left the forging ground without alerting anyone. As a blood disciple, he did not even need to pay any fees in the forging ground. After returning to the blood disciple palace, Wang Ting received a message from Yuan Gungun. With a thought, he returned to the cultivation room and shut the door tightly. Even the blood puppets were unable to enter. Wang Ting, this is incredible. The dark apparitions also have a virtual world, Yuan Gungun said as he appeared beside Wang Ting. Oh? Tell me more about it. Wang Ting was not too surprised. If there was no virtual world, how could they use the communication device? The coverage of the virtual world was as wide as the universe of the light faction. Therefore, there must be more advanced technology. Yuan Gungun described what he had seen and heard in detail. He was very surprised. According to him, the virtual world built by the dark apparitions was not much worse than the virtual world of the light faction. Whether it was the coverage or some of the settings, they were almost on par with the virtual world of the light faction. I have traveled through many places, but I can't see the full range of the virtual world. There are also some places that even I can't decode and sneak in. Yuan Gungun's voice was serious. There was a hint of disbelief in his tone. Who knows, there might be an extremely powerful artificial intelligence in this dark virtual world. It's unbelievable that they could really do this. At this moment, Ice Disco appeared and said, the virtual world of the dark universe? Yuan Gungun was stunned when he saw Ice Disco. He glanced at the blood god doppelganger subconsciously. He knew about Ice Disco's existence, but he did not expect Wang Ting to let her out. This was the dark universe. If she was discovered, it would be difficult to avoid suspicion. It's not a big problem, Wang Ting said through the blood god doppelganger. He seemed to know what Yuan Gungun was thinking. Yuan Gungun nodded and did not say anything else. Don't treat me like I'm a burden, okay? I'm a beast soul of a mythical beast. I won't expose myself that easily, Brindisi said, a little annoyed. Yes. 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 Yuan Gungun chuckled. He was still rather wary of this mythical beast soul, so his tone was extremely polite. Since he couldn't afford to offend him, he could only indulge him. Are you talking about the dark virtual world? Brindis rolled her eyes and asked again. Yes, is there a problem? Yuan Gungun glanced at the blood god doppelganger. Seeing that the blood god doppelganger did not say anything, Yuan Gungun knew what he meant. It's nothing. I'm just surprised. I've lived for so long, but I didn't know there was such a virtual world in the dark world. Brindisi shook her head and sighed. It seemed that it was right to ask Wang Ting to let it see the dark world. Otherwise, it would have lived in vain for so long if it did not even know about such things. However, what surprised it even more was that Wang Ting actually had an artificial intelligence life, and this artificial intelligence life had obviously reached the level of a domain lord, which was very rare. Because of the special nature of artificial intelligence life, it was very difficult for them to level up. Generally, it would be very good if they could reach the universe level. Wang Ting himself was only at the pinnacle of the universe level, but he was able to raise an artificial intelligence life to the level of a domain lord. It was shocking just thinking about it. So, there are all kinds of dark star beasts in the dark virtual world? The blood god doppelganger asked slowly at this time. Yes. This is also a way for dark apparitions to improve their own power. Yuan Gungun nodded and said, there are all kinds of special terrains and environments that are suitable for dark apparitions to practice. The blood god doppelganger touched his chin and suddenly said, "If we can master these terrains, maybe we can find a way to deal with dark apparitions." Yuan Gungun was dazed for a moment, then immediately reacted. His eyes flashed and he immediately nodded. "Your idea is very good." "There's a problem," Ice Disco suddenly interrupted. "What problem?" The blood god doppelganger and Yuan Gungun looked at her at the same time and asked in unison. "How are you going to convince the people of the Virtual Universe Company? And how are you going to explain the terrains and environments that are suitable for dark apparitions? People will only suspect you if they hear it for the first time." Ice Disco looked at the blood god doppelganger and sneered. It had lived for such a long time and had seen everything. Every life form had its weaknesses, and being suspicious was one of them. No matter what the purpose was, when faced with such a big event that involved the dark virtual world, most people would choose to be suspicious. Once you're involved with the dark virtual world, I'm afraid you'll never be able to get away with it. Ice Disco continued calmly. "Maybe some people will believe you, but if some enemy powers want to attack you, that's the best reason. They'll fan the flames and create public opinion. They'll do anything to achieve their own goals. They can even force heroes who have contributed to the human race into a desperate situation. So, since you know this will happen, why are you still doing this?" Yuan Gungun's expression changed. He couldn't help but look at the blood god doppelganger. He hadn't thought of it before, but he wasn't stupid. With Ice Disco's reminder, he immediately understood the key point. They were in the same boat as Wan Ting, and even they couldn't accept the fact that he had a dark doppelganger, let alone other people. If the existence of the dark doppelganger was exposed, they would definitely be condemned. In the end, they might even go to war. Even if Wan Ting had contributed a lot to the human race, he would still be killed in the end. The consequences would be unimaginable. "Why don't we just let it go?" Yuan Gungun hesitated. After all, the human race had been here for so many years. With or without this information, the situation wouldn't change much. "Don't worry, the blood god doppelganger said calmly without any change in his expression. He had thought of what Ice Disco had thought of from the very beginning. However, he wasn't too worried about it. First of all, he was special. Even if he was exposed, he could just change his identity. After all, he had many doppelgangers. He could come and go freely in the dark world and the light world. The second was his cheap teacher. Out of all the elites he had met, his teacher was the strongest. Even true god-class elites were not a match for him. So, if he encountered any problems, his cheap teacher would probably be able to solve it. However, even if he wasn't worried, he couldn't just expose his dark doppelganger. He had to find a good reason. Ice Disco and Yuan Gungun saw this and didn't say anything more. Especially Yuan Gungun. He knew Wan Ting very well. He knew that he wasn't the kind of person who would joke about his own safety. Ice Disco just looked at the blood god doppelganger. She didn't know much about this guy, so she didn't say much. "Is there a way for me to enter the dark virtual world?" the blood god doppelganger asked. "Through your identity verification, you can enter. It's similar to the light world." Yuan Gungun smiled. He knew that blood god doppelganger wouldn't be able to resist. "Then help me create an identity." The blood god doppelganger nodded. "Okay. Wait a minute." Yuan Gungun nodded and immediately helped Wan Ting. He didn't need to worry about this at all. After a while, Yuan Gungun sighed and said again, "Done. But if you want to enter, you need a virtual cabin. There should be something like that in the dark world." The blood god doppelganger nodded and walked out of the cultivation room. He called a blood puppet and asked, "Is there a virtual cabin in the Blood Master Palace?" "Yes," the blood puppet said. The blood god doppelganger's eyes suddenly lit up. He ordered, "Take me there." "Yes," the blood puppet said coldly. Under the lead of the blood puppet, the blood god doppelganger came to a room. He took out the blood master token and opened it. The situation inside immediately appeared in front of him. The blood god doppelganger looked at the dark red coffin in front of him and asked speechlessly, "This is the virtual cabin?" "Yes," the blood puppet said calmly. "Okay, you can go now." The blood god doppelganger waved his hand and felt a headache coming on. How much did the Blood Clan and the Dark Apparition like coffins? Not only did they sleep in coffins, but now they even made the virtual cabin look like a coffin. Did they want to die faster? Ha ha ha. Yuan Gunggun's laughter suddenly sounded in Wang Ting's mind, with a sense of schadenfreude. Brindisi also appeared beside him and looked at the virtual cabin in front of her with a strange expression. Good guy, I've learned something new. That's enough, you too. The blood god doppelganger looked helpless and said angrily, isn't it just a strange appearance? In essence, it's still a virtual cabin. It's fine as long as it can be used. Yes, yes, yes. You're right. Yuan Gungun held back his laughter and agreed. He had undergone professional training. Unless he couldn't help it. Ha ha ha. The blood god doppelganger was speechless. He ignored this unscrupulous guy and walked straight to the blood-red coffin. He operated the intelligent wristwatch in his hand and connected it to the virtual cabin. Suddenly, the lid of the blood-red coffin slowly opened. In the devouring space, Wang Ting's mouth twitched. In the end, he still let the blood god doppelganger lie inside. Anyway, it was the doppelganger who went in. Moreover, entering this virtual world required spiritual power, so he had to use the blood god doppelganger's spiritual power. The spiritual power of the main body was too bright and pure. Those dark apparitions could see the problem at a glance. On the other hand, the spiritual power left in the blood god doppelganger's body was contaminated with a lot of dark and bloody energy. It could be said that it was no different from the dark apparitions. The next moment, the cabin door slowly closed. Suddenly, everything fell into darkness. But soon, a blood-red color appeared in front of the blood god doppelganger. He felt his spiritual power shake and appeared in an ancient castle. The furnishings were exactly the same as the Blood Master Palace. It seems that the identity of a Blood Master is indeed different. The Blood God. Doppelganger looked around, and his eyes flashed slightly. In the world of light, if one wanted to appear in a specific place when entering the virtual universe, one would have to buy a corresponding property in the virtual world. In the world of darkness, there might be a similar setting. However, he was now a Blood Master. His identity was not ordinary, so he directly had a corresponding residence. In fact, in the world of light, Wang Ting already had a corresponding residence. After all, he had become the owner of the Virtual Universe Company's True God Genius contract. He was no longer the rookie who had just entered the universe. It could be said that whether in the world of light or the world of darkness, Wang Ting had an extraordinary identity. If those geniuses knew about this, they would probably be shocked. Was this something that an ordinary person could do, the owner of the Virtual Universe Company's True God Genius contract, the Blood Master of the Blood Clan in the world of darkness, no matter which identity it was an extremely high status. Many geniuses fought for it but could not get it. However, Wang Ting was holding two positions at the same time. It was really unbelievable. The blood god doppelganger did not think too much at the moment. Under the guidance of Yuan Gungun, he walked straight out of the Blood Master Palace and headed outside. The area of the world of darkness was, of course, extremely huge. If one wanted to go to other places, they had to go through transportation. As for the location of the transportation, Yuan Gungun had already figured out the location of the transportation. Therefore, it was extremely convenient to have an intelligent life form. This was a joy that ordinary people could not experience. After passing through one building after another, the blood god doppelganger finally arrived at the transportation. The layout of the buildings here is almost exactly the same as in Bloody City, Yuan Gungun explained. And this transportation is actually the transportation within Bloody City. Oh? The blood god doppelganger was a little surprised. You figured out everything about Bloody City? Of course, Yuan Gungun said proudly. Actually, everything is available in the virtual world. Previously, I didn't have the means to access it. Now that I've discovered the existence of the virtual world, I can naturally find the corresponding information. Well done. The blood god doppelganger nodded approvingly. It's so convenient to have an intelligent life form. At this moment, a voice rang in their ears. There was a hint of envy in the voice. Iced ease. The blood god doppelganger was suddenly dazed. How did you get in? Ha, how rare. I've lived for so long. How can I not know how to enter the virtual world? Ice-D said with disdain. Whether it's the world of darkness or the world of light's virtual universe, they're all the same. I just gave it a try and got in. It's very simple. The blood god doppelganger was a little speechless. Just gave it a try and got in, it sounded very impressive. He realized that he seemed to have underestimated this ice hornless dragon. To be able to live for so long, its existence could not be predicted by common sense. No, you're a stowaway, aren't you? Yuan Gungun suddenly said. Aren't you a stowaway too? Ice-D's glanced at it. Yuan Gungun was speechless. It was an intelligent life form. Wasn't it normal for it to be able to sneak in? You're a beast soul, but you're doing the work of an intelligent life form. Are you normal? The teleportation location in front of them was a teleportation hall. There were already many Blood Clan dark apparitions waiting inside. Obviously, the teleportation portal had to be activated when everyone was present. Blood Disciple. Many Blood Clan dark apparitions saw the arrival of the blood god doppelganger and their expressions changed slightly. They were all too familiar with the blood god doppelganger. It had to be said that Wang Ting was the first person who could leave such a deep impression on these Blood Clan dark apparitions in just 2 or 3 days. Why is he in the virtual world? Damn it. Who told him about the virtual world? Don't tell me that this guy hasn't caused enough trouble already? Now he's even causing trouble in the virtual world. Haha, there are virtual cabins in the blood god doppelganger hall. It's normal for the blood disciple to be able to enter the virtual world. Do you want to exclude him? Some people were defeated by the blood disciple because they weren't strong enough. Now they're afraid that he'll become stronger. What a joke. The virtual world isn't opened by a certain clan. How can they stop others from entering? Discussions immediately broke out in the surroundings. Some people's voices were obviously filled with contempt and exclusion. Some even hoped that he wouldn't discover the existence of the virtual world and really treated him as a country bumpkin from the lower realm. Fortunately, some people didn't reject the blood god doppelganger. There was even a trace of respect in their voices. There was no need to guess which clan the blood god doppelganger came from. He didn't say anything. He stepped into the teleportation portal and closed his eyes to wait. Soon, it seemed that everyone had gathered. The teleportation portal suddenly buzzed and lit up with rays of light, forming a circular teleportation portal. The next moment, a light pillar lit up, and everyone in the teleportation portal disappeared. The blood god doppelganger slowly opened his eyes and was slightly stunned. Desert? A blood-red desert, he didn't expect to be teleported to such a place. The terrain was beyond his expectations. Yuan Gungun, where is this? This place is called the Bloody Desert. Yuan Gungun appeared on the blood god doppelganger's shoulder and explained, there are many strange dark star beasts in the desert. They can be used to train combat skills. The environment here is very special. There is a natural phenomenon called the bloody sandstorm. It can cause a large-scale storm. This storm contains a large amount of sand condensed from the power of blood and darkness. Not only can it be used to train the body, but it's also said that it has a certain effect on the mind. However, it's said that there are some strange changes that target dark apparitions. I don't know what they are for now. Oh, it can also train the mind? The blood god doppelganger was a little surprised. Even in the world of light's virtual universe, such a place was extremely rare. He didn't expect Yuan Gungun to bring him to such a place on his first visit to the dark virtual world. That's right. Places like this are rare in the dark virtual world. That's why I brought you here for the first time. Yuan Gungun smiled and said, and you were able to come here because you entered the virtual world from Bloody City. Don't forget, Bloody City is the ancestral land of the blood breed. Therefore, the special environment here is actually used to cultivate the talents of the blood breed. The blood god doppelganger nodded thoughtfully and asked, you just said that there are some strange changes in the bloody sandstorm? Is there any news about it? The changes are not fixed. Some people say that there may be some strange eyes in it. Some say that there may be some strange dark existence. It's not fixed. If you encounter these things, if you're lucky, you may be able to comprehend something that others can't. If you're unlucky, your mind will be severely damaged and you can only exit the virtual world, Yuan Gungun said. Interesting. The blood god doppelganger didn't say anything else. He took a step forward and walked straight into the depths of the bloody desert. Since he was already here, of course, he had to experience it properly. Who knew, he might be able to gain something. Based on the situation of the virtual universe in the world of light, it should be possible to gain something from this dark virtual world as well. After the teleportation, every dark apparition was separated. Therefore, at this moment, he was the only one walking in the Mang Mang desert. The strong wind rolled up the bloody sandstorm and gradually drowned his figure. Along the way, the blood god doppelganger didn't encounter any of the so-called dark star beasts. This made him wonder if there were really dark star beasts here. Could it be a lifeless desert? He sped up and flew in the air, whistling into the distance. He didn't know how long he had walked. Suddenly, there was a roar from the sandstorm below. The sand exploded and dust filled the sky. A huge black shadow suddenly rushed out of the sand and rushed toward the blood god doppelganger in midair. A roar resounded and an aura with a strong smell of blood swept out from below. The blood god avatar was not in a hurry. He looked down, and a purple gold light flashed in his eyes. He discovered that it was a big black fish with a huge head. Its huge mouth was wide open, and a row of ferocious steel teeth shone with cold light. This made the blood god avatar look surprised. A fish in the desert? He really didn't expect the dark star beasts in the desert to look like this. However, this big black fish was only a mid-level emperor. It couldn't threaten him. The big black fish pounced at him at an extremely fast speed. Its big mouth suddenly closed. With a crack, it bit nothing. The blood god doppelganger was only left with an afterimage. He suddenly appeared above the big black fish's head. His whole body was upside down. His eyes met the big black fish's ferocious vertical pupils. The corners of his mouth curled up and he suddenly pressed down with one palm. A terrifying fluctuation of origin power poured out from his body and fiercely bombarded the big black fish's head. The next moment, the big black fish didn't even have time to cry out. A trace of fear appeared in its ferocious eyes. Then, it suddenly exploded. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. The blood god doppelganger flashed again and disappeared on the spot. He perfectly avoided the pervasive bloody mist. When the bloody mist gradually dissipated, he returned to the sky above the big black fish's place of death and looked down at the situation below. A huge pit appeared in the desert. The big black fish had obviously been hiding in the sand before. It was surprising. There shouldn't be a water source here, right? Although it is a star beast, is it a fish or not? The blood god doppelganger thought a little strangely. Even star beasts would follow some natural laws. For example, fish-type star beasts would live in the water instead of wandering around in the desert. Another example would be bird-type star beasts. They would definitely fly in the sky instead of walking on the ground without using their wings. That's not a fish. It should be an ironhead sandfish. Didn't you just notice? It has legs, Yuan Gungun said. Ironhead sandfish. That's still not a fish, the blood god doppelganger said. You're right. Yuan Gungun was speechless. The blood god doppelganger glanced down and saw a few attribute bubbles. He immediately picked them up. Dark Star Force 4000, Dark Star Force 5200, blank attribute 12500, Sandfish Ironhead Hammer 1000 inch. What? Sandfish Ironhead Hammer? In the devouring space, Wang Ting received the feedback of the attribute bubbles. He was immediately dumbfounded. He seemed to have felt the malice of the system. The first few attribute bubbles were normal, but what the hell was the Sandfish Ironhead Hammer? He had been picking up attributes for so long and had never encountered such ridiculous attributes. What was the use of this combat skill? Did it want him to use his head in battle? Just thinking about that scene made him feel like he was being cheated. He dared not think about it. Wang Ting shook his head and threw the scene out of his mind. Then, he glanced at the attribute panel. Sandfish Ironhead Hammer, Nephilim Emperor January 3000, Proficient. Wow, it reached the proficient level directly. Wang Ting was a little speechless. He immediately looked away, afraid that if he looked at it again, his blood pressure would soar. Other than this slightly cheated attribute bubble, there were some dark star force attributes and blank attributes left. Blank attributes were Wang Ting's favorite. He hadn't gotten any blank attributes for a long time. This time, he could finally harvest them. He looked at the bloody desert in front of him and his eyes lit up. There must be many dark star beasts here. In Wang Ting's eyes, the bloody desert in front of him was simply a fertile land. He no longer hesitated and immediately sped into the distance. Boom! 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 In the following time, there were continuous roars in the bloody desert, reverberating endlessly. However, the desert was too big. The Blood God clone wandered around for a long time and did not encounter any other Blood Clan dark apparitions. The others seemed to have been teleported far away and did not interfere with each other. As time passed, Wang Ting obtained more and more attribute bubbles. The blank attributes kept increasing. The dark star beasts he encountered were basically middle-level and upper-level Nephilim. They were no match for him at all and could be dealt with in minutes. Even the force consumed midway was replenished by the attribute bubbles he picked up. The replenished force was more than the consumed force. Therefore, this harvest could be said to be exceptionally easy. It was as if he was on vacation. He did not know how the others were, but he really did not feel any difficulty. At this time, Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel again and could not help but be delighted. Blank attribute, 3155000. The blank attributes went from more than 2 million to more than 3 million. Quite a lot was replenished. This gave Wang Ting a sense of security again. Not bad, continue. Wang Ting's eyes suddenly lit up. This was too good. So many blank attributes. Even in the real world, it was difficult to get so many of them at once. It was relatively difficult to encounter such a strange place where dark star beasts gathered in the real world. It was only in the virtual world that so many dark star beasts gathered in the same place for warriors to train. Moreover, those dark star beasts were obviously not too weak. Naturally, the number of blank attributes they dropped was even higher. However, the attributes in the field and combat techniques were not worth mentioning. There was nothing worthy of Wang Ting's attention. Time passed quickly in the virtual world, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Blood God doppelganger killed a lot of dark star beasts. Most of them were middle-level and upper-level emperors. He even encountered a top-level emperor. With the help of Brindisi, he was able to kill it quickly. His blank attribute also increased rapidly once again. His blank stats, which had already reached over 3 million, increased by hundreds of thousands after a day and night of accumulation. Blank attribute, 3765000. Seeing the changes on the stat panel, Wang Ting was very pleased. It wasn't easy to get so many blank stats at once. With these blank stats, the chances of his body reaching Domain Lord level in the future would be much higher. If he wanted to deduce Chaos Star spell again, he would undoubtedly need large amounts of blank stats. He was lucky to be able to deduce the universe-level Chaos Star spell last time. Not just anyone could enter the Chaos Secret region. For example, Wang Ting himself only got this qualification from Cosmic Sky College and the Virtual Universe Company. If he was in a weaker power, he probably wouldn't even have this opportunity. It was obvious that choice was important. This was the right path. Of course, Wang Ting was going to deduce the Domain Lord level Chaos Star spell, which wasn't something the universe level could compare to. Hence, he needed more blank stats. Recently, Wang Ting had been trying to understand the Xing word scriptures. He compared them with the universe level Chaos Star scripture, hoping to find some clues. It would be better if there was a Domain Lord level Xing character scripture. However, even a universe level scripture was hard to find. Wang Ting had spent a long time looking for it before he managed to gather all the scriptures. Now, it would be much harder to find a Domain Lord level Xing character scripture. Wang Ting even doubted that there was a Domain Lord level technique. After all, from a single Xing word technique, it was actually very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. Compared to other powerful techniques, it didn't have any advantages at all. The Xing word technique's uniqueness could only be revealed when combined. However, how many people could have more than 3 types of origin power? therefore, from a certain perspective, this Xing character cultivation method was simply of little value. The only benefit was that the origin power cultivated with the star formula would be purer and denser than normal cultivation methods. Ranwen, however, if he used a higher level cultivation technique, he could also achieve the same effect. That was why it was said to be of little value. Only Wang Ting could find some value in it. Moreover, it was worth quite a lot. Unfortunately, up until now, Wang Ting still had no clue about the Domain Lord level Chaos Star secret art. When he created the Universe level Chaos Star secret art, he had expected today's situation, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. Forget it. Perhaps when the opportunity comes, I will naturally comprehend it. Wang Ting shook his head and sighed. He stopped thinking about it and suddenly asked, Yuan Gun, the bloody sandstorm you mentioned doesn't seem to have happened. At this moment, the blood god clone was standing on top of a sand dune, looking into the distance. After staying here for so many days, he was ready to leave. He couldn't stay in one place forever. The chances of a bloody sandstorm appearing are not high. Looks like you're unlucky, Yuan Gun said. If this was the real world, it would be considered good luck to not encounter a bloody sandstorm. After all, this was not only an opportunity, but also a danger. However, in the virtual world, it was pure bad luck. After all, the virtual world was to train oneself, and there was no better way to train than a bloody sandstorm. If that's the case, then let's go. The blood god clone shook his head and prepared to leave. Go in this direction. There are some oases in the bloody desert, and those oases are the teleportation points. Yuan Gun brought up a virtual map, drew a path, and explained. The blood god clone identified the direction and sped off into the distance. After flying for half an hour, the sky in front of him suddenly became dark. From afar, it looked like a swarm of dark red flying insects were sweeping over. A bloody sandstorm. Yuan Gun was speechless. When I was looking for it, it didn't come. When I wasn't looking for it, it came to me on its own accord. Ha ha ha. The blood god clone couldn't help but laugh. He sped forward. Looks like my luck is pretty good. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, his speed instantly increased and he charged straight into the dark storm. It was as if he had seen a pool of water on a hot summer day. He immediately pounced on it. Those who didn't know him would think that he was looking for trouble. However, hiss. Just as he entered the sandstorm, the blood god clone felt intense pain all over his body. Even with the physical strength of this body, he couldn't withstand the onslaught of the sandstorm. In the devouring space, Wang Ting sucked in a breath of cold air. He quickly cut off the connection with his clone and let the blood god clone suffer for a while. The blood god clone immediately felt that the connection was cut off. He was dumbfounded. Although he knew that the original body didn't do anything, he didn't expect him to be so inhumane. Shouldn't the original body and the clone share blessings and hardships together, so they could only enjoy blessings and not suffer together? However, he didn't have the time to think about this. Intense pain came from all over his body. It was as if he was being cut by knives. It was no different from being cut into pieces. Even the blood god clone could clearly feel that his spiritual body was suffering the same treatment. It was as if an invisible force had invaded the small universe in his body and was cutting his spiritual body. As expected, it has a tempering effect on the mind. But it's just a little painful. The blood god clone's face twitched. He immediately stabilized his body and sat cross-legged in the sandstorm. Rumble, a deafening sound echoed in the terrifying sandstorm. Countless blood-red dust and sand were swept up from the ground and merged into the sandstorm. The terrifying wind swept up everything. It was as if it wanted to tear everything that entered into the sandstorm. The blood god clone had already closed his eyes and allowed the sandstorm to attack him. He sat cross-legged and rotated with the sandstorm. He only needed to make sure that he wasn't thrown out. He didn't care about anything else. Rumbles echoed. It seemed that as time passed, the power in the sandstorm became more and more terrifying. The blood god clone didn't move inside. He was still in the outermost area. However, he felt that the pain in his body and mind was even more intense. Poof. Poof. Poof, streaks of blood appeared on his body, causing blood to spurt out and soak his entire body in an instant. At this time, the advantage of the blood god clone was revealed. He could bleed as much as he wanted. If he bled dry, he would lose. Under the attack of the sandstorm, the blood god clone felt that his spiritual body seemed to be condensed. The benefits brought by the pain could be seen with the naked eye. The blood god clone couldn't help but feel happy. His spiritual body was actually considered independent. However, compared to the original body, it was still much weaker. Now that it could be improved, it was naturally a pleasant surprise. In the devouring space, Wang Ting touched his chin. Although he had broken the sensory connection with the blood god clone, the deeper connection between the two couldn't be broken so easily. If it was really broken completely, this clone wouldn't be Wang Ting's clone anymore. Therefore, at this moment, he still knew the situation inside the blood god clone like the back of his hand. After thinking for a while, Wang Ting's mind moved. Streaks of spiritual power suddenly swept out from the small universe in his body and merged into the clone's body. The clone could be said to be an extension of the original body. Moreover, this clone was created by Wang Ting himself. Therefore, his spiritual power could be directly injected into the clone's body for it to absorb. The blood god clone was immersed in the training. Suddenly, he felt a shock in his mind. A wisp of coolness rushed in abruptly, reducing the pain by a lot. Concentrate your spiritual power. Wang Ting's voice suddenly sounded in the blood god clone's mind. The original body still loves me. The blood god clone suddenly wanted to cry. Wang Ting, where did you learn to be so naughty? Oh right, you can try to train the blood god altar or the dark altar. Wang Ting suddenly remembered something and said in a low voice. Good idea. The blood god clone's heart moved. He suddenly opened his eyes and a ray of light flashed in his eyes. Blood god altar, dark altar. In the blood god clone's place, there was a limit to his powerful spiritual power. He could not deal with masters above the level of an upper-level demon emperor. However, he was not at his wits' end. The blood god altar and the dark altar were the best targets for training, just like the 9 treasures pagoda. Thinking about the original body using the 9 treasures pagoda to smash people, the blood god clone suddenly felt a little excited. Most importantly, these 2 altars were the means of dark apparitions. They could be used in the dark world. However, the 9 treasures pagoda could not be used casually. It would be easy for people to find clues. The blood god clone closed his eyes again. The training method for the blood god altar and the dark altar appeared in his mind. The dark altar is a little too difficult. Why don't I train the blood god altar first? As soon as he thought of this, he immediately made a decision. In the next moment, the blood god clone immersed himself in his mind and gradually emptied his mind. When his mind was completely empty, he began to meditate on the blood god altar. Everything in the virtual world was no different from reality. Therefore, even if the blood god clone was just a spiritual projection, he could still meditate. Even after leaving the virtual world, he could still maintain the improvement in his spiritual power. Otherwise, how could this bloody sandstorm improve his spiritual power? Visualizing the blood god altar was much easier than he had imagined. Wang Ting was very familiar with the blood god altar. Not only did he have the real blood god altar, but he also had elemental understanding. Therefore, visualizing it was not difficult at all. It did not take long for a complete blood god altar to appear in his mind. The blood-red patterns on it were exactly the same as the real blood god altar. Next is the fire god hammer and the thunder god hammer. The blood god clone was excited. Since he was going to train, he naturally needed a hammer. There was no better weapon than the fire god hammer and the thunder god hammer. Let me help you. Wang Ting's original body had already thought of this. Once again, he opened the connection between his original body and his clone. Their spiritual power began to condense at the same time. The efficiency was extremely fast. The shadows of the 2 hammers quickly solidified. One of the hammers was surrounded by flames. Its entire body was covered with mysterious crimson patterns. It was very strange. The flames formed a sharp shape at the end of the hammer. It was like a tail of flame that was dragged out when it was swung. The other hammer was surrounded by thunder. It had complicated purple patterns. When it was swung, it carried the power of thunder and lightning. It fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. It was very extraordinary. The fire god hammer, the thunder god hammer, the two hammers were very mysterious. It was as if they had appeared from ancient times. They faintly emitted an ancient and vicissitude aura. They were like real antiques. But the strange thing was, black patterns appeared on the fire god hammer and the thunder god hammer. They intertwined with the red patterns of the fire god hammer and the purple patterns of the thunder god hammer. They actually emitted traces of dark power. The two hammers, which originally contained brilliant power, were now somewhat gloomy and dark. It was as if they had completely changed. If it wasn't mentioned, perhaps no one would know that these two hammers were the legendary fire god hammer and thunder god hammer. In fact, the method of condensing the fire god hammer and the thunder god hammer this time was slightly different. Wang Ting used the darkness origin, so the spiritual power that he used just now also contained the power of darkness. Can this still be considered the fire god hammer and the thunder god hammer? Wang Ting looked at the two hammers and couldn't help but hesitate. Adding the power of the darkness origin was just a sudden idea. He didn't expect such a strange change to occur. However, this way, the hammering of the blood god altar should have some miraculous effects, right? Because the blood god altar was an item of darkness, Wang Ting added this change to the fire god hammer and the thunder god hammer. Previously, when he hammered the 9 treasures pagoda, he also added the fire god origin and the thunder god origin. Why couldn't he add the darkness origin this time? The two forging hammers were just the beginning. Wang Ting took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. He immediately continued to condense the hammers with the blood god avatar. As the spiritual power gushed out, the hammers appeared one after another. Moreover, they were all in pairs. If there was a fire god hammer, there would definitely be a thunder god hammer. Time passed, thousands of hammers had been condensed. Yes, Wang Ting and the blood god avatar had condensed thousands of hammers. This was more than 10 times more than the 100 hammers that Wang Ting had condensed for the first time. However, things were different now. Wang Ting's spiritual power was very strong now. It was incomparable to before. Moreover, with the help of the blood god avatar, it was much easier. As the fire god hammer and the thunder god hammer were condensed, Wang Ting and the blood god avatar were slightly relieved. We can begin. The blood god avatar nodded slightly. Immediately, he controlled the thousands of hammers and hammered toward the blood god altar that he had just visualized. Rumble, a loud sound was heard. As the fire god hammer was swung, wisps of heavenly flame appeared. Darkness flame. Earth dark blood heart flame. This time, Wang Ting could only use the darkness flame and earth dark blood heart flame. This was because the blood god altar was an object of darkness. It could not use the flames of light. Clang. 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 Among the thousands of hammers, half of them were fire god hammers. As they fell together, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Wisps of spiritual power flowed into the blood god altar, turning it from illusion to reality. At the same time, the thunder god hammer was also swung. Wisps of thunder power fell from the void as if they were born out of thin air. Heavenly tribulation thunder. This lightning was the tribulation lightning of heaven and earth, and it contained a great amount of heavenly might. It coiled around the Thor hammer, and when it landed on the blood god altar, the lightning exploded and covered the entire altar. Wang Ting had no other choice but to use the tribulation thunder of heaven and earth. Fortunately, the thunder god hammer had the darkness origin. It more or less allowed the tribulation thunder of heaven and earth to be tainted with a trace of darkness power. Thus, the tribulation thunder of heaven and earth did not reject the blood god altar. Otherwise, the tribulation thunder of heaven and earth would not be used. The brilliant might of the tribulation thunder of heaven and earth had a great restraining effect on the darkness attribute. It was because these powers were controlled by Wang Ting that they could be tainted with a trace of the darkness attribute. If it was the real tribulation thunder of heaven and earth, it would be almost impossible for it to be tainted with the darkness attribute. Of course, this taint was limited to Wang Ting himself. If it was the darkness power of the outside world, it would be extremely difficult for it to taint his tribulation thunder of heaven and earth. Unless the darkness power was of a much higher level than the tribulation thunder of heaven and earth. Clang clang clang, the hammering sound kept echoing in the blood god clone's mind. At the same time, the invisible power from the bloody sandstorm kept pouring in. It was tempering the blood god clone's spiritual body. In other words, the blood god clone's spiritual body was being tempered twice. This was an invisible benefit that could only be found by chance. Wang Ting had to seize this opportunity. He worked even harder to activate the Thunder God Hammer and the Fire God Hammer so that the Blood God Altar could become more solid. On the visualized Blood God Altar, complex and mysterious patterns gradually took shape. It was as if an invisible hand had drawn them, and a dark and bloody aura began to spread out. It was unknown how much time had passed. At this moment, in the Blood God clone's mind, the hammering sound did not stop. Half of the Blood God altar had become solid, while the other half was still in an illusory state. This was unbelievable. Wang Tang and his Blood God clone felt like a long time had passed, but the Blood God altar was only half solidified. A divine artifact was indeed a divine artifact. Even the Zone Lord level 9 treasures pagoda that Wang Ting had forged didn't seem to be this difficult. Continue. Wang Ting gritted his teeth. Luckily, his spiritual power had reached the area master level. Otherwise, he might not have been able to hold on. The Blood God clone's face twitched. You don't even care about the pain that you're not suffering, do you? The Blood God clone wanted to curse. At this moment, his face was extremely pale. His spiritual body was not only being tempered internally, it was also being attacked by the invisible power from the outside. This was double the pain and double the pleasure. Other than that, there was also the physical pain. It was as if he was being cut into pieces. Anyone who had tried it would know. Do you want to rest? Wang Ting seemed to have realized that he was being a little inappropriate. He asked awkwardly. No need. Continue. The Blood God clone gritted his teeth. If the original body could do it, how could the clone drag him down? Wang Ting nodded and did not say anything. He continued to activate the Fire God's hammer and the Thunder God's hammer and hammered wildly. He knew this pain very well. It was the same when he forged the 9 treasures pagoda. However, this god-level Blood God altar seemed to be more difficult. If that's the case, Wang Ting's gaze flickered. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. Boom, in the next moment, he opened the pain perception between the original body and the clone. The boundless pain instantly swept over him. Previously, he had only sent his spiritual power to the Blood God clone. Hence, he did not feel any pain. However, at this moment, he had reconnected the perception. Hence, the pain hit him instantly. It was so painful that Wang Ting almost fainted. You. The Blood God clone was stunned. Let's do it together. We can share some of the pain. Wang Ting smiled faintly. The Blood God clone's eyes flashed and his mind was completely focused. Clang clang clang, a series of hammering sounds rang out again and reverberated in the minds of the Blood God clone and Wang Ting's original body. Then, the pain hit them, hiss. Wang Ting gasped. If he had accepted the pain gradually, it would have been better. At least he would have been prepared. However, the pain had already reached a certain level. Wang Ting suddenly inserted his sword. The pain was indescribable. It really hurts. Is it too late to regret now? Wang Ting wanted to cry. Why did he have to show off? Wouldn't it be better to just wait comfortably? However, it was too late to say anything now. If he gave up just like that, he would lose face. The Blood God clone would probably laugh at him. Hence, he could only continue to bear it silently. Fortunately, sharing the pain with 2 people seemed to reduce a lot of the pain and increase the threshold. Clang clang clang, time passed again amidst the hammering sounds. However, Wang Ting gradually noticed a problem. As the Blood God altar gradually solidified, the remaining process became more and more difficult after 2/3 of it was completed. No matter how Wang Ting and the Blood God clone activated the Fire God hammer and the Thunder God hammer, there was no effect. It seemed to be extremely difficult to condense any of the runes. What's going on? Wang Ting was confused. His slightly pale face could not help but frown. Have I reached the limit? Or is my mind power not condensed enough? He was not sure. After all, it was his first time refining the blood god altar. Just like forging, he had to solve the problem himself. There were many differences between using his mind power to refine the blood god altar and using various materials. However, it was difficult to figure out the problem just by thinking about it. Only when he encountered it could he understand the strangeness. Let's continue to the center of the sandstorm, Wang Ting said after thinking for a while. Okay. The blood god clone suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the center of the sandstorm. He suddenly stood up and stepped forward. Whoosh, his figure flashed and disappeared into the blood-red sand that was so dark that one couldn't even see one's own fingers. The center of the sandstorm was extremely violent. Wang Ting was worried that the pain on his body would affect the refining of the blood god altar, so he did not let him enter. However, he had no choice now. The blood god clone walked forward step by step. Suddenly, he felt that the pain on his body was gradually increasing. A large number of wounds appeared on his body and blood kept spurting out. The dust around him was dyed even redder. However, in an instant, the dust that was dyed red by blood merged with the rest of the dust. In an instant, it was submerged and disappeared. The blood god clone groaned in pain. However, his eyes were firm and his footsteps did not change. He continued to walk toward the center of the sandstorm. However, at this moment, he suddenly noticed something. His eyes could not help but freeze. In the dust in front of him, there seemed to be a flash of darkness. It was so fast that he could not see it clearly. Is there someone? Or is it something else? The blood god clone frowned. Eye of truth. In the devouring space, Wang Ting also noticed something. He immediately activated the ability of his eyes and scanned his surroundings. Swoosh, an ear-piercing sound suddenly rang out in the roar of the sandstorm. It was very obscure. If not for the fact that Wang Ting and the blood god clone were exceptionally focused, they might not have heard it. Found you. Almost at the same time, Wang Ting's eyes focused and he looked in a certain direction. The blood god clone attacked and threw a punch. The dark force gathered and turned into a dark red fist print. Blood demon fist, boom, with a roar, the dark red fist print broke through the surrounding dust and charged toward the black shadow. Roar. A strange, angry roar rang out. The blood god clone's eyes focused. He suddenly saw a huge arm stretching out from the dust. There were scarlet eyeballs on it and small mouths full of fangs. In addition, the surface of the arm seemed to be covered with a dark red scale. It was thick and ferocious. However, this was not the strangest part. The strangest part was that the arm seemed to have grown out of the sandstorm. It did not have a body at all. Boom, in the next moment, the blood god clone's dark red fist print collided with the arm. There was a roar. The arm was also clenched into a fist. There was a rich, dark red light flashing on it as if it was punching. Screech, however, in an instant, ear-piercing screeches came out from the mouths on the arm. They were sharp, ear-piercing, and extremely dense. It was unbearable. What the hell is this? The blood god clone could not help but frown. His mind power surged in his mind to resist the noise. Boom, the attacks from both sides were annihilated in the dust. The arm blocked the blood god clone's attack and continued to charge toward him. Huh? The blood god clone was a little surprised. Don't be careless. This should be the strange change in the bloody sandstorm. Yuan Gungun's voice suddenly rang out. The blood god clone's eyes flashed. He nodded and attacked again. This time a battle sword appeared in his hand. Slash. The saber radiance burst out in an instant and slashed out. It cut through the sand and dust and slashed at the arm. Wild blood saber, the terrifying sword light burst out with a powerful realm power and exploded on the arm. Screech, the mouths on the arm made ear-piercing screeches again. However, boom, there was a loud noise. The realm power in the sword light burst out and drowned the arm. The arm was cut by the sword light and finally collapsed. It turned into dust and disappeared without a trace. It's condensed from dust and sand. The blood god clone's eyes flashed. He felt very strange. At this moment, a few attribute bubbles appeared at the place where the arm had disappeared. They were floating and were about to be swept away by the sandstorm. Pick them up. Wang Ting did not have time to think. He immediately separated a strand of his mind power and picked them up. Strange Sand Hand * 2000, Strange Sand Hand * 1500, Strange Sand Hand * 2300, Blood Sand Realm * 3000, Strange Sand Hand? What is this? Wang Ting was slightly stunned. There was a strange look in his eyes. At this moment, the attribute bubbles were absorbed. The corresponding understanding appeared in his mind. He had a slight understanding. So it's a combat skill. It's a powerful combat skill that uses the power of darkness and blood to merge with the sand to form a strange transformation. Wang Ting understood the principle of this combat skill. He could not help but feel happy. This combat skill is quite good. Although he had just killed it with 2 attacks, the combat skill he used was the wild blood saber of the bloody demon lord. Its power was very shocking. It was reasonable that the arm could not block it. In fact, the combat skill's power was at the level of an upper demon emperor. It also contained a mental attack. It could be said that it was an attack that combined the force and the mind. More importantly, Wang Ting had the talent of controlling sand. It was just right for him to use the strange sand hand. His heart of magnetism was formed by the combination of the sand manipulation talent. Therefore, the heart of magnetism talent could completely control the sand. Strange Sand Hand, Upper Demon Emperor 2800/5000, Proficient. The arm just now dropped a total of 5,800 attribute points, so Wang Ting's mastery of this combat skill reached the proficient level. At this moment, another understanding appeared in Wang Ting's mind. Blood Sand Domain. It's actually a kind of domain power. Wang Ting was a little surprised. He immediately closed his eyes and comprehended it. This blood sand domain was different from the other blood race domains. It was a domain that combined the power of sand. Especially when compared to the blood sea domain, the blood sand domain was a little weaker, but it wasn't much weaker. It was much stronger than the blood beast domain that Wang Ting had mastered. Interesting. Wang Ting could not help but be happy. It was a pleasant surprise to obtain a powerful domain for no reason. Perhaps this was also a kind of enlightenment in the bloody sandstorm. When other geniuses entered the bloody sandstorm, not only could they use the power of the sandstorm to temper themselves, but if they were lucky, they could also comprehend this kind of domain. Blood Sand Domain, January 3000, Rank 3, 3000 attribute points directly allowed Wang Ting's mastery of the Blood Sand Domain to reach Rank 3, but it was just barely. For Wang Ting now, an ordinary Rank 3 domain was naturally not enough, but it did not matter. This was just the beginning. I didn't expect that there would be wool to be wool in this bloody sandstorm. Wang Ting's eyes flickered slightly. Why did he not realize it just now? What a miscalculation. Then he stopped thinking about it and let the blood god doppelganger continue to move forward. No matter what, it was more important to forge the blood god altar. Other things could be put aside first. The blood god doppelganger immediately continued to move forward, going deeper and deeper into the center of the sandstorm. This time, he did not encounter that strange arm or any other accidents. He smoothly reached the center of the sandstorm. However, boom, as soon as he stepped into the center, the blood god doppelganger's expression changed. Countless sand condensed into sharp blades that rushed toward him and wrapped around his body in an instant. Rest, 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 blades of sand tore through the surrounding sand and swept towards the blood god clone, enveloping his entire body within. The blood god avatar squinted his eyes and hesitated for a moment. He did not dodge and allowed the sand blades to land on his body. Splat, blood splattered out and bloomed in the sandstorm. From the outside, it looked like a crimson flower blooming in a sandstorm. It was dangerous and beautiful, body of the blood god. Level 3, the next moment, the blood god avatar's eyes bulged from the pain. He directly activated his level 3 body of the blood god without holding back. Rumble, his body shook, and a thick bloody aura appeared out of nowhere and surged out of his body. Chi, 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 wisps of white smoke rose from the wounds all over the blood god clone's body. Surprisingly, the wounds on his body were healing at a rapid rate. In the blink of an eye, all the wounds disappeared. This was the strength of the body of the blood god. Even if it was a serious injury, as long as there was enough blood, it could heal quickly. Generally speaking, only immortals could do this. This was because they had immortal substances and could be considered immortal. However, with the body of the blood god, even if the blood god avatar was not immortal, his recovery ability was not far off. "Let's do it here," the blood god avatar said. "Okay." Wang Ting nodded in the devouring space. The blood god avatar sat cross-legged again and began to hammer the blood god altar. The invading invisible force was even stronger here, causing Wang Ting and the blood god avatar's spirit bodies to suffer a strong impact. A tearing pain came from the deepest part of his spirit body, as if it was going to tear him apart completely. "Guard your mind," Wang Ting shouted. At the same time, he immediately activated his domain master level spirit. Previously, he had only used his universe level spirit, but now, facing such pain, even he had no choice but to use his domain master level spirit. True Dragon War Body, activate. 5 Elements Divine Treasure, activate. Holy Star Body, activate. Heart of Darkness, activate. Blood God Body, activate. All sorts of powerful body constitutions were activated by him, allowing his body to break through the limits of the universe level, giving him great strength and endurance. Immediately after, a powerful mental power swept out from the black hole of the mini-universe in his body. It spread in his mind, and a chill spread out, alleviating the pain in his mind. Then, a portion of this spiritual power surged into the mind of the blood god clone to help him stabilize his mind. The blood god avatar's body trembled. Without hesitation, with the help of the main body's immense psychic energy, he immediately threw away all distracting thoughts and focused his mind. He urged the fire god's hammer and the thunder god's hammer to continue hammering the blood god altar. Clang clang clang, the sound of metal clashing once again reverberated in his head. However, he didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he felt that activating the fire god's hammer and the thunder god's hammer seemed to have become much more difficult. It was as if there was a strong resistance. Is it the power from the bloody sandstorm? Wang Ting was a little surprised as he thought to himself. This was not necessarily a bad thing. Activating the fire god's hammer and the thunder god's hammer became more difficult. However, every hammering seemed to have become heavier and more effective. The hammering sounds seemed to have gradually become more muffled, as if the hammers were hitting an extremely hard metal surface. Duong. Duong. Looks like it's really effective. Wang Ting was slightly delighted. He exerted even more effort to activate the 2 hammers. Time slowly flowed by as he forged. Boundless pain constantly swept over him. Not only was there physical pain, but there was also mental torture. Moreover, there was the pain of hammering on his mind, as well as the pain of being cut by external forces. It was even more unbearable. If Wang Ting's willpower wasn't strong enough and his spiritual power wasn't boundless enough, he would probably have collapsed by now. Just as Wang Ting was enduring the indescribable pain, there were figures rushing over from the outside world. "Ha ha ha, bloody sandstorm, looks like I'm quite lucky." A cold-looking blood-tribe dark apparition appeared nearby. He stood in midair and looked at the terrifying sandstorm in front of him. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Xianxia, I didn't expect you to come." 2. A few other blood-tribe dark apparitions rushed over from other directions. They looked at the blood tribe dark apparition from before with solemn expressions. "Xianxia." Xianxia snorted coldly. "Humph, the people of the Vansite clan are really like wild dogs. Their noses are very sharp. Xianxia, you're just going overboard. Do you think we're afraid of you?" A blood tribe dark apparition was instantly enraged and shouted coldly. "You can try." Xianxia narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed across them. The dark apparitions from the Vansite clan immediately became serious. Although they had the advantage in numbers, they still couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive when they sensed the aura emitted from Xianxia. This Xianxia was a genius of the Brooke clan. His strength had reached the middle-level demon emperor level. He was very powerful. Such a huge bloody sandstorm is extremely rare. Let's not waste time here. The blood tribe dark apparition called Xianxia's eyes flickered slightly as he spoke. Xianxia didn't say anything else. He looked deeply at the dark apparition and charged straight into the bloody sandstorm in front of him. This Xianxia is too arrogant. He might not be a match for Big Brother Xianxia. What's there to be arrogant about? Big Brother Xianxia's strength is definitely far superior to that Xianxia. We must teach him a lesson next time. The group of Blood Tribe dark apparitions looked at Xianxia's back view disappearing into the bloody sandstorm and said indignantly, "Alright, hurry up and enter the bloody sandstorm. Don't miss this opportunity." Xianxia's eyes flickered, and he interrupted everyone's words. "If you have any grudges, settle them after leaving the virtual world. This time I'm not here for Xianxia. My target is someone else." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already turned into a blood-colored stream of light and charged into the bloody sandstorm. Seeing this, the other Blood Tribe dark apparitions didn't say anything else and followed suit. Xianxia was right. This bloody sandstorm was something that could only be encountered by chance, especially one of such scale. If they could enter and train properly, their strength would definitely increase significantly. As time passed, more and more dark apparitions were attracted by the bloody sandstorm. Naturally, they didn't dare to be negligent and entered to train themselves, unwilling to waste any time. A day passed in the blink of an eye. When Wang Ting regained his senses, he discovered that the Blood God altar in the Blood God clone's mind had almost completely condensed. It emitted a rich red glow, and the complicated patterns were like living creatures. This form was already very close to the real Blood God altar. Wang Ting was a little excited. He didn't expect to be able to condense a spiritual Blood God altar. With this thing, his future spiritual attacks would be stable. The Blood God clone was also very happy. After all, this was considered his spiritual attack. With the Blood God altar condensed from his spiritual body, his overall strength would definitely increase significantly. It was just that the process was a little too painful. At this moment, the Blood God clone's body was still covered with injuries that even the body of the Blood God couldn't heal. The power of the bloody sandstorm was too strong and endless. Therefore, even the recovery ability of the body of the Blood God couldn't keep up with the speed of his injuries. In addition, the invisible force that invaded his mind seemed to be increasing as time passed, causing the pain he had to endure to increase. There was a dull pain in his mind as if his entire head was about to split open. It was extremely uncomfortable. Wang Ting hadn't experienced this kind of pain for a long time. It was really too painful. Only the last part of the runes hasn't condensed yet. Let's work harder. The Blood God clone clenched his teeth. Now that the Blood God altar was about to be completely condensed, his motivation naturally increased greatly. He immediately swung the hammer harder. He didn't notice that others had entered the bloody sandstorm, and the others didn't notice him either. Because the power of the sandstorm in the center was too terrifying, even some middle-rank Demon Emperor geniuses didn't dare to enter. They were here to train themselves, not to be tortured and die. Therefore, those blood-kindred dark apparitions were basically in the center area or the outer area. Even if someone wanted to get close to the center area, they would only stay outside the center area. They didn't dare to go deep at all. The bloody sandstorm swept across the vast desert. Looking from afar, it was dark as if dark clouds were pressing down. It was daunting. However, as time passed, the scope of the bloody sandstorm was slowly shrinking. It could originally cover an area of thousands of feet, but now it was shrinking continuously. Gradually, it was only a few hundred feet. Some figures of blood-kindred dark apparitions fell out of the bloody sandstorm. Their bodies were covered in injuries, and they were grimacing in pain. However, they looked as if they hadn't had enough yet. It was as if they still wanted to go in and be tortured. Xianxia, and the others haven't come out yet. They should still be inside. They went deeper than us, so they must have lasted longer than us. It must be Xianxia. How can Xianxia compare to him? It seems like Xianxia, Xuebec, and the others have also gone in. Xianxia. Xuebec. Are you for real? They actually appeared here? Many people heard about the appearance of the bloody sandstorm, so they all came. They were defeated by that blood master, so they are probably cultivating with all their might. How can they let go of such a good opportunity? Discussions came from the surrounding blood-kindred dark apparitions. They weren't in a hurry to leave. Instead, they looked at the gradually shrinking bloody sandstorm in front of them. They knew that the bloody sandstorm was about to end. Soon, only the central area would be left. By then, they could forget about entering. Even upper-level demon emperors might not be able to withstand it. The bloody sandstorm that was only left in the central area would last for a long time. It would wander in the desert and might eventually dissipate. It might also evolve into a huge bloody sandstorm again. This was the experience left behind by their predecessors. Basically, everyone who knew about the bloody sandstorm knew about it. Half an hour later, the bloody sandstorm had shrunk by more than 3,000 feet. More blood-kindred dark apparitions fell out and joined the crowd. "Xue Nuar, I didn't expect even you to come." A calm voice sounded. A blood-kindred dark apparition turned around with a gloomy expression. "Xue Ste, humph. Are you unhappy to see me? You don't seem to be in a good mood," Zuf chuckled. Xue Nuar snorted again and said, "You are the shame of the blood-kindred for following that lowly person. Do you dare to say this in front of the Blood Master?" Xue Ste sneered. Xue Nuar's expression was ugly, and he was speechless. "I heard that even Xue Ste of your race was defeated by the Blood Master. Now, it seems like you guys are just SOSO. Xue Ste didn't let him off and continued to mock him. Xue Nuar's face turned green and white. He glared fiercely at Xue Ste with eyes full of anger. "Impudent." At this moment, a cold shout suddenly sounded from the bloody sandstorm. A figure stepped out with a cold expression. His gaze swept over with a chilling gaze and finally landed on Xue Saint. "How dare you insult my Xue Ste?" Xue Ste's eyes were filled with shock. He only felt a powerful aura sweeping over from the front. He wanted to retreat but found that he couldn't move at all. He was a lower-level demon emperor, while Xue Ste was an intermediate-level demon emperor. The difference in strength was too great. "Humph." Xue Ste was unyielding. He snorted coldly and glared back. "I'm telling the truth. Are you going to deny it? My Gangro race also has experts here. What kind of ability is it to bully a lower-level demon emperor like me? Go find them if you have the ability." Noisy. A cold light flashed in Xue Ste's eyes. Losing to Xue Ju was the greatest pain in his heart. The battle that day had caused him to lose face. He didn't want anyone to mention it. Yet, Xue Ste had said it in front of so many people. Wasn't he deliberately embarrassing him? In an instant, a powerful origin power fluctuation swept out from his body and condensed into a blood-red claw that grabbed at Xue Saint. "How dare you?" Xue Ste's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with fear as he shouted angrily. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Xue Ste sneered. The huge blood-red claw fell with a loud bang and grabbed Xue Ste's body. Rip, a huge wound suddenly appeared on Xue Ste's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and fly backward. "Ah!" Xue Ste let out a miserable cry. He slammed into the ground, kicking up a large cloud of sand. Many vampires and dark apparitions were dumbfounded. How did they start fighting just like that? In fact, many people felt that there was nothing wrong with what Xue Ste said. Many people saw that Xue Ste had lost a blood son. The truth was right in front of them. If they still looked down on Blood Sun, wouldn't they be even more trash? However, they weren't as stubborn as Xue Saint. They didn't dare to confront Xue Ste directly. Xue Ste's strength was still very strong. He wasn't comparable to ordinary middle-level demon emperors. They were even less of a match for him. Xue Ste. Xue Ste's eyes were red. He climbed up from the sand pit and stared at Xue Ste in the air with resentment. "I'll teach you a lesson so that you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth," Xue Ste said casually. Xue Ste gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. He was no match for Xue Saint. The gap between the two was too big. At this time, a loud bang suddenly came from the bloody sandstorm. A sickle slashed through the sand and dust and slashed at Xue Saint. "Who is it?" Xue Ste's expression changed slightly. He turned around abruptly and threw a punch without thinking. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the next moment, the two attacks collided violently with a loud bang. Shui St's fist was instantly shattered. The sickle slashed at Shui St like a hot knife through butter. However, the collision just now had given Shui St enough time to dodge. He dodged the attack with a flash. In its haste, it still appeared to be in an extremely sorry state. The clothes on its body had been torn by the previous attack, and its blood-red hair was also slightly disheveled. It turned its head and looked over with a cold gaze. Shui Ste, you've got guts. How dare you attack a member of the Gangrel clan? A voice slowly came from the bloody sandstorm without seeing the person. Shui Dong Ao. These 3 words came out of Shui Ste's mouth almost word by word. His expression became extremely ugly. His eyes trembled slightly as if the meaning of this name was extremely terrifying. Damn it, why is he here? Shui Ste's heart was extremely uneasy at this moment. He originally thought that even if there were people from the Gangrel clan here, they would not surpass him by much. However, he never thought that the person from the Gangrel clan would be Shui Dong Ao. That fiend. Brother Shui Dong Ao. Shui Ste's eyes immediately lit up as he looked at the bloody sandstorm in anticipation. Shui St did not dare to speak again in the face of that voice. He stood where he was with an uncertain expression. I'll deal with you when I come out of the bloody sandstorm. Don't run. Otherwise, I'll have to find you in the real world. The voice sounded again with a hint of a cold smile. Don't run. Otherwise, I'll have to find you in reality. Shui Ste's expression kept changing. He felt as if he had eaten feces. He was so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. Shui Dong Ao, you've gone too far. Suddenly, another voice sounded from the bloody sandstorm with a hint of coldness. Oh, Shui Kali, so you're here too. Shui Dong Ao said, why didn't you say anything when Shui St hit a member of the Gangrel clan? Shui St insulted a member of my clan. Shouldn't he be beaten? Shui Kali said. Insult? When did he insult you? Isn't that the truth? Shui Dong Ao said calmly. Shui Kali was at a loss for words, but he quickly snorted and said, there's no need to say anything. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Very good. I'd like to see how much you've improved recently. Shui Dong Ao smiled. The 2 of you are playing. Why don't you add me? The 3 of us don't have to make a move. Let's see who can last longer. Who can go deeper into the bloody sandstorm? What do the 2 of you think? A laugh suddenly sounded. Shui Kazi, so it's you. Shui Dong Ao was a little surprised. After pondering for a moment, he said, your competition is quite interesting. I don't have any objections. However, if Shui Kali loses, Shui St must apologize to Shui Saint Sure, Shui Kali said after a moment of silence. Then it's settled, Shui Kazi said. The 3 of them fell silent and did not speak again. However, anyone could tell that the 3 of them were secretly competing. The 3 of them were usually in a competitive relationship. Now that they had met, they naturally had to take this opportunity to compete. Whoever won would be able to raise his or her reputation to a whole new level if word got out. At the end of the day, geniuses valued reputation the most. Shui St immediately heaved a sigh of relief. If he were to face Shui Dong Ao directly, this matter would not be resolved so easily. He would be humiliated and even beaten up. However, as long as Shui Kali could win, he would be able to save his face. Like Shui Kali, he was also a middle-rank demon emperor genius, but he was much weaker than Shui Kali. Shui Kali, Shui Dong Ao, and the others were ranked in the top 5 geniuses of the Blood Clan, while he was ranked much lower. Shui St glanced at Shui St and could not help but snort coldly in his heart. Although he was somewhat unwilling, he knew that this was his only chance. Without Shui Dong Ao's help, he probably would not be able to get back at him. Now, he could only hope that Shui Dong Ao would win against Shui Kali and make Shui St apologize to him. Shui Dong Ao, Shui Kali, and Shui Kazi are all here. They even want to compete. Looks like there's going to be a good show to watch. Yes, these 3 are all ranked in the top 5 geniuses. They haven't competed for a long time. I wonder who's stronger. Hee, ever since the Blood Master appeared in our clan, these geniuses have appeared one after another. In that case, the appearance of the Blood Master can be considered a good thing. These top geniuses won't be willing to let an outsider be the Blood Master. Naturally, they have to come out and compete. Speaking of which, the Blood Master seems to have entered the virtual world as well. Why haven't I seen him? No one has seen him since entering the virtual world. I wonder where he went. Could it be that he's lost? That can't be. Although it's his first time entering the virtual world, he can at least check the information and know which are the important cultivation places. The surrounding dark apparitions of the Blood Clan began to discuss. All the dark apparitions were extremely curious about this unusual competition between Shui Dong Ao, Shui Kali, and Shui Kezi. They wanted to know who would be the final winner. In the blink of an eye, another half an hour passed. The bloody sandstorm was moving, and all the dark apparitions were moving with it. At the same time, the size of the bloody sandstorm had shrunk from more than 7,000 feet to more than 1,500 feet, and the area it covered was getting smaller and smaller. One by one, the dark apparitions of the Blood Clan came out of the bloody sandstorm. It seemed that many dark apparitions of the Blood Clan had entered the bloody sandstorm during this period of time. Bloodbaker and the other geniuses who had lost to the Blood God clone also came out of the bloody sandstorm one after another and were waiting outside. However, Shui Dong Ao, Shui Kali, and the other two still did not come out. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4,000 feet, 3,000 feet, 2,000 feet, the bloody sandstorm was getting smaller and smaller, and more dark apparitions came out. They all knew about the competition between Shui Dong Ao and the other two, so none of them left and waited outside 2,000 feet. The central area is within 1,000 feet, and the area between 1,000 feet and 2,000 feet is the final area for comparison. Now, let's see who among the three of them can last longer. Shui Sta, Shui Nuar, Shui St, and the other dark apparitions stared fixedly at the bloody sandstorm, and they were even a little nervous. This was especially true for Shui Sta and Shui St. This was a competition that concerned their reputation. Although Shui Dong Ao and the others might not have taken it to heart, in their eyes, the competition itself was probably more important. Rumble, a violent rumbling sound came from the bloody sandstorm. Due to the contraction, the bloody sandstorm seemed to have become even more terrifying, and the dark red color had also become darker. At a glance, it made people feel oppressed. Even the dark apparitions watching from outside could not help but change their expressions when faced with this pressure. Their hearts were incomparably heavy, and they could not help but retreat. "It's out!" Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded. The bloody sandstorm suddenly shrank to 300 feet, and then a figure slowly emerged from the dark red sand. It sat cross-legged in the air, covered in wounds, and looked somewhat miserable. Shui Kali. It's Shui Kali. Looks like the Vanite clan lost. How could this be? How could Big Brother Shui Kali lose? Damn it, Shui Kezi and Shui Dong Ao went deeper than Big Brother Shui Kali. Everyone cried out in surprise when they saw the figure's appearance clearly. Shui Sta's expression changed, and his heart sank as if a huge rock was pressing down on it. Shui Kali was the first to come out. The result was obvious at a glance. He did not even have the chance to struggle. Great! Shui St could not help but laugh out loud. However, he soon noticed that Shui Kali's expression was extremely gloomy. He immediately covered his mouth and suppressed his laughter. He dared to provoke Shui Sta, but he did not dare to provoke Shui Kali. Humph! Shui Kali was still sitting cross-legged on the spot, not moving at all. His face was dark, and he could not help but snort coldly. The bloody sandstorm was a huge burden on his mind and body. It was not that he did not want to move, but he could not move at all. He could only wait for his body to slowly recover. He did not expect that he would be the first to come out of the bloody sandstorm, while Shui Kezi and Shui Dong Ao were still inside. In this competition, he was completely at the bottom. A few minutes later, the bloody sandstorm shrank again by 60 meters, and two figures appeared. Shui Kezi and Shui Dong Ao appeared in front of everyone at the same time. The two of them are actually in the same position. Is this a draw? Regardless of whether it's a draw or not, Shui Kali lost. Xianxia has to apologize. How pitiful. He was defeated by Blood Master, and now he has to apologize to someone weaker than him. He's so embarrassed. That's right. Xianxia is an extremely famous genius of the Vanite clan, but he suffered 2 setbacks in a row. How sad. Hearing the voices around him, Xianxia's expression became extremely ugly. He wished he could leave this place immediately. However, he knew that if he did so, Xianxia would definitely do as he said. If he looked for him in the real world, he would probably be even more embarrassed. Thinking of this, Xianxia felt so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. He had only beaten up a low-ranked demon emperor, and he actually wanted him to apologize. It was simply ridiculous. At this moment, Xianxia and Xianxia ignored Xianxia. They looked at each other and their gazes collided in midair. Neither of them gave in to the other. Hee, I didn't expect you to be in the same position as me, Xianxia finally said. Likewise, Xianxia said calmly. Let's compete again next time. Xianxia slowly stood up and stretched his back. His entire body emitted a series of crackling sounds. He was tall and sturdy, and he was definitely an exception among the vampires. He was wearing a blood-red robe. When his wounds healed, the robe also returned to its original state, wrapping his body until it was bulging. However, his face had the unique paleness and beauty of the vampire's dark apparitions. With such a face placed on its body, it really gave people a feeling of extreme disharmony. However, no one dared to underestimate him. Xianxia was an extremely famous genius of the Gangrel clan. His strength and talent were incomparably powerful. Rumor had it that he had once fought with high-ranked demon emperors of other dark races and left safely in the end. Even many geniuses of other races were extremely fearful of him. All right. Xianxia took a deep look at Xianxia and nodded. He also stood up from his cross-legged position. The two of them spoke one after another, completely forgetting about Xianxia on the other side. This feeling of contempt made Xianxia's face as black as the bottom of a pot. He almost exploded on the spot. Xianxia, apologize. At this moment, Xianxia seemed to have finally thought of something. He turned to look at Xianxia in the distance and said calmly. The muscles on Xianxia's face twitched violently. He glanced at Xianxia and then looked at Xianxia. Xianxia immediately raised his neck and looked back at him with a look that was unwilling to be outdone. Humph. Xianxia snorted coldly. In the end, he had no choice but to lower his head and apologize. He casually waved his hand, and a dark red card flew toward Xianxia. He said, there are 300 million dark coins inside. Take it as my compensation. Xianxia, what do you think? Xianxia asked. That's enough. Thank you, big brother Xianxia. Xianxia knew when to stop. He hurriedly cupped his fists at Xianxia and said gratefully. He did not take the 300 million dark coins to heart. However, Xianxia had personally apologized, so he had vented his anger. There was only one word to describe it. Awesome, there was only one word to describe it. Awesome. Xianxia felt that he had not suffered the claw in vain to let a middle-ranked demon emperor apologize to him. It's fine. You and I are of the same race. This is just a small matter, Xianxia said. After saying that, he glanced at the bloody sandstorm that had shrunk to a size of 300 meters. His eyes flashed slightly. He no longer lingered and turned to leave. When the other Blood Clan dark apparitions saw this, they also prepared to leave. Boom, however, at this moment, a rumble came from the bloody sandstorm. This rumble was obviously different from the rumble of the bloody sandstorm. It was more dull and louder. It seemed extremely abrupt in the roar of the sandstorm. It was as if someone was fighting in it. Xianxia, 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 and the others stopped and turned to look at the center of the bloody sandstorm. What's going on? Could it be that there's someone in the center of the bloody sandstorm? Everyone stared at the bloody sandstorm that was gradually sweeping into the distance in shock and spoke in astonishment. Boom. 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 It was unknown whether it was because the bloody sandstorm had been compressed to a size of 1,000 feet, but a strange change occurred within it. Many thick arms that seemed to be covered with dark red scales suddenly condensed within it. They grabbed towards the center in unison, as if there was something there. There were even scarlet eyeballs appearing out of thin air in the bloody sandstorm, densely covering the entire sandstorm. The eyeballs rolled as if there were holes on both sides. They looked coldly at the people outside and at the same time, stared at the sandstorm. The sudden change stunned all the dark apparitions present. They were about to leave, but at this moment, they all stopped and looked at the bloody sandstorm that was only 1,000 feet in size. This is the strange change in the bloody sandstorm? Some dark apparitions immediately recognized the change in the bloody sandstorm in front of them. They couldn't help but widen their eyes and exclaim. It's actually the strange change in the bloody sandstorm. But, why is there such a drastic change? In the past, it was already extremely rare for there to be a local change. Something must have happened in the center of the bloody sandstorm this time. The eyes of Xue Dongao, Xue Kali, Xue Kezi, and the other dark apparitions flickered. They frowned slightly and stared at the bloody sandstorm in front of them. This change was indeed too intense. Even they had never seen it before. It was shocking. F***ck. The blood god clone had just finished refining the blood god altar. When he suddenly saw the change in front of him, his eyes almost popped out. There were arms covered in dark red scales in all directions, and there were even many strange eyeballs. At a glance, they were densely packed, and it was simply too horrifying. It was waiting for him to use his ultimate move. Just now, it had appeared once, and it was only the arms covered in dark red scales. Now, it was unknown how many of those strange arms had appeared. There was even a pile of huge eyeballs, making this bloody sandstorm look like a strange creature. He felt that this bloody sandstorm was alive. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? It only appeared when it was about to end. It was obvious that it was waiting for him. Boom. 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 Those strange arms did not give the blood god clone a chance to react at all. They all attacked him. Screech, screech, screech. At the same time, ear-piercing and sharp cries sounded, trying to invade the blood god clone's mind. The blood god clone's expression changed slightly. He was shocked to see that small mouths had grown out of those eyeballs. They opened their mouths and made a sound, singing together with the mouths on the arms. The sound was ear-piercing, sharp, and dense. It was as if they had formed sound waves that swept toward the blood god clone. Furthermore, a dark red light was being emitted from the eyeball. It enveloped the entire region and formed an extremely strange and evil corrosive power. The blood god doppelganger clearly felt a sense of danger. That strange and evil power was affecting his body. The dark power in the deepest part of his body seemed to be about to be drawn out, causing some indescribable changes to his body. He felt that it was inconceivable. This was a body of darkness with the body of the blood god. How could it be contaminated by the power of darkness and mutate indescribably? What was going on, however, he didn't have time to think too much about it. Be it the sharp sound or the dark red light, they were all sweeping towards him. Humph. The blood god avatar narrowed his eyes and snorted. I'll use you guys to test the power of my blood god altar. As soon as he finished speaking, a glaring scarlet light burst out from his eyes. Within the light, there seemed to be a huge blood-red altar. Suppress. As soon as he finished speaking, the void trembled. Circles of invisible ripples spread out in all directions. The sound waves that seemed to have substance and the dark red light that enveloped the entire region seemed to have been suppressed by some kind of power. They actually froze in midair and couldn't move forward anymore. It's working. The blood god doppelganger's eyes suddenly lit up. The blood god altar had just been condensed, and it had already succeeded. He was extremely happy. However, it was obviously not the time to be happy. The sound and light were blocked, but the arms didn't stop at all. They continued to bombard the blood god avatar. The blood god doppelganger was surrounded by ferocious arms from all directions. The eyes on the arms were staring at him. The small mouths full of fangs were open to the extreme and were about to bite him. This scene was undoubtedly very terrifying. It was enough to make people with trypophobia act up. The blood god doppelganger wasn't afraid at all. A cold light flashed in his eyes. A war blade appeared in his hand and he pointed it at the sky. Boom, a terrifying blade light burst out. Blood Beast Domain, Melder, Blood Origin, Level 1, the two powers instantly merged into the blade light, causing it to suddenly expand to a size of 100 feet. Countless blade lights burst out from it and radiated in all directions. The area enveloped by the saber light seemed to have formed a terrifying domain, causing the densely packed arms to freeze involuntarily. Slash. The blood god doppelganger didn't hesitate. The war blade in his hand directly slashed out, and the blade light that was 100 feet long fell with a loud bang. Boom, before the blade glow had completely landed, countless tiny blade glows had already erupted from the 1,000 feet long blade glow and collided with the densely packed arms. Screech, ear-piercing and dense screams rang out again, but they were instantly drowned out. At the same time, the extremely strange arms were also drowned out. Boom. Boom. Boom, the roar resounded as the arms suddenly collapsed. After all, they were formed from sand. Although they had become strange because of the power of darkness, the blood god doppelganger didn't hold back this time. The domain and the origin power were used at the same time. One could imagine the power of the blood god doppelganger. Look, what's that? Outside the sandstorm, a shocked cry suddenly sounded. The Blood Clan dark apparitions seemed to have seen a terrifying scene, and their expressions were filled with shock. Even the top geniuses like Shui Dongao, Shui Clay, and Shui Kezi couldn't help but shrink their nostrils as if they had seen something unbelievable. Amidst the huge roar, a huge blood-red blade light suddenly burst out from the Blood Fiend sandstorm. It seemed to have slashed out from the inside of the sandstorm, cutting through the thick dust inch by inch. There were even countless blade lights shooting out from all directions. This scene was undoubtedly extremely spectacular. Many Blood Clan dark apparitions stared blankly at this scene, almost forgetting to breathe. Shui Dongao, Shui Clay, Shui Kezi, and the other geniuses came back to their senses. Their expressions changed slightly as they looked at the situation within the bloody sandstorm. There's someone inside. At this moment, all the Blood Clan dark apparitions present understood that there was someone else in the center of the bloody sandstorm. Could it be a powerhouse? Shui Dongao and the other top geniuses couldn't help but think to themselves. Even they felt a trace of pressure from such a powerful attack. It was very likely that an upper-rank demon emperor had made a move. In their opinion, only upper-rank demon emperors could enter the center of the bloody sandstorm. Although they could also step into the center, they couldn't hold on for long, let alone launch such a powerful attack inside. Boom, a huge explosion resounded as countless blade lights burst out. The blade light that was hundreds of meters long also burst out with a dazzling blood-red light. It was like a small blood-red sun that illuminated the desert. In the next moment, the bloody sandstorm that was only 300 meters in radius exploded, and countless dust and sand swirled in all directions. The terrifying aftershock of the origin power also swept out in all directions, stirring up a large amount of dust and sand on the ground. The dust and sand danced in the sky, blocking all vision. What terrifying power! The expressions of most of the Blood Clan dark apparitions changed slightly, and they retreated one after another. Under the impact of the origin power, they didn't dare to get close at all. Shui Sta, Shui Beck, and the other geniuses were slightly better, but their faces were also filled with shock as they stared at the bloody sandstorm that had exploded. Shui Dongao, Shui Clay, Shui Kezi, and the other geniuses couldn't help but be shocked, and a trace of curiosity arose in their hearts. Which powerhouse of the 13 clans was inside the bloody sandstorm? However, the dust that filled the sky blocked their vision, making it impossible for them to see clearly for a while. They could only wait outside. Not long after, the sand that filled the sky gradually calmed down. At the same time, under the terrifying explosion, the bloody sandstorm that was only 300 meters in radius could no longer be maintained. It dissipated in the air, and the world gradually returned to calm. In the gradually calming sandstorm, a figure was faintly discernible and slowly stepped out from behind the sandstorm. This person was wearing a blood-red robe and an expressionless blood-red mask. His long hair danced in the wind. Blood Disciple, a series of exclamations suddenly burst out. All the Blood Clan dark apparitions fell into a state of shock when they saw that figure. They never would have thought that the person who walked out of the center of the bloody sandstorm would be this blood disciple. Xianxia, Beck, and the other geniuses widened their eyes, and their expressions changed rapidly. It was as if they had opened a dye house. It was truly exciting. A person who had completely exceeded their expectations had appeared here. Moreover, he had appeared in such a shocking manner. He had slashed apart the bloody sandstorm and walked out of the center of the bloody sandstorm. How did he do it? The bloody sandstorm was extremely powerful, especially in the center. It was extremely chaotic and violent, and ordinary warriors could not break through it. There was also the final strange change. It was so dense and terrifying that it completely covered the entire bloody sandstorm area. Even Shui Dongao, Shui Clay, and Shui Kezi, the three top geniuses of the Blood Clan, would probably be wiped out and kicked out of the virtual world. However, in the end, this blood disciple was unscathed. Moreover, he seemed to have only used one move to forcefully cut open the bloody sandstorm and walked out calmly. What kind of demeanor was this? It was simply unimaginable to the dark apparitions present. They felt that their arrogance and conceit had been shattered by this blood master at this moment. Shui Dongao, Shui Clay, and Shui Kezi watched this scene with their eyes wide open. Their gazes were fixed on the blood disciple as they watched him walk out step by step. Their expressions were extremely complicated. All of a sudden, they felt that the competition between the three of them was simply a joke. Who would go deeper into the bloody sandstorm, who would last longer? Now, it seemed that they had lost from the beginning. They had lost. Completely, this was because there was someone who had gone deeper than them and lasted longer than them. It was just that this person had never participated in their competition. It was as if someone who far surpassed their level was looking down at them from a different height. He saw everything they had done but did not take it seriously at all. And this person was of the same generation as them. As top geniuses of the Blood Clan, no one of their generation had ever been able to surpass them. But now, someone of the same generation was standing above them. Without giving them a chance to react, he stood at the top. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Shui Dongao and the other two geniuses felt a kind of pressure. The blood disciple wearing a blood-colored mask in front of them was like a mountain suddenly pressing down on their heads. Blood disciple. Shui's sight was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed and could not help but shout. Now that the Gangrou clan had chosen to support the blood disciple, he had naturally forgotten the unhappiness from back then. He even felt respect for this blood disciple in his heart. In his heart, this blood disciple was already comparable to Big Brother Shui Dongao. However, he did not expect him to be even more powerful and awesome than Big Brother Shui Dongao. He had cut through the bloody sandstorm and walked out of the central area. Such a magnificent feat had already surpassed Big Brother Shui Dongao and the others. Although Big Brother Shui Dongao was a genius of the Gangrou clan and had just helped him vent his anger, the blood disciple's awesomeness was already incomparable to that of an ordinary person. Therefore, he decided to become the blood disciple's most loyal fan from now on. I'm sorry, Big Brother Shui Dongao, but in my heart, you're still second. Shui's sight glanced at Shui Dongao apologetically as he thought to himself. Under the gaze of all the Blood Clan dark apparitions, the Blood God clone was slightly stunned. He looked around and could not help but wonder if he had seen wrongly. When he entered, there were no dark apparitions. Why was it that when he came out, there were all dark apparitions here? Moreover, why were these people looking at him so strange? It felt like they were looking at a rare animal. And that Blood Clan dark apparition, what was his name again? Oh right, Shui Sight. He had even beaten him up before. Why was he still calling his name so excitedly? It was weird. Could it be that these Blood Clan dark apparitions had masochistic tendencies? The more ruthless he was to them, the more they respected him. If that was the case, he could be more ruthless next time. Damn it, why is it him? Xianxia, Shui Beck, and the other geniuses could not accept it. Their hearts were in turmoil, and they could not calm down for a long time. You're that blood disciple? At this moment, Shui Dongao finally came back to his senses. He took a deep look at the Blood God clone and asked. That's right. The Blood God clone nodded and asked, what are you doing here? Shui Dongao. Everyone. What was this question? Who didn't enter the bloody sandstorm to train themselves? Were they here to be tortured? How long have you been in the bloody sandstorm? Shui Kali's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but ask. 4 days or 5 days? I don't remember clearly, the blood god clone said casually. Everyone fell silent again. This guy had actually stayed inside for 5 days? Was he really so terrifying? Even Shui Dong Ao and the others, who were middle-level demon emperors, could not stay for 5 days. At most, they stayed for 1 or 2 days. This blood disciple was only a lower-level demon emperor, but he had stayed for 4 to 5 days. It was simply unbelievable. They did not think that the blood god clone was lying. There was no need, the scene of him walking out of the center of the bloody sandstorm had already made all the blood clan dark apparitions believe from the bottom of their hearts that he had such strength. How is that possible? The expressions of Shui Sta, Shui Beck, and the other geniuses became extremely ugly. 5 days, he had actually stayed in the bloody sandstorm for 5 days. Had that guy's talent and strength really reached such a level? They had already felt a deep sense of defeat when the blood god doppelganger had activated the tier 3 body of the blood god. Now, even in this virtual world, their pride was being crushed to smithereens in such an overbearing manner. How could these blood clan dark apparitions accept such a cruel reality? Shui Dong Ao, Shui Kali, and Shui Kezi, the 3 top geniuses, could not help but look at each other and see a trace of shock in each other's eyes. You stayed in the central area for 5 days? Shui Dong Ao could not help but ask. Not really. The blood god clone shook his head. Shui Dong Ao, Shui Kali, and the others had just heaved a sigh of relief when they suddenly heard him say, about 2 days. Shui Dong Ao and the others. Good lord, the time the other party had spent in the center of the bloody sandstorm was about the same as the time they had spent in the bloody sandstorm. For a moment, the 3 blood clan dark apparitions felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Was this bloodmaster really so strong? If they were told to admit defeat just like that, they would definitely not accept it. However, it was a fact that the other party had just come out of the bloody sandstorm, so they could not refute it. In this regard, they had already lost once. The blood god clone had no idea what they were thinking. He had never thought of competing with these blood clan dark apparitions. In his opinion, these people were no match for him at all. There was nothing to compete with. They were only middle-level demon emperors. Even the blood god clone was enough to deal with them. The blood god clone ignored them. He swept out his mental power and picked up all the attribute bubbles that had fallen in the bloody sandstorm. Crafty sand hand 2500 crafty sand hand 1500 crafty sand hand 1200 crafty sand I 1200 crafty sand I 1000 blood sand domain 2500 blood sand domain 2000 blood sand domain 1800 inch crafty sand I. In the devouring space, Wang Ting's eyes lit up slightly. He had picked up another attribute bubble. It looked very good. A realization suddenly appeared in his mind. At the same time, an image appeared. Countless dust and sand gathered. Under the effect of the dark apparition's power, they turned into shadows of eyeballs that appeared in the void densely. Interesting. Wang Ting was deep in thought. The crafty sand eye was very similar to the crafty sand hand. They were both combat skills that were produced by the combination of the power of dust, the power of darkness, and the power of blood. The main attack method of the crafty sand eye was the mind. The scream from before was the light that radiated from the eyeballs. It was a kind of attack method. Through sound and light, it could erode the mind of other living beings. It could be said to be a very powerful method. Crafty Sand Eye, Upper Level Demon Emperor 5200/15000, Small Mastery, it has reached the small mastery level directly. Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel and could not help but feel slightly happy. There were many crafty sand eyes this time, so there were also many attribute bubbles that had dropped. This directly allowed Wang Ting's mastery of the crafty sand eye to reach the small mastery level, crossing 4 levels. Immediately after, he looked at the other attribute panel. Crafty Sand Hand, Upper Level Demon Emperor 12500/15000, Small Mastery. The Crafty Sand Hand's attribute panel had also reached the small mastery level. Moreover, by the looks of it, it was not far from breaking through to the small mastery level. It was only 2,500 attribute points away. Wang Ting was a little depressed. 2,500 attribute points were only a matter of 1 or 2 crafty sand hands. Unfortunately, he did not know if it was because too many crafty sand hands had appeared this time, so the attribute points dropped by each crafty sand hand seemed to have decreased. This was a problem with the drop rate, even the crafty sand eye was the same. Otherwise, with the number of crafty sand eyes that had appeared just now, the attributes of the crafty sand eye combat skill would definitely have reached the large mastery level. Wang Ting shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He then looked at the last attribute panel, Blood Sand Realm. He was quite fond of this realm. Although it was still a little inferior to the Blood Sea realm, it was still very powerful. Ordinary vampire and dark apparitions might not necessarily be able to comprehend it. One by one, the attribute bubbles flowed into Wang Ting's mind and turned into realm insights. This caused his understanding of the Blood Sand Realm to increase rapidly. Blood Sand Realm, 1-200/3000. Rank 3 Corporeal Realm. Good lord, I broke through to the Corporeal Realm directly. From rank 3 Normal Realm to rank 3 Corporeal Realm. This improvement is really fast. Wang Ting was very surprised. The improvement of the Blood Sand Realm had completely exceeded his expectations. If it were any other vampire and dark apparition, who knew how many years it would take to comprehend it at this speed, even some geniuses would need at least 1 or 2 years to comprehend the Corporeal Realm. Wang Ting felt very pleased. This bloody sandstorm was really a good thing. It allowed him to master 3 powerful techniques in one go, enriching his vampire techniques instantly. It took a long time to describe, but in reality, it only took an instant. Wang Ting quickly finished absorbing the attribute bubbles and decided to leave. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first, the blood god doppelganger said after looking around. Then, he turned around and was about to leave. Wait. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears, causing them to be stunned. The blood god doppelganger paused and looked at the person who spoke. It was the vampire who had asked him how long he had been in the bloody sandstorm. He didn't think much of it and asked, "What's the matter?" "We've all heard about the Bloodmaster defeating the geniuses of various races, but we didn't see it with our own eyes. I'm very curious about your strength. Since we've coincidentally met in the virtual world today, I wonder if the Bloodmaster would do me the honor of sparring with me?" Shui Kali asked. "You want to fight with me?" the blood god doppelganger asked as he looked at the vampire with a strange expression. The 9 vampire geniuses were brutally beaten by him last time. Wasn't that enough of a lesson? Now, he wanted to be beaten up again. Speaking of which, where did this guy get his confidence from? That's right. Zekri said. It had come out of seclusion this time for this Bloodmaster. The prodigy of the Vansite clan had been suppressed too badly and even humiliated in battle. As the top prodigy of the Vansite clan, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Otherwise, how would others view him? Moreover, he had encountered him in the virtual world this time. He could fight here without returning to reality. No matter what, he wouldn't suffer too much loss if he fought here. He had seen the scene of this Bloodmaster walking out of the center of the bloody sandstorm. He wasn't 100% confident that he could defeat him now. Thus, he had to think of a way out. And this virtual world was a very good way out. Even if he lost to the Bloodmaster, it wouldn't be too embarrassing. Another very important reason was that there were many methods that could be used without restraint here, and there was no need to worry about side effects. With those methods, his chances of winning would be higher. He might really be able to suppress this Bloodmaster. Whoosh, when the Blood Race Dark Apparitions heard Zekri's affirmative words, they were instantly shocked. No one expected Zekri to dare to challenge the Bloodmaster in front of such a powerful aura. One had to admit that he was a little stubborn. The next moment, all the Blood Race Dark Apparitions came back to their senses and couldn't help but burst into a discussion. Zekri actually wants to challenge the Bloodmaster. What is he thinking? The Bloodmaster's strength is obvious to all. Even Zekri doesn't have a high chance of winning. Who knows? Maybe he has some trump card? After all, he's the top prodigy of the Vansite clan. Maybe he has some unexpected methods and talents. Now that you mention it, I'm looking forward to it. Shuafa, and the other dark apparitions were all excited. Xuefa's strength was definitely the strongest among the geniuses of the Vanite clan. Even Xuefa had to admit that he was far inferior to Xuefa. If Zekri could make a move, there might be hope of defeating Xueju. By now, after a series of events, Xueju's prestige was growing among the blood race prodigies. If he was allowed to continue, perhaps all the blood race prodigies would acknowledge his identity as the Blood Master. Take this moment for example. At a glance, many of the blood race dark apparitions present were looking at Xueju with a trace of respect. That was respect for the strong. Xueju's recent performance had gained the approval of many blood race geniuses. This wasn't something Xuesi, Xue Nuar, and the others wanted to see. The more Xueju rose, the more uncomfortable they felt. It was as if their hearts were being tormented by a raging fire. Jealousy, resentment, all kinds of emotions were about to drown their rationality. Interesting. Xue Dongao's eyes flickered. He glanced at Zekli and finally looked at the Blood Master. Xue Kezi's eyes also flickered slightly. Looking at this scene, a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Xue Dongao was a genius of the Gangro clan, while Xue Kezi was a genius of the Brook clan. Since these two clans had already chosen to support the Blood Master, they naturally could not casually challenge him. However, as geniuses, they were naturally unconvinced. Now that Xue Kali had made his move, they were happy to see the outcome. If this Blood Master could not even defeat Xue Kali, how could they acknowledge him as a Blood Master? Hee. Under everyone's gaze, the Blood God clone took a deep look at Xue Kali and suddenly chuckled as if he had heard something extremely funny. Xue Kali could not help but frown. The Blood Master's attitude made him very unhappy. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the way the other party looked at him was like an elder looking at a junior causing trouble. Yes, that's right, that's the look. Xue Kali's face immediately darkened. He secretly took a deep breath and warned himself not to be angry. He said coldly, "You don't dare? Since you want to fight, I'll fulfill your wish." However, the Blood God clone paused for a moment. However what? Xue Kali was delighted, but when he heard that he had something to say, he could not help but frown. However, you should know that I don't fight meaningless battles. If you want to fight me, you'll have to pay the corresponding price, the Blood God clone said. Everyone was a little speechless. Was this Blood Master a little money grubber? The corners of Xue Sta, Xue Beck, and the other geniuses' mouths twitched. They remembered how they were extorted last time, and their faces darkened. The two geniuses, Xue Dongao and Xue Kezi, seemed to have heard of this as well. When they heard the Blood God clone's words, their expressions were extremely strange as they looked at Xue Kali. They did not know that he would make such a choice. Price? Xue Kali did not care. A hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. He laughed and said, "All right, as long as you can beat me, I'll give you 10,000 Blood Sea Origin crystals. However, if you lose, you'll also have to give me 10,000 Blood Sea Origin crystals." Great! The Blood God clone laughed. By the way, I don't beat up nameless people. Tell me your name and race. Xue Kali, Vansite clan. Xue Kali said. As expected, it's the Vansite clan again. You guys are really haunting me. The Blood God clone looked as if he had expected this. I have no more questions. You can make your move. Humph. Xue Kali's facial muscles could not help but twitch when he saw how confident he was. His expression turned gloomy. I hope you don't regret this. The Blood God clone did not say anything. He only made an inviting gesture. This gesture infuriated Xue Kali for no reason. He felt that he had been underestimated. Arrogant. A low shout came out of his mouth. Boom, the next moment, dense darkness origin power suddenly erupted from Xue Kali's body. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot. So fast. When Xue Sta, Xue Beck, and the other geniuses saw this scene, their eyes suddenly shrank. This speed was comparable to when they were in demonic transformation. As expected, the gap between them and top geniuses like Xue Kali was still too big. The Blood God clone's eyes flashed. Although he was a little surprised, that was all. He had already captured the other party's position. His figure moved and disappeared from the spot. Boom, in an instant, two figures appeared in the air and collided. Xianxia swung his sharp claws, but what met it was the blood god clone's fist. The two collided with a loud bang and exploded in the void. Ripples formed by the aftermath of the origin power spread out in all directions. The dust and sand on the ground that had just settled were stirred up again and floated in the air. Xianxia's eyes shrank. He did not expect this blood disciple's speed to be able to keep up with his. This was unbelievable. The other party was only a lower-rank demon emperor, but he had such speed that could match him, a rank 7 middle-rank demon emperor. Was this really a gift from the blood god's body? You're not fast enough, the blood god clone said. Boom, as soon as his voice fell, his other hand had already turned into a palm and fiercely attacked Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed. He did not dare to be negligent. His other hand immediately punched out and met the attack. Pung pung pung, in just an instant, the two had already exchanged blows several times. Dull sounds kept erupting, echoing in the void. In the eyes of outsiders, they were like two balls of light that collided in the air. They could only see their after images, but it was difficult to see the specific attacks. Xianxia, Xianbeck, and the others could barely keep up, but they had to watch very carefully. If they were not paying attention, they would instantly lose sight of the two figures. Xianxiao and Xianxia looked serious. Their eyes were fixed on the battle in the field and did not move away for a moment. This blood disciple is really amazing. Xianxia could not help but say, I now understand the plan of the people in the clan. Yes, it doesn't matter even if his current strength is slightly weaker. With his potential, if he advances to the middle-rank demon emperor realm, he will definitely amaze everyone. Our vampire race needs such a genius. Xianxiao took a deep look at the battlefield and nodded. We have to admit that compared to the top geniuses of the other dark races, we are still far behind. However, this blood disciple might be able to catch up with them. Do you think he can defeat Xianxia? Xianxia's eyes flickered as he asked. It's hard to say. If this blood disciple was a middle-rank demon emperor, even if he had just advanced, I would think that he would definitely win. But now, it's really hard to say. Xianxiao shook his head and said, don't forget that Xianxia still has some extremely powerful techniques. If he uses them in reality, there might be many side effects, but here, he did not finish his sentence, but Xianxia immediately reacted. He had not thought of this before, but now that Xianxiao had reminded him, he immediately understood. What that blood disciple lacked was his foundation. As a top genius of the Vanite clan, Xianxia definitely had the Vanite clan's foundation. He should have grasped many forbidden techniques. Under normal circumstances, he would not use them easily, but in the virtual world, there was no need to worry so much. Boom, while the two were talking, a violent rumble suddenly came from the sky. After the two rays of light in the sky collided, they suddenly retreated, revealing the figures of Xianxia and the blood god avatar. They were 1,000 meters apart, looking at each other from afar. No one saw that Xianxia's palm, which was retracted in his sleeve, was trembling slightly. Damn it! How can his strength be so terrifying? Xianxia stared at the other party coldly. His heart was in turmoil, and he could not calm down. In the exchange just now, it seemed that no one had the upper hand, but he knew his own situation. The other party was very relaxed, but he felt immense pressure. Every punch from the other party seemed to want to break his hand bones. If not for the fact that his realm was much higher than the other parties, his hands would have been broken. Is that all you've got? The blood god avatar stared calmly at the blood clan dark apparition in front of him and said, if you only have this much strength, it's really a joke to challenge me. In the future, you'd better weigh your own weight before challenging me. Although this avatar could not use many light-type physiques, he could share the profundity and domain mastery of the main body. His profundity of power had reached 100%, and he even grasped the bone domain of rank 7 reality. As long as he condensed this power on his bones, coupled with the enhancement of the blood god's body, the power he could unleash could not be underestimated. He even secretly used the Heart of Darkness talent. With the enhancement of these two extremely powerful darkness talents, the strength he could unleash would not be much worse than a middle-rank demon emperor. Therefore, if Shui Kali wanted to challenge him, he really needed to weigh his own weight. Otherwise, he would only be asking for humiliation. You. Shui Kali did not know this. At this moment, he was furious. Too arrogant, this damn brat was simply too arrogant. He, a middle-rank demon emperor, wanted to challenge him, and he actually needed to weigh his own weight. How arrogant was that? He had never seen such an arrogant person before. He simply could not tolerate it. In the distance, Shui Dongao and Shui Kezi looked at each other, and the corners of their eyes could not help but twitch. Even as bystanders, they felt that this guy was too pretentious and arrogant. They had only seen this kind of feeling from the top geniuses of the other dark races. They did not expect to see it from a low-rank demon emperor of the same race. It was really dramatic. Shui Sta, Shui Beck, and the other geniuses looked extremely gloomy. They felt that this guy was talking about them. After all, the 9 of them had once joined forces, but they were still defeated in the end. And it was a crushing defeat. In terms of weight, they were afraid that they were the ones who really did not know their own weight. An extreme sense of humiliation suddenly emerged in the hearts of these dark race geniuses of the Blood Clan. It made them furious, but they had no way to vent their anger. They were really aggrieved. You are too arrogant. Shui Kali could not bear it anymore. With a furious roar, a saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the blood god doppelganger. Boom, a saber light that was dozens of feet long condensed in an instant, and then fell with a loud bang. He knew that he could no longer hold back. Shuiju's strength was beyond his expectations. If he did not use his full strength, he was likely to be defeated. The previous probing was completely meaningless. This guy's strength was really too strong. Savage blood saber. The blood god doppelganger's eyes flashed, and he was a little surprised. He did not expect Shui Kali to use the savage blood saber as well. Could it be that he was related to demon venerable Shuiju? If that's the case, the blood god doppelganger could not help but laugh. A saber also appeared in his hand, and he swung it toward the sky. Savage blood saber, it was also the savage blood saber. At this moment, the moment Shui Kali's saber light fell, the blood god doppelganger also slashed out a saber light that was dozens of feet long. Boom, the 2 saber lights that seemed to be on par with each other instantly collided with a violent roar. The sharp and evil saber intent spread in all directions, shocking everyone. What? Shui Kali was slightly shocked. He did not expect Shuiju to use the same combat skill as him. In particular, the combat skill's power was not much weaker than his. The same combat skill. Shui Dongao and Shui Kezi narrowed their eyes slightly, somewhat surprised. This seems to be Demon Venerable Shuiju's famous combat skill, Shui Kezi said. Oh, this blood disciple really has a bad taste, Shui Dongao said with a smile. Shui Kezi could not help but shake his head. The 2 of them did not speak anymore. Their gazes fell on the colliding saber lights. They were very curious. Who was stronger in this attack? On the other side, Shui Si, Shui Nuar, and the others obviously noticed this as well, and their expressions changed slightly. Shuiju had also mastered the savage blood saber. Where did he learn it from? Humph, he actually dared to use the savage blood saber to fight Shui Kali head-on. He's courting death, Shui Si snorted coldly. At the same time, the others also noticed that the 2 attacks seemed to be very similar, and their faces were filled with surprise. Crack, in the next moment, a cracking sound suddenly echoed in the sky. Shui Dongao and Shui Kezi were surprised to find that cracks had appeared on Shui Kali's saber light, while Shuiju's saber light was intact. The winner was obvious. How is this possible? Shui Kali was shocked. The pupils in his eyes contracted as if he had seen something unbelievable. His savage blood saber was actually inferior to his opponent. Boom, before it could react, a rumble suddenly resounded and reverberated between the heavens and the earth. Shui Kali's saber light could no longer hold on and exploded, turning into fragments that filled the sky. Slash! The blood god clone roared and slashed with the saber in his hand, forcing it toward Shui Kali. Shui Kali's expression changed drastically, and he could only raise his saber to meet the attack. Clang, a crisp metallic sound rang out as the 2 sabers met. The blood god clone pressed down with the saber as if it was carrying 1,000 kilograms of force. The saber light instantly erupted. Boom! Although Shui Kali took the attack head-on, the terrifying power still pressed down on him and caused him to fall. Boom! A large cloud of dust rose from the ground as Shui Kali was forcefully suppressed. Countless saber lights swept through the surroundings, leaving behind terrifying saber scars on the ground. It was quite frightening. So powerful. The dark apparitions of the Blood Clan could not help but exclaim. No one had expected Shui Kali to be suppressed in such a domineering manner. Shuixi's eyebrows twitched. He found it unbelievable as he stared at the dust and sand in the sky. Shui Nuar's face was slightly pale, and he was extremely nervous. He clenched his fists tightly, and his palms were sweaty. If even Shui Kali lost, the prodigies of the Vanite clan would not be able to raise their heads in front of that blood master. Roar! A furious roar came from the dust and sand, and the ground shook. A figure rushed out from the dust and charged toward the blood god clone. Shui Kali was extremely furious. He was actually suppressed by someone using the bloody magic saber. This was simply humiliating, and he could not tolerate it. Die! With a loud roar, Shui Kali charged forward. His saber slashed wildly, turning into an airtight saber light that slashed toward the blood god clone. Scram! The blood god clone roared, and the saber in his hand also slashed out instantly. It turned into a dense saber light that collided with the other party. Clang, 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 the sound of metal clashing reverberated, and sparks flew in all directions, surging in the air. Splat! Suddenly, blood splattered in the air, and the hearts of the surrounding spectators tightened. Someone was injured. Who was it? They looked over and were all inexplicably surprised. Shui Kali is injured. A cry of surprise came from the crowd. That's right, the injured person was Shui Kali. He had been slashed, and a long and narrow saber mark had appeared on his chest. It was a shocking sight. Shui Kali looked down, and the burning pain made the muscles on his face twitch fiercely. He was humiliated and angry. He was actually injured. This guy was indeed strange. Not only could he suppress him, but he also injured him. This strength was not at the level of a lower demon emperor. The surrounding gazes fell on him, making his face feel as if it was burning. It was extremely uncomfortable. Again. The blood god clone rushed out, and the saber light slashed toward Shui Kali. Kill. Facing such a situation, Shui Kali naturally could not escape. He braced himself and faced it head-on. Clang, 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 their weapons kept colliding in the air, and it was shocking. Splat. From time to time, there would be a bloody flower blooming in the air. It was a shocking sight. Shui Kali looks miserable. Yes, yes. It seems like he's the one who's injured. He's completely suppressed. The Blood Master's strength is really terrifying. The Blood Clan dark apparitions present were all shocked. They widened their eyes and could not calm down. Shui Kali was a genius who had been famous in the Blood Clan for a long time. He was known as the top genius of the Fanster clan. Now, he was being suppressed so badly by the Blood Master. It was hard to imagine. At this moment, many people who had not seen the Blood God clone's strength with their own eyes finally had an extremely intuitive understanding. Raw, it was really raw. You can't do it. After parting the attack, the Blood God clone lowered the saber in his hand and looked at the Blood Clan dark apparition in front of him with extreme contempt. Roar! Shui Kali was covered in wounds, and one of his arms was almost chopped off. He was in a very sorry state. When he heard the Blood God clone's words, his face turned green and white, and he let out a low roar. Boom! Immediately after, a powerful and evil aura erupted from his body, emitting a dazzling dark red light that drowned him. Then, the light that erupted turned into dark red threads and wrapped around his body, turning into a blood cocoon. Demonic transformation. The Blood Clan dark apparitions present were slightly shocked when they saw this scene. They did not expect Shui Kali to use demonic transformation so quickly. He's quite decisive. Shui Dongao's eyes flashed as he smiled. Ordinary methods definitely won't be able to deal with that Blood Master. If he doesn't use demonic transformation, he might not have any chance of winning. Xuekazi shook his head and exclaimed, I really didn't expect that Blood Master's strength to reach such a level. It seems that our previous guess was completely wrong. Xue Dongao could not help but fall silent. His eyes flickered rapidly as he stared at Xue Kali's demonic transformation. Now, let's see how far he could go after demonic transformation. Demonic transformation? The blood god clone's eyes flickered slightly. He was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he looked at the other party with interest. Winter. 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 Not long after, a heart-like sound came from the blood cocoon formed by Xue Kali. After a while, cracks appeared on the blood cocoon, and a dazzling blood-red light shot out from the cracks and into the sky. Boom! Suddenly, the blood cocoon exploded and turned into blood-red light spots that filled the sky. A figure slowly emerged from it. A bloody, evil, strange, and chaotic aura slowly spread out from the blood cocoon and spread across the entire sky. This aura. The blood god clone raised his eyebrows in surprise. The aura emitted from the blood cocoon was several times denser than the demonic change of Xuesi and the others. Furthermore, the evil and bloody aura was even purer, as if it was a creature of darkness that had walked out from the darkness. He focused his eyes and saw a ferocious-looking monster walk out of the blood-red light. The blood god clone was even more surprised. Xue Kali's appearance had undergone a huge change. Xuede, Xuebec, and the others still maintained their human forms after demonic transformation, and one could even see their original appearances. However, Xue Kali's appearance had completely changed. His body had expanded by at least 5 times, and he looked extremely tall. His face was covered in dark red scales, and at the same time, there were pustules on his skin that looked like the back of a toad, making him look exceptionally terrifying. Even on his back, dark red tentacles stretched out and danced in the air, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws like the tentacles of an octopus. However, the tentacles were filled with eyeballs. As they danced, the eyeballs closed, opened, and closed again. Strange gazes shot out from them, and anyone who saw them would probably feel a chill all over their body. If one observed carefully, they would discover that the ends of these tentacles were like snake heads, ferocious and terrifying. No, Xue Kali has used other methods. This is bloody fury. Xue Dongao's expression changed for the first time as he stared at Xue Kali in shock. Xue Kali has even used bloody fury. Xuekazi was also surprised. As expected, he has fewer scruples in the virtual world. Bloody fury. Xue Stir, Xue Nuar, and the others were overjoyed, and their faces were filled with malevolence. Big brother Xue Kali has actually used bloody fury. Let's see how Xue Ju will resist this time, Xue Nuar said crazily. Tear him apart. Xue Bec and the other geniuses were also secretly shocked, but the resentment and hatred in their hearts surpassed the shock. They could not wait to see the blood god clone torn apart and defeated here. Bloody fury? When the blood god clone heard everyone's discussion, his eyes flashed slightly, and he could not help but feel surprised. The blood race had such a method. Devil change was a method that every dark race knew, and from the name, Bloody Fury, one could tell that it only belonged to the blood race. Wang Teng, I've found it. Bloody Fury is a method unique to the blood race. It can stimulate the blood energy in their bodies, and it is also a method to stimulate their potential. This Xue Kali is cheating. If it was in the real world, he definitely wouldn't dare to use this method because the side effects are too great. Especially when used together with devil change, there will be unpredictable mutations. His current ghastly appearance is probably the result of using devil change and bloody fury at the same time, Yuan Gungun quickly said in Wang Ting's mind. One is a dark method, and the other is a bloody method. The blood race does seem to be a little different from the other dark races, Wang Ting said thoughtfully. Don't think about this now. Devil change and bloody fury will definitely increase this guy's strength by several folds. You should be careful, Yuan Gungun said. Don't worry, Wang Ting said casually. Boom, as soon as his voice fell, a dense bloody light erupted from the blood god clone's body, turning into a pillar of light that shot into the sky. Body of the blood god, rank 3, the light gathered and condensed into a huge shadow of the blood god above his body. In between the two hands of the shadow of the blood god was holding the blood god goblet. The blood god clone's body slowly floated up and was at the center of the shadow of the blood god, completely wrapped in it. Shadow of the blood god. Although Shui Dongao and Shui Kezi had heard of it, it was their first time seeing the shadow of the blood god. They couldn't help but be surprised. Roar. Seeing the appearance of the shadow of the blood god, Shui Kali seemed to feel threatened. He let out an angry roar and instantly turned into a blood-red stream of light. With a strong bloody aura, he sped forward. The blood god doppelganger raised a palm and slammed it forward. The blood god doppelganger followed suit and raised a palm as well, pressing down on the attack. Their movements were completely synchronized. Boom, a loud boom resounded as the huge palm pressed down. The void seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure, and immediately, there were bursts of explosive sounds. At the same time, spatial cracks appeared. This virtual world completely simulated reality. This attack could shatter space in the real world, and it could do the same in the virtual world. Shui Kali let out an angry roar and charged forward. His fist exploded and collided with the palm of the shadow of the blood god. Boom, however, in just an instant, the fist exploded and the palm of the shadow of the blood god fell with a loud bang, smashing onto Shui Kali's body. Boom, Shui Kali crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater and causing dust to fly everywhere. This. Shui Dongao and Shui Kezi's eyes widened slightly. Even they found it hard to believe that Shui Kali had been suppressed in just one exchange. Could it be that the bloody fury and devil change that he had used were fake? How could this be? Shui Sta, Shui Noir, Shui Becker, and the other dark apparitions were in disbelief. Shui Kali had used bloody fury, but he was still suppressed in one blow. Was this a joke? No one saw it. This time, there were black threads in the shadow of the blood god that covered every corner of the body of the shadow of the blood god. Then, they gathered and connected to the body of the blood god clone. It was as if he was controlling a puppet. And the blood god clone was the manipulator. In fact, this was the power of the heart of darkness. As Wang Ting continued to use the power of the heart of darkness, he gradually discovered that the heart of darkness could fuse with every dark physique. Take the body of the blood god for example. At first, Wang Ting was worried that the body of the blood god would reject him if he used the heart of darkness recklessly. However, in the end, the heart of darkness had completely fused with the body of the blood god and was not affected at all. The heart of darkness even had a certain amplification effect on the body of the blood god. In the deep crater on the ground, Shui Kali had completely gone crazy as if he had been insulted to the extreme. He rushed up again, wanting to fight the blood god clone. However, how could the blood god clone let him do as he pleased? Boom. This time, the shadow of the blood god moved both hands at the same time. He held the shadow of the blood god goblet in his hands and then, smashed it down. Duong with a dull sound, the blood god goblet landed on Shui Kali's body and smashed him into the ground. Then, boom. Boom. Boom, the shadow of the blood god did not stop. He raised the blood god goblet with both hands and smashed it down crazily, causing the deep crater on the ground to become deeper and deeper. All the dark apparitions of the blood clan present were stunned. They looked at this scene with dumbfounded expressions. Was this how the shadow of the blood god was used? Was the blood god goblet used to smash people? Had they misunderstood the shadow of the blood god from the beginning? A shocking scene appeared in the Scarlet Desert. A huge blood-red shadow floated in the air. It held a huge wine cup in its hand and smashed it crazily toward the ground. It looked like a madman smashing ants on the ground with a hammer. At this moment, the surroundings were completely silent. Everyone could not come back to their senses. They stared blankly at this scene and felt that their brains were not enough to process it. Boom. Boom. Boom, a deafening sound reverberated between heaven and earth. Waves of sand and dust rose from the ground and filled the entire sky. After an unknown period of time, the huge shadow slowly stopped what it was doing and held the huge wine cup between its hands. It looked evil, majestic, and sacred. No one could tell what it had just done. This. Shui Dongao, Shui Kezi, and the other geniuses finally came back to their senses. They looked at the shadow of the blood god in front of them with shock and astonishment. They felt that their worldview had been overturned, and they could not say a word for a moment. Xingmeng, this was the real Xingmeng, right? Now, they seemed to finally understand what it meant to be Xingmeng. This blood master did not play by the rules at all. Who would have thought of using the blood god cup to smash someone? Such a thing had probably never happened in the history of the blood race. Which of those geniuses who had the body of the blood god would have such a strange brain circuit? The muscles on the faces of Xianxia, Xue Nuar, and the other dark apparitions twitched crazily. Every time the shadow of the blood god smashed down, the muscles on their faces would twitch and they could not stop. They looked at the huge shadow of the blood god and were completely speechless. A strong sense of powerlessness surged in their hearts. Even Xue Kali was no match for it. Then what hope did they have for revenge? Could it be that they could only swallow this anger and watch the other party rise step by step? Suddenly, a feeling of the back waves pushing the front waves, and the front waves dying on the beach arose spontaneously. Needless to say, Xue Beck and the other dark apparitions fell into silence. They could not help but feel a sense of fear in their hearts. Xueju was too terrifying, even a top genius like Xue Kali was no match for him. Moreover, he had been so ruthlessly suppressed that he had no room to fight back. All of a sudden, they recalled the scene in the Blood Moon Castle's arena where they were ruthlessly beaten up by the other party. They couldn't help but shudder in their hearts. And now, the other party had undoubtedly become even stronger. He couldn't win, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat him in this lifetime. The 9 dark apparitions of the Blood Clan that had once been defeated by the Blood God's doppelganger only felt despair and hopelessness. Too strong. The Blood Master is so lively. I've decided. In the future, I won't submit to anyone. I'll support the Blood Master. I don't know why, but I feel that my body and mind are about to be completely conquered by the Blood Disciple. Only such a powerful man can make me submit. Bitch, you're rich now. The Blood Disciple is mine. Bullshit, the Blood Disciple belongs to everyone. The other Blood Clan dark apparitions also reacted one after another. Their faces were filled with astonishment, and their respect for the Blood God doppelganger grew. Many female dark apparitions even became interested in the Blood God doppelganger. For dark apparitions, they were always very direct in expressing their preferences. If they were interested in someone of the opposite sex, they would express it directly without hiding anything. Wang Ting already had a deep understanding of this. The sand and dust in the sky finally dispersed. All the dark apparitions looked at the huge sand pit with complicated expressions. However, they didn't see Zekri. Has he been kicked out of the virtual world? Some people guessed secretly. Xue Dongao and Xue Kezi stared down with suspicious expressions. They knew how powerful it was. Zekri had used it at the same time, and its power was even more terrifying. He shouldn't be kicked out of the virtual world so easily. Huh? The Blood God doppelganger suddenly frowned and looked at the sand pit below. Something's not right. Xue Dongao and Xue Kezi's expressions suddenly changed as if they had sensed something. Boom, the sand below suddenly exploded, and thick blood-red tentacles emerged from the ground. The top of the tentacles looked like a snake's head, and they rushed toward the Blood God doppelganger in the Blood God's shadow. Roar! 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 A series of roars erupted from the mouth of the head of the python, resounding throughout the sky. The dark apparitions of the Blood Clan who were watching the battle covered their ears with painful expressions. They hurriedly mobilized their mental strength to circulate in their minds. The voice of the python's head carried a mental attack. Xue Dongao, Xue Kezi, and the other dark apparitions looked solemn. They didn't dare to underestimate the impact of this roar. Even they would be affected by such a powerful mental attack. Humph. You're quite tenacious, but you're too naive to use mental attacks against me. A trace of mockery flashed across the Blood God doppelganger's eyes. In his mind, a corner of the Blood God altar slowly appeared in a place filled with blood mist. Suppress. Boom, a rumbling sound echoed, and the mental attack that swept over directly dissipated. Roar, a roar came from under the sand, as if it was in great pain. What's going on? The people outside didn't know what had happened. They only sensed the sudden painful roar coming from under the ground and were somewhat stunned. Could it be Xue Dongao, Xue Kezi, and the others couldn't help but look at the blood god doppelganger. However, because he was wearing a mask, they couldn't see anything. Only a pair of eyes emitted a dazzling red light, making it impossible to look directly at him. That gaze. Shui Dongao and Shui Kezi were shocked. Then, they looked at each other in dismay. They felt a trace of mental movement from that gaze. As expected, the other party had used some kind of mental attack. Not only was he not affected by Shui Kali's mental attack, but he also seemed to have countered it. This Bloodmaster actually had such a powerful mental attack, their thoughts raced, and their hearts became more and more unsettled. The strength and means displayed by the blood god doppelganger had repeatedly refreshed their understanding. Was the other party really a lower demon emperor? But before they could think further, boom, the next moment, the blood god doppelganger moved, and the shadow of the blood god also moved. He raised his two big hands again. A rich blood-red light condensed on the hands of the shadow of the blood god, turning into two incomparably huge saber lights. Swoosh, the saber light swept across, and the dozen or so tentacles that swept out from the ground were instantly cut off. A large amount of blood spurted out, as if it was raining blood. Roar, an earth-shaking roar erupted from the ground. The pain was even more intense than before. "Come out, you!" The blood god doppelganger shouted, and the shadow of the blood god's two big hands instantly pierced into the ground. Following the half of the tentacles, he directly grabbed Shui Kali out. Boom, the sound exploded, and a huge figure appeared in front of everyone. It was Shui Kali. He was no longer in human form. His entire body was swollen with pus, like a disgusting blood-red ball of flesh. His body was covered with tentacles, and his head was connected to the ball of flesh. His mouth was completely open, full of fangs. Eyeballs were torn out of his face. They were densely packed and extremely terrifying. His body had also expanded several times, but in the hands of the shadow of the blood god, he was still like a toy. Shui Kali is really crazy. He actually activated bloody fury to such an extent. Shui Dongao was speechless. Yes, but part of the reason is because of devil change. With bloody fury and devil change, I'm afraid he can no longer control himself, Shui Kezi said in a deep voice. Shui Dongao nodded and looked at the blood god doppelganger with even more surprise. To be able to force Shui Kali to such an extent, he had to admit that this bloodmaster was really extremely monstrous. How disgusting. At this moment, a disgusted voice came from the shadow of the blood god. Roar. Shui Kali, who had completely transformed, still seemed to have a trace of consciousness. When he heard the words of the blood god doppelganger, he was instantly enraged and could not help but let out a crazy roar. In such a state, it was extremely easy to be angered. It was impossible for him to maintain enough rationality and calm. This was one of the side effects of blood's fury and devil change. Generally speaking, a genius like Shui Kali could control devil change and would not easily fall into such a chaotic state. However, he had used bloody fury. The combination of the two was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. Not to mention a middle-level demon emperor, even an upper-level demon emperor would probably fall into that indescribably terrifying state. Oh, you're still unhappy. The blood god doppelganger smiled and did not mind at all. Let's end it here. The next moment, his expression changed and a chill surged in his eyes. Boom, the shadow of the blood god instantly moved. It grabbed Shui Kali's body with both hands and pulled him to both sides. Roar. Roar. Roar, Shui Kali had a premonition. He struggled frantically in the shadow of the blood god's large hands and kept roaring. Anyone could hear the fear in his voice. A trapped beast fighting, many dark apparitions looked at Shui Kali, who was caught in the shadow of the blood god's hands, and they all mourned for him for a second. It was too tragic. Shui Kali challenging the Bloodmaster was an extremely wrong decision. It was even a joke. Rip, in just an instant, an ear-piercing tearing sound rang in the air. Then, under the horrified gazes of all the dark apparitions, Shui Kali's deformed body was ruthlessly torn into two, turning into a rain of blood that fell from the sky. Roar, Shui Kali instantly let out a blood-curdling scream. Dark apparitions are really tenacious. He's still alive. The blood god doppelganger was secretly shocked. He did not expect Xianxia to still be alive after he had torn him into two. The two bloody body parts were still twisting and struggling wildly in his hands. It was disgusting. Die. The blood god doppelganger's gaze turned cold, and a tremendous force erupted from his hands. The shadow of the blood god tore apart the two parts of Xianxia's body into countless pieces. Boom, then, a dark red glow erupted from the shadow of the blood god's hands, obliterating those pieces. Xianxia's blood-curdling screams and roars gradually weakened until they completely disappeared. The surroundings instantly fell into a dead silence. Gulp, many dark apparitions could not help but swallow their saliva and look at the shadow of the blood god in horror. This was not just a ferocious beast. It was simply incomparably ferocious. Boom. Boom, the shadow of the blood god suddenly clapped its hands as if it wanted to slap away the dirt in its hands. Then, it slowly retracted its palms and formed a seal in front of its knees. It looked holy and evil, making people feel respect and want to worship it. However, when they thought of the previous clapping action, a strong sense of dissonance surfaced in their hearts. The corners of all the dark apparitions' mouths twitched, and they were speechless. The contrast was too great, and it was hard for them to accept. Phew, Xianxia took a deep breath and slowly exhaled with a shocked expression. Xianxia had lost in the end, he had been utterly defeated, and there was no room for resistance. If this was in reality, Xianxia would have been dead. It should be glad that it had challenged this blood master in the virtual world. At this moment, it felt that it had to re-evaluate the strength of this blood master. Moreover, there was no need for it to challenge this blood master again. Based on his performance just now, it was impossible for it to be his match. If it continued to challenge him, it would only bring shame to itself. Xianxia had the same thought. Since their respective clans had chosen to support the blood master, they naturally would not be enemies with him. Now that they had witnessed the strength of the blood god clone, the trace of dissatisfaction in their hearts had completely disappeared. They even felt some reverence for this blood master. That kind of strength did not seem like something a low-ranked demon emperor could possess. It was too terrifying. They could not compare to such a genius with such amazing talent. At this moment, these blood clan geniuses were completely convinced. They had no choice but to be convinced. There was no comparison at all. On the other side, Xianxia, Xianxia, and Xianbek were pale. They looked at the shadow of the blood god with fear in their hearts, and their eyes trembled violently. It was too tragic, even Xianxia had been beaten so miserably. What were they? At this moment, they seemed to have finally realized the gap between them and the blood god clone. They could no longer raise the thought of fighting against it. Such a huge gap made them despair. At this moment, the shadow of the blood god slowly dissipated, and the blood god clone appeared in front of everyone. He swept his gaze over, and his mental power swept out, immediately picking up the attribute bubbles floating around. One by one, the attribute bubbles converged into Wangting's body and were instantly absorbed by him. 28,500 points of dark star origin power could be said to be quite a lot. It immediately replenished Wangting's dark star origin power that he had consumed just now. Next was Domain Lord mental power. Wangting's mental power had already reached the Domain Lord perfect realm, and he could not break through for the time being. However, in order to forge the blood god altar, his main body had consumed a lot of mental power. Now, it could make up for some of it. After absorbing these two attribute bubbles, a series of insights appeared in Wangting's mind. True demonic change. Wangting's eyes lit up slightly. Once again, he obtained the demonic change attribute. It made his understanding of the demonic change even deeper, and all kinds of insights appeared in his heart. 2,000/30,000 inch I broke through, from the second rank to the third rank. Wangting was extremely happy. He did not expect that this attribute would allow him to break through. His demonic change was extremely unique. After the arena battle with Xianxia and the others, he had heard about it from Euphoria. Demonic change of God, his demonic change was called. However, Wangting did not feel that his demonic change was different from other dark apparitions. The only difference was that his understanding of the demonic change was deeper at the same realm. However, Wangting felt that such a small difference was not enough to cause such a big change in his demonic change. Therefore, the only thing that could explain this point was probably his. It was precisely because he had these extremely rare talents that he could be different from other dark apparitions. Moreover, it was very likely that it was not like what Euphoria and the others had guessed, which caused this change. Instead, it was very likely, the heart of darkness. In the end, the body of the blood god was only a vampire's physique, and the vampires were just one of the dark races. However, it was different. This was a heaven-defying talent that he had obtained from the dark creature summoned from the darkness altar. This talent could unleash unimaginable effects on any dark creature. Even if it was a pig, if it had the talent, it would probably become an extremely terrifying creature of darkness. No, ah pooey, Wang Ting fiercely spat at himself. How could he compare himself to a pig? This was simply lowering his status for no reason. Let's not talk about this for now. All in all, being able to improve his understanding was only beneficial to Wang Ting. In the future, his demonic change would definitely be more powerful. Next, Wang Ting began to absorb the last few attribute bubbles. Another piece of understanding appeared in his mind. Bloody fury. This understanding made Wang Ting feel a little strange. His expression changed as he immersed his mind and carefully sensed it. In his mind, a strange scene appeared. A human silhouette floated above a sea of blood. Suddenly, the line of sight zoomed in, and the human silhouette enlarged. The situation inside its body gradually spread out, like a blood-colored starry sky. Specks of starry light appeared in front of him. As it zoomed in, the blood within the human silhouette could be seen down to the smallest detail. Even on a more microscopic level, he could see strands of dark red energy being stimulated within the blood and fusing into the human silhouette's body. Then, a strange change appeared on the human silhouette's body. Boom, the sea of blood suddenly roiled, stirring up waves of thousands of meters. Within the waves, a figure that had expanded several times and was emitting a bloody aura slowly stepped out. This figure didn't show any terrifying abnormalities. At most, some dark red scales had appeared on its body. Additionally, its body was filled with a dense bloody aura. This bloody aura transformed into blood-colored tentacles with eyeballs growing from them. However, it didn't show any sign of a python's head. This is more normal. Wang Ting came back to his senses from that comprehension and had a hint of understanding in his heart. The so-called bloody rage was to stimulate the hidden power of the origin blood within the blood clan's body. This power existed in every blood clan member's body. If it could be stimulated, one's strength would undergo a huge leap in a short period of time. However, this power came with a huge burden. If it was used for too long, it would deplete one's life origin and soul origin. Therefore, Zekri only used it in the virtual world. If it was in the real world, it might not dare to use it. Of course, in a battle of life and death, this explosive combat skill was still very useful, especially when it came to saving one's life. However, the reason Zekri had turned into such a ghastly state was entirely because it had used it at the same time. Everyone knew how terrifying it was. If one didn't master it well enough, there would be abnormalities, let alone using it at the same time. This method of stimulating one's potential would more or less affect the user's mind when used. Once the mind wasn't firm, devil change would be easier to lose control. 1500/8000, it's actually a growth-type combat skill. It doesn't have a fixed level? Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel and was a little surprised. However, after thinking about it, he understood. This bloody rage would definitely be able to unleash more power as the user's strength increased. This was because the source of power of this bloody rage was the origin blood, and the origin blood just happened to become stronger as one's strength increased. In addition, this time, he had picked up 6,500 attribute points from Zekri and directly raised it to the proficient level. This was very good, and it saved him a lot of cultivation time. After picking up the attribute bubbles, the blood god clone looked around and took in the expressions of the group of blood clan dark apparitions. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. After this battle, these blood clan dark apparitions should be well behaved. He was also quite annoyed that they came one after another. However, being able to defeat Zekri this time was quite a good harvest. Zekri seemed to be an extremely top prodigy of the Vansite clan. All the prodigies of the Vansite clan were suppressed by him. Now, let's see if the Vansite clan can still cause trouble. Blood Disciple. Suddenly, after the initial silence, a loud shout filled with passion abruptly rang out. This voice was like a fuse that instantly ignited the other Blood Clan dark apparitions. All the Blood Clan dark apparitions looked at the figure standing proudly in the sky and couldn't help but feel a trace of excitement and reverence in their hearts. They couldn't help but shout loudly. Blood Disciple! Blood Disciple! Blood Disciple! Voices echoed in the sky above this bloody desert and didn't dissipate for a long time. Shuafa, Sanguine Noir, and the other dark apparitions' expressions were extremely ugly. In the end, they didn't say a word. They snorted coldly and directly disappeared from the virtual world. They couldn't stay any longer. If they stayed any longer, were they going to continue to stay here and admire the other party's glory? The Blood God clone was stunned for a moment and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't the reaction of these Blood Clan dark apparitions a little too big? He had only defeated a top prodigy of a clan. Was there a need to be so fanatical? Could this be a characteristic of the dark world? He suddenly liked this dark world a little. It was straightforward enough. He just didn't know what kind of expressions those dark apparitions would have if they knew that he was a human. The Blood God clone's gaze suddenly fell on Shui Dongao and Shui Kezi. These two Blood Clan dark apparitions seemed to be a little stronger than Shui Kali. If he could defeat them, wouldn't his reputation be higher? In the distance, the two dark apparitions, Shui Dongao and Shui Kezi, bowed slightly to him when they saw him looking over. The Blood God clone was a little confused. What was going on? Even these two top prodigies of the Blood Clan were subdued by him. What happened to the arrogance of the Blood Clan? What happened to the pride of a prodigy? Could it be that he had the aura of a bastard? But why didn't he know about it? It seemed that these Blood Clan members indeed had masochistic tendencies. They wouldn't be convinced if they didn't fight. He secretly touched his chin and silently gave these Blood Clan dark apparitions a strange definition. Then, he didn't stay any longer and slowly disappeared from the virtual world. He left after the matter was done and hid his achievements and reputation. All the Blood Clan dark apparitions present looked at the disappearing figure with eyes full of respect. He was indeed a blood master. Even if he defeated Shui Kali, he didn't take it seriously at all and remained calm. This was the demeanor of a true top prodigy. For a moment, these Blood Clan dark apparitions respected the Blood God clone even more. Then, the Blood Clan dark apparitions present also disappeared from the virtual world one after another. One could imagine that as they left, the news about the battle would spread and ferment. Why do I feel that if we were a step slower, that Blood Master would have challenged us? Shui Dongao said. Yes, he seems to be unsatisfied. Shui Kezi nodded in agreement. Pervert. The two dark apparitions looked at each other and said at the same time before disappearing from the virtual world. Blood Master Palace, in the virtual cabin. The coffin lid-like virtual cabin door slowly opened. The Blood God clone slowly sat up and said, "This dark virtual world is quite interesting." That's natural. After all, it's a world. Although it's virtual, it's constructed very well. Yuan Gungun appeared beside him and said, "But you've only been to one place. There are many strange places in the dark virtual world." I was interrupted by Shui Kali. Otherwise, I would have gone to other places to take a look. It's all his fault, the Blood God clone said. You're still pretending to be innocent. Look at the situation just now. You defeated Shui Kali and your reputation among the Blood Clan has increased by a lot. Yuan Gungun rolled his eyes. It's his fault for asking for a beating. The Blood God clone looked innocent. Tisk. Yuan Gungun pursed his lips with a look of disdain. Keep pretending, this clone was exactly the same as the original. But then again, being able to condense the Blood God altar this time can be considered a huge gain, the Blood God clone said happily with a straight face. The Blood God altar. It's all thanks to the bloody sandstorm. Yuan Gungun nodded. He knew a lot about the Blood God clone, including the Blood God altar. It was a great fortune for the Blood God clone to be able to condense the Blood God altar. If the dark apparitions of the Blood Clan knew about this, what would they think? Probably no dark apparition of the Blood Clan had ever thought of condensing the Blood God altar with their mind. The amount of mind power required was too great, and the process was extremely difficult. It was impossible for ordinary people to do it. Only a freak like Wang Ting would dare to have such an idea. At this moment, the blood god clone did not say anything else. He walked out of the virtual cabin, opened the door, and walked outside. Yuan Gungun disappeared. It was not suitable for him to appear in front of others. Wang Ting said telepathically, Yuan Gungun, have you found any information about the Blood Clan's treasury? You're really going to rob the Blood Clan's treasury? Yuan Gungun was shocked. What do you think? Wang Ting said with a chuckle. Yuan Gungun was speechless. He could only secretly sigh at Wang Ting's courage. He even dared to rob the Blood Clan's treasury. This was simply audacious. I did find some information. He hesitated for a moment and said, I hacked into the virtual network of the Blood Clan's treasury and found that there are at least 5 upper-level demon emperors and even 2 demon lords. 5 upper-level demon emperors and 2 demon lords. Wang Ting was slightly shocked. He did not expect that there would be so many powerhouses in the seemingly loose treasury of the Blood Clan. Are you sure there are 2 demon lords? Of course I'm sure. Do you think it's that easy? It's the treasury of the Blood Clan's ancestral land. How can it not be protected? Yuan Gungun was speechless. So you should reconsider. Let's play it safe. There's no need to make such a big fuss. Let me think about it. It wasn't easy to get to the Blood Clan's ancestral land and discover their treasury. It would be a pity to give up just like that. Wang Ting stroked his chin and said, Is there any other useful information? I also found information about that Bloodna from before. Yuan Gungun said, It's actually, at the Demon Lord level. Demon Lord level. Wang Ting was stunned. Yes, it's at the Demon Lord level. It's just that the projection in the treasury looks like it only has the strength of an upper-level demon emperor. Yuan Gungun said. Damn, it really hit it well. Wang Ting took a deep breath. He had almost been fooled. If he had really thought that the other party was an upper-level demon emperor, he would have suffered a great loss. It's very special. It's very easy for powerful people to condense a projection weaker than themselves. Moreover, there won't be any flaws because the projection can easily pass off as the real thing, Yuan Gungun said. Wang Ting nodded thoughtfully. He had obtained the relevant attributes, so he had a good understanding of this array. Naturally, he understood this point. So, there's another hidden demon lord level apart from Bloodna? That should be the case. Yuan Gungun nodded. If it's hidden, I might be able to deceive everyone, Wang Ting thought to himself. His mastery of the formation had already reached the level of proficiency. If he could raise it to the level of minor or major accomplishment, even a demon lord might not be able to detect him when he entered the formation. The two conversed for a while longer. Wang Ting saw that Yuan Gungun had nothing else to say, so he didn't ask any more questions. In truth, this information was already useful enough. The consequences would be unthinkable if he had misjudged the distribution of power in the treasury. He would definitely suffer a great loss in the end. Wang Ting had his blood god clone return to the training room and began to upgrade. This time, he directly used his attribute points. He couldn't enter the treasury to steal anything, or else it would be too suspicious. If he really succeeded in the end, no matter how flawless his plan was, he would definitely be noticed if there were any suspicious points in the beginning. Furthermore, the blood disciple was an outsider. Although many dark apparitions had acknowledged him after a series of events, there were still some who still harbored hostility toward him. However, there were still many people who were hostile to him, so he had to be cautious and not let his guard down. At this moment, as he added points to the blank attributes, he immediately improved rapidly. It took him a total of 115,000 points to upgrade from proficiency to proficiency. Then, it took him another 300,000 points to upgrade from proficiency to minor accomplishment. In total, it was 415,000 points. Wang Ting felt a little pained, but when he thought of the treasures in the treasury, he became a little excited and continued to upgrade. He threw in 500,000 blank attributes and directly upgraded from minor accomplishment to major accomplishment. 28500000. Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel. The blank attributes that he had just upgraded had dropped by almost 1,000,000 points. It made his heart ache so much that he couldn't breathe. F***ck, if I don't clean out the treasury this time, how can I make up for my losses? His eyes were a little red as he made up his mind. No matter what, he was going to snatch the treasury. Even the blood god wouldn't be able to stop him. Mobile version website. With his blank stats reduced, Wang Ting decided to find time to enter the dark virtual space again. The dark star beasts inside could provide him with a lot of blank stats. He couldn't let go of such a good place. Although he was heartbroken, he didn't lose his mind. Just the inverse base shrinking formation wasn't enough. The inverse base shrinking formation could only allow him to sneak into the blood tribe's treasury without being discovered. However, with so many treasures disappearing while he was stealing, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't be discovered. Right, can I use the projection method of the inverse space shrinking formation to project the image of the treasures? Wang Ting suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. He immediately closed his eyes. As his spiritual force swept out from between his eyebrows, the spatial power in his body also moved. Then, under the guidance of his spiritual force, the space around him was engraved. Void engraving formation. This method might be a little difficult for other people, but Wang Ting had done it before, so he wasn't unfamiliar with it. He planned to engrave the inverse space shrinking formation, temporarily to test its effect. Fortunately, he had just raised the stats of the inverse space shrinking formation to large success, and his proficiency had greatly increased. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so smooth. Complex and profound runes were engraved in the void. The lines connected together and gradually formed a huge formation. Just as Wang Ting was in seclusion, the outside world wasn't calm. The news of the blood disciple defeating the top genius of the Fanster clan, Zikli, swept across the world like a gust of wind. The people of the 13 clans were all shocked. Zikli was the top genius of the Fanster clan. Now that he had been defeated by the blood disciple, it was truly shocking. Moreover, it was said that Zikli had used bloody rage and devil change at the same time in the virtual world. Under such circumstances, he had still lost so thoroughly and miserably. Many geniuses who hadn't seen the battle with their own eyes couldn't accept it. However, the advantage of the virtual world was that it could leave behind a recording. The recording of the battle was recorded. After those geniuses who hadn't seen the battle with their own eyes saw the recording, they all fell into a long silence. The blood disciple's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. Too strong. Is this the strength of a blood master? Last time, when I heard that blood disciple defeated Blood Baker and the others, I thought it was because Blood Baker and the others were too weak. Now, it seems that wasn't the case. Blood disciple is just too monstrous. Is this really a lower demon emperor? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Lord Demon Lord has personally confirmed it. How can it be false? From now on, I'll be the blood disciple. All the other geniuses can step aside. As the matter continued to ferment, such discussions could be seen everywhere among the blood kindred. When the blood god clone displayed more and more power, the blood kindred began to acknowledge him more and more. This kind of recognition came from the bottom of his heart. Dark apparitions respected the strong to begin with. This concept was even more direct and naked than human martial artists. Therefore, the actions of the blood god clone were in line with the usual style of the blood race dark apparitions. Peng, inside a certain hall of the Vansite clan, Zekri's face was gloomy. He waved his hand and shattered all the bottles and jars in the hall. Blood. Absolute. A cold light flashed in its eyes as it gritted its teeth and spat out the name of the blood god clone. The result of this battle was something it had not expected. Originally, it thought that even if it could not defeat the other party, it would at most give up in a tactful way and end it in a draw. Who would have thought that Blood Absolute would not give it any face at all and directly press it to the ground? What was even more ridiculous was that even after it had used Bloody Rage and Devil Change, Xueju had still been able to crush it, and had even torn it to pieces. Now that it thought about it, it felt intense pain all over its body. The pain of being torn to pieces was something anyone would know. There were also the side effects of Bloody Fury and Devil Change. Although using them in the virtual world was not as serious as in reality, There were still some spiritual effects on the mental side. However, there would be some side effects on the spiritual level, which was unavoidable. Of course, compared to the pain, the humiliation that Blood Absolute had caused, it was even more unacceptable. Now that the outside world was discussing this matter, everyone was probably laughing at it. The top genius of the Vansite clan had now become a stepping stone for the rise of the Blood Disciple. Just thinking about it was laughable. Zekli had thought that he was more talented than Shui Becker, and the others, and was not on the same level as them. But now, it seemed that there was no difference between them. Blood Absolute, you want to stabilize the position of Blood Master. I won't let you do as you wish. Zekli snorted and walked out of the hall, heading towards a secret place in Blood City. Get ready, I'm going to enter the undying Blood Sea. Yes, someone replied in the darkness. At the same time, in another secret place in the Vansite clan, a figure shrouded in blood mist stared at the dark red wine jug in front of it. It kept throwing all kinds of precious materials into the wine jug as it kept muttering, "Treasure! Treasure! Hurry and purify, hurry and purify." If anyone saw this scene, they would probably think that it was a crazy old man. In fact, it was not. It was the Blood Fiend Demon Sovereign. Over the past few days, it had tried many times. Indeed, it could purify even purer origin blood and use it for cultivation. It was still somewhat useful, but it was not that useful. It faintly felt that something was not right, but then it remembered what Blood Absolute had said. The blood essence jug's purification had a certain probability. It would not succeed every time, and the probability of success was very small. At that time it did not think much of it, but now it knew how small the probability was. These days, it had tried many times, but not once had it succeeded in purifying the origin blood it needed. It had used up a lot of precious materials. Even though it was a demon lord level existence, it still felt a little pained at this moment. However, it did not seem to be Blood Absolute's fault. He had already reminded it, but it was it that insisted on changing. If it went back to argue with him now, wouldn't it seem that it was a petty demon sovereign? There were so many demon sovereigns present at that time, they would definitely think that it could not afford to play. At this moment, the blood essence jug in front of it suddenly shook slightly. Strands of bright red blood floated out from it. The Blood Fiend Demon Sovereign narrowed his eyes and reached out to grab it. The blood immediately condensed into a ball and floated above his palm. Strands of blood energy were emitted from it. However, the Blood Fiend Demon Sovereign's expression was not very good. He stared at the ball of blood in front of him, and his breathing became rapid. Don't be angry, I'm not angry. There must be a problem somewhere. Is the treasure's energy not pure enough? Or is the origin blood not strong enough? The Blood Fiend Demon Sovereign took a deep breath and found the problem with himself. At this point, he was like a gambler. I will definitely win the next round. Wang Ting was unaware of the commotion in the outside world. He was still focused on inscribing the inverted space miniature formation. Time passed slowly, and the formation in the void in front of him was finally completed. It emitted a faint light, and the surrounding space started to ripple slightly. Fortunately, this cultivation room had the effect of isolating all kinds of energy fluctuations. Otherwise, the space fluctuations of the inverted space miniature formation would easily attract the attention of some powerful dark apparitions. He could not let others know that he had mastered the inverted space miniature formation. Done. Wang Ting looked at the formation in front of him, and his eyes lit up. Then, without any hesitation, he waved his hand and activated the formation. Buzz, there was a buzzing sound, and the formation fluctuated slightly. Then, projections appeared in the formation. They were the treasures he had seen in the Blood Tribe's treasury. Now, these projections looked exactly the same as the real thing. The main reason was that these projections were able to pass off as the real thing in the formation. It really works. Wang Ting did not expect his experiment to go so smoothly. He touched his chin and felt that he was still missing something. That's right, it's the aura of the treasures. He suddenly thought of something, and an idea came to his mind. Then, an illusory light flashed in his eyes. Illusion Heart Technique. This was a mental illusion technique that Wang Ting had obtained from the Secondary Profession Alliance's headquarters. It could create illusions. Suddenly, the projections of the treasures in the formation seemed to have their own unique aura. They were vivid and lifelike, and he could no longer see any clues. This method of yours? Yuan Gungun could not help but appear on the side, with a look of amazement in its eyes. It felt that Wang Ting was taking a risk, but it had to admit that this guy had put in a lot of effort for the sake of taking risks. And he had such an ability. Now, these projections could not find any flaws, as if they were real treasures. If no one touched these treasures, they would not find the problem at all. If Wang Ting had a stronger control of this illusion technique, he might have made those who entered the illusion completely believe that these treasures were real, and they would not have noticed any problems. It's not enough. This kind of illusion can deal with middle-level demon emperors, but it's too weak to deal with upper-level demon emperors or even demon lords. Wang Ting frowned. The illusion heart technique was an immortal-level combat technique. It had no problem dealing with demon lords, but the problem was that Wang Ting's mastery of it was too low. This illusion heart technique was only at the proficient level. It was the same as the inverted space miniature formation from before. It was a little weak. The corner of Wang Ting's mouth twitched, but he only hesitated for a moment. Blank attribute, add points, illusion heart technique, immortal level 6500/10,000, proficient. The illusion heart technique began to improve rapidly, and his blank attribute correspondingly rapidly decreased. From proficient to proficient, he spent 35,000 attribute points, and from proficient to small success, he spent another 300,000 attribute points. At this point, Wang Ting naturally threw caution to the wind, throwing out another 500,000 attribute points, and simply raised it to large success. Illusion heart technique, immortal level 1/100000, large success. Although he had only managed to raise it to the great achievement stage, it was still the great achievement stage. All sorts of enlightenment appeared in Wang Ting's mind. His control of the phantom heart scripture had reached an extremely powerful stage. He suddenly had a feeling that the illusion heart technique he grasped could deceive a peak upper-level demon emperor. His mental strength had reached the peak of domain lord level, and because the upper limit was double that of a normal warrior, it was actually comparable to a sector lord. Now that the illusion heart technique had reached large success, it was naturally different. It was normal for him to be able to deal with a sector lord, which was the upper-level demon emperor among the dark apparitions. If he used the inverted space miniature formation, he should be able to deceive the eyes of a demon emperor. As long as the other party didn't enter his illusion, it shouldn't be seen through. I can give it a try. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he gave himself 12 thumbs up in his heart. I'm really too smart. Plan success. JPG. Then, he looked at the attribute panel, and his heart twitched. Blank attribute, 2015000. What a sin. From close to 4 million blank attribute points, it dropped to 2 million. Who could accept this? Heartbreaking. He was still waiting to use the blank attribute points to improve the Chaos Star technique, but he died before he could do anything. This bit of blank attribute points was definitely not enough. Wang Ting rubbed his glabella. He felt that there were really many things to do, and he could only take it slow. He didn't get up and continued to sit cross-legged. With a move of his mental power, he stored the inverted space miniature formation that he had painstakingly carved into his own small universe. This formation had other uses, and he couldn't just waste it like this. Then, he closed his eyes, and various thoughts flashed through his mind as he completed the plan. Time passed, and the blood moon above Blood City gradually disappeared. This was the time when the blood-breed dark apparitions fell into a deep sleep. Wang Ting left the Blood Disciple Palace, and even the blood puppet didn't notice. He had already let the blood puppet fall into a deep sleep long ago, and it wouldn't walk out of its place of sleep. After leaving the Blood Disciple Palace, Wang Ting directly used space concealment to hide himself and disappeared from the spot. He went in the direction of the Blood Breed's treasury and came to the castle where the treasury's entrance was. He hid in the shadows. His main body appeared from the devouring space, activated Nether God Body, and used the Nether transformation ability to change his appearance. The aura on his body also changed completely, becoming evil and dark. He was completely no different from a dark apparition. His main body and his doppelganger looked at each other and nodded. Then, his main body disappeared from the spot. Boom, a roar suddenly sounded outside the castle at the entrance of the Bloodbreed's treasury. Yuan Gungun was dumbfounded. It had been paying attention to Wang Ting's actions, but it didn't expect him to be so direct and violent. After thinking for a long time, it ended up, just like that? However, it also knew that it was definitely not the time to complain. It could only watch from the side, not daring to disturb Wang Ting. A roar sounded, and a ball of light condensed by the dark force exploded above the castle. The gravel burst and shot into the sky. Who is it? A loud shout suddenly came from the Bloodbreed's treasury. A powerful aura swept out, and the castle gate flashed. A few figures appeared and rushed into the sky. Now! The blood god doppelganger's heart skipped a beat. He instantly flashed to the gate and took the opportunity to sneak in before the array's light dissipated. His main body's attack succeeded, and he directly rushed into the distance. Trying to run. The figures that rushed out of the Bloodbreed's treasury shouted and chased after him. They weren't worried about the Bloodbreed's treasury. There were demon venerables guarding it, and there was also a saint-level array. Even demon venerables wouldn't be able to do anything if they entered. Wang Ting's main body threw a few punches behind him. The dark force condensed and turned into fist prints, smashing toward the figures behind him. Humph! One of the figures snorted coldly. It waved its hand and destroyed all the fist prints, turning them into black light spots that scattered in the sky. However, Wang Ting's main body also took this opportunity to escape for a while. He wasn't in a hurry to hide himself. He had to keep these dark apparitions occupied. On the other side, the blood god clone had already entered the treasury of the blood tribe. The moment he entered, he followed the note of the formation that he had found last time and found a flaw. Then, he used the space concealment to hide himself in the crevice of space. A figure appeared on the first floor of the treasury. It was Bloodner. Bloodner, what's going on outside? A voice echoed from the depths of the treasury, carrying with it an aged and cold intent. Don't worry, it's just a small ant that barged into the treasury. He must have triggered the array's defenses. Someone's already gone after him, Bloodner said calmly. That's good. The old and cold voice fell silent and no longer spoke. Bloodner's eyes flickered, and his figure gradually disappeared. The entire treasury fell silent. The blood god doppelganger was in no hurry to take action. He remained hidden within the spatial crevice and waited in silence. For safety's sake, the blood god doppelganger's appearance had changed. After all, it was formed from the blood crow doppelganger, so it was normal for him to be able to change his appearance. The blood energy within the blood god doppelganger's body was also retracted. Only the core of darkness condensed from the main body served as an origin power core in case of emergency. The core of darkness was a crystallization of the heart of darkness. It could temporarily borrow the innate ability of the heart of darkness. This was a method used by dark apparitions to infect human cultivators. Wang Ting had come into contact with the so-called touch of darkness back then, and this core of darkness was of a higher level than the touch of darkness. After all, it was condensed from the highest level of darkness innate ability. The blood god doppelganger was only a doppelganger and couldn't casually use the innate ability of the main body. That was because the main body was in the doppelganger's body, and the heart of darkness was also being used by the main body. However, the power could spread out from the doppelganger's body, making it look as if the doppelganger was using the heart of darkness. Now that the main body wasn't present, he could only borrow power through this method. Time passed slowly. The treasury was completely silent without a single person in sight. The other vampires were usually asleep at this time and rarely came to the treasury. It was because of this that Wang Ting chose to make a move at this time. However, the blood god doppelganger, who had mastered the inverted space miniature formation, could feel a faint spiritual power sweeping through the treasury. Old bastard, the blood god doppelganger cursed in his heart. He said that it was fine, but he was still guarding the treasury very carefully and didn't let his guard down at all. He could only continue to wait. After a while, the spiritual power slowly dissipated and stopped checking the treasury. The blood god doppelganger quietly swept out with his spiritual power. It was like a thin thread that carefully crawled toward the core of the formation. His spiritual power was hidden in the space crevice, so it wasn't discovered. This space technique was left by the main body, and it was similar to the core of darkness. It could be temporarily used by the doppelganger. Found it. After a while, the blood god doppelganger's eyes lit up. His spiritual power had found the core of the inverted space miniature formation. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he carefully went around the core of the formation and sensed it. After confirming that there was no problem, he controlled his spiritual power and spread it in. A large success-level array formation proficiency was naturally very impressive. It wasn't difficult for Wang Ting to control the formation in front of him, but he didn't dare to do it openly. He could only do it secretly and carefully. It was like a thief secretly inserting a key into the keyhole while the owner was asleep and then slowly turning it. Ka-cha, there was a soft sound and the door opened. It sounded simple, but it was actually quite complicated. However, with Wang Ting's mastery, it wasn't difficult for him to master the core of the formation. We can make a move now. The blood god doppelganger's eyes were serious. What came next was the most dangerous part, but he couldn't help but feel a little excited. It was very exciting. He quietly approached a shelf and controlled the formation. As he opened the defensive shield, he had already created a projection of the shield. Then, he reached out and touched a treasure. Whoosh, the treasure was put into his space equipment. The next moment, a projection of the treasure appeared and imitated the same aura through the Phantom Heart Sutra. The whole process could be described as smooth as flowing water. It was done in one breath. Phew! Yuan Gun and Ice Daisai secretly watched this scene. They both wiped the cold sweat for him and quietly let out a sigh of relief. This was 2F** King exciting. If it were them, they might not have such a big heart. Wang Ting was the first guy to steal under someone's nose. Yet, he had succeeded without being discovered. Even Ice Daisai, who had lived for a long time, had never done such a thrilling thing. However, it was obviously not the time to be happy. He had just stolen a treasure, and there was a pile of treasures that he hadn't stolen yet. If something went wrong, he could be done for. Therefore, Yuan Gun and Ice Daisai continued to hold their breaths and secretly observed the blood god doppelganger's every move. Mid-level Demon Emperor Dark Element Spiritual Medicine. This is good. I'll take it. High-level Demon Emperor Dark Element Star Core. Also good. I'll take it. And this mid-level Demon Emperor Dark Element Weapon. It's barely usable. I'll take it. The blood god doppelganger put away the treasures one by one, then projected them one by one and replaced them. He gradually sped up and slowly went deeper into the first floor. He took all the treasures on the first floor, but left some useless things. He just left them there and didn't touch them. I'm too kind. I'm being kind and leaving some for them, the blood god doppelganger thought to himself. Then he planned to go to the second floor of the treasury. The real good stuff was there. All the treasures on the first floor added together couldn't compare to 1 or 2 Demon Emperor level treasures. Previously, when the blood god doppelganger entered the second floor of the treasury, he had to activate the teleportation, but it would cause too much of a commotion and would definitely be discovered. So he had to think of another way. Wang Ting had naturally thought of this. He couldn't foolishly activate the teleportation and then swagger into the second floor. That was tantamount to suicide. So here was the problem. How could he enter the second floor? The blood god doppelganger smiled slightly, and the shadow of a formation flashed between his eyebrows. It was the miniature inverted space miniature formation that he had put into his little universe. The next moment, his body disappeared and entered the second floor. It really works. Looking at the familiar scene, the blood god doppelganger's eyes suddenly lit up. This was the second floor of the treasury that he had entered before. He suddenly thought of this method when he was inscribing the inverted space miniature formation. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have thought of entering the second floor. Because there was no other way for him to enter the second floor quietly. At first, he just wanted to loot the first floor once. Now that he had control of the inverted space miniature formation in the treasury, and connected it with the inverted space miniature formation that he had inscribed, he could definitely use the teleportation once. So he had to mention the uniqueness of the inverted space miniature formation. The space in this formation was chaotic and in a constant state of flux, so it could be connected by the same formation. However, other people probably wouldn't have thought of this method. This required extremely high attainments in formations, and even a normal saint-level runemaster might not necessarily be able to do it. However, Wang Ting had two advantages. One was that his attainments in runes had reached the saint level, and the other was that his control of this formation had reached an inhuman level. To be honest, a saint-level runemaster who could master one or two saint-level formations in their lifetime was already very good. They wouldn't spend too much time in this area. It was extremely difficult for a saint-level subprofession to advance to the god level. There was too much knowledge to master. If they studied every formation in depth, they definitely wouldn't have enough time. It would only be distracting, and it wouldn't be beneficial for their own advancement. Instead, focusing on the study of runes was the most essential and the most useful. In the end, formations were only external means, and runes were the foundation. One was the art, and the other was the law. If they were mixed up, it would be difficult to go back to the right path and advance to the god level. However, Wang Ting was different. He only took a few breaths to upgrade the inverted space miniature formation to the level of great mastery. It was very fast. The only downside was that it cost a lot of space. It was too expensive, he couldn't afford to waste it. After the blood god avatar entered the second floor, he continued to hide and observe the surroundings. He wasn't in a hurry to act. He had to be steady. After a while, he didn't find any problems or traces of spiritual power. The blood god avatar was relieved and began to sweep. In the end, he had just collected a few pieces of ore and a few spiritual herbs, and was about to collect a saint-level weapon, when something strange happened. "Who is it? How dare you? Who dares to break into the treasury?" A furious roar suddenly reverberated through the treasury, shaking the entire treasury. A terrifying aura crushed down from the void, trying to force the blood god avatar out. "Damn! I've been discovered." The blood god avatar's expression changed. He didn't even have time to think about how he had been discovered. The formation between his eyebrows flashed, and he immediately teleported away. The entire process was completed almost as soon as the angry roar sounded. The blood god avatar was extremely decisive. He had already anticipated that if he was unfortunately discovered, the first thing he would do was to run for his life. He wouldn't stay for even a moment. Even if there were treasures in front of him, it would be the same. Therefore, he didn't even touch the saint-level weapon that he was about to obtain. He chose to flee. Zuegna's figure appeared, and with a sweep of his spiritual power, the illusion disappeared. Looking at the few empty shelves in front of him, his eyes blazed with anger, and his face alternated between green and white. A dignified demon venerable level existence actually had his treasure stolen right under his nose. Moreover, the other party had reacted extremely quickly, choosing to flee in an instant. Zuegna didn't even have time to react, and it was already too late to stop the other party. Most importantly, he didn't even know how the other party had gotten in. He didn't even know how the other party had left. The treasury's defenses were extremely tight. Yet, the other party had ignored it. How did he do it? Zuegna disappeared on the spot with a gloomy expression and appeared in the sky outside. He swept his spiritual power in all directions, searching for any suspicious targets. Rumble, the entire sky above Bloody City shook, and many dark apparitions were alarmed. Previously, when the main body attacked the treasury and was chased by the dark apparitions, many people were already alarmed. However, seeing that nothing major had happened, no one paid much attention. This time, however, it was clearly different. That was the aura of a demon sovereign, and it filled the entire sky. Anyone could feel the fury within. Many people knew that something major had happened. What happened? That direction, it seems to be the treasury? Did something happen to the treasury? Many dark apparitions were awakened and appeared in the sky, looking in the direction of the treasury. This time, the situation in the city became even more chaotic. Zuegna's expression was extremely ugly. He couldn't find that damned thief, and there were no other auras near the treasury. This was definitely a premeditated theft. Bastard! A cold glint flickered in Zuegna's eyes, and his aura became even more terrifying. The aura of a demon sovereign filled the air. "Sir." The dark apparitions that went to chase the main body flew back and bowed respectfully to Xianxia. "Where is he?" Xianxia asked coldly. We lost him." The dark apparitions felt that something was wrong and said guiltily. "Trash." Xianxia snorted coldly, and his aura erupted, directly suppressing the dark apparitions. Boom! The dark apparitions couldn't resist at all. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and knelt in the air with terrified expressions. "Xianxia, the first floor of the treasury has been ransacked." At that moment, an old and cold voice sounded in Xianxia's ears, carrying a trace of uncontrollable anger. The entire first floor of the treasury had been ransacked, leaving behind only some useless junk. This was the biggest joke in the world. Xianxia and the others could already imagine that they would become the laughingstock of the entire blood race once this matter spread. So many upper-rank demon emperors and even 2 demon venerables couldn't guard a single treasury. It was a great shame that someone had stolen an entire floor's worth of treasures right under their noses. Bastard! Xianxia's eyes were extremely cold, and his heart was burning with fury. Even with his demon sovereign temperament, he couldn't control the anger in his heart. Search the entire place. Find him for me." The next moment, a furious roar came out of his mouth and echoed in the sky. F***CK. That scared me to death. In the Blood Master Palace, the Blood God clone patted his chest as if he had thought of something. It was too dangerous. It was really too dangerous just now. He felt like he had almost died. He didn't think that he would be discovered just by touching that divine artifact. How did the enemy do it? He still didn't understand. Roundy Ball also appeared at the side. He had UG in his heart and said in a bad mood, "Sooner or later, you'll scare me to death." An icy blue mini-dragon also appeared on the shoulder of the Blood God doppelganger. Glancing at him, Tantan said, "There should be some kind of trigger mechanism on those divine weapons." In the past, our race's treasury also seemed to have used this method to prevent theft. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" the Blood God clone said gloomily. "It's been so long. How could I remember? Besides, I'm not in charge of the treasury." "I just heard about it," said Tandem. The Blood God clone knew that he couldn't blame her. But it was already good enough that he was able to steal from the first floor. He also stole some from the second floor, so it wasn't like he didn't get anything. "I wonder how the main body is doing?" As soon as he said that, the space in front of him rippled slightly. Wang Ting's main body slowly appeared and said, "I went around. After going around in circles, that Bloodgunner really is a demon sovereign. It must have gone mad from anger. It's been sweeping through the entire city with its mental power for quite a while. I had no choice but to wait for it to disperse before I dared to return." "That was close," said Yuan Gungun. "But it worked. Quick, what did you steal? Take it out and let me see." Wang Ting quickly became happy and said excitedly. The Blood God clone smiled and handed a space ring to Wang Ting's main body. "I'll go back to the devouring space first. You take care of the rest." Wang Ting's main body took the space ring and immediately disappeared. Yuan Gungun and Tandem also disappeared. The Blood God clone sat cross-legged in the training room and began to cultivate as if nothing had happened. However, the outside world was in an uproar. The treasury of the blood race had been robbed, the entire first floor's treasures had been stolen. This was no small matter. Even though the treasures on the first floor weren't too high level and couldn't be compared to Demon Lord level treasures, they were still huge treasures for dark apparitions below the Demon Emperor level. Now, all of them had been stolen. Just thinking about it made his blood pressure soar. The higher-ups of the 13 clans were all alerted. Demon sovereigns appeared in the treasury and questioned Bloodner and the other demon sovereign guarding the treasury. "Bludgeoner, what do you have to say about this?" Bloodfiend Demon Monarch asked with an unsightly expression. He was the one in charge of the venerable clan's affairs. The blood essence pot was already annoying it. Now that its treasure vault had been robbed, it was easy to imagine how it felt. Blood Shadow Archfiend Monarch and the other Archfiend Monarchs were also present, and they all looked at Xianxia. "This is our fault. We will do our best to search for the culprit and give you an explanation, Bledner said, taking a deep breath to suppress his anger. We've already given the order to lock down the entire bloody city. We won't let anyone leave, Blood Shadow Demon Supremacy said. Many thanks. Zuaguna glanced at Blood Shadow Demon Supremacy and nodded. No need to be so polite. The theft of the treasury is a loss to all clans. This is something we don't want to see. Blood Shadow Demon Supremacy waved his hand and changed the topic. Do you have any clues about the thief? That person shouldn't be from our clan. Zuaguna furrowed his brows. And it's not just one person. There are at least two. One is stealing from the inside and the other is providing support outside. Not from our clan? And more than one? The other Archfiend monarchs were shocked. Could it be that someone from another clan had entered Bloody City? Their expressions turned solemn. This was no doubt a big deal. Bloody City was the ancestral land of the blood race. How could someone from another race enter? If it really was someone from another clan, this matter would be huge. Hence, the Archfiend monarchs all wore solemn expressions. Are you sure? Bloodfiend monarch asked with a frown. I can't be sure. It's just a guess. Zuaguna shook his head and continued without waiting for the others to ask. Apart from that, this person should also be proficient in the Tao of formations. His mental power is very strong. He's at least a Saint-grade runemaster. A Saint-grade runemaster. The Archfiend monarchs were shocked again. But after thinking about it carefully, they immediately understood. The treasury was protected by a formation, and the other party was able to enter without being discovered. This meant that he or she had to be someone with extremely high attainments in formations. I recall that the formation in the treasury is called the inverted space miniature formation, right? It's a space-type formation? Blood Shadow Demon Supremacy muttered. That's right. Zuaguna nodded. Very few people know about this formation. Even a Saint-grade runemaster might not be able to grasp it. But from the looks of it, the other party knows this formation like the back of his hand. When I discovered him, he immediately used the teleportation power of the inverted space miniature formation to teleport away. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape from my grasp. What? All the Archfiend monarchs were shocked. It would be one thing if it was a Saint-grade runemaster, but he knew the inverted space miniature formation like the back of his hand and entered the treasury as if it were the back of his hand. It was no wonder he was able to steal an entire floor's worth of treasures right under the noses of two Archfiend monarchs. They were well aware of the strength of Zuaguna and the other Archfiend monarchs. They definitely weren't weak. In fact, they were much stronger than the Archfiend monarchs present. If they were in Zuaguna's shoes, they would have most likely ended up in a similar situation. At the thought of that, the Archfiend monarch's anger toward Zuaguna dissipated significantly and they gradually calmed down. If the other party knows the inverted space miniature formation like the back of his hand, the formation in the treasury will most likely have to be changed, the Archfiend monarch said with a solemn expression. Indeed. Zuaguna nodded. But this can only be done once. If you want to use the same trick again and steal from the treasury under my watch, then I, Zuaguna, am no longer the keeper of this treasury. Then there's no rush to change the formation. The inverted space miniature formation is quite reliable. It hasn't had any problems for so many years, Blood Shadow said with a nod. The Archfiend monarchs nodded in agreement. It wasn't that easy to find a formation more suitable than the inverted space miniature formation. Oh right, there's one more question. Zuaguna seemed to have thought of something all of a sudden and frowned. That person should have mastered some kind of illusion technique that can pass off as real. Even I was almost fooled. Illusion technique? Could it be the illusion Ho race? Or the succubus race? The Archfiend monarchs guessed. There were quite a few dark races that were naturally skilled in illusions. Even the vampires were adept at them to a certain extent. This range was a bit too wide. It seems we still don't have any leads. The Archfiend monarchs couldn't come to a conclusion even after half a day of discussion. There was simply too little useful information. In the end, Zuaguna didn't even see what the thief looked like. Everything was just his guesses. Naturally, his guesses were quite accurate. At the very least, he had locked onto a certain area. After a round of discussion, the Archfiend monarchs decided to lock down Sanguine City for a period of time and conduct a carpet search. They had to find the thief at all costs. Such a matter couldn't be tolerated. The loss of an entire floor of treasures was simply too bad. The vampires would become a laughingstock if outsiders were to find out. Within the devouring space, Wang Ting picked up the spatial ring and scanned it with his psychic power. He saw a large number of treasures within. One could easily imagine the number of treasures on this floor. There was no lack of ores, spirit medicines, star cores, and so on. Moreover, the items that could be kept in the treasury were naturally extremely precious and rare treasures. They were not ordinary goods. Wang Ting was immediately overjoyed. The risk this time wasn't in vain. He had reaped a bountiful harvest. Wang Ting, hurry up and take them out. Don't look at them alone, Yuan Gungun urged from the side. Brindisi was also there. She looked at Wang Ting with a trace of curiosity in her eyes. Although Yuan Gungun and Brindisi had followed the blood god's clone into the treasury, they definitely couldn't take a good look at the treasures under those circumstances. They swept through most of the items at a glance. Wang Ting smiled to satisfy their curiosity. He took out all the treasures he had stolen and piled them up in front of him for Yuan Gungun and Brindisi to look at. They're basically all darkness-type treasures. Yuan Gungun sized up the treasures in front of him and casually picked up a piece of ore. This should be dark magic stone, a rather rare Demon Emperor grade ore. It can be used to forge darkness-type weapons. Of course, darkness-type treasures are all darkness-type treasures, Wang Ting said. Darkness-type treasures indeed have a dark presence. Brindisi looked closer, but she didn't pick it up. She seemed to hate the dark presence. Does the dark aura on this thing affect you? Wang Ting asked. It's okay. After all, its level isn't high. I used to be a god-class being. If it were the treasures on the second floor, it would be a different story. If I touched them recklessly, I might be infected. As Brindisi spoke, she glanced at Yuan Gungun and said, "You'd better be careful. You may be an artificial life, but this dark power can still infect your body without you knowing." Yuan Gungun was shocked, and he quickly threw away the ore in his hand. He had followed Wang Ting for too long, and after seeing that Wang Ting wasn't afraid of the dark power at all, his views had changed over time. However, he forgot that he couldn't be compared to Wang Ting. Wang Ting had the talent of darkness, but he didn't. It's not that serious. If you are infected by the dark power, I can give you a wave of holy light purification, Wang Ting said with a smile. Forget it. The holy light purification isn't pleasant. Roundy rolled his eyes in annoyance. If you didn't have the light origin power in your body, I would have thought you were a darkness-type creature. Brindisi looked at Wang Ting deeply. As a god-class being with a long lifespan, he had seen many strange beings. However, it was the first time he had seen someone as strange as Wang Ting. Darkness and light combined in one body. How did he do it? Unfortunately, even with his knowledge, he couldn't figure it out. He could only give up for now. Although Yuan Gungun put down the ore, he was still very interested in the darkness-type treasures in front of him. He identified them one by one. Now that he could invade the virtual world of darkness, he could naturally find a lot of information. Now that he compared them with these treasures, he immediately recognized them. This is dark purple copper. It can be used to forge cauldrons. This is blood cloud crystal. It is said that many darkness-type ores can be mixed with darkness-type ores, and some weapons will have the blood attribute. It is very suitable for vampires. Hey, this is bloodheart grass. It can be used to refine a grandmaster-level pill called the bloodheart pill. Round Face was full of excitement as if he was talking about his family treasures. He was a grandmaster-level blacksmith himself. During this period of time with Wang Ting, his forging skills had improved a lot. Especially after watching Wang Ting refine a saint-level weapon, he had a deep understanding. It would be very helpful for him to reach the saint level in the future. Therefore, he was very interested in all kinds of minerals. Through the information he found, he could tell the effects of each mineral. This saved Wang Ting a lot of effort. Although he obtained a lot of blacksmithing and alchemy attributes from the dark world, he couldn't name all of the treasures in front of him, let alone their effects. There seems to be a strange fluctuation in here. Brindisi looked at the treasures in front of her and suddenly said. Fluctuation? What kind of fluctuation? Wang Ting was slightly stunned and asked. It seems to be a spatial fluctuation. Carefully sense it. Brindisi said. Spatial fluctuation. Wang Ting's eyes suddenly flashed. He opened the space body and sensed the treasures in front of him. There were too many treasures, and all kinds of auras were mixed together. It was very difficult to sense anything, so he didn't deliberately sense it. Now that he was reminded by Brindisi, he immediately sensed and locked his eyes on a treasure. It was something that looked like a rock. It was pitch black, and it was emitting an extremely obscure wave of energy. It is indeed a spatial fluctuation. Wang Ting's eyes flashed and he said. If he didn't have the fifth-order space body, he might not have been able to sense the spatial fluctuation. It was too obscure, the fluctuation seemed to be sealed inside the stone, and it couldn't leak out at all. This made Wang Ting think of a saying, a divine object conceals its brilliance. Could this stone in front of him be such a treasure? Wang Ting was a little curious, and his eyes emitted a purple-gold light. Impressively, he opened the Child of Truth. Brindisi was also very curious about this treasure. She came over and was about to take a look when she suddenly caught a glimpse of the purple-gold light in Wang Ting's eyes. She couldn't help but be stunned, she was curious, but her attention was focused on Wang Ting's eyes. It seemed that she was more curious about the treasure than about Wang Ting. Wang Ting had indeed brought her more and more surprises. She had been imprisoned in the ice dragon bead before, so she didn't know much about Wang Ting. However, now that she was released and had come into contact with him, her curiosity about Wang Ting had increased. She was also surprised. She had thought that it was impossible for this guy to reach the immortal rank in 300 years. But now, it seemed that with the other party's talent and some strange things, it wasn't impossible for him to reach the immortal rank in 300 years. Wang Ting didn't know what she was thinking. As he opened the Child of Truth, the stone in front of him finally revealed its true appearance. It was actually a bone, there were strange patterns on the bone, and they were very similar to the ancient space runes Wang Ting had mastered. However, they were more natural and somewhat different from the ancient space runes. Star bone. Wang Ting said in surprise. He didn't expect the stone to be a star bone. Star bone. Ice Dragon bewildered, her gaze moving away from Wang Ting's eyes. She asked, did you just say that it's a star bone? Yes, it's a space element star bone, Wang Ting nodded and said confidently. Ice Dragon bewildered looked at him. She knew that his eyes must have some kind of ability to see through things, so she didn't doubt his judgment. A space element star bone. Yuan Gungun immediately came over, his face full of surprise. He asked, can you tell what kind of star beast this is? I can't tell at the moment. Wang Ting shook his head and said, however, I can remove the dust-covered item on its surface. A dust-covered item? Yuan Gungun was surprised. Yes. I don't know if someone did it on purpose or if the treasure formed naturally, but there's a dust-covered item on the surface. After a while, the energy fluctuations inside the item will become hidden. It's really extraordinary. When Wang Ting saw this layer, he was very surprised. He didn't expect that the treasure would have such a layer of material on its surface. It was the first time he had seen such a thing. Because of this dust-covered item, he had almost missed this treasure. Fortunately, Ice Dragon Bewildered had reminded him. At this moment, Wang Ting finally realized how powerful a god-level existence was. Their control of space was beyond his imagination. Never underestimate a god-level existence. Wang Ting warned himself in his heart. He could fight those at a higher level, but even if he reached the immortal level, there was still a big gap between him and a true god-level existence. It wasn't a gap that could be overcome with just some foundation. I've heard that some treasures can condense materials to cover their bodies and completely conceal their aura. This star bone should be one of them, said Ice Dragon Bewildered. There really is such a treasure. Wang Ting was very surprised. Speaking of which, wasn't this dust-covered item similar to some treasures that were sealed in ores? I just looked up some information, but normally, only holy level treasures have this ability. Yuan Gungun looked at Ice Dragon bewildered and added. So this star bone. Wang Ting suddenly realized something and immediately looked at the star bone in front of him. Quick, remove the material on the surface and see, Yuan Gungun immediately urged. Okay. Wang Ting took a deep breath. His mind power surged out from between his eyebrows. It turned into an invisible carving knife and started to cut the surface of the star bone. From the surface, small cracks appeared on the pitch-black star bone. They covered the entire surface of the star bone. Yuan Gungun was a little worried. He was afraid that he would damage the star bone inside. The cutting process seemed simple, but in fact, it wasn't done casually. He had to decipher the special patterns. There were extremely obscure patterns on the dust-covered material. These were naturally formed patterns of heaven and earth. They had the effect of sealing the aura. If these patterns were accidentally damaged during the cutting process, it was very likely that the treasures inside would be damaged. Therefore, it was a technical job. Ordinary people couldn't play with it. But for Wang Ting, it was a small matter. He didn't know how many times he had gambled on ores. The principle was actually similar. And the situation in front of him was much simpler than gambling on ores. The treasures sealed in ores were sealed with various kinds of energy. The situation was even more complicated. Crack, as Wang Ting continued cutting, finally, at a certain moment, a crisp cracking sound was heard. It's open. Yuan Gungun and Ice Dragon bewildered looked at the pitch-black stone. Crack. Crack, in the next moment, more frequent cracking sounds were heard. On the surface of the pitch-black stone, tiny cracks were spreading. Then, rays of silver-white light bloomed from them. With a muffled sound, the pitch-black surface finally cracked. It turned into pieces and peeled off on its own. Inside the pitch-black stone, a crystal-clear bone emitting silver-white light finally appeared in front of the three people's eyes. It's really a space element star bone. Ice Dragon bewildered's eyes brightened. Looking at the star bone in front of her, she nodded and said, "You're lucky." "My luck has always been good," Wang Ting said with a smile as he looked at the star bone. He couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. Judging from the energy fluctuations, this is at least the star bone of a peerless emperor-level star beast. No wonder it has the ability to conceal itself, Yuan Gungun said in surprise as he walked around the star bone and observed it. Yeah, Wang Ting nodded. He could naturally see that. He was also very surprised. A peerless emperor-level space element star beast was as rare as a normal sovereign-level star beast. This also explained why a demon emperor-grade treasure could have the same self-concealing ability as a saint-grade treasure. I didn't expect to find a space element star bone in the Blood Clan's treasury, Yuan Gungun said with emotion. He looked at Wang Ting and said, "You're too lucky." Ha ha ha. Wang Ting couldn't help but laugh. Both Ice Dragon bewildered and Yuan Gungun thought he was lucky. This meant that his luck was indeed very good. It was undeniable. With this star bone, I might be able to forge the Seal of the Void. Wang Ting suddenly thought of something. The Seal of the Void was the forging attribute he obtained at the Subprofession Alliance's headquarters. It allowed him to completely grasp the forging method of the Seal of the Void. The only thing he lacked was the materials. Originally, the Seal of the Void required the star bone and star core of a void beast. Now that he had the star bone of another type of space element star beast, if he could get his hands on a space star core, he could forge the Seal of the Void. However, this Seal of the Void wasn't a true Seal of the Void. It was only a pseudo-Seal of the Void. A pseudo-Seal of the Void was made from the star core and star bone of another space element star beast. The other materials are easy to find, but I'm still missing a space element star core. It has to be at least a peerless emperor-level star core. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. A peerless emperor-level space element star beast wasn't that easy to find. It was already a great fortune for him to be able to obtain a peerless emperor-level space element star bone. Forget it. I'll think about it when I have the chance. If I use this peerless emperor-level space element star bone to forge the Seal of the Void, it can definitely reach the saint level. Its power can't be underestimated. I can't rush it, Wang Ting thought to himself. He quickly became happy. In the end, this was a good thing. If Bloodner were to find out that he had obtained a peerless Emperor-level space element star bone on the first floor of the treasury, he would probably be even more furious. This star bone would be placed on the first floor of the treasury and no one would be able to discover its existence. These Blood Tribe members really are blind. They didn't discover the Blood God Holy Grail, and they didn't even discover the space element star bone. A mocking smile appeared on Wan Ting's face. However, he didn't realize that he was only able to discover the Blood God Holy Grail because of his Blood God physique, and he was only able to discover the space element star bone because of Brindisi. If it were anyone else, would they have the ability to do so? The god-level existences among the dark apparitions probably wouldn't even enter the treasury, let alone the first and second levels of the treasury. No, those demon gods were all in the higher levels of the dark realm. They weren't in this realm. Otherwise, how would Wan Ting have the opportunity to pick up a treasure? I know. At this moment, Yuan Gungun's voice suddenly sounded. What do you know? Wan Ting looked at it and asked. This star bone should be Kong Tianhe's, Yuan Gungun said as he stroked his chin. Kong Tianhe? Brindisi immediately reacted. Her eyes flashed, and she said with a serious face, "You're talking about those legendary star beasts that have the potential to become godly after they reach adulthood." Kong Tianhe. Yes, that's the star beast. Yuan Gungun nodded with certainty and said, "Look at the patterns on this star bone. Doesn't it look like a spirit crane?" It really is. Wan Ting took a closer look and found that when the patterns gathered together, it really did look like a spirit crane. It was very magical. He couldn't help but say, "I didn't expect it to be that powerful space element star beast." It is said that Kong Tianhe feeds on the powerful fish star beasts in the space turbulence zones. Is that true? Of course. Kong Tianhe has the talent of space and can travel through the space turbulence zones. I remember that their favorite food is a fish called dragon star eel. Dragon star eels are powerful star beasts that have the bloodline of dragons, Brindisi said with a serious voice. Wow, it dares to eat a dragon star eel with the bloodline of dragons. That's scary. Wan Ting was amazed. So this star bone is very precious. If it is used to make a flying treasure, it will be very fast, Yuan Gungun said. A space element flying treasure. Wan Ting's eyes lit up again. He thought that the star bone could be used to make the seal of void, but he didn't expect it to be used to make a space element flying treasure. That was a huge surprise. He suddenly thought of the corpse of the Skywind Green Wither he got from the Subprofession Union. It could also be used to make a flying treasure. If he combined the two, would it not be even more amazing? Wan Ting's interest was immediately piqued. Although it was very challenging to combine a space element treasure and a wind element treasure, the more challenging it was, the more interested he would be. To a saint blacksmith, ordinary tools were no fun at all. Only challenging treasures like this were worth fighting for. Many saint blacksmiths were like this. They hoped to come across some challenging items in their lifetime. Only then could they show their talent and value. As for the seal of void, Wan Ting had already forgotten about it. After all, it was too difficult to find a space element emperor-level item. He didn't know when he would come across one again, so there was no need to wait. Oh right, didn't you steal a few things from the second floor? Where are they? Take it out and let me take a look. Round Ball noticed that Wan Ting had already made his decision, so he didn't say anything else. Wan Ting waved his hand and a few more treasures appeared in front of Yuan Gungun and Bingdish. The aura emitted by these treasures was much stronger than the ones from before. It immediately overshadowed their own aura. This is congealing grass? Before Yuan Gungun could speak, Wan Ting seemed to have discovered something. He stared at one of the items and exclaimed in surprise. It was a stalk of grass. It was dark, but it was very tanned. It looked like a shadow and gave off an illusory feeling. Congealing grass? Yuan Gungun frowned and seemed to be thinking. This time, he had touched on its blind spot. Bingdish was a little surprised. She stared at the stalk of grass in front of her and said doubtfully, "Could it be the kind of grass that can improve one's shadow talent?" Improve one's shadow talent? Yuan Gungun was a little surprised. He then looked at Wang Ting. If he remembered correctly, this guy had used shadow power before. Anyway, he was already used to Wang Ting's various talents. It was normal for him to have a rare talent from time to time, so he didn't bother to ask. Yes. Wang Ting looked at Bingdish with a little surprise. She even knew about such a rare treasure. Bingdish's quite knowledgeable. The reason why he knew about Yin congealing grass was because of his shadow talent. After he obtained the shadow talent, he looked up a lot of information. There was a description of Yin congealing grass, which was exactly the same as the one in front of him. Speaking of which, his luck was really good. Not only did he get the star bone, but he also got a stalk of Yin congealing grass. Now, his shadow talent could be improved. Ever since he obtained the shadow talent, he hadn't improved it. He was really helpless. The main reason was that this talent was too rare. The Naga clan who had this talent seemed to have disappeared. He had no way to find a suitable target. Then, he looked at the other treasures and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. The remaining treasures weren't anything rare, so there wasn't anything that surprised him. In fact, Wang Ting's vision was too high. The treasures on the second floor could be used to forge sacred-level treasures or refine sacred-level elixirs. They were extremely extraordinary. Ordinary low-level demon emperors or universe-level warriors would be happy for a while if they could get one of them. Even if it was an upper-level demon emperor or a sector lord, they would be overjoyed to obtain it. It could only be said that comparisons were odious. Wang Ting didn't say anything more. After checking, he put away the treasures. Then, he held the Yin congealing grass in his hand and began to refine and absorb it. Inside the devouring space, Wang Ting was sitting cross-legged with a dark spiritual herb in his hand. Wisps of shadow-like gas were emitted from the spiritual herb and slowly seeped into his body. Under the influence of the gas, Wang Ting's entire body seemed to be shrouded in a shadow. He was in between reality and illusion, hazy and exceptionally mystical. At the same time, traces of shadow energy were emitted from his body, emitting a dark light. As time passed, the aura became stronger and the shadow-like feeling became more intense. It was as if Wang Ting's entire body was turning from a physical body into a shadow. One of the leaves of the Yin congealed grass gradually withered and fell to the ground. In the process of falling, the withered leaf completely dispersed and turned into ashes that dissipated into the air. The Yin congealed grass had a total of 6 leaves and each leaf had 10 strange patterns. This meant that the Yin congealed grass was at least 6,000 years old. The Yin congealed grass would grow a leaf every 3,000 years and each leaf could condense 10 patterns at most. This pattern could only be condensed once every 300 years. Therefore, 6 leaves with 10 strange patterns were 18,000 years old. A sage-level spiritual herb, this was the uniqueness of a sage-level spiritual herb, the growth cycle they needed was undoubtedly much longer than normal spiritual herbs. This Yin congealed grass needed at least 3,000 years to grow, which meant that it would only grow 1 leaf. Otherwise, it would not have any medicinal effects. The Yin congealed grass that Wang Ting had obtained had 6 leaves and was 18,000 years old. It could be said that it was extremely precious. To be able to be placed in the second level of the treasury, the value of this spiritual herb was definitely immeasurable. It was a pity that this spiritual herb's effect was too strong. It could only be used by people with the innate talent of shadows. Therefore, in the second level of the treasury, the Yin congealed grass was not valued as much as a sage-level weapon. However, to Wang Ting, the Yin congealed grass's value was far greater than a sage-level weapon. Suddenly, just as the first leaf fell, Wang Ting's aura skyrocketed as if he had broken through a certain barrier. Innate talent of shadows, 1/20,000, level 2, Wang Ting was slightly delighted. With a thought, he glanced at the attribute panel. His innate talent of shadows had indeed leveled up. From level 1 to level 2, the speed was extremely fast. Of course, he was not far away from leveling up, which was why he could complete the leveling up when the first leaf fell. Wang Ting was elated. There were still 5 leaves left. He might be able to level up one more time. Continue. He continued to immerse his mind and activated his Devour the Heavens and Earth divine ability to quickly absorb the energy within the Yin congealed grass. After the first leaf, the congealed grass, the second, and then the third leaf began to fall and disappeared. The aura on Wang Ting's body got thicker and thicker. It was 2 times thicker than before. Time slowly passed. When the 5th leaf fell, a light sound came from Wang Ting's body. It was like a signal. He immediately knew that his innate talent of shadows had leveled up to level 3. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Wang Ting absorbed the last leaf and even the roots of the congealed grass. After the 6th leaf fell, the entire congealed grass withered and turned into ashes, disappearing from his palm. At a certain moment, Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes. There seemed to be a trace of shadow flashing in his eyes, making him look a bit hazy. A thought flashed through his mind as he glanced at his attribute panel. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. Innate talent of shadows, 12,000/30,000, level 3, his innate talent of shadows had reached level 3, and it was not just level 3. In terms of the attribute panel, it was close to the middle stage of level 3. Following this, Wang Ting felt the shadow energy in his body. It had indeed grown many times stronger. This feeling was very good. He immediately mobilized the shadow energy in his body and wrapped it around his body. Then, Wang Ting's body seemed to turn into a ball of shadow and merged into the darkness of the devouring space. He completely disappeared, as if he did not exist. At this moment, he felt that his shadow energy could hide from the eyes of an area lord. In other words, even if an area lord was right under their nose, they would not be able to discover him. If he added on his concealment methods, he would be able to hide even more in the future. Of course, the benefits of the innate talent of shadows were not limited to this. Whether it was refining the shadow puppet restriction or using shadow battle skills, they would all become much easier and more powerful in the future. Very good. Wang Ting dispersed the shadow energy around his body. His body slowly appeared, and his eyes flashed with joy. His luck was really good this time. He did not know how many times he had sighed at his luck, but he could not help it. Thinking about this, he felt that it was worth it to use up those blank attributes. I didn't expect you to have the innate talent of shadows as well. At this moment, Ice Disco appeared and looked at Wang Ting strangely. Wang Ting didn't deny it. He just smiled and looked at Bingdasai intently. You know too much. Ice Disco was stunned. What kind of look was that? Why did it feel like this guy was going to eat it? However, it quickly reacted. If this guy could let it know about these things, he would not let it go. Especially the shadow clone. It was very important. Once it was leaked, no one knew what the consequences would be. Ice Disco's eyes flashed with a complicated expression. Humph. With a soft snort, it disappeared from where it stood and returned to the Ice Dragon Pearl. Whether or not he could make it submit would depend on whether he had the ability or not. Is it okay to let it know? Yuan Gunggun's voice sounded in Wang Ting's mind. It was a bit hesitant. It's okay. Wang Ting smiled and his eyes flickered. He no longer thought about it and turned his attention to other things. Now that his innate talent of shadows had been upgraded, it was time to think about forging a flying treasure. He had 2 ideas. One was to forge a flying treasure of the dark attribute, and the other was to forge a flying treasure of the light attribute. If he forged a dark attribute treasure, he would not be able to use it in the light world. The risk would be higher. However, if he forged a light attribute treasure, he could still use it in the dark world. At worst, he would be exposed. No, the risk of being exposed in the dark world was relatively small. The dark world had a tradition of plundering the light world. Whether it was land or treasures, they would plunder them. They just did not like to use the light world's treasures, not that they could not use them. This was different from the light world. If the light world's warriors used dark attribute treasures, they would be easily infected. However, dark creatures did not have to worry about this. As long as they did not use light attribute treasures, treasures of other attributes would not affect them. There was another important point, and that was the issue of priority. The main body must be the main body. Naturally, he had to prioritize improving the main body's strength. Moreover, the main body would have more opportunities to participate in battles. Therefore, treasures that could improve strength should be used by the main body. Thinking of this, Wang Ting immediately made a decision. forge a light attribute flying treasure. However, he still lacked a lot of materials. The main materials were naturally the wing bones of the heavenly wind green wither and the star bones of the sky crane. However, he did not have the other materials. If he wanted to forge a dark attribute flying treasure, the materials he stole from the first level of the Blood Breed's treasury were enough. However, he could not forge a light attribute flying treasure. Wang Ting had a headache again. The item he wanted to forge was too advanced. The required materials were naturally not simple. Now that he was in the dark world, it would not be so easy to collect all of them. He shook his head and collected his thoughts. He was about to let the blood god doppelganger go out to check the situation. Then, someone came to find him. In the training room, the blood god doppelganger opened his eyes. "It's Euphoria," Yuan Gungun said. "Why is she here?" Wang Ting was a little surprised. He thought that the first to come would be the investigators of the blood breed. He did not expect it to be Euphoria. Could it be that they did not suspect him? With doubts, Wang Ting finally let the blood god doppelganger go out to greet her. Therefore, the blood god doppelganger ordered the blood puppet to open the door of the blood hall and let Euphoria in. In the hall, as soon as Euphoria walked in, she saw the blood god doppelganger sitting leisurely on the sofa and drinking wine. He looked extremely relaxed. "You can sit still. What's the commotion outside?" She looked at the blood god doppelganger and rolled her eyes. "What's happening is not as important as my cultivation," the blood god doppelganger said. Euphoria sat down and said mysteriously, "Are you really not curious about what's happening outside? Since you're here, you must have brought the news. Even if I don't ask, you won't be able to resist telling me," the blood god doppelganger said calmly. Tisk. Euphoria curled her lips. "You're so boring. You're only a lower demon emperor. Can you not act like an antique? This is called not being moved by external things." The blood god doppelganger smiled and gave her a way out. "Tell me, what happened?" "The treasury has been robbed." Euphoria came over and said mysteriously. "The treasury was robbed?" The blood god doppelganger cooperated with her. His face was full of shock and disbelief. "I'm not lying to you. The treasury was really robbed yesterday," Euphoria said seriously. "The entire city is searching for that person now. It's said that he's an outsider." "An outsider?" In the devouring space, Wang Ting could not help but smile. This was exactly what he had led them to do. From the beginning to the end, he did not use blood power. He was completely using other dark race methods to meet people. These blood breed dark apparitions were indeed led into a ditch by him. No wonder they didn't suspect it. "An outsider?" The blood god doppelganger frowned and asked in surprise, "Are you sure? Didn't you say that outsiders can't enter Blood City?" "The higher-ups have confirmed it. I heard it was the manager of the treasury, Demon Lord Bloodner, who said it," Euphoria said. "Bloodner? Demon Lord?" The blood god doppelganger was shocked. "You don't know?" "That's right. You've just arrived, so you definitely don't know that Lord Bloodner is a demon lord," Euphoria said in realization. "I really couldn't tell. He's too polite to me," the blood god doppelganger said. "That's because you're a blood master," Euphoria said unhappily. "It seems I still underestimated a blood master's identity," the blood god doppelganger said. "You'll get used to it in the future. Speaking of which, you defeated the Vansite clan Zekri?" Euphoria asked. "Don't you already know?" The blood god doppelganger glanced at her. "Ahem, I just want to hear you admit it yourself." Euphoria coughed dryly. "Yes, that's right. I defeated him. That Zekri's strength is only SOSO, the blood god doppelganger said. "Only SOSO?" Euphoria was a bit speechless. She couldn't tell if this guy was bragging or if he really thought so. Zekri was a top prodigy of the Vansite clan, yet he said he was only SOSO. If Zekri knew, would he die from anger? Euphoria's expression was a bit strange. However, when she thought about his strength, she felt that he had the right to say such things. Even Zekri wasn't his match. His talent and strength were truly incredible. She had never met a prodigy like him. She had to admit that he was too dazzling, which was why she couldn't help but come looking for him. As for the theft of the treasury, it was just an excuse, a reason. She had her pride. Euphoria didn't want him to discover her feelings. She was blood enchantress, a prodigy of the vampires. Even if she liked someone, she should at least let him see her charm and take the initiative to pursue her. She shouldn't have to take the initiative to pursue someone else. Unfortunately, she was destined to flirt with a blind man. The person she was attracted to wasn't a real vampire, but a human warrior. The two of them were destined to have no future. Wang Ting was also destined not to have any other thoughts about Euphoria. Right, aren't you going to enter the immortal blood sea? There's a teleportation opportunity today. If you want to go, you'd better hurry. Otherwise, you'll have to wait a few days, Euphoria said as she suddenly remembered something. Oh. The blood god doppelganger was stunned for a moment, then nodded. I do plan to go to the immortal blood sea. It seems that I can't miss this opportunity. Thank you for the reminder. Shall I take you there now? Euphoria said. Okay. The blood god doppelganger didn't hesitate. He had nothing to do now anyway, so he could use this opportunity to avoid the vampire's search. In addition, he had always wanted to merge the fire spirit and the dark fire, but it was obviously not suitable here. The merging of the two would inevitably cause a big commotion. At that time, if it attracted the attention of others and drew out the cultivator of the fire spirit, he, as a thief, would be in trouble. The immortal blood sea was extremely vast, which happened to be an excellent place for the merging. As long as he found a remote place, he wouldn't have to worry about being disturbed by others. Let's go. Euphoria smiled slightly, got up, and walked outside. Wang Ting had an idea. He let the blood god doppelganger summon a few blood puppets. Except for leaving one to guard the Hall of Blood, he took the rest with him. These blood puppets might have unexpected uses in the immortal blood sea. Then the two immediately left the Hall of Blood. Under Euphoria's lead, they flew toward a place in the Bloody City. It wasn't far, just in the center of the Bloody City. Flying north from the Hall of Blood, the two quickly arrived at a heavily guarded place. Just on the surface, they could see dozens of middle-level demon emperors guarding around. And there were at least 9 powerful auras in the dark, all of which were at the upper-level demon emperors. With the mind power of the blood god doppelganger, it was not difficult to sense their existence. He was a little surprised. His eyes swept around, sizing up the place. This place was like a garden, and there were many strange dark red trees planted all around. They emitted a bloody and dark aura, and faintly revealed a strange atmosphere. Vaguely, they were like demons and ghosts standing there. And in the center of the garden, there was a scarlet lake. The range was not too large, only a few hundred feet. Looking down from the sky, it was like a piece of beautiful blood-red jade inlaid here. This place. In the devouring space, Wang Ting's eyes were full of surprise. He didn't expect the entrance to the immortal blood sea to be such a strange place. It was really very strange. Let's go. Euphoria landed on the ground with the blood god doppelganger. Between the dark red trees, a path leading to the blood-red lake in the center appeared in front of them. The blood god doppelganger's eyes flashed, and he followed Euphoria along the path. Before they had walked more than 10 meters, a person blocked their way and said indifferently, "Please show your entry and exit certificate." The blood god doppelganger's heart stirred. He took out the Blood Master token and waved it at the other party. Blood Master. A trace of surprise appeared in the other party's eyes. He immediately saluted and said, "Greetings, Blood Master." "Blood Master, please come in." The blood god doppelganger nodded and looked at Euphoria. "I'll send you here. When you reach the lake, show the token, and you can enter the immortal blood sea," Euphoria said with a smile. "Thank you." The blood god doppelganger nodded, then turned and walked into the depths. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared among the lush shadows of the trees. Euphoria watched his back disappear, then turned and left. The blood god doppelganger walked toward the lake in the center. Along the way, there were sentries. It was less than 500 meters, but he was checked 10 times. Fortunately, he had the Blood Master's token, so no one dared to stop him. They were even extremely respectful and didn't dare to slight him in the slightest. The blood god doppelganger walked until he reached the lake in the center. His eyes suddenly fell on a figure in front of him. Bloodner. In the devouring space, Wang Ting's expression turned serious. Why is he here? Could it be that I've made a mistake? Wang Ting's heart suddenly jumped. Although he was very confident, he was still a little worried that Bloodner would really find him. However, the blood god doppelganger's eyes didn't change at all. He just seemed to be curious. Looking at Bloodner's back, he asked, Bloodner Demon Lord? Why are you here? I was looking around and also looking for someone. Bloodner turned back and smiled. Bloodmaster wants to enter the Undying Blood Sea? Yes. I heard from Euphoria that the Undying Blood Sea will be teleported today, and it'll be a long time before the next one happens. I happened to be bored, so I came, the blood god doppelganger explained. I heard that the treasury was robbed. My condolences, the blood god's clone explained, before walking up to Sanguina in a sympathetic manner. Bloodner's mouth twitched and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. However, it wasn't directed at the blood god doppelganger, but at the thief. In front of the blood god doppelganger, he was still extremely polite and amiable. He didn't look like a demon lord at all. Bloodmaster, have you been in the Bloodmaster Hall for the past few days? He asked casually. That's right. I've been in the Bloodmaster Palace all this time. A few days ago, I entered the virtual world and fought with Zekri of the Vansite clan. Many people should know about it, Tan said. Are you suspecting me? Not at all. I wouldn't have come to ask you about it, but since I ran into you, I thought I'd ask. Consider it a routine inquiry. Immortal Wood's Tale. It's fine. If you have anything else you want to ask, feel free to ask, the blood god doppelganger said. Then I won't hold back. Where were you yesterday? Bloodner's eyes flashed. In the Bloodmaster Hall, of course. I just returned from the virtual world and gained quite a bit of enlightenment from the Bloodstorm. So, I'd been in the Bloodmaster Hall the whole time, the blood god doppelganger said. Can anyone prove it? Bloodner asked. No, the blood god doppelganger said. You're quite magnanimous, Bloodmaster. Anyone can find out about this. There's no need to hide it, the blood god doppelganger said. I heard you're quite proficient in formations. After all, you're able to control the blood god altar. That's not something normal people can do, Bloodner said. That's true. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to take the blood god altar from the 13 clans, the blood god doppelganger said with a nod. Then, is Bloodmaster a Saint-grade runemaster? Bloodner asked. A Saint-grade runemaster? The blood god doppelganger looked at him with shock. Aren't you overestimating me? If I were a Saint-grade runemaster, I wouldn't be so lacking in resources. Ha ha ha. Bloodmaster, you're so talented. I thought you were already a Saint-grade runemaster, Bloodner chuckled. You're too kind. If I were born in the 13 clans, I might be able to reach the Saint grade. But now, I'm still a Grandmaster, the blood god doppelganger said. It's not easy for someone born in a lower realm to have such talent, Bloodner said. If you keep praising me, my tail's going to start wagging, the blood god doppelganger said with a smile. All right. That's all for today. Bloodner shook his head and turned to leave. But after taking 2 steps, his voice rang out again. By the way, I have one last question. Go ahead, the blood god doppelganger said calmly. Blood disciple, have you heard of the inverting spacetime projection formation? Asked Bloodner without turning back. Inverted spacetime projection formation? The blood god doppelganger frowned in thought and shook his head. I've never heard of it. What's so special about it? It's fine if you haven't heard of it. I'm not a runemaster, so I don't know much about it. Before he even finished speaking, he disappeared. The blood god doppelganger stood on the spot, his eyes flashing. He then turned and walked toward the blood-red lake. Wang Ting, does he suspect you? Yuan Gunggun's voice rang out in Wang Ting's mind. Of course he does. After all, I entered the treasury recently. But with my methods, even if he suspects me, he won't be able to find any evidence. Wang Ting replied, now that I'm a blood master, He can't do anything to me without any evidence. Yes. Yuan Gungun nodded. But he actually guessed that my mastery of runes isn't low. That's the right direction. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. Looks like I'll have to be careful. I can't reveal my saint-grade mastery. Since you can control the blood god altar, many people should have guessed that your mastery of runes isn't low. Fortunately, you didn't reveal your saint-grade mastery. They probably wouldn't believe that a young person like you would have saint-grade mastery, Yuan Gungun said. Hee, not only that, but they also wouldn't have thought that I could master the inverted space miniature formation. Wang Ting sneered. In the end, this was a dead end. No one would have guessed that he was so monstrous, so they could only suspect, but suspicion couldn't be used as evidence. As they talked, the blood god doppelganger arrived at the blood-red lake and looked around curiously. How was he going to enter the immortal blood sea? Blood Master, please wait for a moment. We need to wait for everyone to gather before we can activate the teleportation. A voice suddenly came from the lake. Blood Master. At that moment, there were many dark apparitions of the Blood clan around the blood-red lake. When they heard the voice coming from the lake, they couldn't help but be shocked. They then looked in the direction of the blood god doppelganger. It's a Blood Master. Is he going to enter the immortal blood sea too? A blood master has a chance to enter the immortal blood sea for free. It's really enviable. Yes, in order to enter the immortal blood sea, we have risked our lives and contributed a lot to the clan. Only then can we get a chance. Comparisons are odious. Discussions came from all around, and there was no lack of envy and jealousy. The blood god doppelganger didn't care. He glanced around and saw the figures of the dark apparitions of the blood clan at the edge of the lake. Most of the dark apparitions of the blood clan present were above the middle demon emperor level. Most of them were at the upper demon emperor level, and there were fewer middle demon emperors. As for the lower demon emperor level, he didn't even see one. Of course, he was an exception. It seems that it's not easy to enter the immortal blood sea, Wang Ting thought to himself in the devouring space. He could tell a thing or two from the distribution of the dark apparition's strength. The stronger one was, the greater the chance of entering the immortal blood sea. As for the weaker ones, unless there were special circumstances, they probably wouldn't have a chance to enter. Geniuses like Euphoria probably had a chance to enter, but there weren't many chances. She might have only entered once, just like him. As for the blood god doppelganger, it was probably thanks to his identity as a blood master that he could get a free chance. Time passed slowly as he waited. Time is up. Enter the lake. Suddenly, a voice came from the lake. A group of dark apparitions of the blood clan stepped into the lake, and the blood god doppelganger followed closely behind. After stepping into the lake, he stood on the surface of the lake like the others, as if waiting for something. Boom. 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 At the same time, in the sky, a few powerful auras suddenly descended and landed directly on the lake, some distance away from the blood god doppelganger and the others. It was the center of the lake. Demon Lord level. The blood god doppelganger was slightly shocked, but he wasn't too surprised. The immortal blood sea was the blood clan's largest and most important land of inheritance. Demon lords naturally had to enter it to cultivate. Activate the transmission. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came out. Buzz, the entire blood-red lake suddenly rippled, sweeping out from the center and radiating in all directions. Immediately after, rays of light lit up under the lake. It was a strange formation that encompassed the entire lake. The blood god doppelganger's eyes shone with a strange light as he looked down. Splash! The next moment, the sound of flowing water suddenly rang out, and the lake below began to squirm. Then, a strong suction force suddenly came from below. Before the blood god doppelganger could react, his entire body was sucked down as if he had fallen into an abyss. His eyes were filled with blood-red color, and he couldn't see anything else. After some time, the blood god doppelganger felt that his surroundings had finally calmed down, and the feeling of weightlessness disappeared. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that he was standing on a vast and boundless blood-red sea. This was no longer the lake. The end of the lake could be seen at a glance. But here, he couldn't see the end. The blood god. Doppelganger suddenly thought of something and looked down. He saw that the light of the transmission formation was slowly dissipating, but there were a few attribute bubbles floating on the surface of the sea. Pick them up, he didn't think too much and immediately swept out his mind power from between his eyebrows, picking up all the attribute bubbles around him. Blood Sea Overturning Sky Formation *3000, Blood Sea Overturning Sky Formation *2500, Blood Sea Overturning Sky Formation *3200. As the attribute bubbles were absorbed by Wang Ting, there was a sudden roar in his mind, and an extremely complicated and mysterious feeling slowly emerged. It was an extremely magical scene. The sea of blood was boundless as scarlet-red light appeared, and it transformed into an extremely enormous formation that seemed to encompass the entire sea of blood. The talisman markings on it were complicated and extremely profound. A single glance at it would cause one to feel dizzy and unable to understand it at all. Those runes and lines seemed to be inscribed by nature, not man-made, and were extremely mysterious. However, only a small part of the formation was lit up, and most of the area was still dark and impossible to see. Blood Sea Overturning Sky Formation. In the devouring space, Wang Ting suddenly opened his eyes, and only a corner of the formation appeared in the depths of his eyes, and he couldn't visualize the entire formation. F***CK. What kind of formation is this? Suddenly, he covered his head, and only felt that his vision was turning black. His head was throbbing with pain, and a line of blood flowed from his nose. Wang Ting felt a sharp pain in his head, as if someone was stabbing his brain with countless needles. Just thinking about it made him feel uncomfortable. Blood flowed out of his nose uncontrollably. Wang Ting quickly wiped his nose, and his mind power flowed crazily in his mind. After more than 10 minutes, the pain in his head subsided. This formation, he looked at the attribute panel with lingering thoughts, but he did not dare to visualize the formation for the time being. Blood Sea Capsizing Formation, unknown, incomplete 8700/100000, beginner requires 10 attribute points. I'm afraid it's not at the same level as the Dark Altar. Wang Ting could not help but suck in a breath of cold air, secretly shocked. Originally, he wanted to check the level of this formation, but the attribute panel showed that it was unknown. He could only make a guess based on the attribute points. 100,000 points of attribute points was truly terrifying. Even the Dark Altar and Dark Sacrifice did not require so many attribute points at the beginner level. They only required 100,000 attribute points at the proficient level. Moreover, from the reaction just now, this Blood Sea Capsizing Formation was indeed frighteningly powerful. Wang Ting did not dare to imagine how powerful it could be. Wang Ting shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He gradually collected his thoughts. No matter what, he now had the attributes of this formation. Although it was incomplete, there was hope for him to completely master this formation in the future. Is this the immortal Blood Sea? Outside, the blood god Doppelganger raised his head and looked at the sky, sizing it up. When he had obtained the blood god Godly Grail, he had seen a strange scene, a blood sea that was like the universe. Now that he thought about it, he was still shocked. At that time, he guessed that the Blood Sea could be the immortal Blood Sea. Now, it was time to confirm it. His gaze swept across the sky. This was indeed a void, looking like the universe. There were many celestial bodies floating above. Standing above the Blood Sea, he could clearly see the craters on the surface of the celestial bodies. An extremely strange feeling welled up in his heart. Looking up at the starry sky, one could see the appearance of the stars. It gave one a feeling that the entire starry sky was within one's grasp. Moreover, these celestial bodies were the same as the celestial bodies he had seen in the blood god Godly Cup. They were all dark red, as if they were condensed from blood. They gave off a strange and bloody feeling. It was as if the entire sky had been dyed blood red. Why does it feel different? In the devouring space, Wang Ting frowned. Although it was similar, it gave him a different feeling. They just looked alike. It's not the same starry sky. Wang Ting quickly came to a conclusion. The starry sky he had seen in the blood god Godly Cup's comprehension of the artistic conception had given him a very strong feeling. Although the starry sky of the immortal Blood Sea in front of him was equally shocking, it still lacked something. Wang Ting could not say, but he had a feeling that the two of them were not in the same starry sky. This is the undying blood sea. Yuan Gungun appeared at the side and exclaimed, "It's really huge. Even with our spiritual power, we can't sense its boundaries. Where do you think this is?" A cold voice sounded. Brindisi also appeared and landed on the blood god doppelganger's shoulder. She looked around. A place of inheritance for the dark races. It's not a simple place. Moreover, the vampires are a big race among the dark races. They have an extremely deep foundation. I've heard that the dark apparitions of the vampires are not simple. Some experts believe that the inheritance of this race can be traced back to the very beginning of the dark world. It's very terrifying and unpredictable. Traced back to the very beginning of the dark world? It was the first time that Wang Ting and Yuan Gungun had heard of this. They were both secretly surprised. That's right. There are tens of thousands of races in the dark world. Just like our source universe, there are many lives that have been nurtured over a long period of time. Some of these lives appeared slowly through the evolution of history, but some were born from the very beginning. They existed at the beginning of the universe. Such races are extremely ancient and terrifying. Brindisi glanced at them. Her icy blue eyes were full of disdain. She nodded and said. Roundy sucked in a breath of cold air and felt a little incredulous. No way, the vampires have such a history? Wang Ting also found it hard to believe. Although he knew that the vampires were a big race among the dark races, he had never thought that their history could be traced back so far. Do you think I'd lie to you? Brindisi sneered. I really didn't expect this. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He suddenly thought of the scene he saw in the comprehension of the blood god Godly Grail and the unknown level of blood sea overturning sky array he had just obtained. Perhaps only an ancient race like this could have such a foundation. The sea of blood that appeared in the comprehension of the blood god Godly Grail might be the most ancient sea of blood. Of course, this was just a guess. Wang Ting didn't say it out loud. Afterward, he no longer hesitated. He took out the map that Bloodgam had prepared for him and opened it. This was a map of the undying blood sea that the Gangrel clan had drawn over many years. It could be said to be extremely comprehensive, and it included almost all the places that the Gangrel clan members had been to. One could easily imagine the extent of the area it covered. The Gangrel clan had been very supportive of this blood master from the very beginning. It could be said that they had spared no effort in bringing out such a map. One had to know that other clans might not be willing to take out such a precious map. At least, this was the only map Wang Ting had received up until now. There were many fortunes and treasures in the undying blood sea. This map could save Wang Ting a lot of time in searching. Otherwise, he would be like a headless fly on his first trip to the undying blood sea and would have to rely on luck. According to the description on the map, those who enter the undying blood sea from Blood City will scatter in this area. Wang Ting's eyes flickered as he looked at a certain area marked out with white lines on the map. First, I'll find a remote place and merge the fire spirit and the dark fire. After identifying the direction, he turned into a stream of light and sped off in a certain direction at an extremely fast speed. There was a time limit in the undying blood sea. An ordinary dark apparition genius of the Blood Clan could stay in the undying blood sea for the first time for a year at most. As a blood master, the blood god doppelganger could stay for even longer and could stay for 3 years. After 3 years, no matter what he was doing, he would be teleported away. Within these 3 years, he could leave at any time. However, once he left, he would not be able to enter again. He would have to wait for the next opportunity before he could enter again. However, this time could not be accumulated. The time that was left behind this time would disappear the next time. The reason for such a rule was that some people who were receiving the inheritance would be affected. 1 year, or 3 years, was more than enough. In any case, those who entered the undying blood sea had already been given plenty of time. If they received the inheritance, they would make preparations in advance and leave enough time to receive the inheritance. If they wanted to stay for a longer time, they could apply for an extension of time through the entry and exit token. As for the price of this extension of time, it was naturally the Blood Clan's so-called contribution. Wang Ting had already asked Yuan Gungun to look up a lot of information during these few days in Bloody City. Naturally, he already knew the source of this contribution. To put it bluntly, it was one's contribution to the blood clan, and then the contribution quota was calculated according to the size of the contribution. This contribution quota could be used to exchange for various treasures or to enter various cultivation places. The cultivation place that the blood clan and dark apparitions wanted to enter the most was undoubtedly the Undying Blood Sea. Therefore, most of the blood clan and dark apparitions would desperately accumulate contribution points and only enter the Undying Blood Sea to cultivate when their contribution quota was sufficient. For Wang Ting, 3 years was enough. As long as he made the right arrangements, he could do many things in the Undying Blood Sea. In fact, he did not want to stay here for 3 years. 3 years was too long. Now that the dark apparitions were about to go to war with the world of light, no one knew how many things would happen in 3 years. He was worried and hoped to return as soon as possible. The blood god clone sped all the way. Half a day later, he had already left the area marked by the white line on the map and completely left the original random teleportation range. He wanted to find a remote place, so he naturally had to avoid other dark apparitions. At that time, there were many blood clan and dark apparitions that entered the Undying Blood Sea. Many of them were upper demon emperors or even demon lords. If he encountered them in the Undying Blood Sea, it would be a huge problem. Fortunately, with the map of the Gangro clan, it was not difficult for Wang Ting to find a suitable place. Coincidentally, there was such a place in the vicinity. Another 3 hours passed, and the blood god clone came to a sea area. His psyche power swept out, and after silently sensing for a while, he nodded to himself. It should be here. Wang Ting's voice sounded in the blood god clone's mind. Hearing this, the blood god clone waved his hand, and a few blood puppets appeared around him. Then, he directly plunged into the blood sea and dived toward the bottom of the sea. The blood puppets did not say anything. Their expressions were indifferent as they stood on the blood sea. Their bodies suddenly turned into puddles of blood, merged into the blood sea, and disappeared. The blood sea was calm, and outsiders could not see the slightest difference. In the blood sea, the blood god clone dived quickly. He used the blood river scripture and turned it into a river of blood, which carried him and quickly traversed the Scarlet Sea. The blood sea was surprisingly deep. Just now, when he used his psyche power to explore, he had already felt a trace of it. Now that he had dived to the bottom of the sea, he truly experienced the depth of the blood sea. Half an hour later, the temperature in the sea was getting higher and higher. The bottom of the sea finally appeared in front of the blood god clone, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. The bottom of the blood sea in front of him was actually a scarlet cracked land. It was not ordinary mud. In the cracks, traces of dark red light seeped out, causing the surrounding temperature to suddenly rise several times. In front of the cracked land, the ground began to gradually rise and turned into a volcanic crater. Obviously, this was an underwater volcano. The scorching heat that the blood god clone had sensed just now was seeping out from this place. This was the place he had been looking for to merge the fire spirit and the dark fire. The blood god clone's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, his figure flashed and rushed toward the volcanic crater. The temperature was getting higher and higher, and the surrounding seawater was distorted. Even an ordinary middle-level demon emperor would not be able to withstand this temperature and would not be able to stay here for a long time. But for the blood god clone, it was not a big problem. The ice dragon pearl appeared above his head, emitting wisps of cold air. It fell down and enveloped his whole body. The surrounding temperature could not affect him at all. The blood god clone came to the volcanic crater and looked down. He could already see the scorching hot magma. The surrounding seawater seemed to be completely unable to affect the flow of the magma, let alone cool it down. Roar! The blood god clone smiled slightly and was about to enter the volcanic crater. But at this moment, a furious roar suddenly came from below. In an instant, the magma spewed out and was about to drown the blood god clone. But his expression did not change at all. He still stood at the volcanic crater with his hands behind his back. He was not afraid of the gushing magma at all. The magma was in front of him in an instant. But just as it was about to touch the blood god clone's body, an icy blue light flashed and formed an ice-like protective shield around the blood god clone's body, blocking the magma. Even in front of the heated magma, the ice protective shield around the blood god clone's body did not show any signs of melting. The coldness of the ice dragon pearl could even freeze the heavenly fire of heaven and earth. This ordinary volcanic fire could not shake it at all. Suddenly, a dark red light rushed out from the gushing magma. Like a dark red arrow, it rushed toward the blood god clone at lightning speed. Humph! The blood god clone snorted and waved his hand. Streaks of icy blue ice rushed out. An ear-piercing screech suddenly sounded. The dark red light seemed to feel threatened. It turned around and gave up on the attack. It wanted to escape. The blood god clone was stunned. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. This thing was very easy to deal with. But if it wanted to escape, it was a fool's dream. He did not seem to make any movements. A light flashed between his eyebrows and spiritual force gushed out. The ice dragon pearl above his head emitted a cold light. Wisps of icy coldness spread out. Kakaka, in just an instant, the magma in front of him froze instantly, stagnating in midair. Even the surrounding seawater was frozen, forming a strange scene in the seawater. And in the frozen magma, a strange dark red creature in the shape of a pentagram was particularly conspicuous. Eh? Wang Ting's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. His expression gradually became strange. My luck can't be that good, right? End of chapter 1789. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.